Lusha unexpectedly finds herself transformed into an English orphan, the cherished daughter of none other than Voldemort. The notion of a biological father is utterly grotesque, prompting Lusha to dismiss it entirely. Joining an adventurous trio, will she forge friendships with Harry, Ron, and Hermione? Perhaps she might entangle herself with the Platinum Prince for a romantic escapade? The twin brothers seem rather appealing. Shall she become their delightful cream-filled confection? No, 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 Lusha asserts. I am merely an ordinary and beautiful young lady, indulging in the spectacle of life, my daily routine consisting of watching dramas unfold and engaging in playful antics for rewards. Yet, as events gradually veer off course, Lusha must roll up her sleeves and charge forth for a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 1. Lusha Riddle. When Lusha received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts, she was utterly bewildered. The illustrious name of Headmaster Dumbledore graced the parchment envelope. With Professor McGonagall's mention and the title of Lusha Riddle, enlightenment dawned upon her, truly awakening her mind. 3 years prior, she had traversed the ocean to England, becoming a little girl named Lusha Riddle. Bai Lu, her previous name, always found the surname Riddle oddly familiar, as if she had encountered it somewhere before. Yet, in that moment, she could not recall. Lusha resigned herself to consider it merely an unremarkable foreign surname. Although Bai Lu had watched the Harry Potter film series, her focus had primarily been on the dashing looks of Draco, Harry's bashful demeanor, and Snape's enigmatic allure. Consequently, the renowned Voldemort's true name, Tom Riddle, eluded her memory, blurred and indistinct without a powerful trigger to bring it forth. Were it not for Hogwarts' letter, Lusha mused that she might have been the offspring of some young lady and a vagabond. After all, Lusha had been abandoned at the orphanage since birth, and director Anna always refrained from discussing the origins of the original owner. While the original might not have pondered much, the reborn Lusha speculated that perhaps her biological mother's profession lacked respectability. Mrs. Grace, who tended to the children's daily needs, seemed unable to tolerate little Lusha's incessant inquiries, dismissing her with the remark, "Your father is probably a homeless man." In light of this, Lusha never considered herself extraordinary. Her biological parents were neither respectable nor responsible, lacking the energy and finances to raise a child. It is even quite possible that they had long since departed from this world, leaving her with a visage more striking than in her previous life, a tribute to the fine genes of her adoptive parents. Lusha believed she had merely transitioned from a welfare institution in China to an orphanage in England, nothing more. Life necessitates a fresh start, striving, and striving again, until a majestic owl graced her presence, delivering a letter. A few days after the letter was replied to, a figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a billowing black robe, with greasy long hair. A tall man with a prominent hooked nose scrutinized her with a gaze imbued with both assessment and complexity. Though slightly startled, Lusha felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation within her. "Miss Riddle, you are a witch." This was the first utterance of the man in black robes, his deep voice exuding a captivating allure. If not for his grim and expressionless visage, one might consider it an auditory delight, particularly for Lusha, who had an affinity for melodious sounds. A bewitching bass. He must be the renowned double agent, the ardent romantic, the illustrious master of potions, and the esteemed Professor Severus Snape, adored by countless young women and a figure of immense popularity. Truly, seeing him in person was far more impactful than mere reputation. Lusha stared in a daze at the esteemed Professor Snape, whose fanfiction ratings soared to 5 stars, feeling a slight strain in her neck. He was indeed exceptionally tall. Although dear Professor Snape bore a stoic demeanor and his facial features could not be deemed handsome, he possessed an ineffable charm. "Pardon me, are you Lusha's father?" In a sudden turn, the usually unsmiling Miss Grace, who had never shown Lusha a kind expression, inquired. In the next moment, Professor Snape's face contorted slightly, as if affronted by some indignity. His countenance darkened, and he coldly refuted, "If this lady's vision is not impaired, she should readily discern that I bear no resemblance whatsoever to Miss Riddle." His voice was ominous, tinged with a hint of venom, startling Miss Grace. Apart from their shared dark hair, there was little else in common. Lusha silently mused that if she were Snape's true daughter, she could lavishly spend his galleons. The potions professor must have a decent salary, especially since even Malfoy sought his favor. If she were indeed the hidden gem of Professor Snape, then attending Hogwarts would require no financial aid applications, sparing her from the plight of being a penniless waif. Though slightly intimidated by the rebuke, Miss Grace nonetheless regarded Snape with the same scrutiny one might afford con artist, questioning him in a tone of bewilderment. Are you certain that the Hogwarts you speak of is a respectable institution where one can secure a good job upon graduation? The children of the orphanage were inherently pitiable, particularly Lusha. Although she could be quite bothersome at times, Miss Grace still hoped for her to have a promising future. If she could receive an education at a reputable school that would cover her living expenses, graduate to find a good job, and eventually marry a respectable man, it would indeed be a tremendous boon for little Lusha. Miss Grace quietly reflected, provided that this gentleman, who did not seem particularly benevolent, was not leading her astray. I believe, madam, I need to discuss Miss Riddle's admission with the headmaster in detail. Professor Snape appeared unable to endure Miss Grace's skepticism any longer, his expression chilling as he strode towards the retiring headmistress Anna. Although Miss Grace felt quite embarrassed, a glance at Lusha's eager and sparkling eyes compelled her to silence her objections. That insufferably rude man. Miss Grace silently spat in her mind, feeling considerably better. The ensuing events were entirely unknown to Lusha, for she was dispatched by Miss Grace to the kitchen to assist in washing potatoes, a daily chore for the children of the orphanage. Apart from their morning lessons, learning phonetics, reciting the Bible, and taking a brief nap, the remaining time was generally divided into small groups for various tasks: weeding the lawn, washing potatoes in the kitchen, peeling them, or collecting litter outside. The tasks were not particularly exhausting, and Lusha felt content. Miss Grace genuinely cared for her, despite her fierce demeanor. She had a sharp tongue but a kind heart, which warmed Lusha's spirit. Especially upon learning that she would soon attend the legendary Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she was on the verge of ecstatic madness. A new life, a fresh beginning. As for the perilous surname Riddle, Lusha had long since cast it aside. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Headmaster Dumbledore gazed at Professor Snape, seated across from him, and smiled. "Severus, you have seen that child. What are your thoughts?" Nothing remarkable. Foolish girl." Snape exhaled heavily, utterly vexed by Dumbledore's convoluted reasoning. He was clearly preoccupied with that suspected daughter of the Dark Lord, the young girl named Riddle, yet insisted on sending him to guide her instead of going himself. The mere thought of escorting that seemingly simple-minded little imbecile, who could only gaze at him with her large, blinking eyes, to Diagon Alley filled him with displeasure. Dumbledore, well aware of Severus's cantankerous nature, merely smiled indulgently and quietly listened to the memories of their conversation that Severus brought back. Apart from Severus's succinct inquiries, the dialogue was predominantly interjected by the elder headmistress Anna and another lady named Grace. In summary, Lusha Riddle is a pitiable child abandoned by parents of unknown origin. Apart from her occasional prattling, she frequently inquires about the identity and whereabouts of her parents. At other times, she is remarkably well-behaved, possessing both beauty and intelligence. Particularly after her high fever at the age of 8, this child became even more perceptive. She never complains about tasks, does not compete with other children for food, and is more inclined to read and assist with household chores. Were it not for the economic downturn of this era and Luce's advancing age, one could surely believe she would be the ideal candidate for a family seeking to adopt. Dumbledore smiled, clearly pleased with the outcome of this visit. I hope this child does not follow in her father's footsteps. I wish for Lusha Riddle to be nothing like Tom Riddle, who is a child of profound contradictions. Chapter 2. The Emergence of the Golden Finger. As a girl who has traversed into another realm, how could one possibly exist without a golden finger? This fervent thought persistently lingered in Lusha's mind, even as she returned dizzily from shopping in Diagon Alley, subjected to Professor Snape's scathing remarks and a flurry of playful jibes. She felt disheartened and lacked enthusiasm. It wasn't until she was inadvertently knocked to the ground, causing a painful jolt to her posterior, that the long-awaited system notification finally graced her ears. With a chime, she experienced an intimate encounter with the Savior, rewarding her with a chance to draw from the lottery. What? A spinning wheel lottery, indeed. Lusha beamed with delight as she gazed at the ethereal panel that had materialized before her. With a mere flick of her finger, the golden wheel began to spin, and moments later, the small black arrow decisively halted at the 6th segment. 3, 2, 1. The mechanical voice announced, 100 galleons have been dispatched. Please check your account. Oh, how well the system understands me. Lusha was on the verge of tears from joy, eagerly rummaging through her coin pouch, which was already brimming with gold, revealing a glimmering corner, undoubtedly the system's generous gift of galleons. This truly was a fortuitous windfall. Thank you. I didn't mean to. I was in a rush and didn't see you there. Are you all right? Grateful for the encounter, Lusha blinked her large eyes, sparkling as she stared at the small figure of the savior hurrying towards her. It must be Harry Potter. A slender boy, with tousled black hair. Emerald green eyes reminiscent of a cat's, round glasses taped together, and a lightning-shaped scar partially obscured by his fringe. It must be said, the young lad possessed remarkable good looks, especially as his face flushed a deep crimson, a mix of embarrassment and something else, with his ears blushing as well, exuding an adorable shyness. It's all right. I wasn't paying attention to the path, Lusha replied, retracting her intense gaze and offering a warm smile. Wishing she could transform into an ardent fan, grasping Harry's hand while siphoning more gold. I am Lusha Riddle, and you? Being 18. Lusha naturally had a thicker skin than Harry, introducing herself with poise, though she was unsure why Harry's collision had triggered the lottery system. This serendipitous encounter undoubtedly opened a new world for her. Harry, I'm Harry Potter, the boy replied shyly. Do you know where platform 9 3/4 leads? It was evident that Harry had yet to encounter the Weasley family. I believe I can show you. You simply need to walk through that wall in the middle of the platform, Lusha told Harry, pushing her small suitcase forward and taking a bold step into the new world on the other side of the wall. Hogwarts, here I come. Galleons, wait for me. With a mindset akin to an onlooker at a spectacle, Lusha sought an excuse to greet her friends, retreating to another compartment. It was best not to involve herself in the formal introductions of the Iron Triangle. However, noticing Harry's evident reluctance and disappointment, Lusha merely smiled. Although she found the young boy's appearance delightful and cherished his shy demeanor, she was, after all, a Riddle, the daughter of Voldemort. It would be difficult to avoid attracting Dumbledore's suspicion and additional scrutiny by getting too close to Harry Potter. For heaven's sake, she certainly did not wish to live under the watchful eye of that astute and sagacious white wizard. It was essential to befriend Harry, as he was the protagonist of the magical realm, and close contact with him could yield unexpected lottery surprises. She did not want to miss out on that. Yet, maintaining an appropriate distance was the wisest course of action. Lusha knew she was certainly not a Gryffindor. Just the fact that she had a Voldemort for a father meant that the traditions of her bloodline were particularly stubborn. As the Hogwarts Express slowly departed, the ride was smooth and unjarring. Lusha languidly reclined on the specially designed soft cushion, preemptively reviewing the potion's curriculum. Although Professor Snape held a disdain for her, the power of knowledge was formidable, and the prowess of the potion's master was commendable. To avoid being ridiculed as a dim-witted troll and to prepare for a high-paying job in the future, she studied with utmost seriousness. Excuse me, are there any vacant seats here? The compartment door creaked open, revealing two lovely faces, black-haired with large eyes, radiating an exotic charm. They were a pair of Indian sisters, strikingly similar in appearance yet distinctly different in temperament. Though they hailed from far-off India, being from the East, Lusha, who had been of Asian descent in her previous life, felt an instant sense of familiarity and greeted them warmly with a wave. The compartment was quite small, yet 2 seats were conveniently available across from her. I am Parvati Patil, and this is my sister Padma Patil, one of the sisters introduced herself. I am Lusha, Lusha Riddle, Lusha replied with a beaming smile, admiring their beauty and exclaiming, You must be Indian, you are truly stunning. Parvati seemed to be Harry Potter's partner at the Yule Ball during the Triwizard Tournament. Widely regarded as the flower of Gryffindor, there was even a boy named Thomas who boasted that the sisters were the most beautiful girls at Hogwarts. Although that might have been an exaggeration, it was undeniable that their appearance was indeed pleasing to the eye. Not at all. Parvati's more reserved sister lowered her gaze shyly. Lusha Riddle, may I call you Lusha? Parvati asked, taking a seat across from Lusha, her eyes sparkling like the stars in the night sky. Of course, Parvati, Lusha replied, not at all opposed to the idea. With 7 years at Hogwarts ahead of her, befriending such exotic beauties would certainly be a delightful experience. I used to think that my sister and I were beauties, Parvati mused with a bashful smile, casting glances at Lusha. But after seeing you, I realize there are indeed others who surpass us. You are simply exquisite. Being praised for her beauty by such a striking girl, Parvati felt both elated and somewhat inferior. Lusha's current appearance was that of a quintessential Western girl, with porcelain skin, amber eyes, and delicate, harmonious features exuding an enchanting glow, especially her cascade of shoulder length. Slightly curled black hair, flowing like Eastern silk. Though she was of the same age as them, she stood noticeably taller. Even clad in simple attire, she remained breathtaking. and her poise spoke of an ineffable nobility, devoid of any air of arrogance. Is that so? Thank you for your kind words, Lusha replied with a gentle smile. As the daughter of the top male model of Slytherin, Riddle, who had attended Hogwarts for generations, her genes were undoubtedly remarkable. Moreover, being the offspring of the infamous Voldemort, it was likely her mother was also a striking beauty. Lusha thought to herself, hoping her mother was not the deranged Bellatrix. Lusha and the Patil sisters engaged in delightful conversation, sharing peculiar wizarding snacks while discussing beauty, fashion, and the ongoing commotion surrounding Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy's disputes within the compartment. Harry Potter rejected a Malfoy? Hard to imagine, isn't it? Lusha pondered. It would indeed be surprising if Harry were to accept a Malfoy. He would certainly not fancy an enhanced version of Dudley Dursley. Chapter 3. The Provocation of the Blonde Beauty. Hogwarts is truly a marvelous place. Lusha gazed at the thousands of candles forming a starry sky, listening to the legendary Sorting Hat chattering away, singing the song of the houses. The lyrics roughly conveyed the astute Slytherins, the brave Gryffindors, the wise Ravenclaws, and the loyal Hufflepuffs. Professor McGonagall, with a grave demeanor, called out names in a manner reminiscent of a high school principal from a past life. Tall and imposing, her stern visage inspired a sense of trepidation that made it difficult to meet her gaze. The first student summoned was the blonde sweetheart from Hufflepuff, Hannah Abbott, who later seemed to have married Neville Longbottom, the new proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron. Quite an impressive feat, Hermione Granger. Rosa took a keen interest, the legendary heroine herself. Hermione was a petite girl with voluminous brown hair, her awkward little jog bespeaking her nerves, yet rendering her rather endearing. Though her delicate features did not possess the striking allure of Emma Watson as portrayed in the films, she still exuded a certain charm. With a bit of grooming, her prominent front teeth could easily transform her into a lovely young lady. Gryffindor. The sorting ceremony continued, and as Rosa listened to names, both familiar and unfamiliar, the applause following each successful sorting echoed with a mixture of excitement and anticipation for the upcoming 7 years of their lives. Rosa Riddle. At last, it was her turn. With a flutter of her heart, Rosa pressed her hand against her chest and stepped out of the line, bolstered by the encouraging gazes of the Patil sisters. She noticed Harry giving her a warm smile. It seemed like a greeting. His soft, adorable face appeared slightly anxious, unperturbed even by Ron's playful nudges. Likely consumed by the fear of being deemed a non-wizard and expelled from Hogwarts at any moment. What a delightful little fellow. Rosa projected an encouraging glance back at Harry, thinking, "Dear Harry, you are the renowned savior. Have a bit more confidence." "Harry, do you know that Riddle girl? She is truly beautiful, isn't she? Even cuter than Ginny. I wonder which house she'll be sorted into. It would be splendid if she ended up in Gryffindor, just like me. My entire family is." Ron whispered conspiratorially to Harry, oblivious to the twin brothers who had stealthily appeared beside him, each grasping a shoulder and teasing him lightheartedly. "Oh dear little Ronnie, what did I just hear? Have you fallen head over heels for that sweetheart named Riddle? You even said she is cuter than Ginny. Goodness, George. Has our little brother finally awoken to romance?" No, I didn't George. Fred, stop saying such things." Ron's face flushed a vivid shade of red. Typical for a boy in his adolescence, who was evidently embarrassed by such playful banter. "I think, indeed, Fred, our little Ronnie is shy. Just look at that face." George and Fred harmonized seamlessly in their teasing. Harry, witnessing Ron's escalating embarrassment, felt a pang of sympathy for him. Having such exuberant and mischievous twin brothers could be quite exasperating at times. Nevertheless, Rosa was undeniably beautiful. She had even kindly given him directions once. Unconsciously puffing out his chest, Harry momentarily forgot about comforting his beleaguered friend and instead fixated intently on the dark-haired girl beneath the sorting hat. Rosa, her face partially obscured by the hat, felt a flutter of anxiety in her chest, not because she feared being sorted into Slytherin, which, while not her first choice, was hardly a den of peril. Her greater concern was that her identity as a transmigrator might be revealed. Surely not. Her heart raced as she urged herself to remain calm and avoid spiraling into unfounded worries. If the sorting hat were truly so astute, it would have swiftly dispatched Tom Riddle back to the orphanage, thus preventing the rise of the Death Eaters in the British wizarding world. Rosa reassured herself, relax, and felt her body begin to unwind. After so many years, I have encountered such a fascinating mind, undoubtedly intelligent, possessing a keen sense of self-preservation and an insatiable curiosity. You harbor a bold spirit that exceeds your years. Slytherin would suit you well, though Gryffindor is also commendable. Of course, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff would welcome you too. What a difficult choice you have. Slytherin. Before Rosa could even contemplate bargaining, the sorting hat abruptly concluded its deliberation. Why didn't you even ask which house I wanted to join? Rosa thought, feeling somewhat disgruntled. She recalled how Harry had negotiated with the Hat, declaring his refusal to join Slytherin, to which the Hat acquiesced. Why couldn't he have waited for her to voice her preference? It felt so unjust. However, her identity as a transmigrator remained undiscovered. What a close call. With a look of relief, she joyfully descended from the platform, casting a playful wink at Professor Snape at the teacher's table. My revered idol, I look forward to your guidance. In return, she received a fierce glare from Professor Snape. Ah, the professor was ever so unique, Rosa chuckled inwardly. The Slytherin table was sparsely populated, and the sparse applause was as cold as expected. Rosa remained unfazed and took a seat in a suitable spot. Harry Potter, true to his role as the protagonist, argued his case with the Sorting Hat before ultimately being placed in Gryffindor alongside his close friends. Parvati was also a Gryffindor, while Padma was sorted into Ravenclaw. Everything aligned with the original narrative. Wonderful. Once the sorting concluded, the headmaster spoke, delivering a charmingly incoherent speech that no one could decipher, and then it was time to feast. Rosa patted her rumbling stomach, genuinely hungry, grateful for Professor Dumbledore's succinctness. Had he delivered a lengthy diatribe akin to the ones in her past life, the food would have long gone cold. Gazing at the bountiful spread before her, she marveled at the industrious house elves of Hogwarts. The array of dishes was indeed lavish. Perhaps due to her prior life as a Chinese person, Rosa found the food somewhat greasy, with an abundance of roasted and fried items. While creamy products filled every corner of the table, she glanced over at Gryffindor, where Ron was devouring a succulent roasted chicken leg, his enthusiasm igniting her own appetite. Rosa, however, was not one to be finicky. This food was leagues above the offerings of the orphanage. After 3 years of bland oatmeal and black bread, punctuated by the occasional slice of white bread and thin pumpkin porridge, she felt as though she had stepped into a 5-star hotel, free to indulge without the burden of meal expenses. How splendid, Rosa thought contentedly. Soft long loaves of bread, slathered with sweet and tangy ketchup, layered with crisp salad and slices of slightly salty smoked meat, folded into a makeshift burger, accompanied by golden fried chicken and a glass of light pumpkin juice. Rounded off with delightful mango pudding for dessert, her belly was delightfully full. Riddle, are you a Muggleborn? A sharp voice cut through her satisfaction. Rosa glanced up to see a strikingly attractive girl with golden hair and blue eyes, resembling a doll, yet clearly an adversary. Before the girl could finish her sentence, the chair creaked ominously as a sharp voice interjected. Riddle, you can't possibly be a Muggleborn. Has the Sorting Hat truly lost its mind, placing a Muggleborn in Slytherin? How absurd. With platinum hair, a pale and sickly complexion, and exquisitely refined features, the boy's brash demeanor and instinctive urge to hurl the derogatory term mudblood revealed him to be none other than Draco Malfoy. But who was this spiteful girl, provoking the sensitive pride of Slytherin? Rosa narrowed her eyes, feeling the sting of challenge. Chapter 4. Lilith Not. A boy with raven black hair abruptly rose to his feet, glaring at the blonde doll-like girl, seemingly blaming her for her incessant prattling and provocative manner. Indeed, the reality was just as he perceived. Lusha regarded the boy with keen interest. Apart from his fleeting fury, his face bore little expression, an archetype of icy indifference, save for the deep-seated loathing and contempt that flickered in his eyes as he looked at the golden-haired beauty. How peculiar. Did this boy not appreciate the allure of the doll-like damsel, or was there another reason? I doubt Lilith meant any harm. Theodore, be gentle with her. She is your sister. A boy with dark skin and peach blossom eyes soothed, addressing the one called Theodore. He then flashed a disarming smile and introduced himself in a notably gentle tone. Blaise Zabini, a pleasure to meet you, Miss Riddle. It seems you have yet to respond to Miss Knott's remarks. I believe you have every right to speak. Though he appeared to defend Miss Knott, Lusha understood Blaise's intelligence and adeptness at navigating social dynamics. He was offering her an opportunity to explain herself or a means to defuse the internal conflict. Lusha acknowledged him with a nod. Lusha Riddle, I regret to inform you that I am of mixed blood. While Lusha herself was indifferent to the notions of pure blood versus half-blood and found such bloodline-based heroics utterly foolish, one had to conform to local customs in Slytherin. Surely, one need not stubbornly showcase their extraordinary rebelliousness by defiantly exclaiming, what nonsense pure bloods are. What makes them so exceptional? I am but a Muggleborn, so what? Come at me. If you dare, try to expel me from Hogwarts. Let us see if you have the guts. Such arrogance would be both foolish and reckless, inviting a harsh reprisal. Half-blood? Very well, at least it was cleaner than being a Muggleborn. Draco Malfoy wrinkled his nose, seemingly repulsed by the term Muggleborn. He spoke without a hint of politeness. And even when confronted with Lusha's icy, half-smiling gaze, he merely curled his lip, maintaining his haughty demeanor. Riddle, since you have joined Slytherin, do not let the blood from your other half tarnish your noble standing as a wizard. Huh, where is the nobility in that? Given your lack of intelligence, I shall spare you the trouble of my retort. Lusha thought to herself, deciding to keep a note of him, especially since his father, Lucius, had some influence and clout. But Merlin, what script had she unwittingly entered? Just as she silenced one arrogant Malfoy, another White Lotus appeared. Forgive me, Riddle, it was not my intention. My brother always misinterprets my words. I trust you won't hold my unintentional remarks against me, will you? Lilith not leaned closer to Malfoy, presenting an innocent, beautiful visage, her eyes glistening with faux innocence, as if demanding Lusha's forgiveness lest she be deemed unkind. Goodness, where did this melodramatic flower come from? However, it struck Lusha that there was no character named Lilith Knott in the Harry Potter series. The only girl associated with the name Lily was Harry's mother, Lily Evans. Lusha's mind raced. She recalled a character named Theodore Knott from one of the Sacred 28, and it seemed this generation of Knotts was sparse. Apart from the Death Eater Elder Knott, there was only his only son, Theodore. Where had this Lilith Knott sprung from? Could she be yet another time traveler, like herself? Otherwise, how could she be so innocently portrayed? Perhaps she had indulged too much in melodramatic tales. It was all so baffling. If she were indeed a fellow traveler, why would she target Lusha upon their first encounter? Yet her acting skills were frankly subpar, bordering on nauseating. Her surname was Riddle. Surely Lilith must know Voldemort's true name. Since they could not harmoniously bond over shared origins as if they were long-lost friends, Lusha resolved to observe this suspected time traveler and respond in kind. For she dared not reveal her true identity, lest she suffer the consequences. With a sardonic smile, Lusha remarked, I never anticipated Miss not to possess such self-awareness. Recognizing her own rashness and impropriety, I find it quite gratifying. Before Lilith could retort in anger, Lusha continued, I believe Miss not only owes me an apology for her unladylike behavior, but should also extend her apologies to Mr. Knott. The phrase my brother always misunderstands me is rather ambiguous. In my view, Mr. Knott was simply being a gentleman, merely calling your name without overtly pointing out your rudeness. That was quite considerate, was it not? Lilith's face turned an irate shade of purple. Had it not been for the presence of the boy she admired, she would have lunged at Lusha, ready to claw at her beautiful face and her too quick tongue. Lilith Knott was indeed a time traveler, originally named Huang Meili, a wealthy playgirl's illegitimate daughter in her past life. Though not acknowledged by her family, she inherited a portion of their wealth. Without the burden of a job, she enjoyed a leisurely life filled with novels and videos, relishing the role of a keyboard warrior, owning 3 houses and 2 shops. With rental income surpassing that of an average worker's half-year salary, her days were spent in frivolity, shopping, dating, and indulging in video games. A fervent fan of the newly released Harry Potter mobile game, Huang Meili tragically passed away at 26 from a gaming-related incident. Fortuitously, she reincarnated into the magical world of Harry Potter, becoming the little princess of the Knott family, named Lilith Knott. She inherited her mother's golden hair and blue eyes, coupled with her father's noble pure blood, living a life of luxury and privilege. Even during the tumultuous period when her father, Old Knott, nearly faced Azkaban following Voldemort's disappearance, Lilith had never experienced such public humiliation, especially in front of Draco, an utter disgrace. Lilith acknowledged her disdain for Lusha, the outsider. Upon hearing the name Lusha Riddle, particularly the surname Riddle, she realized that she was not the sole time traveler in this world. Anger and a sense of crisis welled within her. It was not fear of being Voldemort's daughter that troubled her, but rather the anxiety of losing her protagonist status. In a world with 2 time travelers, one would inevitably be the heroine while the other played the supporting role. Lilith had no intention of being a mere side character. She was far too beautiful and of noble birth, destined to marry the Platinum Prince Draco and become the envy of all as Mrs. Malfoy. Thus, even when faced with Lusha, a potential rival, Lilith harbored no goodwill, only malice. Should the Slytherin house misunderstand her as a lowly muggle-born, Lusha's life would surely become intolerable, and she would secretly stoke the flames of discord. However, fantasy and reality often diverged sharply. Lilith did not anticipate her brother's sudden outburst, nor Blaze's unsolicited interference. Most disheartening of all was Draco's disdainful glance in her direction before distancing himself from her. Her rival, Pansy Parkinson, reveled in the spectacle, her eyes gleaming with mockery. Oh, you are all wicked, Lilith shrieked before storming out of the bustling Great Hall. Chapter 5. The Oblivious Malfoy, is this how you crumble? Rosa was left speechless. The psychological resilience of this girl is astonishingly weak. At the very least, she should have engaged in a few rounds of argument to reclaim her dignity, and to leave behind a remark like you are all bad people. How childish. Rosa mused that Lilith Snot must have been a young elementary school student before her journey here. Lilith rolled her eyes, banging the table. That's not true. I'm actually 8 years older than you. Get your childish self out of here. Spoiled and sheltered, She had never experienced the harsh realities of society. Lilith smirked proudly. Of course, as a bastard child, I am still the daughter of the wealthy. A girl from the slums could never grasp the sense of superiority I possess. Humph. Ah, gentlemen and ladies, we must maintain our composure. Rosa cleared her throat. Casting a furtive glance towards the professor's table, our headmaster seemed to be observing us. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, Rosa felt that Professor Snape's gaze appeared to be even colder, while the nearby Professor Quirrell, whose head was wrapped in a thick purple towel, seemed to be staring at her with an intense focus. Goodness! Rosa nearly slapped her thigh in realization. Her notoriously poor memory had almost made her forget a crucial detail. Professor Quirrell harbored Voldemort at the back of his head. Was her troublesome adoptive father secretly keeping an eye on her? Rosa pondered, feeling a chill creep down her spine. Riddle, you have no right to utter such words. You are the one who drove Lilith Snot away. Pansy Parkinson, with her short black hair styled like a princess cut, observed the commotion among her rivals with disdain. Unable to tolerate Rosa, this half-blood, issuing commands before their pure-blooded ranks. She scoffed, her voice icy. As a first-year Slytherin, the instigator of this farce. Shouldn't you be the one to retrieve her? Remember, you are merely a half-blood. It seems you are the only one among this year's new students. You must understand your place. The haughty young lady emphasized her words, particularly stressing half-blood. Oh, this flat-faced Pomeranian. Rosa lamented. But she couldn't entirely blame her for judging by appearances. That brat's mouth was simply intolerable. First and foremost, I must clarify that Miss Snot left of her own accord. As everyone can see, perhaps she felt too ashamed by her rude behavior and needs some quiet time. Rosa said thoughtfully, casting a glance at Professor Snape, who was watching Harry with a complex expression. Returning to the main point with a hint of Slytherin arrogance, Slytherin has always revered strength, being a tightly knit family. While pureblood is indeed noble, it does not imply that half-bloods are inferior. If memory serves, our esteemed headmaster, Professor Snape, is also a half-blood, a powerful and remarkably talented potions master. My dear, if you continue to speak so disrespectfully, I would surmise that you hold a disdain for half-bloods, including our respected and great headmaster Snape. Rosa paused, her gaze piercing through Pansy Parkinson's facade of confidence, and continued, or perhaps we could discuss with Professor Snape the delightful topic of purebloods versus half-bloods. No, that is not what I meant, Riddle. Pansy hissed through gritted teeth. Even she, dim-witted as she might be, understood the necessity of not offending their own headmaster at Hogwarts. Even as a pure-blooded Parkinson, she would not emerge unscathed. Of course, I share your sentiments, Rosa replied, her lips curving into a charming smile. Little one. Blaise watched, somewhat surprised by Rosa's articulate wit, unwillingness to be slighted. He felt this half-blood girl was quite extraordinary, remaining composed and engaging even in the presence of pure-blooded ladies like Nott and Parkinson, radiating a sharp brilliance that made her formidable. Observing the seemingly delicate yet thorny wild rose, he noted that after Nott and Parkinson's failed provocations, Rosa's ears were finally at peace. Although she disliked causing trouble, especially while still unestablished, she would not allow those self-important young lords and ladies to trample over her. A slight display of claws was necessary to remind these pampered serpents that Rosa Riddle, though a half-blood, was certainly not a pitiful creature to be walked upon. This year's first-year Slytherin students were few, particularly the girls being an odd number. As a seemingly unmanageable half-blood, Rosa was fortunate to have received a single room. In the cool dungeon, through the transparent glass windows, marvelous underwater creatures swirled and thrashed against the glass. The decor in cool silver-green hues complemented the spacious, soft bed, neatly adorned with a light green silk quilt. A small, dark green cabinet with a couple of drawers stood conveniently a few centimeters from the bed, perfectly sized for daily books and charming little trinkets. Although located in the basement, perhaps due to some magical enchantment, it didn't feel particularly cold. The temperature and humidity were just right, providing a sense of comfort. Rosa was utterly satisfied. In the orphanage, she had dreamed of having a room of her own, a private space where she could roll around on the soft, bouncy bed, lulled to sleep by the sound of the lake water lapping against the shore. Today was indeed a splendid day. The next day, Rosa encountered her fellow time traveler, Lilith, once again. She appeared somewhat more stable, her small face seemingly enhanced by a potion for whitening and concealing imperfections, making her radiate with charm. In contrast, her dorm mate, Millicent, looked like a lethargic black crow, tall and robust, with average features that combined to create an ominous demeanor. What a perfect contrasting duo. Rosa seemed to have forgotten the previous day's friction with Lilith. Flashing a disingenuous smile and waving, "Good morning, Nott, Millicent." Though directly ignored by the two, Lilith seized the opportunity when no one was watching to shoot a fierce, threatening glare at Rosa. However, It lacked any real malice, prompting Rosa to smile even more brightly. "Good morning, Draco." As young Master Malfoy strutted into the Great Hall, flanked by his two minions, Goyle and Crabbe, he was met with Lilith's instant transformation into a bashful, demure darling. Her porcelain face flushed with delicate hues as she exclaimed, "Let us dine together. We have Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class coming up, and I truly look forward to your extraordinary performance." Lilith gazed at Malfoy with starry eyes, her voice sweet enough to suffocate a fly. Pansy, trailing behind, made a face as if she were about to vomit, protectively claiming Malfoy's right side, shoving Goyle aside, who had intended to sit there. "Draco, look at how Lilith is pouting," she said in a spoiled tone. "Lilith, mind your manners. You are a lady. Keep your voice down." Draco Malfoy scowled, seemingly at a loss for words to describe Lilith's dainty antics, adding, "And have you had a nightmare? Your complexion looks dreadful." One should not expect an 11-year-old boy to appreciate a beauty's meticulous embellishments, especially not a straightforward boy like Draco Malfoy. While Malfoy relished the feeling of being adored and pursued, Lilith's clinginess, particularly her incessant calls of Draco, made him feel uncomfortable, as if he were covered in sticky honey that he couldn't shake off. In the eyes of the magical youth Malfoy, not even 10 beautiful Liliths could match the thrill of a thrilling Quidditch match. Lilith's expression darkened, and once again, she fled in despair. Lusha cheerfully indulged in her snack, expressing her amusement. Chapter 6. The Exquisite Love Potion. Lusha may not be a genius, yet she undeniably possesses a modicum of talent. In both her past and present lives, she is truly a scholarly prodigy. During Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, while Draco Malfoy stared blankly at a matchstick, Lilith and Pansy exchanged barbs, and Harry and Ron struggled with the incantation, Hermione managed to conjure only a mundane long needle. Lusha had already transformed the matchstick into a slender, shining embroidery needle complete with an eye in record time. "Miss Riddle, you exhibit remarkable talent in transfiguration," McGonagall remarked as she leaned in to inspect Lusha's creation, a smile of appreciation gracing her features. Regardless of the era or nation, brilliant students invariably garner greater favor from their teachers. Whether it was her flawless performance in transfiguration, her astonishing display and charms, or her composed crafting of her first potion in potions class, Lusha excelled. Even in the drowsy history of magic class, she could pinpoint the exam's focal points. Despite the fog of fatigue, even the somewhat unpopular and garlic-scented defense against the dark arts Professor Quirrell seemed to take a liking to Lusha, largely because, as Little Riddle, she did not bring shame to Voldemort, possessing a certain utility value. After all, she was no wastrel. Lusha was acutely aware of Quirrell's enthusiasm and overtures. She would feign interest, for she would never acknowledge that the snake-faced Dark Lord was her father. A true Slytherin always knows how to safeguard oneself. In contrast to Lilith, who was embroiled in rivalry with Pansy, preoccupied with her appearance and the latest beauty trends, Lusha appeared far more suited to thrive within Slytherin, earning greater popularity. As she continuously accrued points for the house, showcasing her extraordinary talents, Lusha gradually gained acceptance among her peers who valued capability. Even the haughty Draco Malfoy would begrudgingly declare, "Riddle, you're not too shabby," in his ostentatious manner. "So, may I shake your hand, the noble and elegant Mr. Malfoy?" A thought flickered through Lusha's mind. Seizing the moment and refusing to allow him to decline, she extended her small hand. Surely, Draco, who fancied himself a gentleman, would not rebuff her? Lusha mused, seeking to explore her potential golden finger through practice, beyond the protagonist Harry Potter, to other significant supporting characters in the narrative, hoping to trigger her special abilities and perhaps even initiate a system lottery once more. Though she missed the benefits Harry provided, after all, it was the golden galleons she yearned for. The stark divide between Gryffindor and Slytherin made such interactions challenging. More importantly, Lusha wrestled with her conscience. She did not wish to exploit Harry for her own gain, while simultaneously shunning genuine friendship. After all, she was the daughter of Voldemort, despite her own innocence. Her bloodline could not be altered. Her unseemly father harbored a deep-seated vendetta against Harry, and maintaining a relatively amicable alumni relationship was already a significant achievement. Lusha would not push for more. Thus, witnessing her golden finger go untapped, her heart felt as if it were being tickled by a cat's paw, yearning to nibble on the grass nearby. That, too, was not out of the question. Draco Malfoy hesitated slightly. Yet recollecting his father Lucius's teachings on the importance of a measured demeanor, he understood that aligning with talented individuals was often a prudent strategy. He thought, Father's words are always sagacious. After all, the head of Slytherin, his godfather Severus Snape, was a half-blood wizard, and his father maintained a deep friendship with him. This riddle seemed promising as well. Moreover, she was quite beautiful, pleasing to the eye, and not overly clingy. "Draco Malfoy, I permit you to call me Draco," he stated. It is an honor, Draco. You may simply call me Lusha. The young gentleman's hand was soft and delicate, reminiscent of cradling a fluffy cotton candy. Unable to resist, Lusha gave it a gentle squeeze, prompting Draco to withdraw his hand in surprise, a hint of pink tinging his ears. Apologies, I must take my leave. The moment felt slightly awkward, yet it was overshadowed by Lusha's excitement upon hearing the familiar chime of the system. The lottery rewards were upon her. Experience is the best teacher, she mused, and indeed, it was a profound truth. Watching the prize she had drawn settle in her robe's pocket, Lusha could hardly contain her delight, astonished that Draco turned out to be a treasure. This time, whether due to a system glitch or some other reason. The prize was beautifully wrapped, and Lusha found a discreet corner to unwrap it. Within lay a small vial of liquid resembling perfume, adorned with golden letters proclaiming it to be the exquisite love potion. A love potion? The fabled elixir of affection? A concoction capable of instigating intense infatuation. The prefix exquisite suggested that this particular potion was far more potent than the ordinary. Lusha widened her eyes in disbelief, wondering if her luck was exceptionally good or remarkably poor. It certainly appeared luxurious, yet she doubted she would ever need it. After all, what is false is still false. Fleeting infatuation ultimately remains an illusion. Voldemort's mother, Mary P. Gaunt, had reportedly used such a potion to ensnare her husband, Tom, only to suffer dire consequences in the end. Nevertheless, this appeared to be a high-end item, and as a product of the system, it was likely to be of superior quality. Perhaps it would prove useful in other ways down the line. Lusha tucked the vial away, pondering. If her golden finger could be triggered in Draco's presence, what about others? She could experiment with a few more individuals, perhaps uncovering additional rewards. Sweetheart, what are you thinking? Do you need our help? Suddenly, a bright, fluffy head approached. Oh no. Two identical heads, two tall boys with mischievous, playful grins that radiated warmth and charm. The Weasley twins, Fred and George. Thank you, but I think I'm fine for now. Lusha replied with a smile, finding the twins quite likable. Who wouldn't adore handsome boys with a sense of humor? Do you know who we are? One of the twins winked at Lusha. The Weasley twins, the pranksters of Gryffindor. Who doesn't know you? Besides, with your looks, you must be quite popular with the girls. Lusha said, her confidence shining through as she tilted her head to gaze directly at the boy who had spoken, unsure whether it was Fred or George, but finding both equally pleasing to the eye. To be honest, the Weasley family was remarkably attractive, whether it was Bill, who eventually married Fleur Delacour, Charlie, who excelled in Quidditch, or Percy, who was somewhat stiff yet handsome. All were quite dashing. Even Ron, though slightly less so, was still the close companion of the Savior and ended up marrying the brilliant Hermione from Gryffindor. Ginny, the eventual flower of Gryffindor, was exceptionally beautiful and well-liked. Sweetheart, you are truly special. Feeling as though her hair had been tousled several times, Lusha thought her hairstyle must be a mess. With a resigned sigh, she became the cat being playfully petted by two pairs of hands. Meow. Chapter 7. The Had CP is truly delightful. After indulging in some wild antics with the twin brothers, it must be said that they truly embody the spirited camaraderie of Hogwarts. Lusha was nearly lured into an adventure in the Forbidden Forest alongside them. However, an unexpected treasure emerged, a box of sour exploding candies, mischievous treats imbued with magical properties. Rumored to burn holes through one's tongue, Ron had once suffered greatly from their effects. Truly, the king of pranks, even his expenditures are laden with symbolism. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Lusha noticed the absence of company. But there seemed to be a conspicuous platinum head resting on the longest and softest settee. Oh, Draco? What brings you here alone? This is rather unscientific, isn't it? As Lusha scanned the room, she found no sign of his ever-present companions, Goyle and Crabbe. Nor could she locate Parkinson and Nott, those two admirers. No need to look around. I sent them away, Draco remarked, his lips curling disdainfully at Lusha's wandering gaze. As expected of Malfoy, he remains ever domineering. Since when did the common room become your private sanctuary? Lusha settled onto the thick-skinned sofa opposite him, her astonishment growing as she observed the forlorn expression on young Malfoy's face. His pallor appeared weak, and his demeanor was that of someone who had endured an undesirable setback. Could it be? Unless he had suffered a defeat at the hands of Harry. Or perhaps he had failed to reclaim his dignity. You should be aware by now, Draco mumbled, lacking energy. Aware of what? Lusha inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. She had not been particularly attentive to the ongoing feud between Draco and Harry, two individuals seemingly destined to be adversaries, locked in a relentless struggle. Had it not been for Harry marrying Ginny and Draco eventually wedging himself with Miss Greengrass, Lusha would have thought them a perfect pair, not merely rivals, but a classic couple. Good heavens. Lusha, what occupies your mind? Draco exclaimed, exasperated. The entire Hogwarts community is aware that insufferable Scarhead Potter has been inexplicably inducted into the Quidditch team. It's utterly unjust. I must write to my father. His lovely visage contorted in indignation. His features a chaotic display that was truly comical. A waste of such a handsome face, Lusha mused. Oh, so Harry has become the seeker for Gryffindor. How monumental. It's astonishing that it could infuriate you so, she remarked, bemused. Truly, he was a boy who regarded Quidditch as the very essence of life. Lusha had only half attended the flying class, making an excuse of feeling unwell to sneak away, for she simply could not endure the discomfort of sitting astride a broomstick. Yet, she was well aware of the subsequent events. It baffled her how these boys displayed an almost fervent obsession with flying broomsticks. Did they not feel discomfort? Most importantly, did they not worry about potential repercussions in their future romantic endeavors? Lusha's thoughts whirled rapidly, seemingly oblivious to how far they had strayed. But why was Draco venting to her? Did he consider her a friend? Or was it that others found his incessant complaints insufferable, leading him to select her? This half-blood new friend, as a sounding board? Lusha, what is that look in your eyes? Do you believe I am at fault? Damn it, that Lily is insufferable. She claimed I lack intelligence, which is why the Scarhead has succeeded. How dare I not accuse a Malfoy? Draco huffed, his pride as a Malfoy wounded by her public humiliation. Is it possible? The sun must have risen in the west. Lusha exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer. Excitedly probing, isn't not your devoted admirer? I can hardly believe she would say such a thing. It appeared that the insufferable Lily had finally reached her limit with Draco. Indeed, no girl would be fond of a loud, ill-tempered boy, even if he were a striking young gentleman. Noticing Draco's expression darkening further, signaling an impending storm, Lusha wisely tempered her inquisitiveness. She patted his shoulder in a camaraderie-laden tone. It's not a great matter. Allow me to take you somewhere delightful where you can vent to your heart's content. As a true friend, and in hopes of future conveniences, Lusha resolved to introduce Draco to a newly discovered secret haven, the Room of Requirement, a wondrous place. What lay beyond the door was unremarkable, lacking the grandeur of the expansive Great Hall and the comforting elegance of the dormitories. It was merely a square room, not particularly spacious, illuminated by bright lights. Adorned with posters of celebrities, featuring a large bed, 2 chairs, and a bulging, oversized beanbag, reminiscent of Lusha's humble abode in her past life. This cramped space? Is this your home? And who is that man? Quite peculiar, Draco remarked. A blend of disdain and curiosity etched on his face as he pointed at the portrait of the handsome Chinese gentleman. His gray-blue eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling a playful puppy. Indeed, Draco was thrilled. He had heard of the Room of Requirement, but had never ventured inside. It was said to be exceedingly secretive, even eluding the Marauder's map. Lusha dismissed his comments, indifferent to his critique. Of course, it pales in comparison to Malfoy Manor. This is my humble abode. Allow me to show you something. With a flick of her wand, Lusha cast a transfiguration spell, transforming the beanbag into the likeness of Harry Potter. Draco was taken aback. Potter? He knew of Lusha's exceptional talent in transfiguration, but had not anticipated such mastery. Just a dummy. Feel free to take a swing at him. Lusha encouraged with a smile, though the transformation was remarkably lifelike, rivaling even the wax figures at Madame Tussauds. Apologies, Harry, she thought silently. Though it was merely a ruse, if it brought joy to Draco, it was worth it. Time proved that releasing pent-up frustration was indeed beneficial. After an hour of furiously pummeling the hairy dummy while wearing leather gloves, Draco appeared utterly exhausted, his cheeks flushed like ripe apples, yet his spirits were markedly lifted. He continued to rant. Damn Scarhead. Damn Potter. Just wait until I flatten you, you arrogant fool. Lusha, nibbling on a piece of chocolate, offered him a piece as inspiration struck. Draco, do you harbor feelings for Harry Potter? If not, why such concern? Look at how the hairy dummy has been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. How much love or hate must one possess to be so affected? After all, it was only a rejection. What a tangled web of emotions. Lusha stifled a giggle. The idea of a Draco-Harry ship was rather enticing. Chapter 8. Cherish your friendships. Lusha had initially thought she could appease the irritable Draco with the hairy dummy and activate her plan to extract favors from him. But alas, she miscalculated. The question, do you like Harry Potter? Had nauseated Draco to the point of nearly inducing a retch, his anger amplifying the arrogance he so often displayed, leaving him devoid of even a simple thank you. Instead, he bellowed, Merlin's foul socks. Lusha Riddle, has your head been kicked by a troll? For a considerable time afterward, this prideful young master glowered at Lusha whenever she crossed his path, as though she owed him a fortune in galleons. However, what truly vexed Lusha was not this. The tantrums of children had never bothered her. Rather, she felt a deep sense of regret at Slytherin House, aside from having enchanted Draco with a high-end love potion. She had sought opportunities, whether intentionally or inadvertently, to engage with others, such as Blaze, Goyle, Pansy, and Lilith, yet their responses were utterly mundane, yielding not even a single canute. More importantly, she could not discern the triggering patterns of her peculiar abilities. Sometimes they manifested, and at other times, they did not. She recalled a previous instance in the common room where she had seemingly patted Draco, yet there were no results. Why had she experienced something then? In her perplexity, Lusha was compelled to devote more energy to her studies, making daily visits to the library, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with Hermione. After all, they were both distinguished scholars, sharing a mutual respect for each other's intellect. On rare occasions, she would spot Harry and his companion Ron in the corridors, to whom she would offer a cheerful greeting. Harry would respond with a somewhat strained smile, while Ron cast wary glances her way, hastily pulling Harry away, as if to say, "No matter how endearing you appear, it does not change the fact that you are a cunning serpent from the malevolent Slytherin, and we must steer clear." This was due to the many rumors they had heard regarding Lusha Riddle and Draco Malfoy's burgeoning friendship. Some had even sworn that they had clandestinely met on the 8th floor of the castle during their visit to the Room of Requirement, appearing suspiciously close, which was not the case at all. Of course, this was pure nonsense, and it was unclear which house had propagated such tales, most likely the gossiping badgers of Hufflepuff, but Lusha remained blissfully unaware. It wasn't until she encountered the enchanting Indian beauty, Parvati, that the situation took a turn. Parvati glanced around to ensure there were no snakes or lions nearby before dragging Lusha into a particularly secluded and dilapidated classroom, her expression instantly turning serious. "Lusha, do you still consider me a friend?" she inquired earnestly. Of course, Lusha replied without hesitation. "You were the first friend I made upon arriving at Hogwarts. Alongside Padma from Ravenclaw, I truly cherish our friendship." Despite being sorted into different houses and holding differing stances, Lusha valued their bond immensely. Parvati's brow relaxed slightly, but soon returned to a stern demeanor. "Lusha, I value your friendship as well, but that Malfoy fellow, he is not a good person. He is a real jerk. In flying class, did you not see him deliberately bully Neville Longbottom, snatching his Remembrall? And Pansy by his side acts like a rabid dog, ready to bite anyone. Do you understand what I mean?" "Understand what?" Lusha asked, aware of Malfoy's reputation as a despicable antagonist in the Harry Potter saga. Although he later sought redemption, his earlier actions had been thoroughly detestable, exemplifying the essence of a small villain. Pansy's sharp tongue was indeed irksome, and most Slytherins were not particularly amiable. They revered pure blood, exhibiting arrogance and prejudice. Lusha understood this better than anyone, given her surroundings. Yet, she had grown accustomed to these individuals. She adhered to the adage, "If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them." As long as no heinous acts were committed, there was hope for redemption. Furthermore, while Slytherin had produced many nefarious Death Eaters, Gryffindor and other houses were not devoid of their own miscreants. Wasn't he a traitor named Peter, the cowardly rat, that hailed from Gryffindor? Perplexed, Lusha gazed at Parvati, unable to comprehend the significance of her elaborate efforts to bring her to this secluded place to express these sentiments. While they were friends, they had no authority to dictate each other's choice of companions. After all, as Lusha was a Slytherin. "Oh, you still do not understand," Parvati exclaimed. Her lips pursed in disbelief. "The renowned academic, Riddle, is remarkably slow on the uptake. This is unexpected. As a sincere suggestion from a friend, Lusha, you may make friends. But why must it be a Malfoy? That is the Malfoy who venerates pure blood and has committed countless misdeeds. My dear, I genuinely worry that you may be harmed. He is unworthy of your friendship." Parvati sighed heavily, her gaze filled with concern. What? Lusha's mind finally grasped Parvati's worries, and she could not help but burst into laughter, nearly doubling over with mirth. Reflecting on Harry and Ron's previous hesitant glances made it even more amusing. "Parvati, can you tell me who started the rumors? I assure you I won't harm them. Everyone is saying that. Is it not true? You are quite close to Malfoy, are you not?" Parvati scrutinized her with a doubtful expression, as if trying to unearth a truth from her face. Lusha was at a loss for words, vigorously shaking her head, incredulous. "Of course not. We are merely acquaintances, nothing more. You are overthinking this." Parvati exhaled in relief, then shifted the topic. "No way. Lusha, you are so beautiful. I cannot believe Malfoy has no feelings for you." Though India was quite traditional, the Patil sisters, living in England, were more open-minded about matters of the heart. Lusha thought to herself, that was simply because they matured too quickly, compounded by the differences in their cultural contexts. In her past life, Lusha had but one experience in love, a fleeting hand-holding affair that ended disastrously, culminating in a stern talk with her teachers. The boy's mother even stormed into the school, warning her, a child from an orphanage, not to lead her son astray. At that moment, Lusha felt an overwhelming urge to curse, ending it all. Transported to an orphanage in England, surrounded by a cacophony of children fighting over morsels at mealtimes. Who would care about appearances or romantic notions? With empty bellies, who could contemplate such frivolities as romance and poetry? Nevertheless, Lusha found the gossip surrounding her and Draco quite absurd and rather tiresome. It was merely a case of people whispering without basis. Chapter 9. Favoritism. After clarifying matters with Parvati, Lusha checked the time. They were due for Professor Snape's potions class, which Slytherin attended alongside Gryffindor. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way to the dungeon classroom. Parvati, where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. A round-faced Gryffindor girl rushed up, casting a curious glance at Lusha before whisking Parvati away to the spot she had claimed in advance. Clearly, their relationship was quite close. Lusha. Parvati shot an apologetic glance back at her. In comparison, Lavender Brown was not only her roommate, but also her potions partner. A bond that surpassed her connection with Lusha. Lusha offered her a reassuring look, indicating it was all right. She had her own designated potions partner, a tall, lanky Slytherin boy named Loxon, with brown hair and black eyes, seemingly of ordinary pure-blood lineage, possessing a somewhat timid demeanor and a slight stutter. Fortunately, he was not a hindrance, and they worked well together. Although she could complete tasks independently and produce flawless assignments, Lusha preferred not to stand out too much. After all, the age-old wisdom of men and women working together makes labor lighters still held true. Hi, Loxon, let us discuss our distribution for today, Lusha greeted the boy, who was already preparing his cauldron. Her ultimate goal in each potions class was to craft a potion that could be deemed a work of art in the shortest time possible. Even if Professor Snape does not regard her with any particular favor, Lusha remains undeterred in her enthusiasm. It is evident that Snape possesses a discerning eye, as besides Draco, Lusha is perhaps the second student he favors. Loxon, with his head bowed, cast a timid glance at the striding Malfoy and shyly stepped back a few paces. His face flushed as he stammered, I apologize, Riddle, but I plan to partner with Sol today, so. Lusha glanced at Draco, who had taken Loxon's place. An understanding dawned upon her, prompting a gentle smile. It's perfectly fine, Loxon. Regardless of the partnership, Lusha is indifferent, as long as her partner does not impede her progress. As for Draco's behavior, could it be interpreted as a subtle overture for reconciliation? After all, they had been in a cold war for quite some time. Lusha approached calmly. But before she could reach the table, Lilith squeezed through from somewhere, gazing up at Draco with a pitiful look. Draco, let us be in the same group. I was wrong before. I apologize. Can you please not ignore me? From her voice, it seemed Miss Lilith was on the verge of tears, suffering from some profound injustice. In recent days, having offended young Malfoy, many had subtly ostracized her, including Blaise, who was once the kindest towards her. Whenever Lilith attempted to draw close to him, he began to avoid her, much to Pansy's amusement. Even more infuriating was her brother, Theodore Nott, who remained oblivious, often casting her disdainful glances as if she were something foul. Lilith had sent several letters via owl to her father, old Nott, lamenting her plight at Hogwarts, only to receive a few terse lines in return. Lilith, my dear daughter, you must be more sensible. If there is an issue, seek out your brother. And it would be best to maintain a good relationship with the Malfoys. Do not tarnish the Nott family name. Good heavens! Was this truly the doting father who once indulged her every whim? Lilith felt tears welling in her eyes. How she wished her mother were still alive. At least she could have helped her. Alas, the beautiful, captivating woman who nearly became the mistress of the Malfoy household had passed away far too early. Truly, beauty is a fleeting gift. Yet, Lilith felt her own plight was far more dire. All she had done was inadvertently remark, Draco, your actions are foolish. Do you even have a brain? I told you not to seize the memory ball from Longbottom. You chose to ignore my advice. For goodness sake, it was not intentional. And besides, her words were grounded in truth. Draco, obstinate and petty, had refused her friendship over this. Hadn't she previously humbled herself, flattering and adoring him? Was he so blind to her efforts? Lilith was utterly frustrated. Despite her previous attempts to win him over, this scoundrel remained indifferent, his demeanor as unpleasant as ever. Even after their fallout, for reasons unknown, Draco had been rumored to be involved with Lusha Riddle. A surge of anger coursed through Lilith, igniting a furnace of indignation in her chest. What was so admirable about Lusha Riddle? She was the daughter of Voldemort, a true monster. What could possibly be good about her? Not, step aside. I shan't repeat myself. Draco's face was set in a stern expression as he enunciated each word. Unable to forget how this pitiable creature had publicly branded him a fool without offering an apology or explanation, now donning a guise of victimhood for whom? Humph. He was a proud Malfoy. When had he ever endured such humiliation? The onlookers were engrossed in the drama unfolding before them, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. A chilling breeze swept through, and Lusha noticed Professor Snape striding towards the commotion with an ominous expression, his waxen yellow cheeks taut, as he coldly remarked, "Miss Not, Mr. Malfoy. Are you rehearsing a stage play of Romeo and Juliet?" Laughter erupted from the Gryffindor table, with Ron, wrapped around Harry, laughing heartily, while Hermione, sitting upright with a serious expression, prepared to admonish them for their imminent loss of points. Gryffindor loses 2 points for excessive noise, disrupting class order. Snape shot a withering glare toward Gryffindor, leaving that row utterly deflated. After dealing with them, Snape surveyed the tear-streaked Lilith, the scowling Draco, and the caught-in-the-middle Lusha. If you possess any semblance of intelligence, you ought to know what to do right now. Especially you, Miss Not, stow away those cheap, unsightly tears, and take your seat promptly. Lusha believed that had Lilith not possessed those striking emerald eyes and bore the name Lilith, Snape's words would have been even more acerbic. The potions class unfolded under this tense and oppressive atmosphere, with Gryffindor losing another 2 points due to Harry's continued insubordination. Disrespecting the professor, while Lusha and Draco's potion turned out remarkably well, earning Slytherin 5 points. Snape leaned back. This is how favoritism works, isn't it? Chapter 10, A Minor Tiff with a Troll. Lusha, if you admire me, please keep it discreet. A Malfoy would never associate with a half-blood, even if you are exceptional. The arrogant boy awkwardly tossed this remark before hastily departing, as though his posterior were ablaze. Lusha's expression twitched in disbelief. Was this fellow truly so self-absorbed, still so juvenile? However, Lusha merely smirked. That suits me just fine. I had no intention of engaging in romantic entanglements with a child. Were the twin brothers of Gryffindor not appealing? Or was Cedric, the handsome hero of Hufflepuff, not charming? Amused, Lusha shook her head, preparing to gather her belongings when she noticed a smug pansy approaching with glee. Her teeth bared in a mockingly triumphant manner, reveling in her schadenfreude. Riddle, even if you catch Draco's eye, you are still not of pure blood lineage. Your hopes are futile. Sometimes, one must weigh one's own worth before reaching for higher branches. If you possess any sense, refrain from humiliating yourself. Pansy cast a glance at the empty spot next to Lilith, her heart lifting with relief. Splendid. Lilith not had lost Draco's trust. That fool was merely a pretty face, devoid of substance, utterly inconsequential. And Riddle was merely a half-blood with some intelligence, hardly her match. Pansy Parkinson was Draco's childhood companion, the one most deserving of becoming the future Mrs. Malfoy. Miss Parkinson, you are obstructing my path. Lusha could not be bothered to engage with her. At such a tender age, she was already enmeshed in matters of love, her grades unimpressive, her mind scattered. Moreover, Lusha had never expressed any inappropriate intentions toward Draco. She could not fathom how these people had concocted such fanciful notions. During the break, Lusha did not head to the Slytherin common room, but rather made her way directly to the dining hall, where preparations for Halloween were underway. The house elves of Hogwarts were working with even greater zeal than usual, spinning and soaring through the air with exquisite dishes, a colorful array of delectable treats wafting toward her. Golden and fragrant. Rosa selected a silver arc-shaped plate, carefully placing a steaming, succulent square of tender steak alongside 2 vibrant green florets of broccoli, all generously drizzled with a spoonful of rich gravy. The meal was a perfect balance of protein and vegetables, nourishing yet delightful. Accompanied by a glass of freshly squeezed juice made from black plum, jasmine, and orange, the taste was refreshingly tangy. Suddenly, a buzzing sensation interrupted her thoughts. She felt a nagging sense of having forgotten something significant, yet it eluded her grasp. Resolutely, she set aside her swirling thoughts and focused on savoring her delicious meal. However, such tranquil and blissful moments are often marred by unwelcome interruptions. Rosa, why haven't you gone to the lounge? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? Lord Malfoy stormed over, akin to a small bomb on the verge of detonation, while Goyle and Crabbe cowered at a distance, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Oh, that insufferable voice of his. Rosa thought. Malfoy, did I ever state I would go there? Your waiting is your concern, not my fault. And where is your gentlemanly demeanor? Is it proper to bellow at a lady in public? She set down her cutlery, crossed her arms, and regarded him with a half-smirk, her obsidian eyes calm yet piercing, causing Draco to shiver under her unwavering gaze. Rein in your temper, Draco. What is it you wish to discuss? Rosa inquired, her brow furrowing in disdain. Her unspoken message clear. If there was nothing of importance, she preferred not to be disturbed during her meal. Draco shot her a frustrated glance, a wave of unjustified grievance washing over him. Inwardly, he lamented, doesn't she like me? Why is her attitude so frigid? She doesn't seek me out after class either. Is this how an admirer should behave? An awkward silence ensued, abruptly shattered by Professor Quirrell's frantic shout as he stumbled in. Troll. In the dungeons. Rosa's mind clicked into place. The thing she felt she had forgotten was indeed this. Quirrell had intentionally unleashed a troll, plotting to steal the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort. The vast dining hall erupted into chaos, young witches and wizards shrieking in terror. Draco's mouth hung agape, his body trembling, desperately scanning for an escape route. Instinctively clutching Rosa's sleeve as if seeking strength, his lips moving as he murmured, "Rosa, the troll isn't truly terrifying, is it?" Rosa glanced at Quirrell, who feigned unconsciousness while Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall surveyed the room with vigilant eyes. She reluctantly abandoned the impulse to rush to Quirrell's side, and instead tugged the trembling Draco towards the Slytherin group, her tone softening as she reassured him. "It's merely a false alarm. The professors are here. There's no need to be afraid." "Who's afraid?" Draco retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Though he did not resist as Rosa continued to hold his hand, she chose not to expose his disingenuous bravado, her keen ears catching the sound of a chime. Her golden touch once again at work. A golden wheel of fortune appeared and spun uncontrollably in the air, disappearing moments later. "Prizes have been dispatched. Please check drawer number 3 in the nightstand beside bed 212 in the dormitory." It was her nightstand. "Draco, you are utterly amazing," Rosa exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight as she beamed at Draco. He was indeed useful. She wondered what treasure awaited her this time: gold galleons? Silver sickles? Or perhaps another surprise? "What?" Draco, baffled, blushed under the sparkle of her eyes and spoke with a hint of uncertain annoyance. "Are you certain you're not mocking me?" Rosa, maintaining her cheerful demeanor, gently squeezed his reluctant hand and replied earnestly, "Of course not. I mean it. You are rather commendable. At least your knack for serendipity is impressively high. Well, it's about time you realized it." He huffed, the proud little prince rearing his head as he extricated his hand, leaving Rosa with a view of his platinum crown. "He must be shy," Rosa mused joyfully. "Hey, you two, can you cease this flirtation?" admonished Massimo, the head of Slytherin, his expression stern. As a leader, he had to ensure that the younger Slytherins obeyed during critical moments. Thus he was the first to call out the two most disruptive individuals. "Oh, my apologies, Senior Massimo." Rosa replied sincerely, her intent not to cause any trouble. Blaise wore an amused expression, his teasing gaze flitting between Rosa and Draco, nearly provoking Draco to explode with irritation. For the love of Merlin, Rosa thought, realizing it was time to stop teasing the soon-to-be irate Draco. This seemingly tumultuous, yet ultimately harmless incident concluded with the trio's valiant encounter with the troll. Yet, Rosa understood this was merely the prelude to Voldemort's nefarious intentions, a matter not worth her immediate concern. Until she secured her own strength, she felt it unwise to be recklessly entangled in their affairs. After all, the protagonists have their own aura, and she might just be a mere pawn in this game. One could never be too cautious. As a result of this incident, the most significant gain was not just the unopened unknown gift, but Draco's evolving attitude. He seemed to have formally included Rosa within their circle. Alongside the small group of Blaise, Parkinson, Goyle, and Crabbe, Lilith Snape had been excluded. The most evident sign of this was that whenever Draco's owl delivered high-quality confections personally crafted by Mrs. Malfoy, a portion was always reserved for Rosa, regardless of her presence. Though not particularly fond of sweets, Rosa could not help but genuinely admire Mrs. Malfoy's exceptional culinary skills. Considering Draco's growing awareness, Rosa felt inclined to extend him a measure of tolerance, making their daily encounters more enjoyable. Chapter 11. Voldemort's probe. Rosa had been exceedingly busy of late. Ever since she had discovered an old manuscript about dark magic in her dormitory drawer, she had immersed herself in exploring the mysteries of this new world with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The manuscripts, bound into small booklets, felt substantial and textured in her hands. Though the pages had yellowed and dried, they remained easy to read. The contents were remarkably intricate and detailed, akin to a scholar's notes, documenting the origins and principles of dark magic, along with techniques for its effective mastery and application, as well as an overview of ancient and profound protective and curse magic. To her delight, Rosa discovered sections dedicated to the study and training of wandless magic, a rare skill indeed, with only a handful of wizards at Hogwarts capable of wielding it. Even Professor Dumbledore had only grasped the most fundamental aspects. Rosa reflected on the allure of dark magic. It was not without reason that so many were captivated by its power, as who would not desire such formidable strength. Even Severus Snape, a deeply passionate individual, relentlessly pursued dark magic despite Lily Evans' repeated objections, even severing ties with the woman he admired. While this was not the sole reason, it was undeniable that Snape could not resist the temptation of dark magic. He sought to harness greater power, believing that only by becoming a true force could he protect himself and those he cherished. Unfortunately, Lily failed to comprehend this, even harboring a deep aversion to it. Faced with such a fortuitous opportunity, Rosa found herself momentarily entranced by lofty ambitions, such as conquering the wizarding world or ascending to the pinnacle of this realm. To grow stronger, brimming with power, and unshackled by any superficial constraints undoubtedly unveils the Pandora's box within every heart, enticing one to liberate all desires, both overt and concealed, that dwell in the depths of the soul. This journey may lead one to the pinnacle of greatness or plunge one into an irretrievable abyss. Thus, one must steadfastly guard their boundaries, mused Riddle. She would not follow in the footsteps of old Voldemort. Malfoy lamented that Riddle was seldom seen, even during meals, when she would mutter nervously under her breath about what seemed to be unfamiliar incantations, gibberish, utterly perplexing. Only on rare occasions could one catch a glimpse of her in the library, prompting a suspicion that perhaps the Sorting Hat was indeed losing its wits. Riddle should belong to Ravenclaw, after all. The Sorting Hat protested, "No, do not belittle the elderly. She is a born Slytherin." Even during the highly anticipated Quidditch match post-Halloween, where Slytherin faced Gryffindor, Riddle concocted an excuse of menstrual discomfort, retreating to her dormitory to study various spells, or sneaking into the room of requirement, casting layer upon layer of protective and isolation charms, practicing her newly acquired spells with small creatures like cockroaches, including one of the 3 unforgivable curses, the Cruciatus Curse. "Miss Riddle, your mastery of spells is commendable. I have something to discuss with you. If you do not mind, please visit my office shortly." The class on defense against the dark arts, permeated with the pungent odor of garlic, concluded amidst murmurs of student complaints, and Professor Quirrell once again extended his enigmatic invitation to Riddle with a stammering smile. The students speculated that Quirrell had been frightened out of his wits by a vampire, rendering him utterly unhinged. Yet Riddle understood that his true fear stemmed from the Dark Lord lurking behind him. If every action and movement were scrutinized under the watchful eye of a formidable overlord, one would likely have to sleep rigidly, constantly devising schemes for theft and mischief. Such a state of anxiety was hardly surprising. The mere thought exhausted Riddle. Quirrell was likely the most unfortunate employee in the tale of Harry Potter. How tragic. "Miss Riddle, are you available?" Quirrell inquired amiably, his eyes, usually averted from direct contact, glimmering with a dark light. Riddle surmised that her prior refusals to join him for supplementary lessons had likely raised suspicions. Resolving to abandon her habitual evasion, she feigned compliance. Nodding briskly, "Of course, Professor, I shall come." "Ah, splendid. I shall prepare some treats you might enjoy, such as the fizzy honeycomb that children of your age typically relish," Quirrell said with a smile as he walked away. "Thank you. You are exceedingly kind," Riddle replied, contemplating whether Quirrell viewed her as a mere gluttonous child. Having indulged in candy crafted by Mrs. Malfoy's hands, the allure of fizzy honeycomb held little sway over her. As Quirrell departed, Draco approached with an exaggerated air, fanning his nose and frowning. "What did that peculiar fellow want with you? His laughter is rather strange. Perhaps he was offering an extracurricular meal?" "Concerning the probing and promotion of dark magic, I surmise," Riddle speculated. "Garlic roasted? Or perhaps sautéed garlic sprouts? Fizzy honeycomb mixed with garlic soup?" Draco quipped derisively. Presuming himself humorous, Riddle shot him an amused glare. Could he not be less whimsical? "I believe spicy grilled Draco lamb chops would be far more delectable," Riddle retorted pointedly, casting a glance at Draco's slender frame. "You are the lamb chop. Your entire family is," Draco retorted. "Riddle, I shall inform my father of your slander against the noble Malfoys." "Oh, do as you please. I doubt the esteemed Mr. Malfoy would concern himself with such trifles." After concluding their morning classes and enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Riddle adjusted the creases in her uniform and, with a flourish of her wand, tidied herself before leisurely knocking on Professor Quirrell's office door. "Come in, Miss Riddle," came a voice that seemed tinged with anxiety. Riddle opened the door and stepped inside. Quirrell, flustered, adjusted the purple towel on his head and greeted her with a gentle smile, stammering, "Please, make yourself comfortable. This is the fizzy honeycomb I prepared for you. You may sample it." Riddle seated herself in the chair opposite Quirrell, glancing at the exquisitely wrapped candy on the desk, and politely declined. "Thank you for your kindness, but I am currently suffering from a toothache. That is truly unfortunate." Riddle had no intention of consuming anything Quirrell offered, a fundamental precaution, even if it came from a place of goodwill. Observing Quirrell's tongue-tied silence, Riddle feigned surprise and inquired, "Professor, what is it you wish to discuss?" "Oh well, do you know your biological parents?" Quirrell addressed her directly, surprisingly fluent. "I mean, Miss Riddle, you are an orphan, correct? I apologize for bringing up painful memories, but do you not desire to find your father or mother? I am certain they would be very proud of you. If only dear old dad were not Voldemort." Riddle thought she would gladly seek out her lineage, especially since she had no knowledge of her biological mother. "Professor, do you know anything about my mother? Is she still alive?" Riddle asked cautiously, biting her lip, hoping she would not be linked to that Bellatrix from House Black. Quirrell had not anticipated Riddle to bypass her father and inquire about her mother. In truth, he was unaware of who Riddle's mother was. However, given that she had caught the interest of the great Dark Lord, she must surely be an exceptionally talented pureblood beauty. I believe your mother was a pureblood aristocrat. You will learn more in due time. Without allowing Riddle to press further on topics he had no clarity on, Quirrell hastily continued, Miss Riddle, what are your thoughts on dark magic? Do you believe it warrants study? Absolutely. Its existence undoubtedly necessitates exploration. Without question, Professor, Riddle stated without hesitation. For she had been secretly delving into dark magic, uncovering its secrets and power. Quirrell exhaled, a hint of relief gracing his features as he pressed on. And what do you think of that mysterious figure? You must understand who I mean, the legendary Dark Lord. What is your perspective on him? Before he could finish, Riddle pursed her lips and involuntarily scoffed. He is utterly foolish. Crash. The cup in Quirrell's hand shattered into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 12. Is her mind clouded? What did you say? Quirrell, trembling from either shock or fear, shook uncontrollably, his already pale face resembling a torn mask, stammering in disbelief. How dare you? How dare you insult the illustrious Dark Lord? And he is right here. He heard everything. This Riddle. My apologies, Professor. You did ask me to speak freely, Riddle shrugged, a semblance of sympathy for his excessive fright flickering within her. Poor Professor, look how terrified he is. Yet, these were indeed her true sentiments. Voldemort was, in certain respects, quite foolish. With such remarkable talent, striking appearance, and unparalleled charm, it was a shame he did not cherish them properly. As a genuine half-blood, how can one espouse the extremist theory of pure-blood supremacy, inciting fervor everywhere, and unleashing a reign of terror and slaughter? Not only does this add to the weight of sin, but it also reduces oneself to a grotesque semblance of neither human nor ghost. What could be more foolish? Anyone with a modicum of sense should comprehend that oppression inevitably breeds resistance. No matter how formidable one's power, one cannot extinguish all dissenting voices. History has shown that evil cannot triumph over good. The fate of the Nazi leader Hitler serves as a stark reminder. Rosa mused, Tom Riddle may lack education. Alas, ignorance is indeed frightening. Although Voldemort is her biological father, Rosa feels no genuine connection to him, not a shred of the warmth typically associated with father-daughter recognition. Who could possibly harbor affection for a monstrous, emotionless killer? A deviant who has slain his own father and uncle. What hope is there for a daughter abandoned in an orphanage to expect any paternal affection? One must not be beguiled by that handsome visage, for Tom Riddle has never understood love. He seeks only possession and destruction. Moreover, that handsome face is now marred. Rosa occasionally reflected, had Voldemort's face remained unscathed, it might at least have been a pleasure to behold, offering a glimmer of expectation. But now it is nothing more than a hideous, noseless snake-like visage, utterly unbearable to look at. Over a decade ago, he led a band of Death Eaters, mercilessly slaughtering countless innocents, sparing even children, and now he dares to attempt a resurgence, reigniting the flames of war. Merlin, why not strike him down with a bolt of lightning to end his reign of terror once and for all? Of course, this was merely Rosa's inner rant. What she currently faced was a noseless Voldemort, though her jibes about his foolishness were somewhat deliberate. Rosa felt a semblance of safety, as she was on Dumbledore's territory. If Voldemort had any sense, he would refrain from alarming her. If she ventured into Quirrell's office, her demise would be assured. And the entire school would surely erupt. Isn't Hogwarts supposed to be the safest place in Britain? Rosa recognized the risk of her actions. If Professor Snape were aware, he would undoubtedly mock her as a foolish lion infiltrating a serpent's den, yet she still wished to gauge Voldemort's attitude towards her and his limits of tolerance. Miss Riddle, why do you say such things? Quirrell interlaced his fingers across his chest, trembling for a moment as if receiving a command, then stammered again. Clearly, Voldemort had not yet fully awakened his murderous intent. He seemed perplexed by Rosa's demeanor, not with hatred or fear, but with disdain. Victory. Rosa inhaled sharply, a chill sweeping down her spine. In truth, she was not as composed as she appeared. Is this so strange? Rosa feigned ignorance, adopting a tone of entitlement as she spoke eloquently. He is so powerful, with such profound magical expertise and a legion of followers. It stands to reason that he must be a highly esteemed figure. Yet, Rosa clicked her tongue, shaking her head. But what? Quirrell was nearly beside himself, desperate to shake the suddenly silent Rosa into speaking again, his lips quivering with anxiety as he sensed the Dark Lord's simmering rage and intense curiosity. Rosa rolled her eyes and continued, but it seems he is striving in the wrong direction. If he wishes to make a grand impact, why not vie for the position of Minister of Magic? Or perhaps the headmaster of Hogwarts, the most respected and greatest wizard in the world? Someone whose name commands reverence. There is no need to oppose Dumbledore. Who knows what gains will arise from conflict? Rosa understood that her words would change little. For Voldemort sought immortality, not merely fame and status. However, for the present circumstances, her approach seemed adequate. After all, she admired the Dark Lord with a tinge of regret. Even if she spoke disrespectfully, she was merely a first-year student, perhaps forgiven for her youthful candor. Moreover, being a riddle, surely Voldemort would not be so petty and remorseless. After a prolonged silence, Quirrell, pale and exhausted, issued a dismissal. "Miss Riddle, you may leave." Rosa flashed a charming smile and nodded. "Goodbye, Professor." This conversation was quite fascinating. "I shall keep it a secret." "Just kidding. Goodbye. Do not return." A swift incantation of the closing charm echoed, and the door slammed shut, nearly colliding with Rosa's perfectly delicate nose. Was this an act of misplaced anger? "Very well, Professor Quirrell, you shall not have a pleasant outcome." How peculiar indeed. Her mind was clouded with confusion. She could not perceive her memories, her thoughts obstructed by an unseen force. Utterly unbelievable. She is truly my descendant, a mere first-year student? His attempt at legitimacy had failed. The sound of sand mixing with mud emerged, dark and ominous, akin to a serpent's hiss, filled with anger and confusion. A sensation of uncontrollable helplessness washed over him. Quirrell leaned wearily against his chair, cautiously removing the towel from his head. "Master, is this how it ends? That first-year girl dares to critique the Dark Lord? Even if she might be your illegitimate daughter, such an affront is unforgivable." Quirrell's anger reflected his loyalty to Voldemort. "She is quite remarkable, is she not, Rosa Riddle?" A cool voice echoed, devoid of emotion. "Yes, Master, that child has inherited your impeccable genes." Quirrell dared not move, striving to avoid inciting the great Dark Lord's ire. Truth be told, he did not particularly care for the outspoken girl, despite her beauty and commendable academic prowess. There was an unsettling sense of danger that he could not quite articulate. "Hi, Rosa, what did that garlic head say to you?" "Oh dear. He actually gave the professor a nickname. Draco, you cheeky rascal." If Voldemort were to discover that garlic head included him, would Lucius be treated to a few Cruciatus curses? The sins of the father fall upon the son, or perhaps, the child pays for the father's debts. As soon as she stepped into the Slytherin corridor, Draco approached with long strides, his face a mask of curious intrigue. "Oh, Professor Quirrell said he wishes to treat you to cheese-flavored garlic soup and Hogwarts' signature dish, roasted lamb chops." Rosa flashed him a conspiratorial smile, adding, "Perhaps your father will treat you to stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork someday." "You wish." Draco huffed, storming off in irritation. Feeling a bit peckish, Rosa contemplated her dinner options: a serving of roasted lamb chops, 2 fried chicken legs, a celery salad, a generous cup of green apple juice, and, of course, the ever-essential pudding ice cream. Perfection. Chapter 13. Acquiring a Discounted Father. As the time drew nearer, observing the hurried demeanor of Harry and his friends, with Hermione immersed in her studies at the library to the point of neglecting her own needs, Rosa surmised they must still be investigating the connection between Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. Such persistence is commendable. To be honest, Hogwarts' curriculum is not overly burdensome. Compared to the tightly packed schedule of her previous life, the current freedom and leisure time are abundant, with the lively sounds of greetings and conversations echoing through the corridors and common rooms. Especially as a student of Slytherin House, under the subtle yet oppressive influence of the Serpent King, the young serpents are typically self-aware. Professor Snape never assigns homework to his students unless the Gryffindors, those little lions, have provoked his ire or offended his sensibilities, in which case he might retain them directly or send them to his dungeon for laborious service. However, this time was an exception. Professor Snape had singled her out, casting a meaningful glance at Louisa before saying, "Miss Riddle, I hear that Professor Quirrell has invited you to his office?" "Ah, truly a master of cunning and extraordinary insight is Professor Snape." Louisa inwardly lauded him. "Yes, Professor. He even offered me some buzzing honey sweets." Although she had declined, she had frightened Professor Quirrell half to death. Louisa gazed up at Snape with admiration, her large eyes blinking like they were sending sparks. If it were Professor Snape offering her snacks, she would certainly indulge him, feeling quite pleased. "Snape, I see you wish to feast on delusions." Professor Snape's expression darkened further, his sharp tongue unyielding. "Miss Riddle, kindly suppress that idiotic smile of yours. If your mind is not cluttered with nonsense, you should comprehend that your pitiful professor will have no sweets to offer you." Ah, the merciless rebuke from her idol. Louisa pouted. She knew that aside from the goddess Lily Evans, no one could elicit even a hint of tenderness from Professor Snape. She had overestimated her own charm. "Apologies, Professor." Louisa lowered her head slightly, discreetly revealing the information Snape sought. "Professor Quirrell was exceedingly enthusiastic and asked me some rather peculiar questions, and there's a secret. Upon uttering the word secret, Louisa deliberately lowered her voice, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Professor Snape furrowed his brow at her words, the furrow deepening as he unconsciously waved his billowing black robe, elongating his tone as he said, Miss Riddle, would you mind accompanying me to my dungeon for a moment? I'm sorry, Professor. May I see Headmaster Dumbledore? Louisa replied, her tone tinged with regret. It wasn't that she distrusted Snape, but when compared to Dumbledore, she certainly preferred their cool, formidable head of Slytherin. However, Louisa was acutely aware that, compared to the excessively radical Snape, who had once been a Death Eater and harbored only a slight teacher-student bond, Dumbledore was manifestly more compassionate and tolerant. Especially towards young witches and wizards, he was universally regarded as a good man. Fortunately, Professor Snape fell silent for a moment, refraining from further inquiries, and kindly provided her with the new password to the headmaster's office, buzzing honey sweets. Ah, truly the old gentleman has a fondness for sugary treats. The ascending stairs, bustling with chattering portraits, soon whisked Louisa upwards as she called out, buzzing honey sweets. In an instant, she was swept up into the room. A slightly worn door slowly creaked open, revealing a beaming Dumbledore seated with poise in his purple robes, his azure eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. His visage benevolent and instantly trustworthy. Child, please come in. Louisa, may I call you that? Dumbledore beckoned her warmly, and a chair swiftly glided over, adorned with a soft round cushion. How thoughtful. Louisa nodded and took a seat. Would you care for a glass of pumpkin juice, apple juice, or orange juice? We also have delightful new cupcakes from Honeydukes. Would you like to try one? Dumbledore enthusiastically recommended, clearly cherishing the beverages and treats favored by children. Louisa smiled and nodded, accepting a glass of golden orange juice. Taking a sip, she relished the tangy sweetness, her spirits lifting considerably. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore preferred to be addressed as Professor rather than Headmaster. Perhaps that was one of his peculiarities. Severus mentioned you needed to see me regarding Quirrell? Yes. It's of utmost importance, Louisa replied, allowing a hint of tension to creep into her demeanor, adding, of course. I have great respect and admiration for my head of house, Professor Snape. He is indeed a trustworthy individual, but this matter is simply too extraordinary. Oh, take your time. Dear Louisa, no need to be anxious. You are quite safe here, Dumbledore said slowly, his voice gentle as spring rain, possessing a soothing quality almost magical in its effect. How thrilling. It was finally time to reveal her secrets. Louisa inhaled deeply, seemingly overwhelmed by the weight of her revelations. Her voice trembling with a hint of fear. Professor Quirrell said that I am the daughter of the Dark Lord, the mysterious figure who vanished over a decade ago. It's utterly unbelievable. The performance escalated. Louisa continued, moreover, I know a monumental secret. That mysterious figure is right here at Hogwarts, residing within Professor Quirrell's very mind. No wonder he always wears a turban. It's truly terrifying. And they are plotting to steal some magical stone. Louisa smiled, thinking, Oscar owes me a little golden statuette. She exaggerated her surprise, almost spilling Quirrell's secrets in a breathless rush. Louisa, are you certain this is as unbelievable as it sounds? Dumbledore's demeanor shifted, his expression growing serious, his gaze sharp and penetrating, a palpable sense of impending storm in the air. This was the true visage of the great white wizard. Louisa, do you not yearn to meet your father, even if he is that mysterious figure? No. Who would wish to meet a remorseless murderer? Louisa shook her head vigorously. Old Voldemort is not worth it. Louisa resolutely stated her position, and Dumbledore smiled, seemingly relieved. You are a good child, and I find solace in that. Of course. Louisa thought to herself, you've been worried I might be a little dark wizard, haven't you? Observing Dumbledore's gentle demeanor, Louisa felt her performance had been quite successful. She seized the moment to inform him about one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the Hufflepuff cup belonging to Bellatrix, along with its specific hiding place. As for how to steal and destroy it, that was not something a first-year student like Louisa should concern herself with. Professor Dumbledore, retrieving the cup will require Bellatrix herself. Louisa met Dumbledore's wise blue eyes, kindly adding, although she enjoyed being a bystander to the spectacle, as a relatively principled observer, she did not wish for the Order of the Phoenix to suffer excessive casualties. After all, the goblins of Gringotts were not to be trifled with. Thank you, Louisa. Is there anything else? You have provided us with invaluable assistance. Dumbledore's gaze pierced into her, as if seeking to extract more secrets. Oh, this persistent old man. I'm sorry, Professor, but that is all I currently know. That individual does not particularly trust me, but if I learn more, I will certainly inform you. I believe there are definitely more than one Horcrux. Louisa steeled herself, even though she longed to divulge the locations of all 7 Horcruxes. She knew her cover would be blown. Dumbledore was far too astute. It was best to proceed cautiously. One cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. Indeed, that person has returned, Dumbledore sighed, lost in memories of the past, a hint of sorrow crossing his features. Louisa surmised that this great old wizard must be feeling quite mournful. In the wake of the tempestuous war ignited by the Dark Lord Voldemort, countless lives were lost, and rivers of blood were shed. His former pupil, Tom Riddle, transformed into the dreaded Voldemort, while his beloved students, Lily and James, perished in their youth. The tragedy extended to many innocent souls. Thus, dear Professor Dumbledore, might you grant me a small request? The melodious voice of Lusha pierced the contemplative silence, interrupting Dumbledore's reflections. He beheld the girl, her striking resemblance to Tom Riddle accentuated by her remarkably bright eyes, glimmering in the gentle rays of sunlight that filtered through the window, casting a soft golden hue upon her fair cheeks. What a vibrant young life she is, a fresh breath in the wizarding world. Of course, it would be my honor, he replied, his voice resonating with sincerity. Chapter 14, The Golden Key of Gringotts. Lusha blinked, extending both hands with an expression of reverence. May I shake your hand? To shake hands with the greatest white wizard of our century. What a fortune that would be. True to his nature, Dumbledore, even when faced with an adoring fan, albeit a fictional one, pleading for a handshake, remained unassuming, merely responding with a gentle yet resigned smile. My dear child, at my age, I no longer pursue such frivolous accolades. Are you certain you merely wish to shake hands? Or do you seek something more, such as comprehensive protection or benefits? Dumbledore gazed at Lusha, whose face was alight with anticipation, momentarily perplexed by the thoughts swirling in the young girl's mind. Was it truly just pure admiration for this elder, a desire for a moment of intimacy? Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, Lusha affirmed with a nod, her heart silently rejoicing. Wow. Before me stands the illustrious white wizard feared even by Voldemort. The opportunity has finally arrived. May fortune smile upon me. A weathered yet warm hand extended slowly, and Lusha joyfully grasped it with both hands, shaking it gently, unable to suppress her beaming smile. Thank you, I am so delighted. I am thrilled you have granted me this chance. With a familiar, melodious chime, the golden wheel of fortune spun once more, swiftly vanishing, revealing the golden key of Gringotts. Number 819, with Lusha Riddle as the new heir. A golden key? Does this imply she has become a VIP at Gringotts, destined to possess a vault brimming with galleons? Lusha wore a look of ecstatic admiration, her heart racing as she gazed at Dumbledore, glittering with excitement. Truly, he is like Santa Claus, delivering an extraordinary surprise. Professor, I believe I must take my leave now. Thank you ever so much. Lusha smiled and bowed, exiting the headmaster's office under Dumbledore's bemused yet affectionate gaze. Her right hand casually slipped into her uniform pocket, feeling the hard texture of the keychain, and she inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the freshness and beauty of the moment. Today is undoubtedly her lucky day. Severus, that child has astonished me, Dumbledore remarked as he settled down, lifting a cup of sweet pumpkin juice to his lips, digesting the array of information he had just received. He had not anticipated that young Riddle would be so forthright, placing such trust in him. At that moment, a tall figure emerged from beyond the violet curtain, clad in black robes. Severus Snape, his expression inscrutable. Although his demeanor remained frosty, a hint of surprise flickered across his features. Intelligent, perceptive, and adept at navigating the tides of advantage, an archetypal Slytherin. Professor Snape casually took a seat, nonchalantly offering his assessment. Despite Lusha's professed admiration and respect, he remained skeptical of flattery and sycophancy. Were it not for the slight upward curve of his lips, one might believe his disdain for her words. She is also quite brave, possessing a sense of justice. This much you must concede, Severus, Dumbledore interjected, casting a significant glance at Snape. In this regard, she stands in stark contrast to Tom Riddle. Oh, as her professor, I must say that Lusha Riddle is a commendable student. At least not like that group of foolish lions who constantly vex their professors, Snape remarked, lightly tapping the table with his pale fingers, begrudgingly offering praise for his prodigy while simultaneously deriding the detested Gryffindors. Yet, that quarrel child has disappointed me tremendously. Dumbledore sighed, though he too held reservations. He had not imagined that Voldemort would manifest in such a ludicrously terrifying manner, taking refuge within a professor's mind. Had it not been for Lusha's revelation, even the astute Severus might not have deduced that his once mighty predecessor would resurface in such a grotesque form. Could her mention of Horcruxes hold any truth? Snape mused, instinctively stroking his chin, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes, his tone uncertain. However, if Bellatrix is indeed in possession, there is a possibility, as her obsession with the Dark Lord borders on madness. More likely than not, it is true, Severus. This matter shall be entrusted to you. Ah, Dumbledore, your faith in me is quite remarkable. Snape retorted with a hint of sarcasm. He had anticipated such an outcome, although it indirectly affirmed his capabilities. He couldn't shake off an unsettling sensation. If Lusha could perceive Snape's innermost thoughts, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Oh, my poor professor, you have been manipulated." As both the head of Slytherin and Potions Master, he was to serve as a spy and errand runner, all for a single salary. Dumbledore was undeniably astute, leveraging Severus's love and guilt over Lily Evans. Having sold her father out, Lusha felt no remorse, continuing her role as an exemplary student, diligently immersing herself in learning, akin to a vast, absorbent sponge soaking up wondrous knowledge. To her surprise, she sensed a subtle warmth in Snape's gaze. It must be her imagination. She had assumed that once she disclosed the script, both Professor Quirrell and Voldemort would swiftly be apprehended, ensuring Harry Potter and his companions would be safe from peril. Though they were cloaked in the aura of protagonists, it would be ideal if they could avoid injury altogether. Yet, Harry had indeed sustained injuries, and concurrently, rumors swirled that Quirrell had suffered a horrific attack, being rushed to St. Mungo's, his fate uncertain. Even if he survived, it was unlikely he would recover. As for Voldemort, following the tendencies of narrative authors, he likely slinked away into some dark corner to lurk once more. Reflecting on the indomitable Harry Potter, Lusha, filled with compassion, prepared a carefully selected gift to visit him. After all, she had borrowed 100 galleons from him. She understood the importance of gratitude. "Harry, are you all right?" Lusha quietly called as she approached the serene, white hospital room. Her timing was perfect, having just missed 2 waves of friends and admirers who had come to visit Harry. The bedside was piled high with gifts, creating a towering display of colorful, shimmering wrapping paper, the golden foil glimmering softly. As Harry lay in bed, his eyelids fluttered involuntarily. He had not been sleeping, but rather evading the incessant stream of enthusiastic inquiries and excessive concern. Upon opening his eyes and meeting the gaze of the girl with dark hair smiling at him, he found himself momentarily entranced, looking rather foolish and dazed. Akin to a charmingly naive goose. "Didn't he expect it's me, right?" Louisa smiled playfully, not feeling angry at all, as she placed her gift by Harry's bedside. "I'm merely here to visit a friend, not to play the savior or a little hero. Fame can indeed be a coveted desire and a source of glory for some, but as the saying goes, your poison is my honey. For certain individuals, it may become a burden and a source of exhaustion. Harry likely belongs to the latter category." "Thank you, Louisa." Harry's face flushed with embarrassment as he felt a deep sense of shame for his previous aloofness and misunderstandings. He had assumed that Louisa would change for the worse upon entering Slytherin, gradually forgetting him, and he had harbored unwarranted prejudices against Professor Snape. Although Snape continued to target him, which was irksome, he was at least not the villain Harry had imagined. Though Louisa's face had grown a bit rounder, Harry's shy, blushing demeanor had remained unchanged. As Louisa pondered, she took out a handmade cartoon folding card, gently unfolding it. The crayon-drawn Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck danced vibrantly, as if performing a breakdance, their mouths chattering amusingly. Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck? It feels like watching a cartoon. Harry straightened up in surprise, gazing at Louisa, who wore an expression of pride. He could not help but ask, "Oh my, did you cast magic on the images? This is incredible." "Of course." Louisa nodded with pride. "Mickey and Donald are my leisure sketches, amateur creations. While they may not compare to the lifelike works of professional artists, they're still quite decent. Harry, look at this." Louisa folded the card and then unfolded it anew. The previously lively Mickey and Donald had vanished, replaced by a serene lakeside scene adorned with golden sunlight, star-like flowers, gently flowing water, and the melodious sounds of birds. Listening to the smooth tinkling, one could almost feel as though they were transported to another realm. "You can listen to this sound when you can't sleep. It has a soothing effect," Louisa suggested, pleased to see Harry's astonished and touched expression. Though it had consumed a fair amount of her magical energy, it was undoubtedly worth it. "How did you do that? This is amazing." Harry stared in awe, his eyes filled with admiration for Louisa. "Oh, please don't look at me like that. I might get too proud. As long as you like it. It's just an addition of some intricate magic." Louisa downplayed it, then teasingly added, "Isn't this better than the delicious pastries those Hufflepuff girls sent you? I bet your stomach is stuffed, huh?" "Sigh, what can I say? Harry Potter is quite the heartthrob." "Oh, Louisa, please don't say that. My stomach is starting to hurt again." Harry grimaced, shooting a reproachful glare at her. Louisa shrugged. "What a popular boy you are. Especially since you're not good at turning down offers, Harry baby. I suspect you won't want any sweets for a while." In the following chapter, Pansy. "You are so talented." Under Louisa's playful banter, the ice between her and Harry began to melt. In truth, Harry had long wanted to chat with Louisa, to inquire about how she had been, considering Slytherin was not particularly welcoming to half-bloods and muggle-borns. He felt a connection since they had met at the train station. both hailing from the Muggle world. Even if they were sorted into different houses, there was no need to remain distant. Moreover, Louisa was so cute. Harry, a fan of attractive faces, couldn't he help but admire her. Louisa, thank you for your gift. I truly love it. Harry expressed his heartfelt gratitude, genuinely surprised by Louisa's thoughtfulness, feeling more touched than delighted. The warmth of being cared for was truly comforting. Louisa waved her hand dismissively, feigning exasperation. Come on, Harry. You've thanked me more than 3 times. My ears are about to develop calluses. After listening to the commotion outside, Louisa felt it was time to leave and told Harry, Harry, I must go now. Your friends should be arriving soon. And I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position. Upon thinking of Ron, Harry felt a slight headache. His friend seemed to harbor significant prejudice against Slytherin and held a rather unfavorable impression of Louisa, aside from the brief, yet stunning glance during the sorting ceremony. All right, then see you next time. Bye. Louisa waved her hand and turned to leave, just as she encountered Madame Pomfrey, who was coming to fetch some potions, along with Ron and Hermione, who were engaged in a heated discussion. Upon seeing Louisa, they were taken aback, especially Ron, who noticed Louisa seemingly emerging from Harry's room. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, Slytherin snake, what have you done to Harry? Ron, you are being incredibly rude. Hermione, a well-mannered girl and Louisa's acquaintance, frowned disapprovingly at Ron, glaring at him. Ronald, you should apologize to Louisa. I was merely here to offer warmth, not to argue with you. Louisa raised an eyebrow mischievously. While first-year Ron was rather adorable with his cherubic cheeks and likable persona, his boisterous nature rivaled Draco's. All of you are just clueless little brats. None can compare to Harry and Hermione's delightful behavior. Ron wanted to continue his argument, but was warned by Hermione's serious gaze. Madame Pomfrey, looking quite irked, scolded. Mr. Weasley, this is the hospital wing. Please refrain from shouting, as it disturbs the patients. Ron hurriedly apologized, seemingly anxious about being thrown out, and dragged Hermione swiftly toward Harry's room, leaving Madame Pomfrey muttering, Children these days are truly a handful. Louisa thought to herself, being a healer is certainly not an easy task. It feels like being a nagging mother, which is quite challenging. She vowed to steer clear of that profession in the future. Finally, the year-end feast arrived, and the Great Hall was transformed, adorned in Slytherin's signature silver and green, beautifully decorated with great care. The noble and elegant cool tones oddly complemented the joyful faces of the little wizards and the rising chorus of merriment, creating a delightful atmosphere. The scores from each house had already been tallied, with Slytherin undoubtedly in first place, Ravenclaw in second, Hufflepuff in third, and Gryffindor at the bottom. Thanks in no small part to Professor Snape's contributions. Watching Draco's gleeful and triumphant expression, Louisa found him rather endearing. For the honor of their house, every Slytherin seemed to be celebrating as if it were the new year, their youthful faces aglow with pride and satisfaction. However, the troublemakers always had a way of skewing their focus. Hey, Riddle, I heard you visited the savior Harry Potter? I didn't expect you to be so philanthropic. Pansy Parkinson instantly switched to her mocking mode, glancing at the Gryffindor table where Harry was enjoying a hearty meal of pie and fried chicken. Why does she care so much about me? Louisa thought, rolling her eyes. Is it not permissible for me to visit a friend? Miss Parkinson seems to be meddling a bit too much. Just as Louisa finished speaking, Pansy Henty even had the chance to retort when Draco, sitting beside Louisa, abruptly lost interest in the house cup and exploded with disbelief. Louisa, when did you become friends with that scarhead? He.S. a Gryffindor. How can you be friends with him? What is wrong with Gryffindor, who decreed that individuals from the 2 houses should not associate? In my view, it seems to stem from your disdain for Harry, thus forbidding my friendship with him. Such domineering behavior is simply insufferable. Rosa cast a meaningful glance at Draco. Casually stabbing a piece of roasted potato she loathed and biting into it with vigor. Aren't we friends? Draco puffed out his cheeks. A hint of guilt and indignation etched across his face, overwhelmed by a sense of grievance. A tiny flame of jealousy ignited within him. Rosa was his admirer, friend, and potion partner. How could she possibly associate with the despised Scarhead? That was simply unacceptable. Rosa nodded, not denying their friendship, but asserted that mutual respect was essential, and one must not encourage negative influences. You detest Harry and disapprove of my friendship with him. Very well. I too harbor no fondness for Parkinson. Draco, can you sever ties with her? Rosa glanced at Draco and then cast a sidelong look at Pansy, who was eagerly observing the unfolding drama, and languidly remarked, Draco. After all, we are friends. Nearby, Blaise, leisurely savoring his steak, found the spectacle quite entertaining, realizing for the first time how immature Draco truly was. Riddle, you are truly insidious. You dare to incite Draco to sever ties with me, assuming that without me as your rival, you, a half-blood, could covet the position of the next mistress of the Malfoy estate? How naive. Pansy was on the verge of jumping up in outrage, but thankfully, her close friend Daphne Greengrass managed to hold her back just in time. Oh dear, what a dramatic scene. Rosa sighed skyward, utterly perplexed, wishing she could pry open Pansy's head to see if it was muddled with nonsense, as her reasoning seemed grotesquely distorted. When had she ever coveted the position of the next mistress of the Malfoy family? Rosa was exasperated. Such baseless slander could very well land her a legal summons to the Parkinson estate. Parkinson, I truly wonder if your mother forgot to take her prenatal vitamins when she had you? Rosa mused, noting that whenever Draco was involved, Pansy's thoughts would pivot dramatically to matters of love and marriage. From ambiguity to infatuation, from infatuation to love, and from love to marriage, it was almost instantaneous. Yet Rosa felt unjustly implicated. Had they truly been ambiguous? She was merely discussing friendship, while Pansy had completely derailed the conversation, transforming it into a melodrama of two Slytherin girls vying for the affections of one boy, with Pansy and Riddle competing for Draco's favor. Did they not see the Slytherin table watching the scene unfold with bemused expressions? Damn Pansy, tarnishing her reputation. Rosa felt tears of frustration welling up, casting a glare at one of the focal points of the gossip, Draco, whose demeanor was inexplicably sultry, his pale face flushed crimson. Whether from embarrassment or the irritation caused by his clumsy ally Pansy was unclear. Pansy, be quiet. Sensing the deadly glare from Rosa, Draco hastily intervened to silence Pansy. Although he relished being the center of attention, basking in the glow of many admiring gazes, he had no desire to be the subject of gossip over dinner. Pansy, puffing with indignation, turned her face away, finally quieting down, glancing back at Rosa, who had regained her composure and was calmly indulging in her meal. Draco felt an inexplicable heaviness in his chest. Despite his immaturity and arrogance, he was not a fool at that moment. He finally realized that he had been overly sentimental. Rosa did not harbor any affection for him. He had previously felt a peculiar mix of satisfaction and awkwardness. What a cruel reality it was, Draco sulked, finding that even his favorite pudding had lost its sweetness. The only consolation was that Gryffindor, with their frequent points accumulation, had not surpassed their house, leaving Slytherin and Gryffindor tied in points. The Silver Snake and Golden Lion shared the spotlight, with ribbons of crimson and deep green swirling throughout the Great Hall, and applause erupted like thunder. Rosa cast a glance at Dumbledore on the high platform, flashing him a sweet smile. At least this old man had not shown undue favoritism. Chapter 16. The Malfoys on the Eve of Christmas. The academic year at Hogwarts came to a close. Students and professors returned to their homes, except for those who had chosen to remain on campus. At the station, the biting cold wind enveloped the world in a thick mist. Rosa was still unaccustomed to the foggy weather, tugging at her fluffy collar and casting a warming charm anew. Goodbye, Parvati. Goodbye, Padma. Rosa, I wish you a Merry Christmas in advance. You too, Happy Holidays. Rosa smiled as she bid farewell to the Patil sisters. Watching them being escorted away by a pair of strikingly similar middle-aged couples, a twinge of envy stirring within her. In both her past and present lives, she had never experienced the warmth of being picked up by her parents. Looking around, the person she awaited had yet to appear. Rosa, I'll send you a Christmas gift. Draco had approached at some point, smoothing his wind-tousled slicked-back hairstyle with an air of pride, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. Oh, thank you, Draco. Rosa was taken aback. She had assumed their earlier encounter at the year-end banquet had irrevocably offended the young lord. To her surprise, Draco had taken the initiative to greet her, indicating that their friendship was not as fragile as she had imagined. One should not strike a smiling face. She returned the courtesy. Happy holidays to you. Living in a veritable ivory tower, young Prince Draco was undoubtedly happier than she was. After all, he had a pair of astute, affluent, and indulgent parents, a privilege that others could only envy. Rosa squinted at the couple approaching from a distance, their similar hair colors shimmering and their haughty demeanor unmistakable. The man was tall and slender, his hair cascading to his waist, wielding a serpent-headed silver cane, while the woman was beautiful and graceful, clutching a tasteful handbag reminiscent of a high-end brand, exuding the elegance of a refined matron. This must be Lucius Malfoy and his wife Narcissa. Draco, why did you come over here? We were looking for you. Lucius halted, leaning heavily on his serpent-headed cane. Casting a cursory glance at Rosa, his gaze slightly stern as it turned to Draco, implying a wordless reprimand. All right, Lucius, Draco merely wished to bid farewell to a classmate. Narcissa appeared quite proud, yet her maternal instincts shone through as she addressed her only son with a gentle tone. She lightly tugged at her husband's sleeve, exuding a sense of reassurance as she stepped forward, bending slightly to adjust Draco's collar with tender familiarity. Only then did she turn her scrutinizing gaze toward Rosa, her eyes sharp and appraising. Miss Riddle, you must be the Rosa Draco mentions in his letters, and you are quite beautiful. Narcissa continued with a smile. I've heard you consistently rank first in your year, a favored pupil of Severus, an exemplary child. Draco can be a bit mischievous. How do you find your interactions with him? Her tone was not harsh, even imbued with a deliberate warmth that made Rosa feel somewhat uneasy. Draco shifted uncomfortably, standing on tiptoe as he tugged at Narcissa's silken robe. His face flushed as he murmured, Mother, let us head home quickly. The wind is quite strong. Narcissa affectionately ruffled his hair, casting a wind-repelling charm and a warming spell, undeterred by her son's protests, her keen gaze still fixed on Rosa, seemingly awaiting her response. Oh, my apologies, Mr. Malfoy. Good day, Mrs. Malfoy. Lusha, somewhat belatedly, performed a curtsy, unsure of its correctness. In her recollection of British dramas, it seemed that most characters greeted one another in such a manner. To her surprise, Draco mentioned her. He was indeed a genuinely sincere friend. Our rapport was quite amicable, and Professor Snape favored Draco over me. Lusha managed a smile, though it was restrained, revealing no teeth. Oh, Lusha, you needn't be so modest. You truly are. Draco scoffed, adopting an exaggerated expression that conveyed a sense of feigned sincerity. Yet, he was swiftly met with a scathing rebuke from Lucius. Draco, what happened to your manners? After reprimanding him, Lucius affectionately ruffled Draco's platinum hair, akin to soothing a kitten. Facing Lusha's discomfort, he composed himself and offered a polite, albeit disingenuous, aristocratic smile. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Riddle. If you would like, you may visit Malfoy Manor in the future. How peculiar. The sun seems to have risen from the west. Lusha maintained an air of humility and obedience, concealing her tumultuous thoughts. Was Lucius merely engaging in pleasantries, or was he attempting to convey a deeper message? The proud and imperious head of the Malfoy family inviting a half-blood witch to his estate was indeed a curious proposition. Or perhaps Lucius had sensed the faintest whisper of Voldemort's potential resurgence and sought to curry favor with her, hoping to extract useful information in the process. It would be my honor, Mr. Malfoy, should the opportunity arise. It was said that Malfoy Manor was opulent, adorned with royal decor and exquisite white peacocks, which piqued Lusha's interest. After exchanging pleasantries, the Malfoy family, accompanied by the somewhat awkward Draco, departed. As the gravel flew beneath their feet, the family vanished, presumably using a portkey or disapparating. After enduring the biting cold for another 10 minutes, with many of the onlookers having left, Lusha finally spotted the tardy figure of Mrs. Grace, who approached with hurried apologies. I'm so sorry, Lusha, I'm late. It's quite all right. I understand you are busy. You needn't have come to fetch me. I can return on my own. After all, I am a witch, Lusha replied, smiling proudly as she lifted her chin. Although the orphanage was modest in size, it was nevertheless stretched thin in terms of manpower. Director Anna, now aging, had relinquished many responsibilities, while cook Marion handled only basic meals and hygiene. Grandpa Nikon, the doorkeeper, had a penchant for drink, so one couldn't expect much from him. Miss Alice, who taught the children to read and write, was too timid to offer much assistance. As the second in command of the orphanage, Mrs. Grace, despite her considerable management experience, had a stern visage and sharp gaze that commanded respect. The children largely revered her, refraining from mischief in her presence, yet she often found herself overwhelmed, experiencing both joy and sorrow. Lusha, even though you are nearly 12, you are still a child in need of supervision, Mrs. Grace admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Lusha. However, upon seeing her rosy complexion and radiant smile, she realized that Lusha must be thriving at school, her worries finally alleviated. Since Lusha's arrival at Hogwarts, Mrs. Grace had endured several nights haunted by nightmares of little Lusha being sold by a shadowy figure into a desolate corner, enduring relentless labor and meager meals under the lash. Snape, are you polite? Am I that kind of person? Lusha felt the warmth and care emanating from Mrs. Grace, and simply smiled sweetly. If it weren't for the prohibition against young witches using magic in public, Lusha would have loved to showcase her burgeoning prowess, demonstrating her strength as a witch capable of protecting many. Chapter 17. She became a little wealthy lady. Lusha's understanding of Christmas was shallow, yet she grasped its significance. Christmas in England seemed to be as eagerly anticipated as the spring festival in China. Families gathered to feast on homemade turkey, stuffed with an array of fruits and vegetables, slathered with spices, the aroma wafting from the oven tantalizingly. Even in the orphanage where Lusha resided, the festive spirit was palpable, a stark contrast to the otherwise bland daily fare. Occasional donations from kind-hearted individuals allowed for special meals or new clothing, but only on significant occasions like Christmas could they truly look forward to something special. Oh, Anna, my dear, do you know what? Today is a fortuitous day. Mrs. Grace exclaimed early in the morning. Her normally stern demeanor was replaced with a rosy excitement, akin to that of a jubilant child. An anonymous benefactor had generously donated a substantial sum of pounds to the orphanage, enough to procure long-awaited turkeys, puddings, pies, and warm clothing. Such generosity was a blessing. May God bless him. The children erupted in joyous cheers, and amidst them, Lusha wore a secret smile, proud of her hidden contributions. Fortunately, she had the foresight to convert 100 gold galleons into pounds beforehand, adhering to the exchange rate of 1.5, granting her a total of 500 pounds, excluding the school grant. Lusha anonymously donated 400 pounds to the orphanage, reserving the remainder for potential Christmas gifts for her friends. Before returning to school in early January, Lusha decided to visit Diagon Alley. After navigating the underground and several bus transfers, she arrived at her destination without much trouble. She headed straight for Gringotts, a towering white edifice, marking her second visit. During her first excursion to exchange pounds, she had been anxious and hardly glanced around, failing to take in the grandeur of the bank's interior. This time, however, she weighed the glimmering gold key in her palm, feeling a surge of confidence, akin to the bravado of the wealthy. This key had been a stroke of fortune from Dumbledore. After waiting so long, she was finally ready to put it to use. As she pushed open the ancient bronze door, Lusha met the gaze of the goblin guards, whose peculiar and somewhat unappealing features did little justice to the allure of their kind. Yet, their attire was impeccably formal, clad in vibrant crimson and gold uniforms, exuding an air of authority. "Miss, how may we assist you today?" A goblin approached, bowing professionally, his demeanor respectful yet poised. Lusha presented her gold key, and the goblin's eyes gleamed with interest, his tone becoming almost obsequious as he smiled. "Dear Miss, Beaky is delighted to serve you. Will you be withdrawing or depositing?" "Withdrawing," Lusha declared, adopting an air of haughty entitlement. A sigh of relief escaped her as it appeared there were no other verification processes required. The rumors were indeed true. Gringotts recognized only keys, not individuals. Who might the original owner of this gold key be? Dumbledore? Lusha quickly dismissed that notion. While Dumbledore's reputation was formidable in the wizarding world, he was unlikely to be wealthy, as those of noble character often remained unswayed by material gain. Moreover, he possesses a clandestine Order of the Phoenix, which consumes not merely manpower and energy, but also a substantial amount of gold. It is inconceivable that there would be a surplus of private coins. Observing the expression of the fairy named Beaky, it is evident that the scale of this vault is not insignificant. As for Voldemort, it is highly unlikely, a self-made man. His entrepreneurial funds were contributed by several prominent families. Even after his resurrection, he has not secured a proper residence, shamelessly occupying the Malfoy estate for meetings. Please proceed this way and escort the young lady to Vault 819. The subsequent experience requires no elaboration. Riding in a small cart is utterly dismal. Lusha felt as if her very insides were being jumbled, experiencing for the first time a nauseating sensation akin to motion sickness. Fortunately, after swallowing a lemon drop, she managed to alleviate her discomfort slightly and soon arrived at her destination. As the key was extracted by the attendant, and with Lusha's gold key inserted into the lock, the door to the vault creaked open, revealing a mountain of gleaming galleons, radiating a blinding opulence. Lusha entered alone, filling a large chest with coins, which she then shrank and tucked into her pocket. After familiarizing herself with every nook and cranny of the vault, she unexpectedly discovered, in the dimmest corner, several exquisitely crafted silver boxes that were not locked. The contents of these boxes were nothing short of extravagant: a ruby-studded crown, a raw stone pink diamond bracelet, an emerald peacock brooch, a Josephine blue diamond necklace, and a yellow sapphire watch, all shimmering with indescribable beauty. As a girl of humble means, having never encountered such precious jewelry in her lifetime, Lusha felt a surge of self-control for not immediately squealing in excitement. From this day forth, she, Lusha Riddle, would become a wealthy young lady. It appears the previous owner of the gold key must have been a pampered heiress. Otherwise, how could such a vast private vault exist? Reflecting on the system's mention of her as the new heir, Lusha found herself momentarily lost in thought. The system's hints were clearly not without purpose. The former owner of the vault must be related to her, perhaps closely. A wealthy witch? A pure-blood aristocrat? A lover of Voldemort's child? Lusha boldly speculated that she might very well be the daughter of the vault's former owner. Her mysterious birth mother must have passed away. Otherwise, this key would not have found its way into her hands, making her the new heir. Yet, the questions remained. Who was her birth mother? How did she die? Given her wealth, her lineage must be esteemed. Why then had she abandoned her child at the orphanage's doorstep? Rubbing her throbbing forehead, Lusha felt increasingly disheartened. Resolving to set these thoughts aside, she packed the contents of the silver boxes and called out to the attendant, grimacing as she rode the cart back the way she came. After concluding her business, Lusha was once again met with the warm regards of the fairy Beaky, to which she nodded dismissively before exiting Gringotts. However, fate had other plans as she unexpectedly crossed paths with a handsome man, a familiar face. Lusha mused, surely, today is not an auspicious day for outings. Chapter 18. Old Voldemort's secret lover. It was none other than Lucius Malfoy, whom Lusha was not particularly eager to engage with. Good day, Mr. Malfoy, she offered courteously, plastering on a polite smile. Greetings, Miss Riddle. I never anticipated encountering you here, Lucius replied, removing his gentleman's hat and smiling with refined elegance. Despite his charming demeanor, Lusha could not shake off the sense of danger that loomed over her. The cunning and treacherous Lucius Malfoy, a Death Eater who had evaded Azkaban due to his silver tongue and considerable wealth, was clearly a sly old fox adept at playing his cards close to his chest. Engaging with such a shrewd individual was hardly a pleasurable experience. Indeed, what a coincidence. I shall not take up your valuable time further, Mr. Malfoy. I shall take my leave, Lusha said, nodding politely before making her swift exit. Conversing with this old fox is exhausting. The handsome uncle is not nearly as charming as Draco. As he observed the hurried departure of the young witch, a pensive expression crossed Lucius's face. He approached the front desk and casually inquired, "May I ask what business that young lady was attending to?" "Oh, my apologies, esteemed Mr. Malfoy. But that is a matter of our client's privacy, and we cannot disclose it to a third party. I trust you understand our policies." "That distinguished young lady would not wish for us to reveal her personal information," Beaky replied with an apologetic expression. I was merely inquiring," Lucius said, his demeanor growing cold as he murmured, "Distinguished young lady?" As the sole wizarding bank, Gringotts prided itself on serving every witch and wizard with enthusiasm, regardless of their status. However, the goblins were notoriously opportunistic and often favored the wealthy. Without a position of power or great wealth, they would hardly extend such cordiality. What then? Could Lusha Riddle possess that he was unaware of? According to his private investigations, Lusha had spent her first 11 years as an unremarkable orphan, with no visitors or potential adoptive parents. Yet, during his tenure as Voldemort's most trusted subordinate, Lucius had heard whispers of a secret lover that the Dark Lord had, and that the madwoman Bellatrix was deeply envious, even wishing to cast the killing curse upon her, yet failing to uncover her identity. The woman had supposedly been pregnant before her disappearance, and, considering the timeline, her child would likely be of a similar age to Draco. Moreover, the surname Riddle mirrored that of Voldemort's former identity, suggesting that Lusha Riddle could very well be the Dark Lord's illegitimate daughter. This realization also explained why he tolerated Draco's growing closeness to Lusha Riddle. She was intelligent, gifted, and highly perceptive, seemingly harboring secrets of her own. Could she be the next little Dark Lord? Lucius mused, recalling the numerous letters Draco had sent home. From frequent mentions of the savior Harry Potter to the increasingly detailed accounts of Lusha Riddle, causing him to furrow his brow. Many things seemed to be spiraling beyond his control. The second semester of the first year at Hogwarts arrived on schedule, and Lusha returned once more to the castle. The young wizards had yet to recover from the remnants of Christmas cheer, chattering excitedly about the delicious turkey, the sweet pudding, and the incredible gifts they had received. "Are you serious about the gift you sent me?" In the bustling corridor, Draco suddenly blocked Lusha's path, uttering a puzzling remark. "Yes, it was sincerely prepared," Lusha replied, recalling that she had given Draco a bottle of high-end perfume, a refreshing blend of iced lemon and green apple, perfectly suited for a young gentleman of his age. Though it paled in comparison to his diamond-studded mini brooch, it was hardly a shabby offering. "What? Don't you like it?" Lusha raised an eyebrow, observing his peculiar expression as if his tongue were stuck to a piece of chewing gum, exuding a strange blend of shyness and awkwardness. She truly could not decipher the thoughts of a young man. "Then why pretend to be disinterested in me?" Draco curled his lip disdainfully, proudly lifting his radiant platinum head. As if in Lusha's response, he had rediscovered a long-lost confidence. What was it? Lusha felt a bit befuddled. Could it be that the flavor did not meet the young master's expectations? Draco, feeling his cheeks flush under Lusha's gaze, turned away, muttering, "Even if you have a secret crush on me, there is no need to gift me that potion of infatuation. It is quite clearly indecent and dubious in nature. However, considering your subtle affections, I shall refrain from reproaching you for your romantic maneuvers." What? A potion of infatuation? Lusha's mind exploded with realization. As vague memories began to replay, she faintly recalled the golden eagle owl of the Malfoy household, the first messenger to visit the orphanage. Fluttering its wings against her window at dawn, disturbed from her sweet dreams, Lusha ruffled her tousled hair, placed a pre-prepared gift box on the coffee table, and set aside some uneaten biscuits from the previous day for the eagle owl. She then leaned over the table to pen a reply. However, the eagle owl did not touch a single biscuit, as if it were displeased with her neglect. pecking at her a few times in a bad temper before snatching up a nearby little bottle and soaring away. Lusha returned to her slumber, and as for what followed, she was mostly preoccupied with festive celebrations and roast chicken. Thus, Lusha's face twitched violently. The eagle owl that had scorned the treats she provided had not taken the intended green bottle, but had instead flown off with the most dazzling golden one. My heavens! Although they were both dainty glass vessels, the distinction was significant. Her exquisite potion of infatuation had been inadvertently sent to Draco as a Christmas gift. This misunderstanding was monumental. Lusha pressed her temples in distress. If Lucius and Narcissa were to learn that their precious son had received a bottle of infatuation potion, would they not cast a curse upon her? Forgive me, Draco, I shall explain this matter to you. Surely your parents are unaware of the contents of the gift, correct? Lusha inquired cautiously, her gaze unwilling to meet Draco's. She truly had no intention of ensnaring the young master with her affections. In reality, that exquisite potion of infatuation had nearly slipped from her memory. She had only unearthed it in hopes of reselling it for a few galleons, to avoid letting it gather dust. Though she was not in dire need of money, who would turn down the allure of a few extra galleons? Little did she expect to create such a blunder. Lusha genuinely wished to capture the Malfoy eagle owl, pluck its feathers, and roast it for a meal. That golden-haired creature could not have done so intentionally, could it? For heaven's sake, it was not a niffler. Chapter 19. His mind is in a pit. Draco coughed awkwardly twice, his expression a mixture of annoyance as he glared at Lusha with a look that seemed to say, "Am I a fool? Why would I disclose everything to my parents? How could that even be?" This was not a matter worth discussing. Draco, feeling quite self-conscious, was not an infant still at his mother's breast. Lusha released a sigh of relief, offering an awkward smile as she said, "It's entirely the fault of your family's owl. It's rather impatient. It must have taken the wrong gift. What I intended to give you was a bottle of perfume. The potion of infatuation is entirely a misunderstanding." Draco's mind buzzed as he processed Lusha's words, and his face flushed crimson in an instant, teeth gritted as he retorted, "Misunderstanding? Who were you planning to gift that potion of infatuation to? Harry Potter? I would think your taste could not be so lacking. That scar-headed boy possesses nothing of merit." "Boy, you seem to have strayed off topic," Lusha replied, a smile devoid of warmth on her lips, bemused by Draco's incessant fixation on Harry. Observing that their conversation in the corridor was drawing curious glances and whispers from onlookers, Lusha had no choice but to pull the visibly constipated Draco to a secluded corner, saying in a conspiratorial tone, "Could you please return that item to me? I'll replace it with something else. I sincerely apologize. This time it was truly my oversight." "Absolutely not. Once given to me, it is mine. Do not even think about it," Draco barked, his face a picture of indignation. "You have no use for it. A Malfoy heir would not be so tasteless as to use a potion of infatuation to ensnare a girl, would he? None of your concern, humph." Draco haughtily shrugged off Lusha's hand and stormed away in a huff. Lusha stared at his retreating figure, exasperated, while the system in her mind chimed, signaling it was time for a lottery. "A fresh batch of green apples, weighing approximately 2 pounds, please accept." Glancing at the pile of apples that had mysteriously appeared on the ground, Lusha grimaced in disdain, not pleased. "The system is becoming increasingly lackluster. Just a bag of apples? They look rather sour, and I do not even like green apples." Even during lunchtime, Draco received the bag of green apples personally delivered by Lusha. Yet he remained far from cheerful. He was still brooding over the potion of infatuation, contemplating whom Lusha had originally intended to gift it to. More precisely, Draco wished to ascertain whether Lusha had developed an infatuation for some boy. To that end, he scrutinized Blaise, who was impeccably groomed and served as a veritable magnet for admirers, and thought, surely Lusha has not taken a liking to that fickle-hearted charmer. Furthermore, Draco had noticed several ill-intentioned boys attempting to approach Lusha, including some upperclassmen of notable caliber, both handsome and less so. A gaggle of toads aspiring to court a swan. Though these boys towered over him in stature, Draco held firm confidence that in terms of intellect, capability, and lineage, he was well above that group of fools. Lusha, eating her pasta, was just scooping a spoonful of fresh pea shoots as Draco's golden head seemed to inch closer to her. She quickly averted her gaze, assuming Draco was still upset, and could not help but complain, "Hey, what are you doing? Haven tea, I already apologized? Who is that person?" Draco bit into an apple, his curiosity and competitive spirit refusing to relent. Lusha paused, puzzled. "What person? Who do you want to know about?" "The one you are infatuated with. Who is he?" Draco pressed, taking another fierce bite of the apple, his mind racing with the notion that Lusha had gone to great lengths to concoct such a complex potion of infatuation, likely in pursuit of some man, filling him with discontent. Lusha thought Draco's mind was in a pit, filled with no less than a liter of water. Yet she could not be bothered to explain further. The more she explained, the more it seemed as though she was concealing something, creating a chain reaction of unintended implications. Resolutely, she turned away and resumed eating her pasta. Harry Potter? Draco thought of his nemesis, grimacing in disdain as he dismissed the idea, continuing to speculate. Red-haired, freckled Weasley? Surely not. His family is so impoverished. Blaise, you seem rather indifferent toward him. It shouldn't be him. Goyle and Crabbe were immediately ruled out. Theodore not. He appeared to have no presence whatsoever. Could it possibly be a first year? Draco ceased his rambling, casting a glance in Lusha's direction. She wore a mask of indifference. Unperturbed, after finishing her meal, Lusha made a special trip to the Ollery, suddenly recalling that she had yet to present a gift to Professor Snape for Christmas. It appeared she would need to acquire an owl for the next academic year, she mused. The gift was ready-made. She had personally knitted a black wool scarf, adorned with a simple floral pattern in cursive, featuring the professor's initials, and had embroidered a charming little cartoon snake in silver and green yarn just below the initials. In her previous life, she had taken up knitting as a means to relieve stress, while her roommates busied themselves with cross-stitching. With steadfast dedication, she honed her craft over time. Lusha meticulously purchased a beautiful gift box, carefully packaged her creation, and sprinkled a handful of owl treats for her adorable messenger. Securing the parcel along with a belated congratulatory note, she watched it flutter its wings and soar towards the cellar. Regardless of whether the professor would appreciate it, it was, after all, a token of her heartfelt intentions. As for why she chose to gift a scarf instead of something else, Lusha had her own little reasoning. She had once stumbled upon a video that showcased two of Professor Snape's most captivating moves. One was the swift and graceful motion of disarming Lockhart, which was utterly impressive, while the other was the way he tossed his hair while wrapped in a dark scarf, an inexplicably charming sight that was simply mesmerizing. Lusha had often fantasized about being the professor's scarf, albeit a mere daydream. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard a long-absent, sultry voice. Riddle. I didn't expect your target to be Snape. Lilith emerged from the shadowy corner, her face adorned with a knowing smirk, suggesting she had been observing for quite some time. Her mind concocting elaborate scenarios, toying with Malfoy and flirting with Snape. You certainly possess a unique talent, Lilith continued, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Lusha was taken aback by the sudden resurgence of her old acquaintance, who seemed to have a remarkably vivid imagination. Only a depraved mind would think that way, Lusha retorted, gazing back at her with a hint of curiosity. Sometimes, I truly wonder what goes on in that head of yours. You overthink far too much. After a moment's reflection, a playful smile broke across her face. Could it be that you still have lingering feelings for Draco? Recalling Lilith's earlier infatuation with Draco, Lusha felt she had struck upon the truth. Humph, I have absolutely no interest in that immature, ill-tempered boy anymore. If it weren't for his good looks and wealthy background, who would even bother being his sycophant? He pales in comparison to Harry Potter's protagonist Aura, constantly overshadowed by you and Hermione, eternally stuck in third place. And worst of all, he lacks even the slightest gentlemanly demeanor. Any girl who marries him would be nothing short of unfortunate. Lilith scoffed, a wave of shame washing over her as she recalled her past adulation. That stings, doesn't it? The legendary tale of sour grapes, Lusha quipped. Malfoy isn't all that bad. You know, he is handsome and wealthy, has a bad temper but a good heart. In modern terms, he'd be quite the sought-after rich, handsome type, though admittedly, he is a bit shorter now. Just then, Draco Malfoy, who had coincidentally approached Lusha, overheard Lilith's last comment and darkened visibly, his face stormy enough to suggest he might burst. If looks could kill, Lilith would have surely met her demise tenfold. Lilith Snape, your talent for spinning tales is truly remarkable. Are you implying that I should look down upon a Malfoy? Lusha gasped, watching as Draco approached with a menacing expression, her heart racing for her old acquaintance who had been caught gossiping behind his back. This was not merely bad luck, it was a potential reflection of her character. Draco? What are you doing here? Faced with Draco's fiery temper, which now pointed his wand accusingly at her, Lilith abandoned her earlier bravado, her complexion paling as she stammered. I didn't mean to offend you. I was just the words tasted bitter on her tongue, and she found herself at a loss. Though she could talk big, when it came to confrontation, her legs felt weak, and she turned to Lusha with pleading eyes. Surely, her old acquaintance wouldn't expect her to play the peacemaker? Lusha's lips twitched slightly. Did they truly think her so saintly? Tarantaligra. Draco unceremoniously cast the tarantula dance on Lilith, who began to dance uncontrollably, her limbs flailing in a comical display. Yet Draco remained unsatisfied, following up with a well-aimed jinx that left her with a lopsided grin. Lusha couldn't help but laugh at his antics, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. As long as the magic wasn't excessively cruel, after all, it was often frowned upon for boys to bully girls. From that day forth, Lilith refrained from any further antics, diligently avoiding both Draco and Lusha. That day, she had acted like a lunatic, bouncing around, giggling, her front teeth growing comically prominent, much to the amusement of onlookers, leaving her thoroughly embarrassed. Seeing her old acquaintance finally settle down, Lusha decided to pay her no further mind, thinking, if she maintains this demeanor, everyone will be better off. Time passed swiftly as Lusha navigated her studies with ease, albeit with a tinge of disappointment that Professor Snape had yet to wear the scarf she gifted him. Perhaps it was too adorable for him to don. Draco, on the other hand, still had not returned the love potion to her. Despite her repeated warnings about its potent effects, she could do nothing but caution him against the folly of curiosity. As February 14th, Valentine's Day, approached, the house elves transformed every nook and cranny into a pink wonderland. Freshly laid pastel tablecloths adorned the tables, with transparent glass vases holding dew-kissed roses. Colorful balloons floated overhead, and a sumptuous feast awaited. Pansy, taking her friend's advice, debuted a new hairstyle, her short hair styled in soft waves, adorned with a pink butterfly hairpin, shyly flitting around Draco's side. For this special day, she had meticulously crafted a charming makeup look, pushing Blaze aside to cozy up to Draco, her voice softer and more delicate than usual. Pansy, please, must you speak in that affected tone? Draco interjected, his brow furrowing in irritation, interrupting her half-told joke. And did you forget to wash your face this morning? Look at that smudge on your eyelid. Is that ink? You should really tidy yourself up. Smile, I must smile. I must be gentle, Pansy thought, her heart sinking as she struggled to maintain her composure, doubting Daphne's assertion that boys preferred gentle girls. But why did Draco seem to wear such a disdainful expression? As Pansy was about to say something to lighten the mood, Draco turned his head, scanning the room with a frown, his lips pursed as he exclaimed, "Where is Lusha? Has anyone seen her?" At this, Daphne sensed impending trouble. Pansy's expression darkened visibly, her manicured fingers digging into her palm as waves of resentment and frustration surged within her. Once again, Lusha Riddle's name lingered in the air, a ghost that refused to vanish. I saw Riddle in the corridor earlier. She seemed to be chatting with some Hufflepuffs, Blaze chimed in, hastily swallowing the last bite of his sesame paste pie, his words slightly garbled. I saw her too. She was carrying a mountain of chocolates, and with her beauty, it's no surprise she is popular. There was even a rather handsome boy asking her if she was seeing anyone. The chair emitted a sharp creak, and Draco's expression darkened considerably, as if he were attempting to mask his own lapse in composure. In the next moment, he sneered with a high-pitched tone, as expected of a Hufflepuff's glutton, utterly devoid of self-awareness. Pansy, feeling a twinge of anger, sensed her own neglect. Apart from Daphne's friendship card, she had yet to receive anything else, particularly chocolates or love letters from any boys. Meanwhile, Draco and Daphne were both receiving attention, leaving her in the shadows. Naturally, Goyle and Crabbe were not worthy of her comparison. Jealousy began to gnaw at her as she observed Lazaria Riddle, a half-blood who seemed to bask in popularity, which undeniably provoked Pansy's prideful sensibilities. Yet, Lazaria found herself in an awkward predicament. Merely 5 minutes prior, she had declined the advances of a Hufflepuff and a Ravenclaw, gently conveying her disinterest in romance at present. Now, she encountered another Hufflepuff, tall and seemingly not a first year, who appeared to be calling out to her. Lazaria, unable to discern his words, assumed he was yet another persistent suitor. With a hint of irritation, she halted and curtly stated, "I told you, no more chocolates. I am not interested in dating at the moment." The approaching Hufflepuff's face flushed abruptly as he offered her several bars of chocolate, his voice gentle and amiable as he clarified, No, you've misunderstood. I am not here to confess." Your belongings fell to the ground. A moment of silent embarrassment ensued. Lazaria glanced up at the strikingly handsome young man, her cheeks inexplicably warming in mortification. "I'm sorry, I thought you were. Thank you. I feel rather foolish." Upperclassman. Did he think her vain? She accepted the chocolates that had mysteriously fallen and tucked them into her pocket, stealing a glance at his expression. The handsome boy bore no signs of irritation, instead smiling with an understanding that seemed to convey, "It's all right. I understand your feelings. Sometimes being liked by too many can be burdensome." Goodness, are you engaging in a bit of humble bragging? Just look at those neglected singletons. Yet, his earnest demeanor led Lazaria to believe she was overthinking the situation. "I am Cedric Diggory, 3rd year. A wave of realization washed over her, accompanied by excitement. "I see now, you are the Hufflepuff heartthrob." With his athletic build, handsome features, gentlemanly charm, and infectious smile, he was indeed the envy of many. A figure of admiration in Harry Potter's world. One of her favorite supporting characters, Cedric. "Lazaria Riddle. You may call me Lazaria." "Lazaria Riddle? Oh, I am aware of your name. The pride of Slytherin, consistently topping your year as the academic prodigy, and renowned as Hogwarts' most beautiful girl. I must say, you are quite famous. Is it really that exaggerated? You aren't jesting. Are you upperclassmen? Lazaria questioned with skepticism, even though she was aware of her own excellence. Such fame seemed a stretch. Hogwarts' most beautiful girl? She felt a bit flustered, still not quite 12 years old. At this age, she was merely a gangly middle schooler, lacking the curves of the older girls, and there was indeed a distinction between girls and women. However, Cedric's sincere and kind countenance did not suggest he was one to flatter without cause. Oh, I certainly do not intend to jest or offend. It is merely a reflection of how everyone perceives you. You are beautiful and intelligent, and not at all arrogant. A remarkably amiable Slytherin. Cedric hastily denied, his face reddening. Despite his resemblance to a young bull, there was an endearing peach-like quality to him, fresh and inviting. Lazaria swallowed hard, striving to suppress her fanciful thoughts. Moreover, I genuinely believe you are beautiful, the most outstanding girl I have ever encountered. Cedric, fearful that Lazaria might doubt him, expressed his opinion with a blush. Lazaria tilted her head and scrutinized him thoughtfully, then touched her own face, recalling that she had inherited favorable genes from her father. Though she was still young, her beauty had begun to show its promising potential. Naturally stunning, she possessed an innate charm. While she gazed in the mirror daily without much thought, to anyone with a normal sense of aesthetics, even an undeveloped young beauty like her could astonish many. Yes, I should be more confident. Lazaria smiled at the blushing Cedric, realizing she had misjudged him. Thank you for your kind words. However, what I truly need right now is to satisfy my hunger. She had intended to have breakfast in the Great Hall, but encountered wave after wave of admirers along the way. Considering their shy and polite demeanor, she felt reluctant to be overly cold-hearted, thus resorting to vague and gentle refusals, which ultimately consumed her mealtime. I can take you to the kitchen. The house elves are quite welcoming, Cedric offered with a smile. Lazaria wholeheartedly agreed. House elves were such a remarkable presence, loyal, humble, and enthusiastic. Having been enrolled for a while, she had yet to visit Hogwarts' Grand Kitchen, rumored to be adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room. Then I shall trouble you, upperclassmen, she replied with a sweet smile, feeling that Cedric's peachy visage became even more endearing. As Cedric escorted Lazaria past the Hufflepuff common room, a collective gasp echoed through the air in an instant. Curious and surprised glances were cast their way, accompanied by excited whispers of gossip. A girl clad in green Slytherin robes was walking closely with their house's idol. The girls clenched their fists, their fervent curiosity igniting, as many infatuated badgers grew increasingly vigilant. Among them, a particularly bold and charming girl, unable to contain her curiosity, stepped forward, biting her lip as she posed the question everyone was eager to know. What is a Slytherin doing here? And what is your relationship with Cedric? Cedric, a tad flustered, remained protectively in front of Lazaria, explaining, this is Lazaria from Slytherin, Lazaria Riddle. I'm taking her to the kitchen for a snack. She must be famished. The girl did not receive the answer she sought, and though slightly disappointed, she was respectful in front of her crush, mumbling, all right, we mean no harm, just curious. Lazaria bore no ill will, merely offering a friendly smile to the inquisitive badgers as a form of greeting. Most of the Hufflepuff girls were cheerful, lively, and loved to gossip. Lazaria occasionally pondered that if she were sorted into Hufflepuff, her days might be filled with more joy. Of course, that was merely hypothetical. Bravo, Cedric. A few oblivious boys from her year, presumably Cedric's acquaintances, squinted and cheered, misinterpreting the nature of their relationship. Oh, Lazaria, pay them no mind. Let us hurry to the kitchen. Cedric's cheeks flushed crimson as he inexplicably pulled Lazaria along toward the kitchen, appearing both flustered and out of breath, eliciting a round of hearty laughter from behind them. Lusha paid little heed to her surroundings, her senses captivated by an array of sumptuous aromas, the crispness of fried chicken, the fluffiness of cake, the sweet essence of pumpkin juice, and the delightful chime that resonated in her mind. Truly a celestial melody. It seemed that in a moment of urgency, Cedric had grasped her hand. A generous package of spicy strips awaits in the right pocket of your uniform. Do check. To her astonishment, it was the hometown delicacy she had longed for, and the mere thought of those spicy strips sent her salivating. Apologetically, Cedric released Lusha's hand, expressing concern that others might misconstrue their interaction. Lusha understood. Cedric's heart belonged to Autumn Zhang, and she certainly would not entertain any unfounded notions. Upon entering the kitchen, they were warmly greeted by clusters of house elves, eagerly vying to showcase their culinary creations. With their tennis ball-sized, bulging eyes and long limbs, they donned pillowcases that, while simple, were impeccably clean. Lusha graciously indulged in an enormous ham sandwich, a crispy muffin, and a steaming cup of milk, feeling quite satiated. She then retrieved the spicy strips from the random drawer. What is this? Cedric inquired, puzzled by Lusha's actions. This is a muggle snack known as spicy strips. Would you care to try? After a moment's hesitation, Cedric nodded. Although he felt no hunger, he never turned down a kind gesture, especially with Lusha beaming at him. Moreover, the spicy strips, glistening with a vivid red hue, appeared quite appetizing. Regrettably, Lusha had overlooked the label, which indicated that these spicy strips possessed a scorching heat level of 5 stars, accompanied by a particularly fiery twin pack. Consequently, Cedric, not wishing to seem ungracious, consumed half of the package, resulting in swollen lips and reddened eyes, shimmering with unshed tears. Witnessing his discomfort, Lusha felt a pang of guilt. Clearly, he was not suited for spicy fare. Likewise, she was not faring much better. Tears streamed down her face from the heat. But her long absence from such delights and her addictive nature compelled her to continue eating unabated. Emerging from the kitchen, Lusha and Cedric appeared as if they had endured a harrowing ordeal, their eyes glistening with tears and lips swollen and crimson, drawing curious glances and sparking wild imaginations. Wow, what on earth transpired in that kitchen? Based on my personal experience, it must have been a rather passionate encounter. No way, this is too intense. Tears have been shed. Oh, who would have thought Cedric could be so unexpected? The wild rose of Slytherin truly lived up to her reputation. Chapter 22, Nightmares. The latest gossip. Cedric Diggory and Lusha Riddle have shared a kiss. Rumor has it, the girl was quite forward, taking the initiative with Cedric. You are spreading rumors. Cedric has clarified that they merely indulged in a particularly spicy dish, and nothing more. What could possibly cause such swollen lips? I find that hard to believe. Indeed, there must be more to the story. Passing by and overhearing the gossip, Snape's expression darkened. With a flick of his billowing black robes, the aura of the Serpent King dominated the atmosphere. In a low, resonant voice that sent shivers down spines, he declared, Hufflepuff loses 20 points for slander and inciting trouble. The previously chattering badgers were instantly silenced, trembling like quails caught by the throat, their colorful heads ducked in fear of Snape's icy demeanor. Should I hear further slander against Slytherin, the consequences will be far graver than mere point deductions. I believe you would relish my dungeons. Snape's sinister smile and forceful exhale left the small badgers quaking in their boots as he strode away, casting a shadow of dread. The Hufflepuffs, feeling utterly deflated and weak-kneed, clutched their hearts, nearly fainting on the spot. In their eagerness to gossip, they had forgotten that Lusha Riddle was a Slytherin and one of Professor Snape's favorite students. A perilous oversight indeed. Lusha, initially troubled by the romantic rumors swirling around her, felt a bit embarrassed. Although Cedric had assured her he had already explained the situation and expressed regret. What is he apologizing for? Such a good-natured fellow, Lusha thought, feeling a mix of annoyance and guilt. Had it not been for her indulgence, this scandal would not have arisen. Blame it on the spicy strips. Fortunately, within a few days, the whispers regarding her and Cedric's supposed romantic entanglement faded, allowing Lusha to breathe a sigh of relief, assuming the rumormongers had found a new topic. Pansy Parkinson seized the opportunity to jab at her, sarcastically congratulating her on befriending a Hufflepuff. Lusha dismissed her as envious. Poor Pansy seemed to have been overlooked during Valentine's Day, and her unspoken ire was quite apparent. The most perplexing behavior came from Draco, who inexplicably wore a sour expression towards her for several days. Lusha had clarified that it was merely a misunderstanding. Even if it weren't, what bearing did it have on him? Did the pureblood advocate Malfoy harbor feelings for her? The thought struck Lusha as absurdly amusing. Surely not. Could her charm be so potent? During a break, reclining on a sofa with an advanced spellbook, Lusha found herself once again subjected to Draco's incessant prattle, still fixated on the long-past misunderstanding. You truly did not have any involvement with that. Hufflepuff third year? Draco asked, awkwardly rehashing the topic. Lusha shot him a bemused glance, unable to suppress a light laugh at his evident curiosity about her private affairs. What are you laughing at? I am concerned for you. Draco rolled his eyes, seemingly trying to defend himself, insisting, you must understand that girls like you, who have not seen much of the world, can easily be deceived in matters of the heart. As a Malfoy, it is my duty to advise you. If you truly wish to make friends, ensure they are at least exemplary Slytherins. Oh, so you are concerned for me? Thank you, Lusha replied nonchalantly. Her eyes glued to the advanced spells in front of her, her disinterest painfully evident. Hey, you still haven't answered my question. Draco snapped, striking the armrest of the chair in frustration. His pale, pointed face flushed with emotion, a sight that was somewhat pleasing to behold despite his vexation. Lusha sighed, setting the spell book aside, and turned to look at Draco with a probing gaze. She preferred not to dwell on her thoughts or entertain fanciful ideas. Yet she was no fool. Draco, you seem rather concerned about me, she remarked, eyeing him with a hint of playful mockery and surprise. His every action appeared to transcend the boundaries of mere friendship. And no, that's not it, Draco stammered, seemingly taken aback as he averted his gaze from Lusha's probing eyes. awkwardly fidgeting with the sofa leg and babbling explanations. Don't read too much into this. We are merely friends, you know my family. The unspoken words hung heavily in the air. Oh, I see. Lusha felt a tinge of disappointment, although Draco's temperament was undeniably irascible. His domineering nature and incessant chatter became rather agreeable after prolonged interaction. As a friend, Draco must maintain a certain boundary. Otherwise, I might indulge in my own assumptions, leading to an awkward situation. What does that mean? Draco appeared somewhat discontented. It implies that regardless of whether I befriend Cedric or Harry Potter, you have no authority to interfere. It is my prerogative. Lusha's voice carried a frosty edge, her gaze tinged with a warning. She hoped it wouldn't come to that, as she did not wish to sever ties with Draco over the matter of friendship boundaries. After all, the choice of friends, whether from Slytherin or Hufflepuff, would not alter due to Draco's preferences. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief, a tempest of emotions bubbling within him as he yearned to retort, yet he found himself at a loss for words, as if a heavy stone lay upon his chest, suffocating him. Very well, let it be. Lusha found the conversation rather tedious and decided to retrieve her book and return to the dormitory, even forgetting to bid Draco farewell. Draco, now perturbed, felt his anger intensify. What is wrong with you? You look utterly miserable. Blaise, just out of the shower and wrapped in a white towel, casually glanced at the visibly distressed Draco, incredulous. Shut up and get dressed. You're blinding me. Oh, shall I take that to mean you envy my splendid physique? Blaise boasted, flexing his muscles. Draco turned away in disgust, feigning a gagging motion. Frustrated, he flopped onto his bed, pressing a feather pillow against his face. Recalling the words exchanged with Lusha in the common room, a profound discomfort settled in his heart, accompanied by a slight ache. Why did he feel so stifled when he had spoken the truth? Especially when observing Blaise's gleeful countenance, his irritation only intensified. What did you and Lusha discuss for so long? Blaise inquired, sensing his friend's turmoil. You weren't eavesdropping, were you? Draco sprang up from the bed, startled and furious. Blaise stepped back, chuckling as he waved his hand dismissively. No, of course not. I merely saw you both chatting and specifically sent Pansy and the others away to avoid disturbing you. How considerate of me, right? Disturbing what? You're overthinking it. Draco retorted, turning his back, unwilling to entertain Blaise's inquisitive expression. Draco felt despondent. It seemed Lusha was still quite upset. The young master tossed and turned throughout the night, nearly succumbing to the depths of exhaustion. Even more terrifying was the fact that when he finally fell asleep, he dreamt of a nightmare where Lusha, with a stoic expression, declared her intention to sever their friendship, even proclaiming that Harry Potter surpassed him 100-fold. Draco awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 23. The Beautiful Female Professor. At long last, the school had broken for summer vacation, and Lusha returned to the orphanage. Before departing, Draco's lingering emotions had yet to dissipate. He seemed still angry with her from that day. Lusha, as always, did not perceive herself as having done anything wrong. Many matters simply did not concern her, even her own birthday. She refrained from informing anyone that her 12th birthday was approaching. She abhorred celebrating birthdays, a sentiment that had persisted throughout her life, including her past. To avoid offending Mrs. Grace's good intentions, Lusha smiled as she consumed a small piece of cake, solemnly making a wish upon the candles. May each day henceforth improve. Throughout the summer, Lusha meticulously organized her plans. She had no intention of remaining cooped up in the orphanage, finding an excuse to visit a classmate's home, thereby facilitating her departure. Although the Patil sisters had recently sent an owl inviting her to their home with enthusiasm, Lusha politely declined, for she had more pressing matters to attend to, such as utilizing her exceptional potion-making skills to earn her first fortune in the Muggle world. The Ministry of Magic's regulations and bureaucratic constraints were of little concern to Lusha. She believed that as long as she could find loopholes within the intricate clauses, navigating the gray areas with caution, no one would be able to catch her. For instance, the flying car of Mr. Arthur Weasley, the very architect of the regulations, was a prime example. Of course, Mr. Weasley had a reckless son who had botched everything, yet Lusha was confident she would execute matters with far greater discretion. More importantly, in her recent studies of the manuscripts from the esteemed predecessors, she had uncovered a significant secret, such as how to effectively erase the traces left by underage wands and how to employ spells, even dark magic, without detection. Wow, what a revelation! Lusha expressed her gratitude to the esteemed predecessors once more. Not long after, the hidden underground market welcomed a mysterious woman named Bai Lu, who opened an unlicensed universal potion shop with an oddly whimsical name, Little Bai's Magical Emporium. The size of the shop was modest, yet it offered a range of exorbitantly priced yet remarkably effective beauty potions, weight loss elixirs, sleep aids, blood replenishing concoctions, and even intellect enhancing brews. The results were astonishingly effective. devoid of mere gimmicks, while some sought to uncover the truth or harbored greedy intentions to claim it for themselves. They were deterred by the imposing presence of two burly men with scarred faces guarding the shop. The mastermind behind the operation, Lusha, beamed with pride as she observed her thriving business, and with her soul-binding curse, she commanded two criminal accomplices who had successfully escaped from prison, feeling no pangs of conscience. Society's scum, efficiently utilized to prevent harm to the innocent. Lusha, reclining with her legs crossed as she counted pounds, relished her life. Meanwhile, Harry Potter, residing on Privet Drive, was enduring torment, having received not a single letter throughout the majority of the summer. He initially thought that was bad enough. However, unfortunate circumstances were yet to unfold. A self-proclaimed house elf named Dobby appeared out of nowhere. Believing he was acting in Harry's best interest by intercepting all his correspondence and employing various excuses to prevent him from returning to Hogwarts. In doing so, Dobby had even caused chaos with Uncle Vernon's orders, leading to a warning from the Ministry of Magic. Harry found himself confined, utterly despondent. He lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, pondering who could be orchestrating this mischief, entirely disbelieving Dobby's outrageous claims. "Harry, come out. Your professor wishes to see you." Shortly thereafter, the sound of a key turning in the lock accompanied Uncle Vernon's furious and forcefully restrained roar. Harry adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down his nose, feeling bewildered. A professor? From Hogwarts? Could it be that the Ministry's warning had reached Hogwarts? Harry's heart raced with unease, fearing he might soon encounter the most detested potions professor, Snape, who might coldly inform him, "Harry Potter, you have been expelled from Hogwarts. Congratulations." No, as the dreadful consequences loomed in his mind, Harry found himself paralyzed, his reluctant legs refusing to move. "Harry, quit dawdling and come down now. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it." Uncle Vernon had no patience for his nephew. Roughly yanking Harry forward, almost forcibly dragging him out of the room, his tone laced with malice and threats. "Behave yourself and refrain from uttering nonsense." Harry, feeling utterly resigned, made his way downstairs, bracing himself for the impending, dreadful verdict. In the spacious and well-lit living room, Mrs. Dursley was anxiously tugging at her fidgety son Dudley, who was slumped on the sofa, occasionally stealing glances at the witch leisurely sipping coffee. One Professor Minerva McGonagall, as she introduced herself, internally cursing Harry for his delay. She lamented their predicament. They were a perfectly ordinary family. Yet now they not only had to accommodate a peculiar nephew, but had also invited a strangely dressed witch into their home. How absurd. "Harry, you're dawdling. Come meet your professor. She says she is here for a home visit." Mrs. Dursley, unable to contain her irritation, called out sharply upon spotting Harry at the staircase. "Excuse me, Aunt Petunia and Professor?" Harry began, but he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the professor rising from the sofa, greeting him with an enigmatic smile. Clad in a familiar emerald robe, her meticulously arranged bun and statuesque figure, she exuded an alluring charm reminiscent of a glamorous movie star. Harry widened his eyes, struggling to recall any encounter with such a striking professor during his time at Hogwarts. Surely, had he met her before, he would not have forgotten her beauty. "Dear Harry, it's been ages. Have you forgotten Professor McGonagall so soon?" He found himself enveloped in a warm embrace, the delicate scent of jasmine perfume enveloping him, causing his cheeks to flush and his mind to swirl, questioning whether he was experiencing a mirage or an auditory hallucination. This could not be Professor McGonagall. Even if she were 20 years younger, could she truly possess such enchanting allure? The thought that she might have consumed a polyjuice potion flitted through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. It was impossible. The stern visage of Professor McGonagall sent a shiver down his spine. Dazed, Harry allowed her to embrace him for a moment, astonished to see her wink playfully at him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity radiating from her demeanor. "Dear sir and madam, I hope you don't mind if I take Harry for a while. I shall return him later, and I trust you will understand," Professor McGonagall stated, her expression turning serious. The Dursleys hesitated, exchanging glances filled with reluctance, yet they were compelled to acquiesce in light of the witch's evident power. Both Mr. and Mrs. Dursley had caught sight of the peculiar, yet beautiful professor inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her black wand, prompting them to nod sullenly in agreement. "Of course, we would be delighted." As they exited the Dursley residence and left Privet Drive, Harry remained somewhat dazed. "Harry, where would you like to go? Are you hungry? Would you care for a meal? Perhaps Italian, Chinese, or Thai? What do you think?" Harry, clutching his rumbling stomach, endeavored to suppress thoughts of food, lifting his gaze to meet the overly enthusiastic Professor McGonagall's eyes. There was no doubt. She must be an imposter. "Who are you really? I believe we are not acquainted." "Surely you jest. How could you say such a thing? Have I changed so drastically with just 20 years added to my life? Have you forgotten my voice?" Professor McGonagall shot him a mischievous glance, and as Harry's astonishment deepened, her smile broadened. With her raven hair, amber eyes, nearly alabaster skin, and exquisitely chiseled features, her radiant smile was striking. Harry's pupils dilated, and he could not help but exclaim in excitement, "Lusha!" Bingo! Indeed, it was Lusha, now 32, having undergone a remarkable transformation. The essence of a girl had morphed into that of a mature woman, a shift so profound that it rendered Harry momentarily unrecognizing. After some pleasantries exchanged between Lusha and Harry, she treated him to a delectable Chinese meal, and they reveled in each other's company. Due to the time constraints of the aging potion, she could not linger long. "Thank you, Lusha. I would have surely gone hungry without you," Harry expressed gratefully, clutching a bag of owl meat Kins intended for Hedwig. "Oh, it's nothing, Harry. Didn't I mention? I inherited a windfall from a distant relative who has passed. I'm not short on funds," Lusha fibbed effortlessly, recalling how she had successfully conned Harry on 2 previous occasions, each time reaping rewards. Especially with this latest stroke of luck involving the luck potion she had conveniently tucked away in her pocket, an invaluable treasure indeed. Upon returning to the Dursleys' abode, Lusha graciously presented gifts to the couple, a bottle of 20-year-old brandy for Mr. Dursley and a pair of gold bangles for Mrs. Dursley. Naturally, Dudley received nothing, as he had persistently bullied Harry. "What about me? Where's my gift?" Dudley whined, his blue eyes brimming with indignation. Lusha maintained a frosty demeanor, internally scoffing at the notion of owing him anything. As the saying goes, one who receives is often indebted. The Dursleys, initially displeased, quickly donned surprised and cordial smiles, pulling Dudley aside with warning glances and offering a flurry of insincere pleasantries. "You are too kind." Lusha, unfazed by their attitude, felt compelled to shower them with gifts, believing that she had greatly benefited from Harry, while he, in turn, owed a debt to the Dursleys in some respect. After all, raising a child is no small feat, particularly without a nanny. Though Mrs. Dursley held a disdain for her nephew, she had nonetheless invested considerable effort into raising Harry without receiving a dime in support, the labor and frustration of which were readily apparent. No one was a saint. Lusha perceived that while the couple might be somewhat cruel and detestable, they were not inherently wicked. A gentle reprimand followed by a sprinkle of kindness would suffice. Harry watched as Aunt Petunia adorned herself with the gold bangles, then glanced back at Lusha, who maintained her dignified and serious expression, feeling a strange twinge of discomfort. "Well, the time is drawing near. I believe I must take my leave. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, I hope you will fulfill your duties as guardians. Harry is a key focus of our school, a future pillar of excellence, greatly valued by the headmaster and professors alike. I trust you will understand this." Lusha glanced at her watch, then pointedly reminded them. Turning to Harry with a smile, "Return to your room and check your birthday gift. I believe you will be pleased." "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied, managing a smile, feeling a sense of comfort knowing that at least Lusha remembered his birthday and had gone to great lengths to ensure he had a pleasant remainder of his holiday. Lusha thought, "Not even close to what I've spent on you." Unaware of the true circumstances, Harry felt a swell of gratitude. "Lusha is truly a wonderful girl. I shall repay her kindness in the future." Meanwhile, Lusha continued her relentless pursuit of wealth, exploiting her employees and more unscrupulous societal elements, flourishing as she expanded her business ventures. It wasn't long before a robust owl delivered a parchment letter from Hogwarts, outlining the return date and the required book list for second-year students. How swiftly time flies. Lusha mused as she gazed out at the rose garden. Unable to suppress her awe, she now resides in a newly acquired villa, complete with a garden pool, where her living conditions have undergone a remarkable transformation. Were it not for the looming threat of Voldemort, Lusha would entertain the notion of becoming a clandestine merchant in the Muggle world, earning money, traveling, engaging in philanthropy, and perhaps even indulging in the company of a few charming young men, leading a carefree life. She believes that only when old Voldy bids farewell will her true happiness commence. At the Madame Malkin's shop, the newly affluent Lusha has activated her shopping spree mode. Previously constrained by finances, she had settled for second-hand robes of mediocre quality, but now, with newfound wealth, she resolves not to compromise her comfort. She selects several silk wizarding robes, all in a harmonious palette of cool tones, pale green, silvery white, and sky blue, reflecting her refined taste. Lusha generously tips the tailor to ensure the robes are fitted to accentuate her figure, avoiding the shapelessness reminiscent of a Qing dynasty gown. Though only 12, Lusha shows signs of development earlier than most girls from foreign lands. Her features have matured, shedding the innocence of childhood and acquiring a hint of youthful allure. Unbeknownst to her, her physique has begun to take shape, thanks in part to the nutritious meals she enjoyed at Hogwarts, transforming her previously modest bust into a gentle curve. During her holiday shopping for Christmas gifts, Lusha discreetly purchases a few small-sized bras made of comfortable cotton, devoid of lace, perfect for a young lady. She also acquires a high-quality, durable folding cauldron and, of course, a messenger owl. Relying solely on the owl for delivering letters during the holidays proves inconvenient, especially since some proud and temperamental owls, like the Malfoy family's eagle owl, are not inclined to wait. Lusha recalls the previous incident involving a love potion, which still lingers in her mind. After perusing the local pet shop for nearly half an hour, she finally selects a beautiful, silvery white owl with soft feathers and bright eyes, which she names Shakima. This owl possesses a gentle disposition and, most importantly, is undeniably charming, making it a true beauty among its kind, much like its owner. Having completed her shopping, Lusha navigates through the crowded Flourish and Blott's bookstore. The excited gasps of young women around her fill the air. Wow, he is so handsome. Lockhart. It seems the flamboyant Gilderoy Lockhart has made his entrance. Today marks the signing event for his new book, Me, the Magical. And the fervent fans are in a frenzy, screaming with excitement. Lusha casts a glance at him, muttering, well, he is rather dashing, but far too slick. He lacks the depth of Professor Snape. She cannot fathom why Dumbledore would appoint such a charlatan as the defense against the dark arts professor. Watching Harry being pulled into the spotlight for photographs, looking exasperated and unable to escape, she feels a pang of sympathy for him. Poor Harry. Amen. Harry inadvertently catches Lusha's gaze, noticing her barely concealed amusement at his predicament. He shoots her an indignant glare, mouth opening and closing as if to say, Lusha, please, help me. To which she thinks, Harry, you're on your own. I have no desire to be the center of attention. After all, Lockhart is the epitome of a glory hound, relishing the spotlight, and surrounded by a throng of fervent admirers. Lusha has no intention of joining the fray. With a shrug, she offers Harry a silent expression of helplessness, then squeezes her petite frame through the crowd, making her way toward a quieter section of the bookstore. She begins to search the shelves for the essential textbooks for the year. Upon encountering a series of books authored by Lockhart, she smirks. This man truly knows how to exploit his position for personal gain. Glancing at the book list, Lusha grimaces at the number of Lockhart's titles required, all at a steep price. Grateful for her newfound wealth, she muses that absent her financial comfort, she might very well consider throttling this opportunistic figure. Leafing through a few of his works, such as Break with the Banshee, Gaddying with Ghouls, and Vacationing with Vampires, she notes they predominantly recount his own adventures, an embodiment of romanticism and heroism, albeit with dubious authenticity. While these tales might serve as entertaining reads to pass the time, she questions their educational value for young witches and wizards. Suddenly, Lusha recalls that Lockhart's signature spell seems to be the memory charm, rendering all memories void. Surely, the true heroes of these stories are elsewhere. Oh, that fraud. She shakes her head, eagerly wishing for Professor Snape to take on the role of defense against the dark arts instructor. With just one of his counterspells, he could swiftly vanquish Lockhart. As Lusha's thoughts drift, she is pulled back to reality by the presence of an all-too-familiar face, albeit somewhat altered. Draco Malfoy stands before her, his soft, refined features now bearing the sharpness of youth, his platinum hair impeccably styled, glinting with product. As he draws nearer, she catches a whiff of his hair gel, its glossy sheen suggesting he's gone to great lengths for his appearance. Momentarily taken aback, Lusha notices his transformation. He appears significantly more handsome, and he has grown taller. No longer the diminutive boy she once knew. However, his sour expression detracts from his overall appeal. In Lusha's estimation, Draco is the most attractive among Harry Potter's circle, yet also the most insufferable. It baffles her why he garners such adoration. Lusha, nodding in agreement, reveals her lack of fondness for Lockhart. I thought you were still upset, she remarks, casting a sidelong glance at Draco's flawless profile, hinting at their past interactions. Just before the last school term ended, he had been dismissive towards her, often unable to meet her gaze, exuding a guilty demeanor that had oddly amused her. That is not true, Draco retorts, turning away defiantly. Well, the young master has always been prone to such inexplicable sulking, Lusha thinks, accustomed to his antics. Observing the ongoing commotion outside, she stifles a smile behind her book, teasingly quipping, Draco, I thought you would be out there enjoying Harry's misfortune, perhaps even mocking him? That's your style, isn't it? Their banter is a familiar dance. And Draco's handsome face falls slightly, as he replies, it seems you quite enjoy watching the spectacle between me and Potter. Though he had intended to jab at Harry. Upon seeing Lusha, he had unconsciously followed her. Feeling slightly guilty, Lusha finds their playful exchanges amusing, despite their childish nature. While she contemplates this, she cannot voice her thoughts aloud. Using her search for books as an excuse, she skillfully evades Draco's penetrating gaze. How could this be? I sincerely wish for you all to coexist harmoniously, especially you, Draco. Surely your father has taught you that when one earns the respect of the majority, it is unwise to stand apart as an outlier. Draco scoffed dismissively, embodying his usual haughty demeanor. What, a follower of the Scarhead? I think that's utterly improbable for the next lifetime. Very well, let us not dwell on this topic any longer. It seems there is some commotion outside. Let us go see what the fuss is about. Lusha paid for the books she had purchased, packed them away, and beckoned Draco to follow her outside. The crowd had thinned considerably, yet the atmosphere remained lively. Before them, two burly men were engaged in a rather undignified brawl, their struggle fierce, drawing a considerable audience. Mrs. Molly Weasley was nearby, exclaiming in exasperation, "Arthur, stop it." "Dad." Draco recognized one of the brawlers as his father and gasped, glaring at the Weasleys, who were preparing to intervene. The Weasley twins were the most animated, flailing their arms with enthusiasm. Ron shot Draco an equally furious glare. While only Harry and Lusha exchanged a knowing glance, an entire conversation communicated silently. Ultimately, it was Hagrid who intervened, separating Malfoy and Weasley. Both disheveled and seemingly still eager to continue the fight, their expressions sour and hardened, akin to stones in a cesspool. Lucius Malfoy, who typically exuded the elegance of a noble gentleman, appeared utterly disheveled, sporting various bruises. "Draco, we must leave," Lucius called to his son, casting a venomous glare at Mr. Weasley before striding away, their retreat appearing somewhat hurried and flustered. Lucius likely foresaw the odds, with so many Weasley offspring. A full-blown melee would leave him and Draco at a significant disadvantage, hence his hasty exit. "Little sister, this must be your book, take it." Amidst the chaos and shouts, Lusha retrieved Tom's diary that Lucius had slipped to her, handing the remaining books to a blushing Ginny. "Thank you," Ginny murmured, her spirits low. "Lusha, how could you?" Harry approached hastily, initially intending to inquire about Luce's association with Draco, but surrounded by the Weasley clan, he opted for a safer introduction. "This is Ginny, Ginny Weasley. Ron's sister, a first-year student this year." "Hello, I am Lusha Riddle," Lusha replied with a smile, scrutinizing this protagonist who seemed less than typical. As the official counterpart to Harry Potter, Ginny Weasley was indeed a heroine, albeit with limited screen time compared to the ever-popular Hermione. However, the Ginny of this world possessed a beauty that far surpassed the actress from the films. Although still a petite girl, she bore delicate features. With a healthy cherubic roundness to her cheeks, lightly sprinkled with freckles, adorning her face like endearing embellishments. She was destined to become a flower of Gryffindor. Noticing the scrutinizing and hostile glint in Ginny's eyes, Lusha couldn't help but smile, casting a glance at the bewildered Harry, deciding to play matchmaker. "Ginny, you are truly beautiful." "Harry, you are quite fortunate." Upon hearing this, Ginny blushed fiercely, transforming into a rosy hue, enhancing her charm. Harry, flustered, stammered, "Lusha, what are you joking about? Ginny is Ron's sister." "Indeed, she is Ron's sister, not yours." Lusha shot Harry a playful glare, reasoning that considering such a vibrant blossom for a rather oblivious boy like him was quite a stroke of luck. Chapter 26, Draco's Invitation. The young girl, perhaps too shy, stole a glance at the crimson-faced Harry before scurrying away bashfully. Lusha offered Harry an encouraging look to pursue her, but received only an eye roll in return. "Harry, you must understand that you might lose your true love this way." "Lusha, your humor seems misplaced. Me and Ginny? How could that ever be?" Harry exclaimed, pulling Lusha away from the bookstore, his expression one of helplessness. Lusha assessed the distance between them and the Weasleys, as well as Harry's desperate attempts to maintain his voice's volume, and she sighed with relief, hoping Ginny hadn't overheard. If she did, it would surely break her heart. Young love is not always poetic. Why so agitated? "Harry, although Ginny is a year younger, she is indeed quite beautiful, is she not? Most importantly, she is a Weasley." Lusha was left speechless. Didn't foreign children mature earlier? In her first year, she witnessed several young couples holding hands and engaging in playful affection without anyone making a fuss. Harry, who longed for a warm family and affectionate kin, marrying Ginny Weasley would make him the seventh son of the Weasleys. Just like in the movies. They would have 3 adorable children and lead a blissful life. "I never thought of it that way. I see her as a sister and believe you are teasing me." Harry sighed, not denying Ginny's beauty. As a self-proclaimed connoisseur of aesthetics, he recognized her allure but found it perplexing why Lusha would connect him with Ginny. It felt sudden, awkward, and left him with a faint sense of disappointment. All right, Lusha decided to abandon the topic with Harry, as this boy was likely still oblivious. She merely took a whimsical notion to play matchmaker. If Harry found it distasteful, so be it. Eventually, he would recognize Ginny Weasley's merits. "Lusha, it would be best if you kept your distance from Malfoy. Their family is not of good repute. It is said that Malfoy's father is a confidant of that mysterious figure." Harry hurriedly shifted the conversation to Luce's relationship with Malfoy, visibly concerned. He could tell that Lusha was quite close to the insufferable Malfoy. He couldn't fathom how Lusha could tolerate the arrogant Draco. That boy was insufferable. Yet, Harry valued his friendship with Lusha greatly, feeling a twinge of conflict within himself, aware that he had no standing to advise her to sever ties with Malfoy. After all, Lusha was a Slytherin, and she needed friends within her house. Harry, I understand your concerns, and I appreciate your candidness. However, when it comes to friendships, I tend to be rather headstrong. Although Draco Malfoy has many faults, he is not inherently bad. Lusha spoke earnestly, observing Harry's incredulous expression. She sighed deeply and continued, Harry, you are a wonderful friend, but we have significant differences in this regard. I have never believed that all Slytherins are malevolent. Both Malfoy and Professor Snape have their redeeming qualities. You may not understand, but please respect my choices. Harry fell silent, contemplating, his gaze lowered. Often, it seemed impossible to reconcile all matters. Lusha glanced over at Ron, who was striding toward them, and told Harry, I'm sorry, Harry, I must take my leave. Your friend is calling for you. Farewell. See you at school. On September 1st, the day of the new school year, Lusha commenced her second year at Hogwarts. Mrs. Grace escorted her to the train station, offering a few parting words of advice before hurriedly returning. Several children at the orphanage had caught a severe cold, and she needed to ensure they took their medicine on time. Under the generous patronage of Lusha, the financial circumstances of the orphanage improved significantly. Not only was there an increase in staff, but a retired physician was also engaged to attend to the children. As she crossed the wall, Lusha glimpsed the Hogwarts Express slowly approaching. In a nearby corner, Draco, after exchanging affectionate farewells with his parents, strode towards Lusha with the long strides of one equipped with a tracking device, a cheerful smile gracing his face. Hi, Lusha, Draco greeted her. Lusha nodded, casting a thoughtful glance at the Malfoy couple who were observing them from a distance. I didn't get a chance to ask how your holiday was last time. Did you enjoy it? Quite well, but it certainly pales in comparison to your time at Malfoy Manor, she replied modestly. Draco, puffing out his chest with pride, seemed oblivious to her humble words as he regaled her with tales of the grandeur of his estate and the elegance of the white peacocks that resided there. If Lusha were to visit Malfoy Manor in the future, she would undoubtedly be enchanted. Perhaps it was best she hadn't mentioned it. Come on. While the crowd is still manageable, let us secure a good spot. The Hogwarts Express exhaled wisps of smoke as it gently opened its carriage doors, prompting Lusha to eagerly beckon Draco aboard. I have a private compartment. There's no need to reserve a seat, Draco replied with an air of haughtiness, as if the term reserve were utterly beneath the noble Malfoy name, something Lusha had momentarily overlooked. I invite you to join me. Would you honor me with your presence? Draco awkwardly proposed, his gaze betraying a hint of discomfort. Lusha stifled a laugh. Could a young lord become so flustered by merely uttering a friendly invitation? Of course, it would be my utmost pleasure. Lusha would never decline the invitation of a gracious Malfoy. The Malfoy compartment was more spacious than ordinary carriages, with plush, thick cushions and an array of pastries, juices, and snacks, designed for 4 occupants, typically just Draco, Blaise, and Crabbe. As she took a seat, Lusha wondered if she was encroaching upon someone else's designated space. Draco plopped down in his reserved seat, casually addressing her concerns. Blaise has recently taken a fancy to a blonde Ravenclaw girl. His infatuation is still fresh, so I doubt he will return to the compartment. He has always been somewhat unreliable. His tone suggested a hint of jealousy, as if bemoaning a friend who prioritizes romantic pursuits over camaraderie. Oh, it's not that Blaise is unreliable. Rather, he is simply too charming with the ladies. Lusha silently corrected Draco's assessment. Blaise was known for his flirtatious nature, courting beauties of all backgrounds, with a new face accompanying him almost weekly. It was said that Mrs. Zabini, his mother, was a stunningly charismatic woman, having had several husbands, and continued to be the object of admiration among gentlemen. Lusha mused that this must be hereditary. In the compartment, Lusha and Draco engaged in a light-hearted conversation, primarily driven by Draco's exuberance. He boasted of his exceptional flying skills, his father's generosity, mentioning how his father intended to generously sponsor the latest Nimbus 2001 for the Slytherin team, and the exquisite candies his mother made, which could make even the neighbor's child weep with envy. Lusha responded with half-hearted affirmations, occasionally exclaiming how fantastic his father was or complimenting his mother's prowess, feeling herself teetering on the brink of slumber, just as she lamented the absence of Goyle and Crabbe, who could have alleviated her burden of listening. A rhythmic knock on the compartment door jolted her awake. Could it be those 2 gluttons returning? Disregarding Draco, who was animatedly talking, Lusha stood to open the door, only to find herself staring into Pansy's eyes, an electric tension crackling in the air. Riddle? What are you doing in Draco's compartment? Pansy exclaimed, her expression a vivid tableau of emotions, resembling a stern matron catching an errant child. Daphne, standing beside her, displayed a modicum of sense and replied with a hint of exasperation, "Pansy, it's quite obvious. Draco must have permitted her. Otherwise, who would dare enter the Malfoy family's exclusive compartment?" Lusha nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Draco invited me in. Is there a problem? If you have any objections, I suggest you direct them towards the party in question." With that, she stepped aside to indicate Draco, who had noticed their arrival. "Pansy, Daphne," and Draco exchanged bewildered glances at the trio in the doorway. Draco appeared mystified by the petite girl before him, questioning, "Why are you not comfortably situated in your compartment? What brings you here?" Daphne, glancing at the irate Pansy, could only respond with resignation, "We arrived late. The carriage was overcrowded. Although a few seats were available, 2 were occupied by Muggle-born wizards, and we happened to spot Goyle and Crabbe by the snack cart, so we wondered if there might be space in your compartment." Despite being from pure-blood families, there was a significant disparity among them. The Greengrass and Parkinson families were clearly less affluent and influential than the Malfoys, whose parents lavished attention on Draco, even providing compartment services on the express. Aside from the head boy's compartment, Draco's was likely the only one with such exclusivity. "Well, if you don't mind, you may join us. There are still 2 seats available," Draco stated, though his demeanor was still commanding. However, he would extend courtesy to families with which the Malfoys had long-standing relationships, particularly to Pansy and Daphne, who had known him since childhood, with Pansy even having a bit of a crush on him. Unfortunately, Pansy seemed reluctant, her gaze fixated on Lusha, who had returned to her seat, her eyes brimming with envy and resentment. After a moment of internal struggle, she declared, "Draco, you must choose between me and Lusha Riddle. Is Pansy more significant, or a mere nobody like her? I trust you understand the implications." Lusha stifled a smile as she quietly nibbled on a piece of cauldron cake, contemplating that if Draco were to cast her out of the compartment today, she would sever all ties with him, to never again cross paths, and would seek an opportunity to teach him a lesson, all in the name of a woman's dignity and pride. Fortunately, Draco's mind was not clouded. "Pansy, are you threatening me?" "Huh? To threaten a noble Malfoy?" His brow furrowed, his eyes icy with indifference. Arrogant as he was, he loathed being refused and threatened. And Pansy had clearly crossed a line. "Come or go as you please. As for Daphne and this young lady, I welcome them wholeheartedly." Daphne, displaying her understanding, dragged the small girl into the compartment, choosing to momentarily disregard Pansy's betrayed glare directed at her. To offend a Parkinson is far less consequential than to provoke the young master of the Malfoy family. She certainly possesses an internal scale to discern the gravity of each situation. "Draco, how could you act this way? I loathe you," Pansy exclaimed, her eyes reddening as she ran away, her wounded demeanor reminiscent of a heart abandoned by Draco. Outside the box, a gathering of onlookers began to murmur, speculating that before they even reached Hogwarts Castle, rumors of a rift between Malfoy and Parkinson and Riddle's ascendants would be rampant. Lacking the distractions of television or mobile phones, young witches and wizards always reveled in the latest gossip. Upon closing the door, an awkward silence enveloped the compartment. Daphne attempted to alleviate the tension with a sheepish smile directed at Louisa. "Pansy is just that sort of person. She means no harm. In fact, I admire you." Louisa blinked in surprise. Admire her for what? Perhaps for the way she consistently provoked Pansy into fits of rage? "What my sister means to say is that you are quite remarkable, beautiful and intelligent. You've contributed significantly to Slytherin's standing. Your efforts were pivotal in last year's House Cup tie with Gryffindor." A previously quiet girl beamed, her expression earnest, tinged with admiration. "Oh, thank you for your kind words," Louisa replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the direct praise, a sentiment she would have readily dismissed in her past life. "Oh, no, not at all. I'm quite foolish really. You are the impressive one." However, to express such thoughts now felt disingenuous. Foreign customs often embraced warmth and straightforwardness, making compliments both habitual and polite. "My name is Astoria Greengrass, a first-year student this year. I believe I shall fit in well with Slytherin," the young girl said shyly, prompting Louisa to struggle with the lengthy name. While Astoria, representing the goddess of the Starry Night from Greek mythology, was indeed beautiful and evocatively named by cultured parents, recalling such a long name seemed quite the burden. Louisa remembered that Draco's wife was indeed this Astoria, as designated by the original author of the Harry Potter series. However, this girl seemed frail, having met an untimely fate, embodying the notion of beauty being fleeting. Compared to Daphne, Astoria appeared even more enchanting, her golden hair cascading down her shoulders, her complexion somewhat pale, and her bright, sparkling eyes suggested an openness towards half-blood wizards, a likely reason Draco had ultimately chosen to be with her. May I call you Lusha? Your name feels rather lengthy. And I worry I might mispronounce it. If you don't mind, Lusha inquired, uncertain if such familiarity might be seen as impolite. Astoria seemed delighted, nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grains, and then breaking into a sweet smile reminiscent of a small cake. Of course, Senior. I shall call you Lusha, for you are my idol. How adorable, Lusha thought, resisting the impulse to pinch the girl's cheeks and casting a glance at Draco, who appeared still miffed. She gave him an approving look. Draco, you have quite the eye. What are you looking at? He retorted. Why, at your handsome face, Lusha replied, causing Draco to flush crimson. Stealing a few glances at her, he felt inexplicably pleased. It seemed his charm was universally acknowledged. As they journeyed on, Lusha chatted merrily with Astoria, finding her to possess an impressive emotional intelligence and eloquence. Daphne appeared somewhat disinterested, occasionally voicing her opinions. Initially shy, Draco soon felt the pangs of isolation and, unable to suppress his restlessness, joined in the animated discussion. Your owl is stunning. It looks quite intelligent, Lusha remarked, pointing at the owl in Lusha's cage, lavishing praise without reservation. Lusha beamed at the compliment, returning Lusha a look of appreciation, her words flowing freely. Allow me to introduce her. Her name is Shakima, and she is quite the lady, obedient, quiet, and not at all picky with her food. Shakima? What a peculiar name. My Robert is far more impressive. Draco scoffed, reminiscing about his own majestic golden eagle owl, resplendent in its shimmering feathers. He retrieved a canister of premium owl meat to feed Robert, ensuring Shakima received her share as well. Given that Shakima seemed to enjoy her meal, Lusha dismissed Draco's earlier mockery of the name, explaining its significance. The name Shakima has a rich heritage, originating from the Manchu culture of the East. It refers to a delightful and crispy dessert that once graced the tables of the Qing dynasty's emperors and empresses, a true delicacy. As if you've ever tasted it. Draco remarked dismissively, steadfast in his belief that his mother's confections were the epitome of deliciousness. Lusha, uninterested in engaging with his childish comparisons, indeed had tasted Shakima. It had transformed from an overly sweet treat of her past into a nostalgic delicacy she cherished, making it the perfect name for her beloved owl, a testament to her longing for home. When the train arrived at its destination, Lusha and Lusha parted ways, the first-year students making their way to the boats under Hagrid's booming voice, crossing the Black Lake. Familiar paths evoked a different emotional landscape. At the Slytherin long table, Draco sat beside Lusha, while Daphne appeared to have exchanged a few words with Pansy, their relationship somewhat thawed as they continued to sit together. Blaise greeted Draco and Lusha with a wave, his every gesture exuding charisma, far surpassing Draco's incessant chatter. Lusha smiled back, casting a glance toward her fellow countrywoman Lilith, who seemed engaged in conversation with her roommate Millicent, a smile gracing her face. Ever since Draco's playful teasing, Lilith had seemingly abandoned her aspirations of climbing the Malfoy family tree, opting instead for a passionate entanglement with an authoritative older student. Setting aside other matters, Lilith's beauty remained irresistible, drawing considerable attention among the boys. Whether her affections were genuine, however, remained uncertain. During the sorting ceremony, Lusha noted 2 first years. Ginny was unsurprisingly sorted into Gryffindor, with Ron and the twins nearly applauding their hands raw. Astoria successfully joined Slytherin, flashing a smile in Louisa's direction as she descended from the sorting hats table. Despite the new year's increased coursework, Lusha navigated her studies with ease, her scholarly prowess undiminished. Professor Snape continued to exude his usual cool demeanor, particularly as he assisted Lockhart, effortlessly dispatching the flamboyant professor during a practical exercise with a single spell, leaving the students of Slytherin exhilarated, chanting for his downfall. The display was undeniably impressive. Louisa's heart raced with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration, as she couldn't help but clap enthusiastically. Professor, you are so dashing. The Gryffindors collectively grimaced, pretending not to hear, their expressions resigned to the heavens. As the applause of Lusha resonated, the other Slytherin students joined in, following the lead of the first brave soul, foolishly chanting, so handsome, Professor, so handsome. Shut up, handsome my foot. Professor Snape's face darkened to the point it seemed ink might drip from it, casting a fierce glare at Lusha, as if to suggest that one more word from her would result in her being thrown into a cauldron and boiled alive. Professor, are you perhaps feeling embarrassed? It's quite all right, I understand. Lusha began. Get lost. Snape retorted sharply. Draco, his face flushed, shot a pained glance at Lusha. Honestly, as a typical Slytherin, he genuinely felt Snape's profound embarrassment. Gilderoy Lockhart trembled slightly, quickly rising to his feet to salvage his earlier humiliation with a flurry of charming remarks, smiling with an air of nonchalance, as if to say, As long as I am not embarrassed, it is only others who will feel the awkwardness. It must be said, in some respects, he was indeed a talent. Harry Potter stepped forward. Lockhart pointed at the somewhat bewildered Harry, beckoning him to the dueling platform. Seemingly casting a glance towards Ron, his intentions unmistakable. Professor Snape interjected at the opportune moment, casting a contemplative glance at Lusha. Since Gryffindor has sent forth Mr. Potter, then Slytherin shall pit Lusha Riddle against him. A perfect pairing of male and female. Ah, is this to be my challenge against Harry? Snape, you think too highly of me. How thrilling. Lusha met Harry's somewhat uncomfortable gaze, silently assuring him, Dear Harry, do not blame me for being ruthless. This is an affirmation of my strength and trust from Professor Snape, and I cannot let down my idol. I can only apologize to you. 3, 2, 1. Lockhart announced the countdown, and the vast classroom suddenly grew tense and solemn, the silence so profound that even the faintest breaths could be distinctly heard. The duel between Lion and Serpent was highly anticipated. Sleepy time. Disarm. Lusha and Harry simultaneously uttered their incantations. But armed with an innate advantage and possessing a deep understanding of various spells and precise casting techniques, Lusha clearly held the upper hand. In terms of the gestures for casting spells, their speed, and the intensity of magical power, the inexperienced Harry was undoubtedly no match for Lusha. Yet, the outcome was still beyond Lusha's expectations. It seemed she had exerted herself a tad too forcefully. With a resounding thud, Harry's body crashed heavily to the ground, his wand slipping uncontrollably beneath the platform, resulting in a sudden uproar. Harry, Ron and Hermione rushed forward immediately, enveloping Harry in concern as they meticulously checked him for any injuries, their faces etched with worry. Lusha Riddle, did you use dark magic? How despicable. How could you be so swift? The power was astonishing, Ron shouted thoughtlessly, drawing the ire of other Slytherins who glared at him in unison. Had it not been for the presence of the two professors, they might have wished to roll up their sleeves and teach that redhead a lesson. Professor Snape shot a cold glance at Ron, his voice a deep rumble that echoed ominously. 10 points from Gryffindor for insulting a fellow student, disregarding the professor. Serves you right. Draco scoffed, feeling a sense of vindication. Lusha cast an apologetic glance at Harry. She truly hadn't meant to hurt him. I'm fine. Harry hastily waved his hand, accepting the wand Hermione offered him, feeling a sharp pain in his backside, coupled with a sense of embarrassment. Professor Snape, swishing his black robes, approached to examine Harry, snorting coldly. Mr. Potter is quite resilient. It was merely a fall. If you are so fearful of injury, perhaps a visit to the hospital wing would be wise. With the professor's reassurance, Lusha felt a wave of relief. Harry should be all right. She had been apprehensive about miscasting the spell, but evidently, she had not made such a grave error, or else the Aurors would have already thrown her into Azkaban. Chapter 29. What on earth is she crying about? After the incident, Lusha was summoned to Professor Snape's office, his words echoing ominously. Miss Riddle, suspected of employing dark magic. You are required to accompany me. Professor, your words lack any semblance of humor. Lusha sighed, feeling perplexed by the professor's unpredictable demeanor. Upon entering the dungeon, an unspoken chill seemed to envelop the air. Lusha cautiously stole a glance at the professor before focusing on her own shoelaces, her voice muffled. Professor, are you angry with me because I hurt Harry? Even the most detested student was, after all, the son of a beloved figure. With those green eyes reminiscent of his mother, Lusha found herself at a loss, her heart feeling heavy. She had merely cast a simple spell of sleepy time. Had Draco been the one to perform, conjuring a snake, Harry's parcel tongue would have been revealed, and the Gryffindor lions would certainly have been less than accommodating. Every cloud has a silver lining, she thought. Snape remained silent, pacing back and forth until he stood beside Lusha. His voice ominously low. Your magical maturity is nearing that of an adult wizard. Have you not noticed? What? Lusha gasped, shaking her head in disbelief, meeting the professor's gaze, which was as dark and unfathomable as a bottomless abyss. Surely, you jest, Professor? Lusha lowered her eyes, her heart racing. Ever since she had come into possession of that manuscript left behind by some powerful figure, she had learned much that was not covered in class or textbooks. Surely, she had not accelerated her magical development in such a way. Lusha admitted to being captivated by the formidable power of magic, particularly the destructive potential of dark magic. While dark magic sounded terrifying and could indeed obliterate one's will and consume the soul, the teachings left by the master also included incantations designed to enhance one's mental resilience. Goodness and justice are not omnipotent. At times, employing evil to combat evil is necessary. So, is there a hidden danger, Professor? Lusha bit her lip, her expression a portrait of uncertainty. Miss Riddle, do not perform for me. I am neither the benevolent Dumbledore nor one of those ignorant boys enchanted by your beauty. You are not frightened. In fact, You seem somewhat pleased, do you not? Snape's icy tone resonated with a rhythmic cadence, striking at Lusha's anxious heart. His gaze sharper than that of a hawk, bearing down with an oppressive force. Thus, the professor harbored suspicions about her. Suspicions that she had learned things she ought not to have. Lusha met Snape's eyes directly, an indescribable swirl of emotions within her. Was he reprimanding her? Yet, she had committed no wrongdoing. A sense of inexplicable sadness washed over her. She acknowledged her own sensitivity. She was disheartened by Snape's attitude towards her. His perception of her seeming to carry more weight than others, yet not overwhelmingly so. Receiving a hint of kindness only made her crave more. Yearning for an ever closer bond, Lusha realized she had not fallen for Severus Snape. Rather, she regarded him as the most familiar figure in her life. In a sense, he represented a familial connection, a bridge to her own existence in this world. What are you crying for? What have you to cry about? Professor Snape opened his mouth, momentarily taken aback and at a loss for words as he gazed at the tear-streaked Lusha, his pallid features twitching slightly, his sharp tongue itching to unleash a biting retort. For heaven's sake, he had yet to truly unleash his wrath. Oh, I apologize, Professor, I merely. Sometimes, I just want to indulge in a little melodrama and weep, murmured Louisa. Were it Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, he would have unleashed a torrent of venomous words, delivering a thorough reprimand to those bothersome little miscreants who seemed to thrive on trouble. If tears could remedy the situation, then surely they could weep Voldemort into oblivion. Alas, this riddle was one of his more favored students. Her pitiful demeanor evoked a sense of compassion within him. Most importantly, should anyone inadvertently stumble upon this scene, they might misconstrue it as him having wronged her in some way. Snape cast a furtive glance toward the cellar door, instinctively creating distance between them. As a single professor in his 30s, he had endured his fair share of rampant gossip, both within and beyond the walls of Hogwarts. Faced with Louisa's tearful display, Snape wore an expression of resigned helplessness. His earlier sternness deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving only a feeble command. Leave. If the professor tells me to leave, then I shall indeed depart, Louisa retorted, resembling a petulant child as she stormed out of the cellar, oblivious to the curious, puzzled, and sympathetic gazes cast her way. She yearned for solitude to unleash her emotions. Sprinting away, she was met with Gryffindor's inquisitiveness, Hufflepuff's gossip, and Ravenclaw's indifference, eventually reaching the lofty astronomy tower, where she rubbed her sore eyes and began to sob quietly. In truth, Louisa could not fathom the reason for her tears. The professor had merely posed a few serious questions, and yet she felt as if she had suffered an immense injustice, a stark contrast to her usual calm composure. Louisa, did Professor Snape truly scold you? Why are you still crying? Did he strike you? That would be unacceptable. Hogwarts prohibits corporal punishment. Turning around, Louisa spotted Draco, breathless and flustered, approaching her with an odd expression. Noticing her silence, he awkwardly scratched his tousled hair and shyly offered, I can lend you my shoulder to cry on. Louisa felt a pang of nostalgia. During her most disheartening moments, the one who cared for her the most was none other than the infuriating Draco Malfoy, who had once disdainfully belittled her lineage. Truly, Draco was a sincere friend. Thank you. I believe I could use that. Louisa beckoned him closer, and he obediently approached, inspecting her for any signs of punishment, sighing in relief when he found none. I knew it. The headmaster is not that kind of person, otherwise my father would never have appointed him as my godfather. Louisa nodded, defending Professor Snape. He is a good man. He merely asked me some serious questions, and I was startled. So, you cried out of fright? Draco fixed his gaze upon Louisa with an incredulous expression before bursting into laughter, his mirth reminiscent of a Quidditch victory over Harry Potter, pure and filled with joy. The seemingly invincible academic, Riddle, had indeed been reduced to tears. How utterly amusing. Louisa found herself laughing alongside him, her gloom gradually dissipating as she gazed into the vast expanse of the sky, turning her attention to his exquisitely sculpted profile. Flushed and adorned with charming freckles, she unconsciously leaned closer, softly whispering, Your smile is truly captivating. From the depths of her heart, Louisa genuinely believed that Draco's smile possessed an infectious quality. Louisa, are you teasing me again? Draco felt the fragrant aroma of jasmine and orange waft from her as she leaned against him, causing his body to stiffen momentarily, his cheeks reddening. Heaven knows how nervous he felt. Louisa rested her head against his left shoulder, gently closing her eyes and allowing herself to relax completely, letting the wind sweep by, wishing for that moment to last. Chapter 30. Who is the instigator? Did you know? That's Savior, Harry Potter. Oh my, how terrifying. He has a parcel mouth. Justin nearly got attacked. Filch's cat was petrified. They say it was Potter's doing. Louisa emerged from Professor Snape's cellar, her expression one of utter dismay. It had been this way for days, and it seemed likely to persist for more than half a month. After apologizing for her earlier childish outburst, Snape had merely offered some sarcastic remarks, comparing her to a weeping infant still clinging to its mother. While he had tempered his words, the concoction he had brewed for her was bitter beyond measure, more repugnant than consuming snake bile. Louisa lamented, "The professor's vengeful spirit remains as formidable as ever." According to the professor, her magical prowess appeared to surpass that of her peers, even rivaling that of adult witches and wizards, yet it remained somewhat unstable. If she wished to avoid causing unforeseeable casualties in the future, it would be prudent to stabilize her magical core with potions. Though it was merely a temporary fix, it was better than nothing. Louisa knew better than to take it lightly. She expressed her gratitude through tears, only to be unceremoniously dismissed once more. Upon exiting, she overheard the bustling chatter in the hallway regarding Harry Potter's latest exploits. Even after the recent incident, the revelation that Harry could speak Parseltongue had irreversibly surfaced. One must admit, the narrative seemed stubbornly persistent. Following the crowd, Louisa beheld the anxious trio of Harry, Hermione, and Ron, standing before a wall stained with blood. The ominous message scrawled in crimson red, "Beware of the air." Beneath it, a terrifying bloodied handprint loomed, resembling a demonic curse, chilling and sinister. Filch appeared incensed, accusing Harry Potter of being the instigator. His poor cat, Mrs. Norris, had met a dreadful fate. No, rather, she had been petrified. Harry stammered in protest, insisting he was innocent. Having only just arrived, Hermione and Ron naturally stood by their friend, yet they could not shake the unease stemming from Harry's previous claims of hearing strange voices. "Kill, kill." Just as Draco, relishing the spectacle, beckoned Louisa closer, his gaze remained fixated on Harry's crimson face as he defended himself. "It seems my father's rumors hold true. The heir of Slytherin is indeed returning. What a splendid development. Wizards of impure blood ought to be expelled from Hogwarts." Draco whispered conspiratorially into Louisa's ear, his breath warm against her skin, causing her to instinctively push him away. "Why are you pushing me? Just days ago, you cried on my shoulder." He frowned at her, clearly displeased, inching closer with an air of deliberate provocation, a triumphant grin reminiscent of their first encounter. Louisa, exasperated, redirected her focus from the gruesome graffiti on the wall, retorting, "Are you truly anticipating the return of the heir of Slytherin? They say he is a staunch blood purist. If he returns, Hogwarts will surely descend into chaos. Shouldn't I, a mere half-blood, prepare to leave Hogwarts?" "What?" Draco's eyes widened in realization. He had just acknowledged Louisa as a half-blood, albeit superior to Muggle-borns, yet still a witch of mixed heritage. His previous remarks had inadvertently struck her. "I apologize, I did not mean it that way, Louisa. You are far too talented for that. Besides, there's my father. He previously invited you to Malfoy Manor. He must think highly of you. My mother also praised you. She holds you in great regard. If that day were to come, my father would surely advocate for you." Draco's expression shifted, desperately trying to salvage the moment. Louisa chuckled inwardly. "Draco, you truly are the foolish son of a wealthy landowner. Lucius and Narcissa were merely testing me, and Russa was acutely aware of this. Hailing from the Malfoy and Black families, they were staunch proponents of pure-blood supremacy, proud and disdainful in their beliefs. How could they possibly appreciate or favor a half-blood? Unless, of course, she possessed some utility that might warrant negotiation. Enough of this topic. It was futile to persist. Observing the mixed expressions of doubt and fear on the faces of those around Harry, Russa felt a pang of compassion. She knew full well that Harry was innocent. Pushing through the throng of curious onlookers, Russa stepped forward and declared loudly, "Harry Potter can in no way be the culprit, nor any sort of heir. He is undoubtedly being wronged." Seeing the deeply moved Harry, alongside a contemplative Dumbledore whose gaze was now intensely fixed upon her, Russa suddenly realized that her fervor had overtaken her, and she had acted impulsively. However, retreat was evidently not an option. The crowd's curiosity was palpable, eagerly awaiting her next words. Professor Snape glared at her with palpable disapproval, as if to say her actions were unbecoming of a Slytherin. "Miss Riddle, shielding wrongdoers will lead to dire consequences." Clutching his beloved cat, a sorrowful and furious Filch glowered at Russa, seemingly resentful of anyone who dared to defend Harry. His voice was thick with ominous warning. Russa was unperturbed by this paper tiger. Having already plunged into the fray, she felt compelled to speak her mind. It was a pity that the wizarding world had yet to embrace the Industrial Revolution. Hogwarts, such an expansive castle, lacked even a basic surveillance system. If only there were no need for such convoluted suspicion. "I possess evidence," Russa declared, disregarding Filch's ire as she examined the bloodstains on the wall. Touching the dampness of the lettering. "Russa, have you made any discoveries?" Dumbledore inquired, his gaze thoughtful, imbued with warmth and kindness. Rusa found it difficult to bear such warmth and diverted her attention, shifting into detective mode. Clearly, the perpetrator was cunning. They were aware of Harry Potter's whereabouts and had deliberately utilized Mrs. Norris to lure Filch, thus exacerbating the conflict between them. Consequently, no one would pay particular attention to the dampness of the writing on the wall, suggesting that the prank had not been executed long ago. Rusa squinted as she surveyed the attentive audience, her voice cool and laced with sharp resolve. The culprit had employed a cleaning charm to cleanse their hands, yet they likely bore some lingering scent. A thorough inspection of everyone present, particularly to ascertain who had recently cast a cleaning charm, should not pose a challenge for the professors. Indeed, I concur, Harry is undeniably innocent. Ron was the first to spring up, with Hermione nodding in agreement. Casting a grateful glance towards Rusa, silently chiding herself for not having considered this sooner, as panic had robbed her of her usual rationality. Dumbledore appeared to share this sentiment. Casting a glance at the stern-faced Snape and the serious McGonagall. Severus, Minerva, let us proceed as Miss Riddle suggests. Though this method had its flaws. If the wrongdoer was indeed a student, they would likely remain nearby to observe the unfolding events. But the question remained, who was the true instigator? Rusa's thoughts drifted to the diary locked away in her dormitory drawer. Tom Riddle's diary had resided with her, yet she was certain she had never opened it. Her mind was clear, and she had not engaged in any peculiar behavior. Who, then, could it be? Her perplexity only deepened. Chapter 31. The Struggle of Deha. The onlooking young wizards were anxious, their faces betraying their tension, yet in the presence of Hogwarts' most authoritative professors, they complied without protest. The procedure for wand inspection was proceeding systematically. Except for Lilith from Slytherin, who clutched her wand tightly, her anxiety palpable as she protested. This is a violation of my rights. I refuse. Miss Knott, I shall repeat myself. Allow me to see your wand. Snape's brow furrowed, his voice sharp as a blade. No, I will not. Lilith shook her head vehemently, her mental defenses teetering on the brink of collapse, appearing guilty in the eyes of the crowd. McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged a serious glance, their expressions growing grave, while the young wizards continued to stir, reveling in the spectacle. Yet, the adults recalled the legend of the Chamber of Secrets and the return of that individual, the heir of Slytherin. Was it not Tom Riddle of yore? This threat had resurfaced. Ultimately, Lilith was forcibly escorted to the office by Professor Snape, likely to face a series of intense inquiries. Given Snape's straightforward and unyielding approach, should Lilith continue to resist, he might resort to truth serum or even the dreaded soul extraction. Lilith's upperclassman boyfriend, witnessing the scene, hastily declared their separation, insisting that this matter had nothing to do with him. His piercing voice echoed, seemingly desperate for validation of his claims. Rusa silenced him with a silencing charm, the cacophony of his voice dissipating as she disdainfully spat, "Cad." Although she harbored no affection for Lilith and was puzzled by her seemingly calm demeanor that had now landed her in trouble, she could not abide someone who had once treated her like a cherished treasure only to cast her aside when trouble arose. The professors admonished the young wizards to refrain from causing a ruckus before departing one by one. The trio of Harry Potter breathed a sigh of relief. Rusa, thank you. Without your intervention, I would have been at a loss for words, Harry said, jogging over and ignoring the haughty Malfoy beside him, expressing his gratitude to Rusa. Rusa offered a perfunctory response, lacking the desire to engage with Harry further, and hastily departed under the pretext of needing rest in her dormitory. She was eager to ascertain whether the diary remained stowed away in her drawer. That big-breasted, dim-witted Lilith would not engage in such antics without provocation. Unless someone had manipulated or seduced her. What are you still doing here? Are you hoping to mock me further, Malfoy? After Rusa's departure, Harry's mood plummeted. His irritation directed at the insufferable Draco, his tone growing increasingly agitated. He was all too aware of the rampant rumors circulating within the school regarding Rusa and Malfoy's entanglements. Additionally, Rusa had once been linked romantically to Cedric from Hufflepuff. The gossip had been quite fervent. Of course, Harry harbored doubts and remained skeptical. At times, he thought rather maliciously, it would be best if Malfoy were involved with Parkinson. He would sincerely wish them well. Both were pure-blooded scoundrels, an ideal match. Draco sported his signature irritating smirk, arms crossed, posturing as if to challenge Harry's height. He raised his chin defiantly and declared, Potter, I advise you to keep your distance from Rusa. Though she aided you, it was merely out of pity for your pathetic self. You are not of the same ilk. Harry scoffed, a fire igniting within him as he advanced threateningly toward Draco, their hostile gazes clashing fiercely in the air. A person who flirts with other girls has no right to speak. Damn Scarhead, what nonsense are you spewing? Draco warred, transforming into a veritable dragon as he rudely seized Harry by the collar, intent on engaging him in a duel to the death. Ron was eager and ready to join the fray, but Hermione shot him a warning glance, saying, 2 against 1. Ron, do you still have the audacity? If Gryffindor gets points deducted, I will hold you accountable. Harry, Draco, it's utterly foolish to brawl openly in the corridors. Professors Snape and McGonagall will be furious. Especially at a time like this. Can you both act a little more mature? Lusha does not appreciate childish boys. Hermione glared at the two, her expression serious. Reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. Humph. Draco and Harry each nudged the other, their hair disheveled and clothes wrinkled, but thankfully, a real fight had not erupted. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief and urged Ron to quickly pull Harry away. Frustrated, Draco kicked the floor, feeling a tightness in his chest. He realized that every time Lusha showed friendliness towards Harry Potter, an inexplicable anger simmered within him. However, he lacked the courage to confront Lusha about it. Knowing that any protest would likely be met with her cutting retorts, he always found himself at a loss for words with her, feeling unjustly aggrieved. Especially after inadvertently classifying her among those who should be expelled from Hogwarts. Draco thought to himself, he had not meant it. But would Lusha be angry and then throw herself into that accursed Scarhead's arms? Surely not. Mate, I genuinely worry you might get punched, Blaise said. Sauntering over gracefully and patting Draco on the shoulder, his voice laced with concern. So that is why you've come? To check if I've got a bruise? Draco felt even more vexed. Blaise simply smiled innocently. Being the epitome of an elegant gentleman, he was unlikely to engage in a brawl, at most. He would help Draco find a few allies, like Goyle and Crabbe, who were happily indulging in pastries not far away. As a friend, Blaise considered himself quite thoughtful. However, his best mate seemed to be tangled in matters of the heart. With a slight smile, he gently squeezed Draco's shoulder, speaking with the tone of one who has experience. Draco, if you have feelings for Lusha, don't be so awkward. There's an old saying in the East, the one closest to the water tower gets the moon first. I believe your chances are far greater than Potter's. I'm rooting for you. What nonsense is this? Blaise, have you been stepped on by a troll? Draco shrugged off Blaise's hand with irritation, wanting to punch him. What was this fool talking about? He simply thought that as a friend of the Malfoys, Lusha was quite decent and should not be entangled with the foolish Gryffindor lions. Though Lusha was exceptional, she was a half-blood, and he was a noble Malfoy. Chapter 32, The Handsome Tom. Rushing back to her dormitory, Lusha frantically opened the rightmost drawer, discovering the old notebook quietly lying within. She finally exhaled, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as she collapsed onto her bed. Thankfully, the diary had not been lost. As for why Lilith had been meddling, Lusha was utterly perplexed. But for now, the most pressing matter was how to deal with this little book. She was adept at creating trouble, and once she had done it once, she feared it not the second time. After a moment of calm, Lusha turned over and examined the diary closely. It was a black checkered leather with silver patterns, appearing somewhat aged, and felt quite substantial, devoid of any musty or moldy odor, indicating it had been well cared for, likely thanks to Lucius. The overall style of the diary subtly exuded the former owner's understated dark aura. Flipping through a few pages revealed nothing but blankness. The air filled only with the sound of pages turning, nothing more. Lusha pondered. It seemed she needed to write in it to communicate with Riddle, if her memory served her correctly. With this thought, her earlier anxiety dissipated, replaced by a hint of curiosity and intrigue. Dipping her newly purchased quill into the ink, she scribbled on the first blank page. What should I do if my dad is a pervert? Waiting for a reply, quite urgent. A miraculous scene unfolded as the dark ink mysteriously vanished, as if absorbed, revealing a cryptic response. Hello, dear sir, or madam. I am Tom Riddle. You seem troubled by some vexation. Polite and gentle, Riddle's facade was unveiled. Lusha internally scoffed and continued writing, her tone growing impatient. Isn't that an obvious statement? Being the daughter of a pervert is indeed distressing, though I'm unsure of your situation. But my first impression of you is rather poor. Feel free to keep pretending. Lusha smirked, her little devil within stirring, scrutinizing the handwriting. This must be the Tom Riddle from his youth or a Hogwarts student. She wondered how resilient his mental fortitude was. Almost 3 seconds of silence passed before Riddle's writing reappeared. I apologize. How may I assist you? And how should I address you? His elegant cursive was flawless, had it not been for the slight pressure marks on the page. Lusha might have thought the young Voldemort was quite composed, but that was far from the case. You can't help me. After all, bloodlines are indelible. However, if you wish to cheer me up, how about revealing your true self? If you are a handsome prince, perhaps my wounded little heart might be healed. What do you say? Dare you? Will you? Or are you rather ugly? Lusha once again ignored the diary's question, continuing her own musings. She was genuinely curious to see how handsome Tom Riddle had been at his peak. Was he a sculptural beauty like Matt? Or a face graced by divine kiss like Edward? Of course, the version of Riddle from the films was also quite charming. She adored him. Silence, an awkward silence. Young Tom was likely fuming. How long had it been since anyone had dared to defy him so openly, even mock him? If the diary could cast an Avada, Lusha suspected her dear father would have obliterated her long ago. All right, but could you please tell me your name? And how did my diary end up in your possession? The diary swiftly produced another line of text, seemingly puzzled, yet still polite, in its inquiry. Is that even permissible? Lusha questioned skeptically. Nevertheless, she wrote back, really? That is splendid. I found this notebook at a bookstore in Diagon Alley. It appeared quite special. Naturally, my name is quite unique as well. I'm the sister of the neighbor, referred to simply as the sister. The name was a jest, reflecting Lusha's mischievous nature. Greetings, Miss Sister. It is an honor to meet you. I believe we are quite fated. If you encounter any difficulties, I would be delighted to assist you. Lusha smirked. Voldemort's charm was undeniable, as he graciously continued the conversation, fully aware she was using a false name. Truly exceptional, he was patient and destined for greatness. I want to see your face. Lusha eagerly anticipated how this young version of Voldemort would compare to the handsome figures conjured by moviegoers and admirers alike. The Voldemort from Quirrell's Head was no longer appealing, but now it was different. The Tom Riddle in the diary was clearly in his prime at Hogwarts. And she was dying to catch a glimpse. Miss Sister, do you have any other requests? No. I only wish to see your face. Tom, is that so difficult? You promised. Lusha appeared as a love-struck fool, stubbornly insisting on seeing Tom Riddle's face. Japancoin obviously hesitated, leaving the conversation hanging. Lusha fixated her gaze on the blank space, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that he was truly offended? Had she crossed some unspoken line? This was so uncharacteristic of old Voldy. Was he abandoning his pursuit of her for something sinister? Or perhaps her demands were too lofty, even for someone as proud and intelligent as old Voldy, rendering him incapable of fulfilling them? Was the diary's sudden ire a reflection of its embarrassment? Lost in her thoughts, Lusha felt a twinge of disappointment and was about to close the diary when a flash of silver caught her eye, revealing a shocking scene. Tom Riddle had truly materialized. Though he was merely the size of a palm, it did nothing to diminish the allure of his strikingly handsome visage. This is merely my projection. It can only last a short while. Since you seem so eager to see me, I shall oblige. But I hope you are not too disappointed. He spoke. Lusha's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the image of Tom Riddle, adorned in the green Slytherin uniform, slightly tilting his head, exuding an inexplicable charm. His tall, slender figure, deep and captivating features, and his gentle, seductive voice, complemented by a faint, enchanting smile, made him appear even more dashing than the male models gracing fashion magazines. Indeed, Riddle was breathtakingly handsome. Lusha realized that she bore at least a 70% resemblance to Tom, especially in the eyes and mouth, with about 30% inherited from her mother's beauty. Old Voldy, your genes are undeniably formidable. This handsome figure was her father, and Lusha felt an overwhelming urge to weep with excitement. Oh, old Voldy, why would you mar such a handsome face? This visage could only enhance your appeal. Why not cherish it? At that moment, Lusha comprehended the depths of Bellatrix's infatuation with old Voldy. He was undoubtedly a heartthrob. She imagined that even Gellert Grindelwald would pale in comparison to Tom Riddle. With such an extraordinarily handsome and gifted young man as a benchmark, it was no wonder Bellatrix could not appreciate her husband, Rodolphus Lestrange, always contemplating how to cuckold him. Poor Bellatrix. Lusha expressed her sympathy. Aunt Bella, I misjudged you. She mused upon the cursed fate of the Black Sisters, particularly Bellatrix, who seemed to be the most unfortunate. Truly, the saying handsome men bring disaster rang true. You are exceptionally beautiful. Lusha inhaled deeply before speaking slowly. Tom Riddle merely smiled through gritted teeth, appearing somewhat reluctant, as if he did not appreciate her focus on his appearance. Yet, Lusha was solely enamored with his face. Nothing else mattered. The charmingly handsome Harry Potter and the exquisitely proud Draco Malfoy seemed woefully juvenile and unremarkable in comparison to the striking Tom Riddle. Even after Tom's projection faded, Lusha remained captivated by her dashing father's looks. My dear, do you require my assistance? Whether academically or in matters of daily life, I can provide you with comprehensive guidance and support, such as becoming the brightest star of Hogwarts. Ah, old Voldy had activated his persuasive mode. Lusha acknowledged the allure of his voice, yet a strange sense of malevolence lingered, reminiscent of an old witch coaxing Snow White to bite into a poisoned apple. Lusha responded with a peculiar smile and swiftly wrote, Sorry, let us revisit this topic later. She then firmly closed the diary. Rather than allow him to bewilder her and drain her spirit, she opted to embark on a more significant endeavor. Lusha seized the diary and dashed out of the dormitory. Chapter 33. The Young Masteress Concerns. Ultimately, Lusha submitted the diary to Dumbledore. Do not inquire how she acquired it. Dumbledore was no fool, but possessed an extraordinary understanding. Lusha, you have done the right thing, he remarked, and with that, There was nothing more to say. Lusha appreciated old Dumbledore's straightforward style. Before departing, she stealthily took a jar of buzzing bee candy from his desk. Consider it her reward. Encountering Blaise in the common room, Lusha casually inquired, "Where's Draco?" "He is probably at the Quidditch training grounds," Blaise replied without hesitation, then added, "He likely has something he wants to discuss with you." Lusha raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "What could it be?" "I can't say. You should go ask him yourself. It seems important," Blaise shrugged, indicating his inability to assist further. Lusha found Draco at the Quidditch training field. Observing the twilight, it appeared that the other team members had mostly departed, leaving only the conspicuous platinum-haired young master, who was circling low in the air with a broomstick, not practicing but seemingly lost in thought. Upon closer inspection, she noted he was muttering to himself. Lusha surmised he was likely dwelling on Harry Potter. "Draco, over here," she called, cupping her hands around her mouth. To her surprise, the broomstick wobbled slightly, as if it had lost its balance. Then Draco shot her a startled glance, abruptly veering away as though a fierce tiger were on his tail. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to have something to say to her? Lusha was utterly perplexed. Finding a patch of clean grass, she sat down and picked at a small, unidentified wildflower, her mind racing to connect the dots between Lilith and the bloodstained warnings. It was rumored that Lilith not had been brought to Snape's office. But before anything could be clarified, she was whisked away by the ever-concerned Mr. Knott. It was said that Professor Snape's face had darkened with fury, nearly drawing his wand to confront Mr. Knott. As an adamant Death Eater, Mr. Knott must have received some sort of command, Lusha pondered. Perhaps lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice Draco returning after flying several laps. Approaching her, he kindly draped his cloak over her shoulders, speaking awkwardly. "Why are you still here? It's cold. Don't you feel it?" He then cast a warming charm over her. Though his demeanor remained as haughty and off-putting as ever, the underlying care was evident. Lusha smiled and tightened the cloak around her, expressing her appreciation. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to be so considerate." Lusha felt touched. Her recollection of Draco was of a youthful, immature lad, somewhat of a brat with a harsh tongue. Yet, as a friend, he was sincere, a bit chatty, and rather charming, though the traits of gentleness and thoughtfulness seemed utterly foreign to him. Draco averted his gaze, grumbling in dissatisfaction, revealing his nerves in proximity to her. Until now, he had never realized how challenging it was to engage in a simple conversation. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Lusha seemed to have changed considerably. Upon their first meeting, she had been taller than most girls her age but rather slender, with a delicate face, fair skin, and a pair of sparkling amber eyes. Radiant and beautiful like a precious gem. Especially when gazing confidently into others' eyes, she exhibited no hint of insecurity regarding her mixed heritage. In the pure-blood admiring Slytherin house, she not only outshone Pansy and Lilith but had also garnered the special favor of the head of the house, thriving in the school environment like a fish in water. Even if he placed great importance on lineage and possessed an arrogant disposition, he could not deny the undeniable truth. In terms of talent and prowess, he was overshadowed by her. After a year-long absence, upon returning to school, it was evident that Lusha had become even more captivating. Her cheeks were fuller, her features more refined, and the most enchanting aspect remained her large, expressive eyes, glistening like the constellations in the night sky. Draco felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "Oh, have I been bewitched?" Frustrated, he covered his face, struggling to contain the runaway thoughts that threatened to spiral out of control, feeling utterly absurd. He even questioned if he had succumbed to the allure of a love potion. Otherwise, how could he be acting so unusually? For the first time in his life, he was scrutinizing a girl with such intensity. "Draco, what's the matter? You're as red as a tomato. Are you feeling unwell?" Lusha, perplexed by his sudden flush, gazed at the flustered boy, her concern prompting her to reach out to touch his forehead. Could it be that he had caught a chill from the wind? If that were the case, she would have to drag him to the hospital wing for a dose of medicine. "Stay away from me." Draco's expression shifted dramatically, retreating in panic, followed by an awkward cough as he rubbed his excessively warm cheeks, striving to maintain his usual composed demeanor. "Apologies, Lusha. I just remembered something important. I must take my leave. Blaise mentioned that you seemed to have something significant to discuss with me, did he not?" Lusha, unaware of the boy's inner turmoil, was left bewildered by Draco's erratic behavior. Draco, on the other hand, was beginning to grasp Blaise's intentions, his teeth gritting in frustration. "Have a piece of candy. It might lighten your mood," Lusha cheerfully offered, placing 2 buzzing honey candies in his hand. "Thank you, but I must be off." Draco's heart raced, his cheeks aflame, akin to a boiled lobster, as he hastily exited the training grounds. Upon returning to his dormitory, Draco splashed his face with cold water to clear his mind, realizing he could no longer indulge in such folly. Although he was incensed by Blaise's actions, he finally recognized the vague feelings stirring within him. Yet he was a Malfoy. Draco clutched his head in anguish. His parents would never accept a half-blood, which like Lusha, despite her beauty and excellence. And even though his parents seemed to harbor a decent impression of her, it could not alter the fact that Lusha Riddle was not of pure blood lineage, and was, in fact, an orphan of unknown origins. The mere thought of his father's disapproving gaze and his mother's disappointed expression sent waves of anguish through Draco's core. A restless night ensued, his heart torn in a relentless struggle. He recalled the dream from earlier. If Lusha were to be with Cedric or Harry Potter, he would be unable to bear it. But what could he offer Lusha? He doubted he had anything to give. The sound of Blaze's snoring only heightened Draco's irritation. In a fit of vexation, he turned over and shoved 2 scallions into Blaze's nostrils, feeling somewhat relieved. Chapter 34. You've overdone it. This time, the golden snitch is mine. Draco perched on his broomstick, glaring fiercely at his primary rival, Harry Potter. He cast a glance at the audience, where his father sat upright in the center, exuding an air of expectation. Lucius Malfoy sat with a straight back, his usual aloof demeanor softened by a glimmer of eager anticipation, as if to convey, Draco, do not disappoint me. He scanned the Slytherin student section, his gaze sweeping several times, yet he still failed to spot that familiar figure. Lusha was absent. She had not come to watch his match. A wave of disappointment and frustration washed over him, and Draco gripped the broomstick tightly, as if to release pent-up emotions, casting reluctant glances in other directions, yet finding no solace. Malfoy, focus! Marcus Flint, the captain, chided him with a harsh poke in the arm, the forceful gesture causing Draco to grimace in pain, cursing inwardly at Flint's brutishness. Keep your eyes on Potter. Damn it. Look ahead, the golden snitch is right there. The red and green Quidditch uniforms clashed as they soared and battled fiercely in the air, but a bizarre scene unfolded that left the spectators on edge. Especially Ron and Hermione, one eager to draw his wand, the other advising caution to avoid complicating matters. The bludger seemed to be possessed, relentlessly pursuing Harry Potter, striking him several times, yet Harry managed to evade disaster thanks to his inherited flying prowess. With a spin, a tilt, and a sudden maneuver, it appeared as if he were dancing. Draco could not help but mock him for performing ballet. Despite Draco exerting every ounce of strength, he ultimately fell from his broom at the last moment as Harry successfully caught the snitch, narrowly avoiding another attack. The final blow was a bludger hurtling directly towards Harry's groin. Oh, this could spell disaster. As Lusha hurried from the room of requirement to catch the match, she instinctively drew her wand and cast a spell, shattering the furious bludger into fragments. Yet, Harry still suffered a fracture, compounded by Gilderoy Lockhart's ineptitude, resulting in a broken bone that became entirely devoid of structure. Oh, Lockhart, that pompous fool. Viewing Harry as a mere prop, Lusha cast a cold glance at Lockhart, who remained blissfully ignorant, entirely lacking any remorse for further endangering a student. This was intolerable. Unexpectedly, Lusha gestured above Lockhart's head, silently casting a spell, balding. This was her latest achievement, her first attempt at wandless magic, a thrilling and exhilarating moment. Oh, Professor, your hair. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the crowd, which had been fixated on Harry, abruptly turned to Lockhart, mouths agape in astonishment, as if they could swallow a boiled egg whole. Lockhart, with his egg-shaped head, remained oblivious, instinctively flashing his signature charming smile, blinking innocently, before waving his hand, humbly stating, "Please, no need to marvel at my charm. This is not the time for admiration." "Not now, Professor," a girl, seemingly a Lockhart admirer, interjected with a tone of sympathy. "Oh, this is not the moment for autographs," Lockhart cut her off, striking a pose and revealing a perfect row of white teeth, before turning his attention to the bewildered Harry. "Harry, what's wrong? You're not blaming me, are you?" "Oh, Professor, you're bald, completely bald." Harry barely managed to contain himself, while Ron erupted into uncontrollable laughter, nearly doubling over. As Ron's laughter echoed, the crowd joined in, each wave of laughter more boisterous than the last. It was only then that Lockhart realized something was amiss. He touched his golden hair, only to discover the shocking truth. It was as smooth as silk, not a strand remained. "Oh, who did this?" Lockhart's most prized image shattered before the eyes of the crowd. Perhaps, in the future, when people spoke of the most charming wizard in Fashion Weekly, they would no longer recall his captivating smile, but rather his gleaming, bald head. Let us first assist Harry to the hospital wing. The instigator, Louisa, remained the most composed, glancing at Harry's limp arm and reminding her friends. Hermione and Ron felt a twinge of guilt, having been so engrossed in Lockhart's antics that they forgot about their injured friend. "Louisa, Harry struggled to rise, wishing to say something to Louisa, when Draco's loud and exaggerated cry interrupted him from a distance. "Ouch, this is unbearable." Louisa cast a sympathetic glance at Harry before moving towards Draco, her concern evident. Draco, let me take you to Madame Pomfrey. Draco, are you all right? Pansy rushed over, her sharp voice almost painful to the ears. She had been regretting her earlier rashness, realizing that her confrontation with Draco in the carriage had only served to empower Louisa. Seeing Draco seated on the ground presented a perfect opportunity for reconciliation. Draco, I'll take you to the hospital wing. Draco's cold stare met Pansy's. No, Parkinson. Pansy, Daphne is looking for you. I believe it would be best for Louisa to assist Draco, Blaise interjected, ever the peacemaker, especially after discerning Draco's sentiments. Pansy bit her lip, reluctantly allowing Daphne to lead her away. Louisa was perplexed. Why did Blaise also summon Goyle and Crabbe? Those two could at least serve as some form of labor. Draco, exert some effort. Louisa protested, noticing how Draco leaned heavily against her. He whimpered in pain, realizing that his pretense of weakness garnered Louisa's unusually indulgent demeanor, despite her exasperation. She showed no intention of abandoning him. He continued his charade. Sorry, I think I may have injured my back. Your back? Louisa surveyed his somewhat defined waist with sympathy. Then you must undergo a thorough examination. Madame Pomfrey's inspection revealed that aside from a sore rear, Draco had no other issues. Of course, her husband didn't directly accuse him of feigning illness, but he did express a hint of impatience, stating, Mr. Malfoy, you are free to leave. Still unconvinced, Louisa pressed. Are you truly fine? Madame Pomfrey shot her an odd look, clearly irritated by the inquiry. Everything is fine. Now take your friend and leave. Draco, not particularly skilled at deceit, felt a twinge of guilt. Ignoring Louisa's probing, he blushed slightly and pulled her towards the exit, mumbling, it shouldn't be my back. Perhaps I miraculously healed on the way here. Louisa realized the absurdity of his claim and couldn't help but exclaim, Young master, you've taken this to an extreme. Chapter 35. You are beautiful. Following the aftermath of Lockhart's bald incident, he quickly reverted to his usual flamboyant self, grinning like the self-absorbed professor he was. Clearly, such humiliation did not deter him. Louisa, upset with Draco, had given him the cold shoulder for several days. With Valentine's Day approaching, youthful hearts were ablaze with affection. The thought of Lockhart's possible antics overwhelmed her. Seizing the opportunity while the cherubic cupids bearing harps roamed the hall, Louisa wisely opted for a light snack before retreating to the library. Given Professor Pym's temperament, there was no way she would allow the little cupids to meander with love letters, greeting cards, or roses in her domain. Hi, Hermione, you're here so early? Upon entering, Louisa noticed the bushy-haired girl in a corner and greeted her softly. Despite their differing stances and tastes, Louisa admired Hermione's diligence and unwavering loyalty to her friends. She was a remarkably brave and endearing little lion. Louisa, you're here too? Today is Valentine's Day, Hermione remarked, surprised as she looked at Louisa's flawless, delicate features and the ethereal aura surrounding her. She mused that a beauty like Louisa would surely attract much attention today. You too, Louisa replied dismissively. Valentine's Day without a partner holds little significance. All the cards and compliments merely extol the beauty of one's face and the allure of one's mind. After a while, it loses its novelty. Hermione lowered her gaze, frustrated as she opened the thick tome on charms, muttering, No one sent me a card. That's because you don't know how to present yourself, Louisa declared, pulling a chair beside her. In response to Hermione's slightly bashful glance, she continued, If you don't mind, I can help you change that. Hermione was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Louisa's intent. Please trust me, close your eyes. Louisa drew her wand and gently tapped Hermione, who was nervously closing her eyes several times, a warm orange light shimmering momentarily. All done, take a look in the mirror. Hermione glanced at the beaming Louisa, then looked down at the circular mirror formed from her spellbook, surprised to find her prominent front teeth had vanished. And her unruly shoulder-length hair now flowed smoothly and gleamed like a waterfall cascading down her back. The once unremarkable academic had transformed into a charming beauty. This is incredible. Is this your own spell, Louisa? Hermione exclaimed, unable to contain her delight. Her voice rose slightly, attracting Professor Pym's disapproving glare. This is the library. Keep your voice down. If you wish to speak, kindly step outside. Oh, I'm sorry. Louisa gently led the transformed Hermione outside, smiling encouragingly. Hermione, you look beautiful. Be confident. While studies are important, one should not neglect the significance of a holiday. Hermione felt deeply touched. Although she had two wonderful friends in Harry and Ron, they were boys and lacked the sensitivity to share certain nuances. For instance, the delicate matters that weighed on a girl's heart. In the girls' dormitory, while she got along with Parvati and Lavender, their relationship was somewhat distant, and at times she felt irked by their tendency to seek the limelight. Hermione had experienced her share of disappointment. She never expected that Louisa, merely an acquaintance, would show such concern for her. She should heed Harry's words. Louisa is a uniquely friendly Slytherin. At a corner of Hogwarts Castle's flowerbed, Draco irritably tugged at his collar. Bluntly rejecting Pansy's confession. Considering our past, I can forgive your previous rudeness. Pansy, still unwilling to give up, attempted to soften her tone. Her meticulously made-up, doe eyes blinking with a hint of pleading. Draco, our families have been close for generations. No one understands us better. Though I may have offended you, I swear it was unintentional. It's just that I care for you deeply. Draco remained unmoved, his gray eyes regarding Pansy with a haughty disdain. Pansy, I advise you to know your limits. Are you attracted to my looks, my family background, or the prospect of becoming Mrs. Malfoy? You should be quite aware of your own heart. Pansy shook her head in confusion, unable to grasp the logic behind his words. What difference does it make? Isn't it all you? I am far more sincere than Lilith Snape. Draco replied expressionlessly, believing he had said all that needed to be said, deeming further discourse unnecessary. As a Malfoy, there was no need for Draco to expend excessive words to reject admirers. If Pansy were not a friend he endorsed, his temperament would not have allowed her even the slightest chance to speak. He pondered the swarm of suitors that might encircle Lusha, recalling Cedric from the previous year. Who would it be this time? As these thoughts gnawed at him, Draco became increasingly irritable and impatient. He turned to leave, but Pansy, seemingly desperate, positioned herself in front of him, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, radiating an incomprehensible mixture of accusation and fury. Draco, do you truly believe I am oblivious to your feelings? You are infatuated with a mudblood. How absurd. If Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa were to discover this, they would undoubtedly be disheartened. You must comprehend the consequences. Yet, why knowingly engage in such folly? Spurning the affection of a pureblood like Parkinson for the sake of a mudblood? Consumed by jealousy, Pansy could no longer restrain her tongue. And even as she noticed Draco's expression darken, her hatred towards Lusha surged uncontrollably. Draco, there will be no future for you in Riddle. You are utterly mad. Draco's temper, already frayed, flared visibly as he drew his wand, pointing it coldly at Pansy, his voice sharp with threat. Shut your mouth and leave at once. He was uncertain whether he could contain his anger and refrain from casting a hex upon her. Heartbroken and shattered, Pansy fled, covering her face in tears, nearly colliding with Lusha, who was passing by to observe the spectacle. Lusha, caught off guard, coughed awkwardly, taken aback by how the drama had unexpectedly unfolded around her. Only Draco remained, his face a stormy shade of blue, alongside a visibly uncomfortable Lusha, who felt as though she might as well dig her toes into the ground. Was Pansy jesting? Lusha had intended to say something to alleviate the palpable tension, but upon uttering her thought, it only deepened the awkwardness. Draco, visibly frustrated, turned his back, muttering, "How could you eavesdrop on our conversation?" Well, that was her fault. After her breakup with Hermione, Lusha had narrowly escaped being chased by the gnomes, getting knocked out by fragmented greeting cards. She had inadvertently overheard Goyle and Crabbe discussing Pansy's ostentatious attire and her rendezvous with Draco in the flowerbed. With her curiosity piqued, Lusha found herself unexpectedly embroiled in the gossip. She sighed, realizing she had merely wished to witness some excitement, not to become the center of it. Lusha pursed her lips, reflecting on how perplexing boys could be. Just as she resolved to exit this realm of drama, Draco's voice called after her, teeth clenched. Are you leaving just like that? What else was she supposed to do? Lusha thought, bemused. Should she linger, staring at his back? She felt that perhaps indulging in some ice cream might help soothe her nerves. Wait, Lusha, don't go. Seeing her make no effort to respond, Draco turned hurriedly, exclaiming, I didn't mean to blame you. Lusha. Lusha regarded him with casual amusement, seemingly awaiting his next astonishing declaration. I. Draco stammered, his usual eloquence faltering, his cheeks flushed like a boiled shrimp. His demeanor was comically reminiscent of someone being throttled from behind. What is it? What could possibly be so difficult to articulate? Lusha inquired, intrigued by this unfamiliar side of Draco. Was he about to confess something significant? Her heart raced with anticipation. I want us to be best friends. Not just any friends, but the very best of friends, infinitely more special than mere acquaintances. Draco proclaimed, biting his lip, his eyes glistening with innocence and sincerity, evoking an aura of vulnerability. Oh, well, that is not entirely out of the question, but... Lusha felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated something more profound. Perhaps she had been overthinking it. While she did not harbor any disdain for Draco, his juvenile tendencies occasionally irked her. However, she recognized that boys raised in such indulgent households often retained a certain naivety. This yearning for friendship echoed her own past desires. Despite being academically accomplished and possessing beauty, her introverted nature had left her with few genuine friends, and she had never even had a plastic flower best friend. Although many admired her, the envious throngs were far greater. Excellence sometimes bore the weight of solitude. Are you subtly rejecting me? Noticing Lusha's silence, Draco nervously chewed on his lower lip, acknowledging his prior rudeness towards her. I was wrong. I should not have treated you with such arrogance. Nor should I have dismissed your heritage. My pride clouded my judgment. I want to take this opportunity, regardless of your response, to make it clear, you are exceptional, and I genuinely admire you. Lusha, you are a remarkable Slytherin. Wait, really? Draco thinks so highly of me. Lusha silently contemplated the weight of his words, her emotions swirling in complexity. His boyish innocence had given way to youthful resolve, and his gray eyes held an unexpected sincerity and warmth. His long, curled lashes fluttered cutely, enhancing his charm. Lusha was taken aback, never having envisioned that someone as proud and imperious as Draco Malfoy would earnestly apologize and wish to forge a sincere friendship with her. Perhaps she should embrace this friendship. After all, camaraderie from a Malfoy was indeed a rare treasure. After a prolonged silence, Lusha finally smiled at Draco, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. As Draco anxiously imagined the embarrassment of rejection, Lusha extended her hand, solemnly declaring, I would be delighted to be your friend, Draco. It is truly an honor. I am also very pleased. Truly. Draco was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with a brilliant smile as he reached out to clasp Lusha's hand firmly. As they chatted amicably, Lusha and Draco made their way to Professor Bin's History of Magic class. Meanwhile, Draco, suddenly aware of the foolishness of his earlier request, felt as if a swarm of bees buzzed through his mind. He could not fathom why he had asked dear Lusha to be friends, when he had intended to say something entirely different. Perhaps he should simply find a block of tofu to crash into. Draco felt quite dejected, yet he reminded himself that haste does not yield favorable outcomes. He was uncertain of Lusha's feelings toward him. Observing her smiling profile, he concluded that this relationship might not be so bad after all, as long as Lusha did not despise him and gradually recognized his positive attributes. There would still be hope. In the History of Magic lecture, Professor Binns, in his ghostly form, droned on about the drowsy texts, scarcely anyone paying attention to his discourse. Students whispered, some dozing off with their heads on desks, others applying nail polish, munching on snacks, or perusing Quidditch magazines. Meanwhile, the professor continued his soliloquy, oblivious to their distractions. This must be the easiest class at Hogwarts to navigate. Draco bit down on his quill, deep in contemplation as he pondered how to devise a plan to take Lucinda to Hogsmeade, considering what gifts to present her. After all, they were already good friends, and it seemed quite natural for them to enjoy an outing together. Meanwhile, Lucinda, who had been fervently scribbling away, leaned closer to him. The intoxicating scent of jasmine mingled with orange wafting enticingly into his nostrils. What truly set his heart racing was the accidental brush of a foot beneath the table, causing a rush of warmth to flood his face, leaving him flustered and distracted. Yet, he maintained a facade of seriousness, nervously glancing around before stammering, Lucinda, what is the matter? All right, I've finished my writing. Take a look, she replied, oblivious to Draco's unease as she cheerfully handed him a piece of parchment, playfully winking at him. This is important, remember to read it all. With curiosity, Draco scanned the document, feeling an invisible pressure to read every word with utmost seriousness. The rules of friendship were laid out clearly. 1. Do not interfere with Lucinda's right to choose her friends. 2. Refrain from uttering impolite terms such as mudblood. 3. Do not throw tantrums without cause. 4. Do not force Lucinda to engage in activities she dislikes. 5. Remember Lucinda's birthday, day, month, year. 6. Keep track of Lucinda's cycle. 7. Be mindful of Lucinda's preferences. Note, for now, these are the 7 rules. More may be added later. Draco's eyes widened, his expression a mix of confusion and protest. Why are there so many rules for being good friends? And I have to remember her cycle? I mean, I'm a boy, he exclaimed, feeling the heat rise in his cheeks. Seems like I have high standards for friends. Lucinda shot him a displeased glance, believing Draco's awareness was rather lacking. You have one lesson to memorize all this, she said earnestly, folding the parchment into an origami crane and tucking it into Draco's pocket, casting him a threatening look. Don't tell me that the brilliant Draco Malfoy can't remember these simple words, or that you lack genuine intent to be my friend. Sensing the tempest brewing, Draco vigorously shook his head, opening his mouth to assert, of course, I am sincere. I will remember, and I will be your closest friend, Lucinda. Lucinda smiled contentedly, revealing a sweet expression that suggested her belief in Draco's potential. Chapter 37, Aristocratic Upbringing. The proximity between Lucinda and Draco left the entire Slytherin house in shock. They dined together, brewed potions side by side, and frequented the library, sharing laughter and enjoying an amicable atmosphere. Goyle and Crabbe had become mere accessories in this budding friendship. Were it not for their genders, they might as well have held hands to the restroom. Pansy, witnessing this unfolding scene, felt utterly defeated. Although she harbored feelings for Draco, being a Parkinson meant she couldn't pursue a boy so shamelessly without losing her dignity. The worst part was the utter lack of hope. Harry, concerned, sought Lucinda privately to inquire about the rumors circulating. He hesitated before asking, "What is going on between you and Malfoy?" Lucinda understood immediately, offering a bemused smile. "Oh, we simply transitioned from general acquaintances to good friends. Draco is actually quite a nice boy." Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though it was somewhat hard to accept, he found no valid reason to keep Lucinda away from the detestable Malfoy, considering she was a Slytherin herself. Draco's attitude towards Harry and his friends remained aloof, often snubbing them with a haughty demeanor. Yet, he had curbed his provocative tendencies, at least in Lucinda's presence. Even so, Ron wondered aloud if Draco had been switched at birth, while Hermione cheerfully remarked, "This must be the power of friendship." At the breakfast table, Draco, under the astonished gazes of Blaise, Goyle, and Crabbe, diligently sliced bacon for Lucinda, spread a generous layer of blueberry jam on a round loaf, and pushed a steaming cup of milk toward her, animatedly recounting his amusing holiday at Chateau de Biens. Lucinda listened attentively, finding no hint of boredom. At times, she thought Draco had a knack for stand-up comedy, capable of entertaining himself with flair. Of course, she was also an excellent listener. As Lucinda felt comfortably sated, she gazed encouragingly at Draco, hoping he would continue, when suddenly, a golden eagle owl swooped down toward their table, its sharp talon clutching a letter. "Oh, it's Robert!" Draco exclaimed upon recognizing his family's owl, losing his usual air of confidence, retreating slightly, as if fearing an angry missive. The terrifying memory of Ron receiving a howler from his mother loomed vividly in his mind, and it was only natural for Draco to worry, especially given the rapid progression of his relationship with Lucinda. Draco feared his parents might scold him for growing too close to Lucinda, considering her ambiguous lineage. "Don't worry. Draco, would you mind if I open the letter?" Lucinda offered. Draco nodded, his expression a mix of eagerness and trepidation. Lucinda stood, capturing the still struggling Robert, and gave Draco a reassuring look. She was confident that, given Narcissa Malfoy's character and aristocratic upbringing, she wouldn't publicly berate her child. Of course, she meant no disrespect to Mrs. Weasley. Every mother has her unique way of raising her children, which is commendable in its own right. The envelope was not ordinary parchment, but exquisite golden stationery, embossed with the Malfoy family crest. "Dear Draco, my darling, Easter is approaching, and I eagerly await your return home. I've heard you've made a good friend, which brings me great joy. My little dragon is growing up. Your father and I hope you will bring Lucinda to spend the holiday with us. Love, your mother, Narcissa." "What a warm and welcoming mother she is," Lucinda mused, casting a knowing glance at Draco, whose demeanor had shifted to one of embarrassment after reading the letter. "Your parents are truly hospitable." Draco beamed with pride, taking the letter again to confirm its contents and releasing a long sigh of relief. "I was worried my parents wouldn't like you, but that seems highly unlikely now, almost zero. When we met at the station, my father even invited you to Malfoy Manor. They genuinely appreciate you. From this letter, it seems you have won their favor." Lucinda felt that the Malfoys were merely being polite, extending an invitation for reasons unknown. Nonetheless, she wouldn't deny Draco's words, as that would be rather disheartening. "Lucinda, would you like to visit my home?" Draco asked, sensing her distraction. He worried she might be reluctant or apprehensive. So he took her hand gently, offering encouragement and comfort, gazing into her gray-blue eyes, which sparkled with a puppy-like innocence and eager anticipation. Lucinda felt no objection. Visiting a friend's house was nothing to fear. She playfully wiped a crumb from the corner of his mouth and winked at him, smiling. "Of course. I want to see your baby crib and find out how old you were when you finally stopped wetting the bed." "Oh, Lucinda, I never wet the bed." Draco puffed his cheeks in protest, but his efforts were in vain. After being force-fed a meal of dog food, Blaise felt nauseous, glancing at Goyle and Crabbe, who were devouring their food with reckless abandon, and realized that only he was overindulging. Time flew by, and soon Easter arrived. Lusha, without excessive adornment, let her long, slightly curled black hair cascade over her shoulders, touched up her eyebrows, applied a layer of peach lipstick, and donned a fresh new robe, refreshingly simple, yet her beauty remained undeniable. Draco, upon seeing her, was momentarily stunned, his cheeks flushing. Could it be that she had astonished him? They boarded the Hogwarts Express once more, and then used the portkey to arrive right at the entrance of Malfoy Manor. One must admit, the tools of the wizarding world were indeed wondrous. Draco took Lusha's hand and paused before the serpent-embellished stone image at the manor's gate, which was presumably a form of bloodline magic for unlocking. A warm, Strange force enveloped them in an instant. In the next moment, within what could hardly have been 5 seconds, they had successfully entered the manor's interior. Lusha traversed the long corridor and meandered through the tranquil pebble pathways, where a leisurely white peacock cast furtive glances their way before continuing its graceful stroll. Suddenly, a house elf sprang forth, bowing respectfully, its voice slightly high-pitched. Bobby welcomes the young master home, and Miss Riddle to the manor as a guest. Please follow me. The master and mistress are awaiting you in the hall. Draco felt a swell of joy at his parents' attentive demeanor. He glanced at Lusha and cheerfully remarked, "Father and mother really like you." Lusha smiled non-committally, pondering how to navigate the overly astute couple. Stepping into the grand hall, Draco shyly introduced Lusha once more to his parents. "Father, mother, this is my friend Lusha." Due to Lucius's long-standing authority, Draco dared not exuberantly declare, "Lusha is an exceptionally remarkable Slytherin." "Welcome, Miss Riddle," the Malfoys said in unison, nodding. They graciously invited Lusha to partake of tea and encouraged Draco to show her around the manor. Surprised yet unperturbed, Lusha presented the beauty potion for Narcissa and the hair care potion for Lucius, adhering to the etiquette of being a guest while showcasing her potion-making talents. "No wonder Severus values you," Lucius remarked. Merely by inhaling the potion's aroma, he could discern its quality, pure and fragrant with hints of rosemary, truly top-notch. Lusha humbly smiled, deftly steering the conversation back to Draco. She cast a flirtatious glance at Narcissa, feigning shyness. "Draco is quite impressive. His potion grades are consistently outstanding." No mother could resist the delight of hearing her child praised, and sure enough, Narcissa's gaze toward Lusha held a touch more sincerity. Noticing that the Malfoys did not unleash their expected reprimands, Lusha's heart eased slightly as she expressed a desire to see the Malfoy library. After a moment's hesitation, as if contemplating something, Lucius smiled and said, "Of course, let Draco accompany you." Lusha was puzzled. What? So accommodating. Once outside the Malfoys' sight, she found their demeanor surprisingly amiable. Was not the Malfoy family motto to staunchly defend the honor of purebloods? Here was their precious son returning with a friend of uncertain lineage. Yet their attitude was so genial. Upon entering the library, Lusha casually picked up a book on the historical origins of ancient magic, her mind racing with observations from her visit to the Malfoy residence. Undoubtedly, the Malfoys were affluent, and both husband and wife exuded a sense of superiority not born from arrogance, but rather from their family's heritage and upbringing. No wonder Draco had initially been so self-absorbed, as if he alone were the best in the world, seething with jealousy over Harry, who garnered all the attention and applause. Lost in her thoughts, Lusha failed to notice Draco's hurt expression beside her. It was not until a few soft huffs pulled her back to reality that she realized she had neglected the young master of the Malfoy estate. "Apologies, Draco. Are you bored?" "Not really," Draco replied with a subdued tone, feeling overlooked yet stubbornly unwilling to admit it. "You're so adorable, Draco," Lusha teased playfully, leaning closer to pinch his cheek, her laughter ringing in the air. A wave of sweet jasmine enveloped Draco's senses, disorienting his thoughts, leaving him slightly dizzy. "Draco, what are you thinking about?" Lusha chuckled at the eager glint in his eyes, poking his plump cheek mischievously. "Nothing at all." Draco shot her a disgruntled glance. What do you mean by that?" Lusha feigned ignorance, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she laughed heartily, teasing him further as his expression darkened. "Dear Draco, you're lying." Draco immediately scowled to mask his embarrassment, raising his voice to mutter, "You must be seeing things. That's impossible." Lusha, not wishing to burst his bubble, playfully pinched his cheek again, reveling in the delightful playfulness of his blushing and frowning face. "Stop it, Lusha," Draco protested, his face stern as he made futile attempts to catch her mischievous hands. Lusha only found it more amusing, reclining on the sofa while laughing uncontrollably. Just as they were caught up in their jovial antics, a venerable voice echoed from behind them, its grand, elongated tone tinged with indignation. "Malfoy boy, do you not hold me, a lonely old man, in any regard?" Both Lusha and Draco jumped in surprise, instinctively retreating and turning their faces away, following the source of the voice to discover a portrait hanging on the wall behind the bookshelf. An elderly gentleman, around 50 with golden hair, was glaring at them from within the frame, evidently displeased with the young one's demeanor. "What are you staring at? Never seen such a handsome and dashing old man before." Draco's face flushed crimson, his frustration mounting. What had he done? Had he done anything wrong at all? In light of this annoyance, his temper flared as he shouted at the portrait, "Lusha and I are chatting. Were you eavesdropping? At your age, you should know better than to sneak up on us. It seems you did it intentionally." Lusha's expression was no better. She noted the old man's platinum hair, gray eyes, and the haughty, aristocratic demeanor reminiscent of Lucius. She surmised that he must be one of Draco's ancestors. "Little girl, you are quite lovely, your face perfect, though your bosom leaves something to be desired." One wonders which pureblood family you hail from. The old man scrutinized Lusha from head to toe, his words critical. How dare you? Lusha bristled, incensed at his remarks regarding her figure. She had not yet fully developed. Confident in her physique, she believed that her future allure would be undeniable. How infuriating. To be disparaged by an old man. Are you truly a member of the Malfoy family? The manner of speaking is exceedingly rude. What of Louisa? Is it necessary for you to offer your unsolicited opinions? Draco, unconsciously glancing at Louisa's dramatically rising chest, mused internally. She certainly appears to be well endowed. After receiving a fierce glare from Louisa, Draco, feeling somewhat guilty, redirected his disdain towards the elderly Malfoy, who was sighing while picking his nose, his expression replete with contempt. Goodness, such a disgrace to the Malfoy name. Horace Malfoy, that is my name. There is no need to question my identity. Just look at our matching hair color, and you will know I am a bona fide Malfoy. Handsome lad. Your grandfather Abraxas would still address me with utmost respect as uncle. You are far more charming than your father Lucius. That child has fallen from grace. Horace Malfoy sighed heavily, his tone a mixture of gravity and levity. Despite his considerable seniority, Draco dismissed the words of a long-deceased individual as inconsequential. He curled his lip in annoyance. Still convinced that the man's demeanor was far too coarse and uncouth, wholly uncharacteristic of a gentlemanly Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, it is evident that you are a rebel against convention, Louisa remarked thoughtfully, sensing a certain uniqueness in this Malfoy. Young lady, I find that description quite appealing. Everyone claims I am a failed Malfoy, yet I have never subscribed to that notion. What is the point of living one's life so hypocritically and rigidly? It is far more enjoyable to seize the moment and engage in pursuits that bring one joy. Would you not agree? Horace winked at Louisa, his weathered gray eyes sparkling with mischief as he asked, I find you rather intriguing and quite beautiful. Are you friends with Draco? Louisa shook her head, candidly admitting, in truth, I am a half-blood. I doubt Mr. Lucius would be pleased with his son associating with a girl of such lineage, especially considering I do not possess a dowry. Perhaps I am even an illegitimate child. Louisa, you and I are not defined by our parents, Draco interjected. His expression tense as he grasped Louisa's hand tightly. He harbored hopes of one day expressing his true feelings for her. Although he was puzzled as to why his parents had not mentioned Louisa's background or chastised him for befriending a half-blood, he sensed a calm before the storm, a serene beauty in their current situation. Nevertheless, he was resolute that, having chosen Louisa Riddle in his heart, he would never let her down. Oh, what a wonderfully rebellious friendship, akin to Romeo and Juliet in the wizarding world. I wholeheartedly support and bless you both, Horace Malfoy exclaimed, producing a somewhat aged golden handkerchief from who knows where. As if foreseeing their tragic love story, he wept dramatically, which left Louisa utterly speechless. This old man certainly possessed a vivid imagination. She and Draco were yet to even begin their romance. This fellow was quite the character, reminiscent of a Gryffindor Sirius Black from the House of Black, or perhaps even more unconventional and peculiar. Chapter 39. The warmth of marriage. Lucius, I am genuinely concerned. The young dragon seems quite taken with that Louisa Riddle. Might they? In their spacious bedroom, Narcissa paced anxiously, her demeanor far from the calm she had previously exhibited. She glanced at her husband, who appeared lost in thought, unable to comprehend Lucius's reasoning behind inviting that girl into their home. Why provoke a confrontation? Was not Louisa Riddle a girl without family? West, they are merely children, still quite young, merely experiencing the throes of youth. Do not overthink it. Instead of forcefully separating them, it is wiser to observe the situation. A child's rebelliousness can often be more formidable, Lucius replied, his perspective more long-term. He gently placed his hands on Narcissa's shoulders, empathizing with her concerns. The Malfoy family motto had always been to uphold pure blood and maintain nobility. As a Malfoy, his ancient and noble surname took precedence over his name and identity. Lucius had instilled this belief in Draco from a young age, yet he was taken aback by his son's apparent infatuation with a somewhat attractive young girl. While his anger simmered, he retained a measure of rationality, for Louisa was indeed a little riddle. Lucius recognized that if he were to look down upon this half-blood witch, it would indirectly indicate a lack of respect for his master, Voldemort, and even exhibit a degree of contempt. Should he become the target of envy and disdain from the Death Eaters who resented his favor with Voldemort, he could scarcely imagine the torment he would endure at the hands of Voldemort's unpredictable temperament. The mere thought sent a chill down Lucius's spine, yet he remained attentive to his wife's feelings, softening his tone as he reassured her, Dearest, with me here, all will be well. Narcissa leaned obediently against Lucius, finding solace in his unwavering gentleness and comfort, feeling somewhat reassured. She recalled how, during the bloody days of Voldemort's campaign for pure blood, Lucius had made similar promises to her. Despite being a Death Eater and serving the Dark Lord, he always returned home, the scent of blood clinging to him, which was impossible to ignore. Even amidst her worries, she felt a strange sense of security, regardless of how many people outside despised and loathed her husband, or the dark deeds he engaged in behind closed doors. To Narcissa, Lucius was simply a devoted husband, upholding the family's honor and protecting their children. In stark contrast to her sister Bellatrix's senseless killings, Narcissa was far more concerned about her own family, her husband and children. Yes, I understand now, Lucius. Narcissa endeavored to calm herself, dismissing her anxious thoughts as she silently savored the tranquility of their marital bond. Yet, since learning of Draco's special half-blood friend from Mrs. Parkinson, she had felt a persistent discomfort. How could her typically obedient son conceal such matters from her? It undeniably left her feeling defeated as a mother. Her child was growing up, beginning to harbor his own secrets and affections for a girl. Though she understood this reality, it was difficult to accept in such a short time. With Narcissa's keen intelligence, she could easily discern Mrs. Parkinson's intentions, which were merely to use her as a means to vindicate her daughter, Pansy Parkinson. In comparison, Mrs. Parkinson's motives left her feeling displeased. She had no intention of confronting the half-blood girl who had captivated her son's attention. Relative to Pansy Parkinson, who was infatuated with Draco, though she boasted a pure lineage, her appearance simply did not match that of Narcissa's beloved son. Louisa Riddle, whom she had encountered only once, was undoubtedly far superior. To be fair, over the years, Narcissa had met numerous girls of Draco's age, yet only a select few had made a lasting impression on her. Daphne and Astoria Greengrass and Lilith Knott were somewhat striking, yet their magical talents were only average compared to Louisa Riddle, who excelled in both beauty and ability. If that girl were pureblood, even if not from a prominent family or lacking a substantial dowry, as long as Draco was fond of her, Lucius and she would not hinder their union. They might even be delighted to have such an exceptional daughter-in-law. Alas, with a tinge of melancholy, Narcissa lamented, wishing, if only Louisa Riddle were pureblood. Louisa, do not pay heed to that old man's fanciful words. He bears no resemblance to a true Malfoy. Holding Rosa's hand, Draco chattered incessantly, his father's words somewhat disheartening. They strolled directly into the room where Draco had once slept as a child. He had promised Rosa he would show her his childhood photo album. Naturally, there would be no embarrassing bedwetting pictures. Rosa chuckled softly, affirming that her enthusiasm for exploring his room remained entirely unperturbed. This is the nursery where I slept as a child. Look, there's my cradle, and this wardrobe is filled with my little clothes from back then. And these large cupboards are filled with my toys, all gifts from my parents. As Rosa listened to Draco's proud ramblings, she gazed at the album on the counter, which displayed a chubby baby Draco, adorably round-faced, with big gray-blue eyes wide open in wonder, a beaming pink gums revealing a few scattered sharp little teeth. All right, that should be enough, Draco thought, feeling quite foolish looking at his baby self, especially since he was drooling, which utterly tarnished his suave image. He snatched the album from Rosa's hands, denying her any further glimpses. Rosa smiled helplessly. He was undeniably cute, capable of melting the hearts of countless young girls. Moving to the other side, Rosa gently rocked the pale blue cradle, and a delightful lullaby began to softly resonate. The canopy above transformed into a serene night sky, with thousands of tiny stars happily twinkling. Enchanted by the splendid starlit sky and the tender melody, Rosa fancied she could almost hear the crisp laughter of a baby. This feels wonderful, Draco. You are truly fortunate. Rosa began to envy Draco's cradle, realizing that children from affluent families truly enjoyed a lavish upbringing. And as a Wizarding World elite, he had witnessed remarkable magical wonders from such a young age. What does it matter? If you hadn't insisted on coming in here, I wouldn't have wished to enter this nursery, Draco mused, a sense of pride swelling within him, though he maintained a feigned expression of disdain. Seeing Rosa so captivated piqued his interest, and he began to recount, in detail, the precious and wondrous gifts he had received throughout his life. Such blatant boasting and self-aggrandizing chatter might be deemed irritating by others, yet Rosa listened with rapt attention. She had always admired Draco. He retained a childlike innocence, imbued with a delightful naivety and charm. Rosa mused inwardly. This must be what love does to one's perception. Initially drawn to Draco out of a slightly vain curiosity, captivated by his striking looks and demeanor, she found herself gradually developing a deeper affection that transcended mere physical admiration. Your future children will surely be very happy, Rosa remarked sincerely, surveying the expansive nursery filled with vibrant amenities. That is certain. I will love them dearly, Draco replied, his heart racing at the thought of one day becoming engaged and married to Rosa, envisioning children who might inherit their parents' adorable features. Chapter 40. The Sadness of Dobby. Rosa discreetly stole a glance at the inexplicably blushing Draco, playfully tinkling the purple wind chimes hanging from the cradle, producing a rhythmic jingling sound. Suddenly, a ragged house elf sprang forth, exclaiming in a high-pitched voice, "Is Master calling Dobby? How may Dobby serve you?" "Dobby is at your command." "Oh," Rosa said, glancing at the still swaying chimes, then at the trembling Dobby, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I was just playing with it." The moment those words slipped out, it became a blunder. Dobby's large, tennis ball-like eyes brimmed with tears, and he began banging his head against the floor in a frenzy of self-pity and gratitude. This beautiful lady actually apologized to Dobby. Dobby is so deeply touched. Woo! Rosa was aware of the house elf's subservience, yet witnessing their profound humility was a new experience for her. In her mind, the house elves at Hogwarts were merely overly enthusiastic. Upon arriving at Malfoy Manor, she had encountered a spirited elf named Bippy who displayed quite a bit of vitality. However, this little elf named Dobby concealed a profound despair and struggle within his eyes. Oh, he seems to be the house elf who tried to prevent Harry from returning to Hogwarts. She realized Dobby evidently had not received Harry's trust or rescue and remained bound to his servitude at Malfoy Manor. For a house elf whose very soul was etched with loyalty and an unwavering vow of allegiance, Dobby was undoubtedly an anomaly he could not fully betray. Yet he yearned for freedom and respect from others, rendering his suffering potentially twice as painful. This was undeniably the tragedy of Dobby. What a pitiable and sorrowful creature. While Rosa did not harbor Hermione's grand aspirations of liberating house elves, she could not bear to witness them continuously inflicting harm upon themselves, both physically and mentally. "Do not do this, Dobby. I command you to stop hurting yourself." Her tone bore a hint of authority, and she knew this approach would be more effective. Indeed, although Dobby continued to tremble and sob, he ceased his self-inflicted punishment. However, his somber little head bore several bloodied marks, a sight that was truly alarming. Such self-mutilation was not mere theatrics. It was a genuine desire to punish himself, a relentless urge to inflict pain. Rosa felt a headache coming on, so she cast a healing spell and a cleaning charm upon Dobby. As he gazed at her in astonishment, and as his heartfelt cries of gratitude erupted once more, she hastily interjected, "Dobby, please prepare a small cake and freshly squeezed juice for me, preferably a fruit cake." She deliberately omitted a thank you at the end, fearing he might revert to self-harm again. "Very well, beautiful and kind miss. Dobby will prepare it at once." Dobby wiped his tears with a grimy handkerchief and instantly disapparated with a pop. "Rosa, you needn't be so kind to a house elf. You could just tell him to scram." Draco plopped down onto the plush sofa, voicing his displeasure. He was quite unhappy that Rosa had neglected him, wasting so much time on the household servant, and even going so far as to wash his face and heal his wounds. This was utterly unprecedented. Draco worried that if his parents caught wind of this, they might think less of Rosa. As a pure-blood aristocrat accustomed to looking down on house elves, Draco disapproved of Rosa's behavior. In the wizarding world, no one would respect a house slave. They were inherently destined to serve their masters until old age or death. For instance, Draco's family's house elf, from the Black family, was said to be so old and incapacitated that they would have their heads severed and displayed on the mantelpiece. House elves even considered this a special honor. Rosa fully understood that such notions were deeply ingrained in Draco's psyche and would not chastise him for his indifference, especially since she had no standing to do so. She leaned closer and stroked his platinum hair, feeling the soft, delicate strands tickle her palm, despite his irritated glare. "Draco, Dobby must have looked after you when you were a child, right?" Rosa inquired gently. Draco was momentarily taken aback, pondering the meaning behind Lusha's words. Although he did not fully grasp her intent, he answered candidly, "Well, when I was young, it was Dobby and Winky who took care of me. I recall my mother would spend her days playing with me, while they catered to my needs at all other times. Is there a problem with that? They were merely servants." Indeed, merely servants. In the wizarding realm, house elves were devoid of dignity and personhood compared to them. The nannies and hourly workers in the Muggle world seemed exceedingly fortunate. Lusha was not a saint, yet she could not abide such egregious servitude. In that moment, she recognized Hermione Granger as an exceptionally noble young woman, capable of empathizing with and advocating for beings with whom she had no personal vested interest. Even in the face of criticism and setbacks, Hermione remained steadfast in her pursuit of the liberation of house elves. Lusha believed that when the war concluded and they had matured, she would not hesitate to lend her strength to Hermione. The wizarding world was in dire need of reform. "Draco, considering the countless nights they dedicated to your care, it is acceptable to be somewhat curt in your words, but it is best not to be excessively cruel. Of course, I trust that someone as admirable and kind as you would never treat those who diligently serve you with such rudeness, would you?" Lusha sat across from Draco, her face aglow with a smile, watching as he wrestled with the urge to argue while his cheeks flushed. Unable to restrain herself, she playfully pinched his cheeks. What are you doing, Lusha? You've distorted my face. Humph, if you hadn't lost your baby fat, it would feel much better. Nonsense, I have no excess flesh. By the end of this term, I am determined to fatten you up. The two erupted into playful banter, tumbling around in joyous laughter. Their voices echoing brightly in the spacious room, eventually spilling through the doors cracked to the outside. At the doorway, the Malfoy couple exchanged puzzled glances, hesitatingly fixating on the bronze doorknob. Tentatively, they knocked several times, yet the two inside remained oblivious, their expressions turning increasingly peculiar. With a decisive click, the door swung open. Lucius's face was as cold as ice. His patience was wearing thin as he forcefully twisted the doorknob, and upon entering, he beheld a rather awkward scene of a boy and girl on the sofa. Lucius's grip on the doorknob trembled, his lips pressed into a thin line. Narcissa, following closely behind, did not miss the overly intimate tableau, her delicate lips parting in shock, unsure of what to articulate. The couple felt an unspoken tension in their chests. Chapter 41. The Professor's Return Gift. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent, and under the dual death glares from Lucius and Narcissa, the two jesters on the sofa were jolted, an icy chill running down their spines. A quick glance sideways revealed, oh dear, when did they come in? It was utterly impolite. Where were the Malfoy family's manners? Oh, mother and father, when did you? Draco, whether out of embarrassment or fright, flushed crimson, as if blood might seep forth, his face burning as he desperately struggled to rise. Yet Lusha, momentarily dazed, had yet to retreat. With a startled yelp, both Lusha and Draco tumbled to the ground. A scene of utter disarray. Thankfully, the floor was covered with a plush, warm wool blanket. Otherwise, given their momentum, they would surely have suffered a few bumps. Narcissa's chest heaved in agitation. Despite her efforts to maintain composure and elegance before the younger generation, a torrent of words erupted from her lips. What are you two doing? Heaven knows what she had witnessed. Surely, her eyes deceived her. Narcissa inhaled deeply, internally screaming, my little dragon. Narcissa cast a sidelong glance at the equally flustered Lucius. Lucius, reassure her. How can I be at ease with this? I can explain. It's entirely a misunderstanding. We were merely playing around. Lusha scrambled to her feet, smoothing her crumpled robes, exhaling slowly before speaking. Though it was mortifying, an explanation was necessary. They were merely joking and had been fooling around for a bit. It was not as scandalous as their imaginations might suggest, was it? Yes, a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Draco echoed, his voice barely above a whisper. Lucius took several deep breaths, attempting to muster a strained smile. Naturally, this must be a misunderstanding. What you perceive is not necessarily the truth. However, in future jesting, do exercise a modicum of discretion. Lucius spoke slowly, then added, I believe it is time for us to enjoy some afternoon tea. Just the thing to calm our nerves. The four of them awkwardly made their way to the coffee table in the parlor, where Dobby had already prepared delectable cakes and pastries, including a fruit medley cake and freshly squeezed orange juice, which he placed in front of Lusha. This lovely young lady had requested it in advance. Dobby assures you there is no favoritism. The Malfoy couple tasted the exquisite delicacies without savoring them, their thoughts already miles away. Habitually, Draco cut the cake into small pieces for Lusha, adding some fruit cubes and carefully skewering them with toothpicks for her convenience. Lusha was uncertain whether Draco was truly oblivious or simply trying to make a statement. Such attentiveness in front of her parents surely tugged at the heartstrings, did it not? Overcome with guilt, Lusha felt it was inappropriate to linger at Malfoy Manor merely to indulge in their hospitality. She hastily concocted an excuse, borrowed a bit of flu powder from the Malfoys, and promptly disappeared into Professor Snape's cellar. A wave of dizziness washed over her as she felt herself expelled by an unseen force. Rubbing her dust-laden eyes, she was met with the sight of Snape's stern, pallid visage, which appeared somewhat askew. Miss Riddle, I was under the impression you had succumbed to the enchantments of the Malfoys, utterly oblivious to your medication schedule. Snape remarked coldly, arms crossed, as he observed the disheveled Lusha emerging from the fireplace. How could that be? Professor, I still require your assistance. Lusha, neglecting to tidy herself, offered a sheepish smile to the professor. She could not shake the feeling that Snape harbored a profound disdain for every couple, relishing the role of the proverbial hammer that drives lovers apart. Many a clandestine rendezvous in the corridors, on the rooftops, or even during class had met with Snape's sharp tongue and punitive measures. Naturally, aside from Slytherin, other houses faced immediate deduction of points. Could this be interpreted as Snape experiencing a midlife crisis? Drink up. The professor's expression remained icy, gesturing towards the cauldron on the desk filled with a dark, viscous concoction exuding a foul odor reminiscent of a blend of slug and leech. Lusha suppressed her discomfort, blinking rapidly before gulping it all down in one go. The taste was as revolting as ever. Thankfully, it was the final dose. Thank you, Professor Snape. I feel my magical stability has improved significantly during this time. Lusha mumbled her gratitude, urgently craving a sweet to wash away the horrid taste. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she noticed a jar of honey candies prominently displayed beside a holder filled with quills on the professor's desk. With her impeccable vision, she could discern that the labeled dates on the jar were all recent. Professor Lusha glanced at Snape, who was now occupied with his cauldron, and then back at the unopened jar of honey candies that appeared to be intended as a gift. Contemplating, Rosa mused, Professor Snape does not have a penchant for sweets. Could this be specifically prepared for her? Hesitant, she pondered whether she was overthinking the situation. Return gift. Professor Snape stated tersely, his eyes not lifting from his work, his tone devoid of emotion yet unmistakably clear, an acknowledgement of a Christmas present. By Merlin's beard, the handsome professor had bestowed upon her some confectionery. Rosa, in disbelief, covered her face, her heart blooming with joy. Days later, upon encountering Draco again, she sensed a palpable despondency emanating from him. Rosa, you look rather fatigued, he remarked, his tone laced with concern as she offered him a delectable meat pie. Was it possible that Lucius had reprimanded Draco harshly after her departure? That seemed quite plausible. Father says. Draco winced at the recollection of his father's scolding. At the dinner table, Lucius's expression darkened upon the mention of his son's romantic pursuits, as if he wished to shove his son into the plate and swallow him whole. Lucius, who considered himself rather indulgent, had yet to chastise Draco for daring to befriend a half-blood. The audacity of the boy was astonishing. Fortunately, his temper was well trained, and with his beloved wife nearby, he merely huffed coldly, Draco, wait a while longer. Though Narcissa disapproved of Draco's inclinations, she could not bear to dampen her cherished son's spirit too severely, gently advising him. Little dragon, you are still young. Mature a bit more before considering your future partner. In time, you will discover who is truly suited to be the next mistress of the Malfoy household. Of course, the underlying implication of Narcissa's words flew over Draco's head. She must have felt a pang of disappointment. How had her son become so extroverted? At that moment, Draco was stabbing the meat pie with his silver fork, a dejected expression upon his face. Rosa, who had just taken a hearty bite of her pie, observed his gloom and asked tentatively, what is the matter? Did your father scold you? Is Lucius that strict? As Draco shot her a look of exasperation, Rosa realized her assumptions had been misguided. Such a doting father as Lucius would hardly resort to such measures. Besides, there was Narcissa, the fiercely protective mother, to consider. I told my father that if one day, I'm talking about the future, we might date, get engaged, or even marry, would he consent? Draco leaned closer, whispering shyly into her ear. What? Rosa's heart fluttered. She could hardly believe her ears. Draco harbored such thoughts about her. Taking a deep breath, she felt a strange mixture of excitement and guilt wash over her. She had never contemplated such matters, or perhaps it was simply too early to do so. If they were to date, she wished to revel in their youth, and should they part ways, to do so with grace. If Draco continued to behave well, Rosa thought she would certainly agree to a relationship with him, given his undeniable charm. However, marriage was a rather serious topic, far removed from her current reality. After all, the future was long, and who could be certain of remaining with the one they adored? Draco, perhaps you will encounter even better girls in the future. Hearts are not immutable, and discussing this now might be premature. With that thought, the image of Astoria's lovely face, her golden hair and honeyed smile, flooded Rosa's mind. A truly adorable girl. She was, after all, Draco's destined partner. The more she thought about it, the more a sour bubble of jealousy rose within her. Shaking her head, she attempted to dispel that feeling. What do you mean? Draco's expression suddenly turned cold, his beautiful eyes narrowing dangerously as he spoke through clenched teeth. His demeanor suggested he was ready to impart an unforgettable lesson. Please, young man, you are straying too far from the topic. Faced with this determined young suitor, Rosa remained unfazed. After all, there was no rush. This matter was still in its infancy. Since he lacked the courage to voice his feelings outright, she saw no need to confront it. Better to remain friends. I was talking about you. Why drag me into this? Rosa protested, feeling increasingly ridiculous, as if she had regressed into the role of a petulant girl. All right, let us not argue. Draco, burdened with a weighty heart, regarded Rosa, finding her thoughts nearly inscrutable. The reason he had hesitated to breach that final barrier was due to his fear of rejection. Rosa exuded an air of mystery that rendered her unpredictable. Rosa, why not have some cherry pie? Draco subtly placed his hand atop hers, aware that she had grasped his intentions. Yet, she seemed reluctant to delve deeper into the topic of affection, as if evading it altogether. Very well, there is plenty of time ahead. Meanwhile, Goyle and Crabbe, who often played the role of background characters, exchanged glances, feeling the air was thick with the scent of sourness. Was this not tormenting for the Singletons? It was indeed tragic. They shared a knowing look and, clutching a heap of cake donuts, made their discreet exit. Rosa, uncharacteristically blushing, instinctively withdrew her hand from Draco's. Goodness, what was I thinking? Uttering such sentimental words at a public table? All right, Draco, we must head to class. Rosa's thoughts were in disarray. Her reason urged her not to dwell too deeply on such topics. She yearned for a sweet school romance, not to create unnecessary troubles. Should it flow smoothly, she would embrace it. If not, she would simply retreat. If Draco could withstand familial pressures and boldly express his feelings, she would surely take his hand and walk alongside him. If he could not, she would gracefully let go, for a life of affluence could also be quite fulfilling. All students remain in their respective common rooms. No wandering about. Prefects, maintain order. Just then, Professor McGonagall's amplified voice rang through the hall, conveying a very ominous signal. The young witches and wizards murmured amongst themselves, their faces betraying a hint of unease about the unknown. Hermione Granger, the recently transformed beauty of Gryffindor, had been petrified. No way. I heard she has admirers now. Poor dear. It appeared the Slytherin heir was involved. This meant that the Muggle-born wizards were no longer safe. Speculations ran rampant, sowing seeds of uncertainty. Rosa's heart tightened. How had another been petrified? The prime suspect, Lilith, was still at the Knot estate, and Tom's diary should have been destroyed. Who could be causing this chaos? Rosa longed to inquire of Harry and his friends for clarification, but Draco held her hand firmly, seemingly apprehensive of her meddling. Thus, she reluctantly acquiesced, her gaze scanning the crowd until it settled on a sullen boy, shrouded in shadows. In the stillness of the night, deep within Hogwarts corridors, a slender figure cloaked in darkness emerged, the flickering candlelight casting faint shadows that rendered the features of the newcomer indistinguishable. For the figure bore no lantern and wore an oversized, peculiar eye mask. The sounds of rushing water echoed from the girls' restroom on the second floor, while the ghost of Myrtle wept in self-pity, her melancholic disposition evident. She seemed to hear the faint patter of footsteps approaching, prompting her to adjust her oversized glasses and gaze curiously at the doorway. Who are you? Go away, she shrieked, her voice tinged with a hint of neuroticism, primarily fueled by her aversion to this unwelcome visitor. Shut up, or I'll shove your head in the toilet, came a menacing growl from the newcomer, his voice carrying an unsettling chill, indicating he was likely a youth no older than 20. You all bully Myrtle, wah wah wah, Myrtle lamented, diving headfirst into the toilet, splashing water that unluckily drenched half of the boy's face. Damn it, he exclaimed in frustration, wiping his face as he cursed under his breath, yet cautiously glanced around to ensure no one else was present before exhaling with relief. The throbbing veins at his temple and his heavy breaths suggested he was exceedingly tense. Drawing his wand, he murmured Lumos, and, aided by the wand's illuminating tip, he fumbled until he discovered a loose seam at the inconspicuous corner of a wall. He nervously recited a spell, one not from his magic curriculum's unlocking charms, but a peculiar incantation in ancient runes. Almost instantaneously, a wide pipe, ample enough to accommodate an adult, materialized before him. After a moment of hesitation, he leaped into it. Lurking invisibly with the disillusionment charm, Louisa hesitated at the sight of the dark, grimy pipe, her expression tinged with distaste. Glancing at her long coat and trousers with a sense of foresight, she retrieved a pair of protective gloves and followed suit. Do not inquire why she was not sleeping at such an hour. Louisa too wished for a restful slumber. However, ever since Hermione had been petrified, the professors had been on high alert, and Louisa, as the brother of Lilith, felt compelled to keep an eye on Theodore Knott, whose family bore intricate ties to the Death Eaters. Thus, she had discreetly cast a tracking spell on him, effective for 2 days, to alert her of any unusual actions. To her surprise, that very night, the restless little snake had emerged. Louisa pondered, in this magical world, where only she and Lilith were the time travelers, the narrative could not remain unchanged. Perhaps Voldemort had sensed something unusual about Lilith, for that old acquaintance's intellect was somewhat lacking, and he might have inadvertently revealed too much. As she navigated forward, contemplating the connections, she was suddenly startled by a piercing, chilling scream. Oh, don't eat me. I'm just here to deliver a message. Help. It was Theodore's voice, tinged with terror and despair. Louisa facepalmed. Had this not come here to cause trouble? For instance, to unleash the basilisk upon the young wizards. Yet here he was, seemingly walking into a trap, offering himself as a meal to the monster. Observing his gaunt frame, it appeared he had little flesh to spare. Louisa hurriedly stepped out, encountering the basilisk, which turned its crimson gaze toward her, momentarily taken aback by the sound. Her heart raced, but she soon relaxed, touching her still warm face. Thankfully, she was neither petrified nor dead. However, Why had the creature suddenly ceased its attack on Theodore, instead gliding toward her with its massive, sinuous body? Flicking its crimson tongue? No. Wait, don't come any closer. Lusha gripped her wand tightly, on the verge of tears. Great serpent, can you not sense the unique essence that envelopes me? Am I not a descendant of Salazar Slytherin? Chapter 43. The alarm is lifted. You are a descendant of Salazar? The basilisk halted mere seconds before Lusha could draw her wand, its terrifying red eyes fixated upon her, hissing with a nostalgic tone, as if recalling a long-lost master. Lusha nodded slowly, stepping forward cautiously, tentatively reaching out with her gloved hand to stroke the basilisk's lowered head. Even through the layers of fabric, the sensation was chilling and slick, yet the creature's docile demeanor satisfied her. It was evident that it harbored a special affection for Salazar's lineage, an embodiment of the proverb love for the thing that is loved. 100 pounds of fresh beef. Please receive. Lusha felt a jolt of exhilaration, having believed her system had vanished. Wow, what a delightful feeling it is to receive gifts. She pointed at the previously barren ground where a small mountain of fresh beef had materialized, smiling as she said, a gift for our first meeting. The basilisk's eyes brightened at the sight of the offering, excitedly flicking its tongue as it hissed. You are far more courteous than the boy who came 50 years ago. Lusha recognized the reference, feeling a surge of pride as she realized she was more gracious than Tom Riddle. Through this encounter with the basilisk, she finally grasped the nature of her unique ability. Its sporadic functionality hinged not on randomness, but on her intent and desires. Without a strong urge to invoke or obtain something specific, any unconscious contact would fail to trigger her power. This unexpected revelation brought her a sense of reassurance. Lusha Riddle, you are the true heir of Slytherin. You have hidden it well, almost causing the savior to take the blame for you. As a silent witness to the serpentine exchange between Lusha and the basilisk, Theodore trembled, his emotions quite intense, feeling utterly defeated by his own misjudgment. The basilisk, savoring its meal, shot a disapproving glance at the noisy boy, as if his outburst offended Lusha. Theodore instinctively shuffled backward, his pallid complexion now resembling that of paper, as fear gripped him, lamenting, my life is at its end. Today, I will either die by the basilisk's bite or be silenced by Lusha Riddle. There is no way I will see the sun rise again. If it weren't for that Lilith, how had he fallen to such depths? Theodore dared not harbor resentment toward that powerful, mysterious figure. All his grievances were directed at Lilith not. Lusha surveyed the basilisk and then regarded Theodore, whose demeanor evoked a sense of impending doom, and could not help but reflect on the decline of pure-blood families. Even in the face of death, they lacked the courage to confront her, to engage in a life-or-death struggle. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she uttered, Obliviate. Since learning wandless magic, Lusha was confident that, within Hogwarts, no one could match her speed, and she would suffer no severe repercussions. Oh, such is the fantastical life of one who has unlocked their potential. When Theodore awoke once more, his head throbbed painfully, as if he had forgotten something significant. Beyond that, he felt no other unusual sensations. He found himself awkwardly sprawled at the entrance of the ladies' restroom, as Myrtilla maliciously splashed toilet water upon him, her laughter mingled with tears, inciting a sense of irritation within him. What on earth transpired? How did I end up here? Banishing the prankster Myrtilla from his thoughts, Theodore racked his brain, recalling only that his father had sent him a message, instructing him to heed the orders of a mysterious figure to unlock the hidden chamber, which he had dutifully done, successfully entering the secret room. Yet, what followed remained a blank slate in his memory. He groped around once more, knocking vigorously at the spot where he had stood before entering the chamber, but yielded no response. It seemed the secret room had been sealed anew, as if the incantation to unlock it had been altered. Frustration bubbled within Theodore, and he stamped his foot in discontent, returning empty-handed. Lusha, observing his receding figure, smirked with satisfaction. Perhaps from this moment forth, only she would possess the means to reopen the hidden chamber. The alarms at Hogwarts began to subside with Hermione's awakening. Although the professors, particularly Snape, sensed that matters were far from straightforward. Nevertheless, the subsequent days passed peacefully, rendering further inquiries futile. The only recourse was to repeatedly caution students against nocturnal escapades and proximity to perilous areas. Lusha visited Hermione bearing a bouquet of fragrant lilies, noting that her complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and she appeared in splendid spirits. In the room, alongside Harry and Ron, unexpectedly sat a Ravenclaw boy, bespectacled and seemingly refined, who was placing a bouquet of roses into a glass vase near Hermione's bedside. Ron shot him a hostile glare. Harry shrugged at Lusha, conveying a sense of awkwardness regarding the situation. Lusha, I am truly delighted that you came to see me, Hermione beamed, tilting her face upward with enthusiasm. Evidently categorizing Lusha as a friend, her previous assistance having garnered Hermione's heartfelt gratitude. I have some private matters to discuss with Hermione. Could the gentleman kindly excuse us? Louisa deliberately cast a glance at the Ravenclaw boy firmly rooted to the spot. Of course, Louisa. I'm sure Hermione would relish a moment alone with you. Ron unusually interjected, not allowing the Ravenclaw to voice his thoughts before pulling him out of the room with force. In terms of strength, the demure Ravenclaw was no match for Hogwarts resident glutton, Weasley. With the door closed firmly, the room fell silent, and Hermione blushed, seemingly at a loss for words. Unsure how to articulate her thoughts, Louisa smiled enigmatically. Which one do you prefer? Nonsense. The Gryffindor girl retorted immediately, her cheeks aflame as though a hidden secret had been exposed. Oh, what is there to be embarrassed about? After all, we are both girls. In my opinion, that dapper Ravenclaw is undoubtedly smitten with you, while Ron Weasley seems to be experiencing a tinge of jealousy. For Louisa, who had witnessed myriad romantic dramas in her past life, such subtleties were impossible to overlook. Hermione, with her refreshing charm and intellect, was indeed captivating to a Ravenclaw enamored with the ocean of knowledge. Who wouldn't he be drawn to a beautiful and intelligent girl? Despite Ron being Hermione's designated partner, albeit a bit brash and unremarkable in appearance, he possessed an endearing quality, and his courage and humor were undoubtedly what endeared him to Hermione the most. Ron? He.S. just an annoying pest. Since the moment he entered, he.S. been wearing a sour face. Someone kindly comes to check on me, and I'm supposed to shoo them away? Observing Hermione's indignant expression, Louisa donned an expression that implied, I knew it. Louisa, I'm not saying this because you should understand what I mean, Hermione urged anxiously, seemingly worried that Louisa misconstrued her words, but such a denial was utterly unconvincing. Is that so? I was under the impression that you had feelings for Ron. In truth, I find Ron quite likable. Don't you think his freckles are adorable? Though Ron had always been somewhat brusque with her, Louisa appreciated straightforward and honest boys, devoid of guile. Hermione panicked, her eyes reflecting a struggle and reproach. How can you possibly like two people simultaneously? Aren't you dating Malfoy? Oh please, who spread that rumor? It's utterly unfounded. Louisa sat down beside Hermione, smiling as she caught her off guard. Still claiming you don't like him? Why so tense? Besides, I'm single, and I harbor no romantic interest in Weasley. I merely find his little freckles charming. Not at all. We are merely friends, Louisa. Hermione shot Louisa an exasperated glare, resolutely denying any feelings she might have for Ron. The mere thought of him sent her into a flurry of frustration, leaving her bewildered as to why Louisa would believe she was interested in him. Louisa must have been dulled in intellect from her prolonged interactions with Malfoy. All right, if you say so, we'll leave it be. This is a matter to revisit once Ron comes to his senses. Louisa had only intended to tease her for a moment, not to play matchmaker with any compulsive fervor. Chapter 44, You're Quite Handsome. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and thus the second semester at Hogwarts passed. Louisa did not return to the orphanage. For the sake of long-term plans and the safety of Ms. Grace and the others, she felt it best to vanish like a ticking time bomb. She hired a skilled con artist to forge a series of birth certificates and lineage verification documents, fabricating a story that she was the niece of a wealthy businessman who had fallen on hard times while prospecting in America, and under the name of Uncle Ross. She generously donated a significant sum to the orphanage. Once this matter was settled, Louisa continued to cultivate her underground potion business and invest in various emerging fields, keeping herself delightfully occupied. Apart from sending a letter every other day to comfort Draco, who was confined to the manor, life was rich and leisurely. It seemed that the Malfoy couple was resolute in their intent to discipline their son, having not only canceled Draco's holiday trip to Paris, but also confined him to the library to transcribe the family's grand ancestral tome. The majority of the texts revolved around themes of pureblood glory, the historical lineage of the Malfoys, and the weight of inheritance. Its implications were unmistakable. This served as a gentle warning, one Draco understood all too well, yet found difficult to accept. Fortunately, his correspondence with Louisa was not restricted. However, he wished that the old portrait behind him would cease its incessant prattle, dousing his spirits with cold water. Oh, poor Draco, have you been abandoned by little Louisa? Staying cooped up here all summer instead of going out on dates? It's my father who won tea let me go out, you old fool. Listening to Daddy's orders, are we? You'll surely be abandoned someday. That girl is clearly no ordinary one. Shut your mouth, or I'll burn this portrait. When Narcissa learned that her beloved son had fainted in the library, she was filled with guilt, embracing the visibly thinner Draco with concern, casting a reproachful glance at Lucius. In truth, Draco had merely skipped breakfast, experiencing a bout of low blood sugar, compounded by the biting remarks of Horace Malfoy that had left him feeling faint. Goodness, can't that old man's mouth be quiet for just a moment? He keeps blathering on about how Louisa has abandoned him. wearing a face that's all too pleased to see him suffer. He can't be hit, nor can he be burned. The accumulated frustration of half a month, combined with longing for Louisa and worries about his parents' disapproval of their relationship, had left Draco utterly tormented, his once charming face now gaunt and his spirits markedly diminished. Upon awakening once more, he reluctantly consumed half a bowl of porridge, his complexion finally appearing somewhat improved. He nestled in Narcissa's embrace, lamenting the hardships of recent days, expressing his disdain for Orion Malfoy and the emotional wounds inflicted by his father's cold demeanor. Yet, woven through his words was an unmistakable longing for Lucinda Riddle. Draco, is this truly how you regard your father? Have I not taught you since childhood how to embody the composure and stability befitting the heir of the Malfoy lineage? To weep over a mere trial is utterly unbecoming. Lucius felt a sharp pang in his heart. After all, he had indulged young Draco immensely, fulfilling his every whim, whether it was fetching stars from the sky or retrieving the moon. Now, to think he was being reproached by his son over a girl he barely knew, even contemplating marriage, was simply outrageous. Lucius, Draco is still a child. You frighten him. If he truly harbors affection for that girl, what harm is there? Narcissa, with her maternal instincts, could not bear to see her precious son suffer or witness Lucius's harsh reprimands. Mother, is that truly the case? May I meet Lucinda? Draco's eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed adoringly at his mother. Narcissa, with a reluctant nod, acquiesced. Lucius felt as though a knife had twisted in his heart. His son, so enamored with Lucinda Riddle. But who could he blame? Was it not their collective indulgence that had shaped him thus? Had Lucinda been an ordinary half-blood girl, Lucius might have resorted to extreme measures to sever Draco's infatuation. However, Lucinda was a Riddle. She garnered the attention of Dumbledore, the admiration of Severus, and bore the bloodline of the Dark Lord. Faced with this reality, Lucius felt an undeniable trepidation. Dressed in a meticulously tailored wizarding robe, Draco squatted before the locked door of Lucinda's quaint residence, his feet growing numb. Suddenly, a sleek black car sped toward him, halting mere inches away, startling Draco. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the marvel of Muggle transportation, his gray-blue eyes narrowed as he beheld a sight that ignited his fury. Lucinda, clad in a refreshing ensemble, clasping the hand of an unremarkable man, her smile radiant. The sweetness of her smile dazzled Draco, intensifying his ire to its zenith. Without a moment's thought, he rushed forward, pulling his beloved into his embrace, asserting his claim while shooting a glare at the unsightly man. Draco, this is Harris, a renowned Hollywood director and producer. A friend I just made, Lucinda hurriedly introduced, sensing Draco's misunderstanding. The jealousy emanating from him was palpable, and she struggled to manage it. Oh, what a handsome young man. Would you be interested in playing the male lead in my film? Your visage is simply perfect. Harris, with his keen eye for talent, noted Draco's striking platinum hair, deep-set features, and noble aura, an embodiment of the prince he had long sought. Lucinda chuckled. Harris's enthusiasm was infectious. Just days prior, in a cafe, she had been the object of his relentless persuasion to star in a film, and had it not been for her thorough background checks, she might have suspected him to be a fraud. No need, Mr. Harris, we have other matters to attend to. However, I will consider your film project. Thank you for your kind offer. Harris smiled understandingly, noting the girl's rational demeanor, while his gaze on Draco grew increasingly fervent. Your friend is truly impressive. You might want to consider collaborating. If possible, I could persuade the screenwriter to craft a romantic subplot for you two. Thank you. I shall contemplate it, Lucinda replied, though it was merely a consideration. After dismissing Harris, she affectionately rubbed Draco's cheek, her tone gentle. Look at you, you've lost weight. I never expected to see you here. How did you manage to convince Mr. Malfoy? Nonetheless, I'm delighted. The Muggle world is quite intriguing. Is this what they call the price of love? Lucinda mused, noticing how happy Draco appeared, engaging with others. He squeezed her hand, the weight of his longing and grievances rendering him momentarily powerless. Observing Lucinda's graceful form, he felt as though the treasure he had unearthed was slipping from his grasp. That was merely a formality, Draco. They offered me a substantial fee to appear in the film, yet I declined, Lucinda reassured him, her patience evident as she cooed to the pouting young man, his sulking face adorably endearing. She had always harbored a dream of acting. Even though she had never attended an art school in her previous life, she had been scouted by several prominent agents. Had it not been for the murky depths of the entertainment industry and her incomplete education, she might have been swept away into stardom. As they walked, Draco inquired about the film and the man's flattering remarks. He complimented you because you are exceptionally handsome and talented, Lucinda replied with a playful smile. Draco's cheeks flushed, a sense of pride bubbling within him. Chapter 45. A dumpling feast. In light of Draco's arrival, Lucinda thoughtfully arranged a new room for him, conveniently adjacent to hers. She adorned his bed with freshly laundered superhero-themed sheets and hung silver-green blinds, striving to cater to his aesthetic preferences while introducing a touch of novelty. To celebrate their week-long cohabitation, Lucinda decided to personally prepare a meal, reluctantly enlisting Draco to assist her in making dumplings. Lucinda favored a pork and scallion filling, while Draco preferred a beef and tomato variety. After boiling a pot of water, she pan-fried a plate of golden dumplings, each resembling little ingots, their aroma tantalizing. With minced garlic, fragrant vinegar, and a small dish of chili on standby, they were ready to feast. "I feel like a domesticated house elf," Draco exclaimed. Tearing off the floral kitty-patterned apron and fuzzy cat ears Lucinda had playfully insisted he wear, a look of disdain on his face. He inwardly lamented, Merlin's beard. Why must I wear this ridiculous getup? Unbeknownst to Draco, Lucinda merely wished to see him don the guise of a feline-themed servant. As she placed the platter on the table, she grinned. "You are the most handsome and dashing house elf in the world." Draco shot her an irritated glare. Is handsome and dashing really how one describes a house elf? At times, he found himself perplexed by the whimsical thoughts swirling in Lucinda's mind. Gazing at the neatly arranged dumplings, he noted a few oddly shaped, lopsided specimens, clearly his handiwork. Though he feigned disdain, an inexplicable sense of accomplishment washed over him. It was the first time in his life he had prepared food, however reluctantly. "Do these things taste good? They look rather peculiar," he remarked, wrinkling his nose. Yet, his hands moved deftly as he picked up a golden dumpling, dipping it in the vinegar, and popped it into his mouth. The rich flavor of beef intertwined with the tanginess of tomatoes, perfectly balanced by the vinegar, exploded on his palate, a delightful Eastern delicacy. As Lusha reminisced about the scene from her past life of making and enjoying dumplings, she found herself feeding herself with a sense of inexplicable joy. It had been far too long since she had savored the flavors of her hometown. In that moment, watching Draco devour his meal with such abandon, seemingly oblivious to the dining etiquette of the Malfoy household, warmed her heart. There was something truly delightful about sharing one's favorite foods with someone she cherished. After the meal, the table was left in disarray, and Draco prepared to retreat to his room to indulge in the summoner game that Lusha had just downloaded for him. "Draco, you need to tidy up," she said, glancing at him and subtly indicating the bowls and plates smeared with remnants of oil and vinegar. The implication was unmistakable. "I can't do that," Draco replied, his handsome face darkening. Surely Lusha did not truly consider him a house elf? "Well, you can learn," she retorted, unwilling to indulge his bad habits. Having shouldered the bulk of the cooking responsibilities, she felt it was only fair that he take on the rough task of washing the dishes and cleaning the mess. It was hardly the mark of a good man to eat and then retreat to play games. If he wished to avoid chores, he could very well opt for takeout or dine out. Lusha had no intention of playing the dual roles of cook and dishwasher. Under the weight of Lusha's compelling gaze, Draco reluctantly lowered his head, ultimately succumbing to her gentle insistence. Clumsily, he began to tidy up, feeling a sense of grievance welling up within him. On a bright, sunny day, Lusha prepared to head out. Draco stood before the mirror, speechless as he regarded his new outfit, a yellow cap, a black short-sleeve t-shirt, and torn jeans, accented with white sneakers. He felt increasingly like a muggle, which left him utterly uncomfortable. "Why can't I wear robes? A cooling charm would keep me perfectly comfortable," he muttered, convinced that nothing suited the noble identity of a Malfoy better than wizarding robes. "Please, wearing robes in the muggle world would be quite peculiar, Draco. Do you wish to be the center of attention for a throng of onlookers? Trying something new won't harm you," Lusha replied, unfurling a champagne-colored sun umbrella as she approached a burly man standing a meter away at the door. Soon, a gaudy, bright red BMW rolled into the driveway. "Hurry up, Draco, we must be off," Lusha called to the dawdling Draco, who climbed in after her. He immediately expressed his distaste for the car's color, deeming it overly Gryffindor-like, lacking in sophistication and depth. He then quietly criticized the driver, whose beefy appearance suggested he was not a good person. The burly bodyguard and driver merely twitched his muscles, remaining silent. Ultimately, Draco's gaze fell upon Lusha's knee-length green dress, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Isn't the hem a tad short?" Especially with her long, slender legs, which were both delicate and straight. Draco found himself momentarily lost in thought, unable to suppress a blush. He quickly pinched his nose and turned his head away, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the greenery outside. "Draco, what's wrong?" Lusha asked, perplexed, her brow furrowing slightly. She wondered if he was feeling faint from not having enough breakfast after a morning spent gaming. Draco maintained his position, speaking in a muffled tone. "Isn't it awkward for you to wear such a short dress?" "Awkward? Why would it be?" Lusha replied, perplexed. "It's not as if I'm wearing a super short skirt." "You must be too conservative. Don't you think it looks beautiful?" she asked, confident in her taste. The sleeveless, dark green dress hugged her waist gently. Devoid of excessive patterns or frills, adorned only with delicate embroidery of fluttering butterflies, crafted with meticulous stitches and threads of gold and silver, truly fashionable and refined. Beautiful, Draco mumbled. Though he added, but it emphasizes your curves too much, showcasing your perfect figure. It seems you have a keen eye, Lusha replied with a bright smile. Draco raised an eyebrow, proud of his own discernment. Where are we headed for our outing? He inquired, peering out the window at the passing scenery. However, as the car took a bumping turn, Lusha accidentally fell into his embrace. The warmth and softness of her presence sent Draco into a flurry of disquiet. His throat growing dry, he instinctively leaned his head down. Draco, don't lean on me. My makeup will smudge. Lusha gently pushed against him, retrieving a small mirror from her platinum handbag to check her appearance. Perfect, she declared. Draco huffed softly, turning away with a wounded expression. Oh, women, you're the one who instigated this. Chapter 46, The Provocation of Muggles. On the bustling streets of London, the cacophony of traffic and chatter filled the air. Lusha and Draco, each savoring an ice cream cone, strolled hand in hand through the throngs of people. The striking duo quickly captured the attention of half the street, the soft clicks of cameras capturing their every move. In the sweltering summer, couples abounded, all clad in matching outfits flaunting their affection. Yet, Lusha and Draco stood out. A pair of high-profile individuals. While Draco wore a stoic expression, Lusha radiated a serene charm that was inexplicably captivating. Wow, that handsome guy is quite the derriere. That beautiful girl has such long, straight legs, it's truly enviable. Draco shot a glare at a woman who had been ogling him, his expression darkening. The audacity of being verbally harassed by a crude muggle was a profound humiliation. Almost instinctively, Draco pulled his own posterior inward, wishing he could turn around and retreat with Lusha to avoid being scrutinized like a spectacle. The unabashed gazes of the crowd, even if filled with admiration, unsettled him. What irked him further were the persistent, selectively blind suitors. Hi, gorgeous, may I have your contact information? Lusha was about to enter a trendy cafe when a shadow fell over them. A tall, handsome young man with an appealing physique and face blocked their path. Looking to be around 15 or 16, he sported a sun-kissed complexion and flashed a charming smile, revealing a perfect set of white teeth. I'm Wilk Hall. Nice to meet you. If you don't mind, shall we share a table? Though addressing both of them, Wilk's gaze was fixated solely on Lusha, as if she were a delectable prize. The confident young man, accustomed to charming women, was immediately captivated by the girl in the green dress. Her exquisite features, alluring figure, and ethereal aura made her his dream girl, striking every aesthetic chord within him. If she were to smile back at him, he would undoubtedly abandon his newly acquired girlfriend to shower Lusha with all his affections. Too bad for him. The golden-haired boy beside her was quite the eyesore. Draco, however, was having none of it. No, we do mind, he said, pulling Lusha protectively behind him, using his not-so-broad shoulders to shield her from Wilk's insidious gaze. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Wilk, wishing he could draw his wand and transform the lecherous boy into a toad. How dare this foolish muggle disregard the noble lineage of a Malfoy, leering at Lusha with such a repulsive look. Did he wish for death? Wilk cast a cold glance at the visibly perturbed Draco, noting their height difference and feeling somewhat superior. Regarding appearances, although this golden-haired youth possesses a certain charm, he is overly youthful and naive, lacking the captivating allure of his tall and charismatic stature. In a confrontation, Willick feels confident that he could easily subdue his opponent. Beautiful miss, may I inquire your name? Willick inquired with an air of politeness, his gaze affixed to Lusha as if it were a strong adhesive. Tracing the contours of her fair, flawless profile, her elegantly elongated swan-like neck, the graceful curve of her chest, her slender waist akin to silk, and those enchanting long legs that made him swallow hard. Before he could collect himself, Draco, unable to contain his irritation, raised a fist and aimed a forceful blow at Willick's nose. Unfortunately, the wizard, skilled in wand combat, found Draco, accustomed to a life of privilege and hindered by the age gap, no match for Willick, who stood a head taller. His punch merely brushed against Willick's nose before being forcefully redirected. With a tone laced with disdain and provocation, Willick taunted, "You wish to fight, do you? With that little chicken frame of yours, I'm genuinely concerned I might break you. Don't come crying to me if you end up heartbroken." Lusha, having endured enough of this insolent fool, thought him utterly blind to the truth. Draco had an impressive physique, after all. She drew her wand and swiftly cast a confundus charm around them. Then, to Willick's astonishment, feigned a dramatic feint. A flash of red light surged past, while indifferent passers-by continued on their way. Yet Willick lay on the ground, his expression one of sheer terror, slipping into unconsciousness. "Lusha, we cannot use magic outside Hogwarts. You could be reprimanded and receive a warning from the ministry. Though Draco yearned to stomp on Willic's face, his concern for Lusha prevailed, leaving him in a tumult of emotions. The illustrious Malfoy, reduced to having a girl defend his honor, was indeed a pitiful sight. No worries, he'll awaken soon. Let us be off, Lusha reassured. Having already cast the soulbind curse, she was not concerned about the discovery of such basic magic. Pulling the visibly disheartened Malfoy along, she felt somewhat disheartened herself. She loathed being scrutinized with such blatant, lewd gazes, as if stripped bare. It was rather repulsive. Were it not for Draco's presence, she would have certainly given that lecherous individual a piece of her mind. However, she found solace in Draco's ire. Being shielded by him was far preferable to taking matters into her own hands. Though he had nearly been bested, his intentions were clear to her, and she bore no disdain. The young master in her eyes was not the archetypal hero, but rather a silly, timid, yet endearing little golden dragon. After purchasing her ticket, Lusha found Draco gazing in shock at the male lead of a vampire film. "What's the matter?" she asked nonchalantly while sipping her yogurt, noting they still had 5 minutes until showtime. Draco, trembling, pointed at the poster featuring the vampire's exquisite visage, his expression a mix of disbelief and horror. "Cedric Diggory is hiding quite a secret. He's a vampire." "Goodness, Lusha, you must keep your distance. Who knows if he might bite you?" Lusha nearly choked on her laughter, reassessing the male lead's strikingly dark and alluring appearance. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to Senior Cedric, exuding charm in abundance. Who would have thought that a mere romance film would yield such a twist? It's merely a resemblance. Cedric isn't a muggle, and vampires are fictional, just actors, Draco. She chuckled, attempting to explain. Draco maintained a stern demeanor, seemingly dissatisfied with Lusha's dismissive attitude. "Are you quite close with Diggory? You speak of him so fondly. You must keep your distance." His mind wandered back to nightmarish dreams of Lusha sharing intimate kisses with Cedric, a pang of jealousy bubbling within him. Though it was merely a dream, the thought of Cedric's overwhelmingly popular face placed him firmly at the top of Draco's watch list. The film unfolded like a dream, romantic and surreal, yet Draco felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, the air thick with palpable tension. Whether anyone else was engrossed in the film, he did not know, but he was acutely aware of his inability to focus. To his left, a couple was locked in a passionate embrace, their smacking lips echoing loudly in Draco's ears, causing his agitation to swell. How utterly indecent, he scorned internally, stealing a glance at Lusha, who was fixated on the screen, her eyes sparkling with fervor, sending a tight knot to his throat. He elevated Cedric's status on his watch list yet again. Chapter 47, The Prisoner of Azkaban. A barrage of ominous letters from Lucius Malfoy arrived, nearly exhausting little Golden Eagle Robert, leaving Draco with no choice but to conclude his week-long excursion in the Muggle world, reluctantly bidding farewell to Lusha. Lusha exhaled a long sigh of relief. Finally, the young master has departed. She was free to frolic without the burden of a golden tale, unencumbered by Draco's brooding gazes and incessant inquiries about who was more attractive, herself or Cedric. What to do with such a clingy and jealous young master? "I'm awaiting your advice." Shan rolled her eyes. "Please refrain from your humble bragging." Lusha wielded her imaginary sword. "You're just envious, filled with jealousy." Returning to the matter at hand, after Draco's departure, Lusha routinely inspected the progress of her potion business, simultaneously recruiting a few loyal bodyguards to work for her. Under the enchanting moonlight, the age-enhancing potion had transformed Lusha into a vision of elegance, adorned with subtle makeup and donning crystal-high heels, swaying gracefully on her way home. Having indulged rather excessively, she dismissed her driver, opting to walk and enjoy the night breeze while burning off some calories. As a witch, Lusha not only possessed extraordinary magical talent, but also keen senses. As she strolled casually, she pondered the identity of the figure trailing her. Was it a petty thief or a rival wizard testing her mettle? A gust of wind rustled the foliage along the roadside, and nameless wildflowers bloomed quietly, exuding their unique fragrance in the darkness, while the faint sound of breath behind her grew closer. A homeless man rummaged through a nearby trash bin, chuckling deliriously and whistling. Lusha paid him no mind, continuing on her path. Along the way, she encountered a few individuals attempting to engage her, some with good intentions, others with less savory motives. All sorts of people crossed her path. Lusha's beauty and attire marked her as a lady of high society, an incongruous sight in the late-night hours, causing even the most brazen to hesitate. Should someone lose their wits and approach with lewd remarks or brandish a gleaming knife, Lusha would delightfully exclaim, "Oh, what a fortunate day it is to gain another laborer." As she passed through a dimly lit alley, Lusha discreetly retrieved her black wand, tapping it lightly against her palm. At that moment, a slight movement was felt behind her ears, as a cool breeze swept past her side with a whisper. A series of barks accompanied by an unpleasant odor reminiscent of months without a bath pierced the air, revealing a colossal black dog with bulging eyes, menacingly crossing the narrow path beside Lusha. The atmosphere crackled with a whirlwind of sound, causing Lusha to retreat several steps, squinting at the massive creature which, whether out of fatigue or some other reason, gradually morphed into a human form. The sharp visage of a disheveled man with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard emerged. Bathed in the pale moonlight, one could discern his striking, keen black eyes, vigilantly fixed upon her. Lusha approached with hesitant yet curious steps, displaying no sign of fear. A playful smile adorning her delicate features as she inquired, "Sir, what is your purpose in following me? I nearly mistook you for a bandit." Had she sensed any malice in him, she would have unhesitatingly drawn her wand to cast a disarming spell. "You are a wizard." The dogman did not respond to her question, but rather bluntly asserted his conjecture, his palm tightly gripping an object resembling a wooden stick. "Oh, it appears you are also a wizard, Mr. Black." Lusha unabashedly unveiled his identity, nonchalantly toying with her wand. Calculating the time, it seemed that Sirius Black, the escaped prisoner of Azkaban, had indeed broken free. This animagus capable of transforming into a large black dog, appearing as a disheveled middle-aged man on the run, could only be Sirius. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sirius seemed poised for action. His initial intention to follow Lusha was merely to ascertain her identity as a witch and to elude the Dementors searching for him. "Do not be alarmed, nor attempt to point your wand at me. I have no interest in whether you are an escaped prisoner from Azkaban. However, for Harry's sake, I can offer you temporary refuge." Given the familial connection, as Sirius could be considered Draco's distant uncle and Harry's godfather, Lusha felt compelled not to turn a blind eye to this unfortunate man, allowing him to suffer aimlessly without even a warm meal. "You know Harry? How is he?" Sirius, who had been watching Lusha's every move with keen interest, suddenly became animated at the mention of Harry's name, his ashen complexion quivering violently as if he were about to bark loudly and leap towards her. "Ahem, this is not the place for idle chatter. We must leave, or else the Dementors will catch up with us, and we shall both be doomed." Lusha shot a warning glance at Sirius. She had no desire to engage with the Dementors prematurely, those monstrous entities that thrived on human despair and souls, devoid of any constraints or reason. Encountering them could result in an unwelcome kiss, irrespective of whether one was a prisoner or not. Upon bringing the battered Sirius home, Lusha exhibited no inclination for sympathy. Promptly tossing him into the bathroom, she ordered takeout and turned on the television, immersing herself in entertainment while the sound of the shower echoed around her. With her legs crossed, Lusha absent-mindedly switched channels. When Sirius donned the white shirt and black trousers enhanced by her enlarging charm, previously purchased for Draco, she was momentarily captivated. What a profoundly melancholic and exquisite man he appeared. Although his handsome face bore the marks of hardship and suffering, his tall, well-defined figure, coupled with an innate air of pride and indifference, rendered him ageless, allowing one to perceive the true beauty and elegance of a mature man. Alas, it was a pity that his story did not conclude favorably. "Have something to eat. I believe you must be famished." Lusha tossed a generously sized beef burger to Sirius, her heart inexplicably aching as she watched him devour it ravenously. 11 years of wrongful imprisonment, with his best youthful years squandered in Azkaban. Ostracized by his family and reviled by the entire wizarding community, even his friends had misconstrued him, ultimately perishing at the hands of a cousin. The Black family, thus, met its demise, a tragic yet fitting narrative for a character in the saga of Harry Potter. "Are you classmates with Harry? You're a Gryffindor?" Sirius, gulping down the last bite, inquired with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, glancing at Lusha, who had now transformed into a 12 or 13-year-old girl. He assumed Harry might be of similar age by now. He could hardly fathom that a young witch aware of his fugitive status would possess the audacity and courage to offer him shelter. Lusha nodded, and then shook her head, locking her gaze onto Sirius's dark eyes, articulating each word with clarity. "I am a Slytherin and a friend of Harry's, Mr. Black. I am aware of your status as his godfather and the injustice you have suffered. The truth has been obscured by despicable individuals. You are merely a scapegoat. You believe I am innocent." The shock nearly caused Sirius to stumble, as the revelation of his long-standing injustice being acknowledged by another was far more exhilarating than his disdain for Slytherin. No one knew the torment he had endured throughout the years in Azkaban, enduring the relentless torment of the Dementors and the mockery of the madman Bellatrix confined nearby. His sole conviction was to escape and seek vengeance for James and Lily, and for his dear godson Harry. Lusha nodded, recognizing Harry's desperate need for a loving godfather. Sirius Black's tragedy stirred her compassion. Most importantly, the truth should not remain concealed for too long. The wicked cannot thrive indefinitely. And it was time to cleanse the filth lurking in the shadows. Chapter 48. Malfoy bitten by a dog. In September, under the relentless rain, the Hogwarts Express resembled a solitary vessel lost within the pervasive fog enveloping England. Lusha, sheltered beneath a champagne-colored umbrella, donned a simple white dress and cashmere leggings. Her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, its ends tousled by the wind, creating a look that was disordered yet enchanting, infusing a vibrant hue into the somber, mist-laden environment. She strolled forward, leading a uniquely shaped, robust black dog by a leash, the stark contrast between beauty and beast inevitably drawing the attention of passers-by. "Oh, Lusha. Long time no see. Is this your new pet? What happened to your owl? I seem to recall that Hogwarts does not permit students to bring two pets." After a holiday apart, Harry had noticeably grown taller, his face brightening with youth, no longer resembling the pitiful little boy he once was. His features had sharpened. His emerald eyes remained as bright as ever, and his voice was entering the throes of adolescence. He approached Lusha, greeting her while curiously observing the large black dog, which appeared eager to break free from its leash. "Woof, woof, woof." Sirius Black struggled against his restraints, yearning to leap forward, barking excitedly. "Oh, Harry, Harry. I finally see you. I am your godfather. You look just like James." A chorus of emotional barks erupted, startling Harry to the extent that he instinctively took a couple of steps back. Lusha furrowed her brow, exerting a slight pull on the leash, sensing it might slip from her grasp. "For heaven's sake, must you be so excited, big dog? Your raucous barking won't yield any blossoms." Harry is a parcel mouth and cannot understand dog language. "Did we not agree before departure that you would heed my instructions? Goodness, do you have the memory of a fish? Is your dog hungry?" Harry hesitated to approach, as he sensed that Lusha's large black dog seemed eager to pounce on him. The 2 rows of ivory fangs displayed during its barking sent a shiver down his spine. This scene inevitably reminded Harry of his cousin Dudley's golden retriever, Bim, who would relentlessly chase him around the yard, and on several occasions, had nearly bitten him due to his quick reflexes. "This is my new friend. I've left Shaggy at a friend's house," Lusha explained, observing Harry's somewhat hesitant demeanor and feeling a surge of sympathy for Sirius. "You've frightened Harry with all that barking, haven't you? What a blunder. I apologize, Harry. I assure you, it's not hungry. Perhaps it simply adores you and is greeting you in an overly exuberant manner. You might want to attempt petting it. There was no way it could be starving." Lusha recalled that this morning, Sirius had consumed 3 times her portion of food. Lusha crouched down and gently pressed down on Sirius's vibrating black head, warning him with a gentle push, then glanced up at Harry, whose complexion had paled slightly, and smiled. "Would you like to try petting it?" Harry quickly waved his hand, managing a reluctant smile as he sheepishly said, "Perhaps not. Hedwig seems a bit frightened of it." He pointed to the snowy white owl in the cage he was carrying, which was flapping its large wings in agitation, feeling somewhat helpless. Lusha shrugged, no longer insisting, and looked at the now dejected black dog, gently stroking its fluffy head in a soothing manner. "Well, that is truly unfortunate, but there will surely be another opportunity. How was your summer, Harry?" They strolled towards the Hogwarts Express, engaging in aimless chatter. During this time, Lusha had not been attuned to Harry's situation and was unaware of how he had fared at the Dursleys, or if he had been mistreated. "Oh, it was absolutely dreadful. I inflated Aunt Marge like a balloon. I didn't mean to, but she insulted my parents. Even though I received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic, I do not regret it one bit. Thankfully, Aunt Petunia defended me a little, otherwise I would have surely run away from home." Harry seemed to open up, pouring out his pent-up frustrations and woes. The black dog behind them intermittently barked angrily, as if lamenting Harry's plight while gnashing its teeth in indignation. Sirius Black, with tears welling in his eyes, exclaimed, "Oh, poor Harry. That wretched Dursley family." Lusha looked on helplessly as Sirius continued his raucous lament. "Harry, everything will improve. Once you truly grow up and graduate from Hogwarts, you will be able to leave the Dursleys for good." Lusha sighed, compassionately patting Harry on the shoulder. In the Muggle world, Harry resembled a Cinderella without a home, sensitive and insecure, tragically living under someone else's roof while constantly gauging others' moods. Only within the wizarding world could he truly shine, exhibiting his bravery and earning respect. "Thank you, Lusha." Harry felt his spirits lift, breaking into a relieved smile. Despite the distance that had grown between him and Lusha since she began associating with Malfoy, he had been feeling somewhat dejected. Ron even humorously donned a pigtail wig to cheer him up, believing he had suffered a romantic disappointment. Yet, over time, Harry came to realize his genuine fondness for Lusha. Who wouldn't he be charmed by a beautiful and delightful girl? However, it was more complex, straddling the line between friendship and familial affection. Lusha treated him with kindness, akin to an older sister or a mentor, seemingly never seeing him as just another boy his age. This left him both warmed and somewhat disheartened. As Harry pondered these thoughts, a familiar yet irksome haughty voice rang out, tinged with annoyance. Lusha, why are you walking with that filthy Gryffindor? It was Draco Malfoy. Draco strode over, pulling Lusha to his side, his demeanor both arrogant and wary as he glared at Harry. Malfoy, Lusha has every right to converse with me. You are overstepping your bounds. Harry retorted, his expression turning cold, dismissively scoffing. He truly could not fathom why such a wonderful girl as Lusha would be interested in someone as pompous as Malfoy. Was it merely because of Malfoy's handsome features that attracted girls? Harry, almost involuntarily, touched his own face, feeling a wave of discontent. He wasn't too bad looking himself. Scarhead, what vile thoughts occupy your mind? Do you think I'm unaware? Keep your distance from Lusha. I hope you grasp that. Draco's old habit reared its head again. His words piercing and his tone condescending, his eyes brimming with provocation and a warning. Lusha grew somewhat exasperated. How could he speak like that? Before she could reach out to pull Draco away to prevent further conflict with Harry, a furious bark erupted, and the black shadow lunged forward with blinding speed, viciously biting Draco's calf. Ah, my leg hurts. Let go, or I'll make you into dog stew. Draco howled. Oh, everyone look. Malfoy has been bitten by a dog. The scene descended into chaos. Chapter 49, The Guardian Beast. Malfoy was assisted by Goyle and Crabbe into a private compartment, wailing, I must write to my father. Harry Potter sent a vicious dog to attack me. Sorry, that dog is mine and has nothing to do with Harry, Lusha said apologetically, glancing at Draco, whose melodramatic display was rather exasperating. But after all, it was her pet that had caused the trouble. For Sirius's safety, and to prevent Draco from worrying about being bitten again, Lusha entrusted Harry with the dog's temporary care. Especially since Sirius had been provoked to the point of threatening even his own cousin. That dog is simply intolerable. A ragdoll cat would suit you better, Draco grumbled. Clearly displeased with Lusha's favoritism towards Harry, though he wouldn't take his frustration out on her, feeling a mix of vexation and grievance. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Draco resolved to acquire an adorably cute ragdoll cat to replace that loathsome black dog. Hoping to enhance Lusha's taste, out of sight, out of mind, Lusha felt a pang of sympathy, soothing Draco's emotions with kind words, preparing to roll up his pant leg to examine the injury, only to have her hand firmly grasped, immobilized. Draco's face flushed crimson, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, laden with unspoken embarrassment. How could you pull a man's pants down? Lusha shot him a sidelong glance, her tone nonchalant. There's no need for modesty at this juncture. I have no intention of being lewd. I merely wish to inspect the injury on your calf. Draco's gaze darted to Goyle and Crabbe, who were seated across from him. Appearing as though they had just awakened, their expressions a mix of confusion and surprise as they observed Draco. Cough. You two should go outside and grab some cauldron cakes and juice. Just put it on my tab. And don't return too early, if you're still hungry. Don't bother coming back, Malfoy said, his tone laced with a hint of guilt, casting a glance at his two minions that conveyed an unmistakable warning. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged knowing looks, realizing that Malfoy was dismissing them, likely to have a cozy moment with Lusha. All right, let us go. We wouldn't want to be an unwelcome distraction. Don't move. Let me see. Rosa raised an eyebrow and gently tapped Draco's restless left leg, inwardly lamenting. What long legs he has. He would make a fine male model. Upon inspecting the wound, Rosa let out a sigh of relief. The bite on his calf was indeed deep, but fortunately, it had not affected the muscle or bone. She cast a healing charm and simply bandaged it, planning to have Madame Pomfrey examine it once they reached school. Wizards typically possessed superior physical resilience compared to muggles, and such a bite was not overly serious. With a few days of care, it would heal. However, it was somewhat painful, and she had to be cautious to prevent scarring. I'm sorry, Draco. I shall make sure to teach that creature a lesson. It's just a wild dog picked up from outside, and likely has some untamed instincts. Rosa took out a handkerchief and wiped away the cold sweat from Draco's forehead, inwardly cursing Sirius Black with fervor. How outrageous. For heaven's sake, Mr. Black, you are a human, not a real dog. How dare you harm Draco? I regret bringing you back. You owe me a favor, Draco said, blinking his beautiful gray-blue eyes. Glancing at Rosa's crimson lips, and licking his own, the implication unmistakable. Unable to contain herself, Rosa burst into laughter, suppressing the urge to tease him further as she gazed into his embarrassed and troubled eyes, quipping, I'll give you one of these. With that, she mischievously popped a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, flavored like booger, into his mouth. Draco shot her an indignant glare, his voice tinged with exasperation. Rosa, that's disgusting. But you ate it, didn't you? Rosa placed her hands on her hips, watching with satisfaction as he swallowed the dreadful bean. before stepping back to peruse their third-year textbooks with utmost seriousness. "You did that on purpose," Draco said, displeased, and attempted to pounce on Rosa to retaliate, momentarily forgetting his injured leg, only to cry out as he fell onto the carpet. At that moment, the train jolted to a sudden halt. A few cracking sounds echoed, and the lights in the compartment extinguished instantly. Subsequently, Rosa heard Draco let out a piercing scream of terror. "What's wrong, Draco?" Panic surged within her as she swiftly drew her wand and cast a flickering light spell. In the dim blue glow, she could faintly see Draco's ashen face, his eyes fixated on something outside the window, appearing completely stunned with fear. Rosa rushed to his side, following his gaze and the light, only to behold several floating skeletal creatures pressing against the window, as if trying to invade the compartment. Dressed uniformly in tattered gray cloaks, their hollow eye sockets lacked focus, and their bony fingers reached out mindlessly, emanating a putrid stench. Dementors. Rosa furrowed her brow, gripping the trembling Draco and urging him to move away from the encroaching creatures. "Pull yourself together." Draco merely shivered, clutching his head, his feet rooted to the spot. Rosa could neither pull him along nor carry him, feeling frantic as the Dementors drew closer. How peculiar. Weren't these monsters supposed to guard and capture criminals? Why did they lack any semblance of rationality? They were merely ordinary wizarding students, after all. Having researched methods to combat Dementors, Rosa concentrated on her happiest memories. The time before her parents' tragic car accident, when their family visited the zoo, the moments spent in the orphanage, sharing roasted chicken with Director Anna, and the joy of making dumplings and watching movies with Draco. Expecto Patronum. Rosa summoned all her strength and shouted the incantation for the Patronus charm, joyful memories flashing through her mind like a carousel. Her wand erupted with a brilliant orange light, and a translucent silver creature emerged from the radiance. As the Dementors were repelled, Rosa examined her Patronus with earnest appreciation, a beautiful peacock, gracefully enveloped in a soft glow. Wow, it seems to be displaying its feathers, and it's directed at Draco. A surge of emotion coursed through her. What could this mean? "Rosa, did that creature leave? Did you drive it away?" Draco managed to stand, looking somewhat disheveled yet astonished as he watched the peacock gradually fade from view. "Yes, it's all right now. Stay in the compartment. I'll step outside for a moment," Rosa replied, feeling a bit fatigued. Summoning a Patronus surely required a significant amount of magical energy. "Where are you going?" "It's still dangerous," Draco said, his face still pale, grasping her hand, his palm clammy with sweat. "It was dangerous just now too." Rosa merely smiled, but Draco's complexion suddenly went pale, as if recalling something, and he reluctantly released her hand. For a fleeting moment, Rosa felt an emptiness within her. Chapter 50. The Slytherin Dispute. The turmoil on the train eventually subsided, and after searching several times around the compartments, Rosa finally found Harry, Ron, Hermione, and an unfamiliar yet gentle face awakening from unconsciousness in the last carriage. "May I come in?" Rosa asked, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the middle-aged man holding a large black dog, who smiled warmly at her, his voice imbued with kindness. "Please do, miss. I am Remus Lupin, the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts." Rosa felt a sense of understanding. It seemed her report on Gilderoy Lockhart had indeed been successful. To prevent that incompetent charlatan from misleading students further, she had exerted significant effort to gather evidence of his misuse of memory charms, theft of others' stories, and fabrication of originals, even providing a victim whose mind had been shattered by excessive enchantments. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for Lockhart's defense. This incident undoubtedly dealt a considerable blow to Hermione, who had once idolized the slick Lockhart. Who could have imagined that a man appearing so elegant and charming was, in fact, a base fraud? "My name is Rosa Riddle, Professor Lupin. It's a pleasure to meet you. I believe this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class will be much more interesting," Rosa said as she sat down beside Hermione, facing Lupin. Gazing into his gentle, smiling gray eyes, she felt an inexplicable fondness swelling within her. Remus Lupin was undoubtedly a remarkably affable gentleman, handsome and upright. Despite his tattered clothing, his warm demeanor shone through. Even under his intense gaze, Rosa felt no offense or discomfort. She did not shy away from Lupin's werewolf identity. After all, he was a pitiable soul, possessing great capability, yet facing rejection due to his condition, struggling to find stable employment. Ron wrinkled his nose, glancing at the distracted Hermione beside him, and muttered under his breath, "As long as he is not that Lockhart fraud, I'm fine." Rosa surveyed the lethargic Harry sitting next to Lupin, concern evident in her voice. "Harry, are you all right? The Dementors should be gone now." Harry managed a weak smile, shaking his head slightly. "Thank goodness Professor Lupin was here. I'm fine now." No sooner had he spoken than the large black dog in Lupin's arms barked a few times, as if wanting to leap into Harry's embrace to offer comfort. Rosa, you should take your dog away. He is too rambunctious. My Scabbers is probably terrified and hasn't even been seen since. Ron stuffed several pieces of candy into his mouth and exclaimed with a hint of complaint, only to be met with a series of indignant barks from the black dog, which startled him into a brief shiver, instinctively retracting his neck with a sulky expression. Your dog seems to possess a certain sensitivity. It appears to comprehend my words, Ron remarked, casting a glance at Louisa, feeling a tingle of unease. What of it? Owls can deliver messages with impeccable accuracy to their intended recipients. It's hardly surprising that my dog exhibits a touch of humanity, Louisa retorted dismissively. Sirius isn't an ordinary dog. It's quite peculiar if he can't understand human speech. Professor Lupin, might I trouble you to temporarily look after my pet? I believe you would take quite a liking to him, Louisa said, narrowing her eyes at Lupin as if to imply, I entrust you with my brother. She felt compelled to hasten her remaining tasks. It would be my honor, Lupin replied, stroking the fur of Sirius with eyes filled with emotion and joy at their reunion. Upon their arrival at Hogwarts Castle, the young wizards entered the school through different passages according to their year. In the lengthy queue of Slytherin, Louisa swiftly located Draco to reunite with him. Perhaps due to the delay Louisa caused, Draco's expression bore signs of displeasure, and his usually chattering mouth was notably subdued. Pansy, seemingly privy to some news, scrutinized Draco's somewhat unsteady left leg, covering her mouth in astonishment, her face a tableau of concern. Draco, is your leg all right? That dog was utterly vicious. I wonder how its owner trained it. If Uncle Lucius knew, he certainly wouldn't spare that beast. Upon uttering those words, Pansy shot a few provocative glares at Louisa, clearly aware that the dog belonged to her. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Draco replied coolly. Casting a sidelong glance at the deliberately instigating Pansy, his eyes filled with a chilling warning. He wished to keep his father uninformed about the incident. And he certainly didn't want his mother to blame Louisa for it afterward. All right, Draco, Pansy sighed, biting her lip in displeasure. Was Draco really that concerned about Riddle? Louisa felt a warmth in her heart as she discreetly grasped Draco's hand, gently squeezing his soft palm, relishing the sight of his reddening ears and the slight upward curve of his lips. If it weren't for the throng of people around them, Louisa would have loved to kiss him. Draco's proud yet bashful demeanor was simply endearing. The sorting ceremony adhered to its traditional format, with the most noteworthy announcement being the escape of the dangerous Sirius Black from Azkaban, which had prompted the Dementors to roam. The young wizards exchanged whispers, their faces reflecting both terror and curiosity. I heard that man is your cousin, Draco. Do you have any impressions of Sirius Black? Louisa asked nonchalantly while nibbling on a slice of roast beef. Draco maintained a stern expression, seemingly reluctant to acknowledge the existence of such a prisoner relative. No particular impression. He was once a noble Black, but he fell from grace and has been disowned by the family. Mother even mourned him for a time. In any case, I don't like him. Oh, Louisa nodded. It appears Sirius doesn't fancy Draco either, considering he bit him upon their first meeting. Let us welcome this year's defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, and the care of magical creatures professor, Rubeus Hagrid. Let us applaud the arrival of our two new professors. Dumbledore's resonant voice echoed throughout the hall, met with enthusiastic applause, vibrant streamers dancing in the air, especially from the Gryffindor table, which was most fervent. Oh, Merlin's beard. What on earth is Dumbledore thinking? He actually invited that scruffy giant to teach. And what about that fellow named Lupin? Look at his attire, tattered and shabby. He is clearly a disgraceful pauper. Draco's face contorted in anger, his desire to slam the table palpable. Indeed, it seems anyone can be brought into Hogwarts. I fear Dumbledore has lost his senses. Pansy chimed in, her voice dripping with disdain. I suggest Miss Parkinson take her opinions to the staff table. One's worth is not defined by outward appearances or attire. Dumbledore invited them for a reason. They must possess exceptional qualities. Moreover, there are far too many pretenders cloaked in gold and silk who are utterly worthless within, Louisa interjected, her displeasure evident. Although she was a Slytherin, she believed that being a Slytherin did not equate to immature exclusion. As long as professors can impart knowledge, it matters not their backgrounds or houses. It is the capable who should be entrusted with the education of others. Are you even a Slytherin? Pansy retorted, her heavily drawn brows knitting together as she pounded the table, her gaze laced with contempt, oblivious to the fact that her words might incite widespread ire. The two standing at the staff table are both Gryffindors. How dare Riddle speak in their favor? Louisa, Draco's piercing gaze fixed upon her, his frustration boiling over. Heaven knows how much he detested that foolish giant, and yet Louisa dared to defend him. No Slytherin would harbor any affection for such a crass half-breed. Chapter 51, Twin Sandwich Cookies. Draco, it seems you've forgotten the best friends rule? Louisa sighed, rubbing her ears, Draco's voice was far too loud. Seeing his furrowed brows and contorted features, it was evident he was on the verge of a temper. What? Draco blinked, momentarily puzzled. Well, it appears Master Malfoy has completely forgotten. One of the rules states that you must not unjustly unleash your temper on Louisa, she reminded him, her expression turning frosty. Louisa was quite displeased, her beautiful face adorned with an icy demeanor. She merely expressed her opinion. Everyone was entitled to their views. If she were to be criticized and questioned simply for not conforming, that would be exceedingly stifling. We are all friends here. No one should feel wronged. What nonsense is this? Riddle, how could you treat Draco this way? It's merely friendship. Do you truly think yourself a queen? Pansy exclaimed, her jealousy and indignation palpable, as if she had swallowed a barrel of sour lemons. Silence. This is none of your concern. Louisa wished fervently to rid herself of this irksome presence. Louisa, I apologize. I didn't mean to snap at you. Draco stole a glance at Louisa's expression, feeling anxious and slightly guilty, his eyes glistening as they fixated on her, a small, pitiable figure. He merely despised that foolish giant and had no intention of directing any ire toward Louisa. Besides, he lacked the courage to do so. Draco, what is this? Pansy gaped, utterly incredulous, questioning whether the Draco before her was indeed the same as the once arrogant Malfoy. Pansy, that's called tough love. You should refrain from complicating matters. Try this roasted potato. It's surprisingly delightful, soft, and tender. Blaze kindly interjected, swiftly feeding Pansy a piece of roasted potato, effectively silencing her incessant chatter. Oh, cursed Zabini. What have you fed me? I loathe potatoes. Pansy lamented, clawing at her throat, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lusha smiled faintly as she sipped the pumpkin juice Draco had graciously offered her, choosing not to dwell on his oversight regarding the cherished rule of friendship. Draco's occasional reticence did not bother her in the slightest. As for his feelings of disdain or favoritism towards others, she deemed it unnecessary to play the role of his life coach, provided his sentiments remained within reasonable bounds. The ingrained arrogance and sense of superiority, products of years of pure blood indoctrination, could not be altered overnight. Turning her gaze back to the faculty table, she observed Professor Lupin, exuding warmth, while Professor Snape sat rigidly, his countenance dark as storm clouds, occasionally casting glances at Lupin that were laden with palpable disdain and loathing. Lusha speculated whether the professor was reminiscing about his bleak student days, recalling the quartet of bullies who tormented him, their brutishness embodied by their large feet, moon-shaped faces, and sharp-tipped taunts. Though Remus Lupin was the gentlest of the group, averse to conflict, in Snape's eyes, he remained unforgivable. Primarily for being a werewolf, an unintentional near-fatal encounter had left deep scars in their shared history. Hey, beautiful Slytherin, who are you looking for? A boy with dark skin strode towards her, beaming with the kind of exuberance typical of youth. Despite her Slytherin robes, he radiated a friendly curiosity. You must be Lee Jordan. I know you. Your commentary during Quidditch is exceptional. I'm searching for the Weasley twins. Could you help me call for them? Lusha replied with a cheerful smile, recalling how he had humorously teased her during a match only to be chastised by Professor McGonagall for his antics. Oh, I'm truly honored that such a lovely lady remembers me. Of course, I'd be delighted to assist. Fred and George are my closest friends, Lee responded, winking playfully and leaning closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Tell me, do you have a crush on my friends? Oh, it's not what you think, Lusha said cautiously, retreating a few steps and shaking her head resolutely. She could only imagine the repercussions if Draco misconstrued her intentions. All right then, Lee said, feigning disappointment as he called out in a booming voice, nearly reaching a level of exuberance worthy of an announcer. Dear Fred and George, come out. A super beautiful and lovely lady wishes to meet you. Lusha felt her face flush with embarrassment. Was such a grand spectacle truly necessary? Was he doing this on purpose? Who? The beautiful lady? Who is super cute? The Weasley twins bounded out, their faces alight with excitement, followed by a gaggle of curious Gryffindors. Their crimson uniforms a stark contrast to Lusha's green robes. Well, look who it is. Sweetheart, long time no see. Did you find Malfoy too childish and decide we were a better choice? Fred and George, as boisterous and playful as ever, jostled beside her, their towering frames flanking her like gatekeepers, ready to whisk her away. Stop it. I have something serious to discuss with you, Lusha said, adopting a stern expression as she struggled to escape the twins' enthusiastic embrace, still unaccustomed to the fervent camaraderie of Gryffindor. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, suddenly struck by an idea, and with a shared grin, they whisked Lusha away to a quieter corner, away from the crowd's prying eyes. Their familiarity with Hogwarts layout made it easy for them to find a secluded spot. This is a safe space. You can speak freely now. What brings you to us? The twins leaned in with eager anticipation, as if expecting her to unveil a long-hidden secret. I'd like to borrow your Marauder's map, Lusha stated directly. Cutting to the chase. My dear, how did you come to know we possessed such a treasure? We've never shared it with anyone else. Lusha internally rolled her eyes, thinking, of course, it was from the film. That is not important. What matters is that I truly need it right now. In exchange, I'm willing to invest a sum of 1,000 galleons as startup capital for you to open your own joke shop. What do you think? Upon hearing her proposal, the Weasley twins exchanged wide-eyed glances. Then, as if discovering a new continent, they leaned in closer, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, so our sweetheart is actually a hidden millionaire? We're begging for your patronage. Lusha mused that if Voldemort were to meet his end and Draco were to part ways with her, she might indeed consider their offer. After all, who wouldn't adore those charming twin confectionaries? After a bout of playful banter with the twins, Lusha successfully acquired the enchanted Marauder's map. She unfurled it, scrutinizing the slightly worn yellow parchment that was dotted with the moving names of Hogwarts inhabitants. As she prepared to leave, Fred leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially, Are you sure you don't need our help? Sweetheart, we could create some delightful mischief together. George, eager to contribute, chimed in with a grin. Count me in. I can be of great assistance. Lusha took a step back, waving her hands dismissively. Though the twins were gallant and undeniably charming, she had to resist their double dose of allure, avoiding the captivating sparkle in their eyes. While delectable, these sweet treats paled in comparison to her preference for tangy green apples. Without delay, Lusha returned to the Slytherin common room, where she found Draco sulking on the sofa, kicking the leg of a nearby chair in evident frustration, his handsome features devoid of their usual vitality, a clear signal of his inner turmoil. Glancing around, Lusha noted that others had tactfully distanced themselves, unwilling to provoke Malfoy's ire. Draco, what is troubling you? She inquired, approaching him with the intent of tousling his soft platinum hair. At last, he had abandoned the heavy hair gel, allowing his hair to fluff attractively, reminiscent of the classic styles she had seen in films. However, Draco did not spare her even a glance, turning away in a huff. Lusha's hand awkwardly grasped at empty air, leaving her perplexed at his sudden moodiness. What on earth was going on with him? Gathering her courage, she plopped down beside him, tugging at his hand. Draco, why the long face? If you remain silent, I can't guess what's wrong. Did I do something? Oh, did you hear about me seeking out the Weasley twins after breakfast? Lusha tilted her head, pondering whether she had inadvertently crossed a line. Besides her visit to the twins, she could not think of anything else that might have provoked his discontent. Are you interested in those twins? Draco's voice was laced with a hint of irritation as he turned away, forcefully disentangling himself from Louise's embrace and clenching his fists tightly. A surge of conflicting emotions flooding his heart. Louisa furrowed her brow slightly, perplexed by the absurdity of the rumors that had spread so quickly. I heard it first thing this morning. Can you believe it? Louisa Riddle of Slytherin, utterly bewitched by the Weasley twins. It's infuriating. Draco kicked the leg of the chair with a resounding crack, likely damaging it. Ah, does this count as vandalism? Louisa raised an eyebrow, both amused and exasperated. Seriously? You actually believe such nonsense? It's merely a rumor spread by those who dislike you, seeking to provoke you. Perhaps if you weren't so acerbic and unwelcoming, you wouldn't have offended nearly everyone in Gryffindor. Draco, of course, was unconvinced, but his anger was palpable. Then tell me, what do you want with them? He pouted in a manner that was almost childlike, a look that begged for a serious explanation, eliciting a soft chuckle from Louisa as she playfully pinched his fair cheek. Her heart melting. Draco, I have no affection for the Weasley brothers. I'm merely seeking to inquire about something, nothing more. Fine, he grumbled, his tone softening. Louisa chose not to say more, instead casting a deep gaze at Draco, whose emotions were always so transparent. She was aware of his feelings for her, but the extent of that affection remained a mystery. In the silent corridor, the flickering candles extinguished with the whisper of a breeze. Louisa, aided by the luminescence from her wand, examined the moving red dots on the Marauder's map. The parchment clearly displayed the name of a fallen hero, Peter Pettigrew. From the Hufflepuff kitchen to the lavatory around the corner on the second floor, the cunning little rat was scurrying about, seemingly aware of the imminent danger closing in. Louisa treaded softly, inching closer to her target as the red dot approached. Suddenly, a frantic squeaking filled her ears, followed by the emergence of a large black dog, menacingly chasing after the terrified rodent. Serious? Louisa's eyes widened in surprise and displeasure. Hadn't he been staying at Hagrid's hut under Lupin's care? Wasn't their reunion scheduled for 3 days later? Hey, Louisa, I'm about to catch that little bastard. The black dog transformed into a tall, handsome man, though his disheveled hair and dark circles detracted from his otherwise striking appearance. Louisa rolled her eyes, casting a leg-locking spell and a silencing charm on Sirius. Ignoring his furious glare, this troublemaker was far too unpredictable. It was safer to restrain him for the moment, just as the rat thought it might escape. A red beam struck its tail with precision. With a thud, the rat tumbled to the ground, its beady green eyes wide with fear as it beheld the dark-haired girl brandishing her wand once more. Transform now? Louisa watched quietly as the rat morphed into an ugly, stout figure, exhaling with relief. It was undoubtedly Peter. She had finally apprehended him. All right, Sirius, you need to take this rat to Lupin. You both should confess to Dumbledore immediately, or the Dementors will eventually catch up with you. Freed from his transformation, Sirius glared at the unconscious Peter Pettigrew, an intense hatred brewing within him, wishing he could eliminate the traitor right then and there. But Louisa reminded him that it wasn't the time for such drastic measures. Sirius eyed Louisa warily. The capabilities of this third-year girl exceeded his expectations, and she seemed to possess far too much knowledge. Why are you helping me? What is your ulterior motive? For heaven's sake, big dog, this isn't the time for such trivial questions. Louisa shot him a disdainful look. Aware of the saying that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter, at crucial moments, the expendable characters often fail to discern the gravity of their words. As she contemplated whether to leave Sirius alone to find Dumbledore, a bright lantern swung into view. Louisa shielded her eyes, sensing impending doom. Filch sharp, a acerbic voice echoed ominously. Who goes there? A little night creature. I see I've caught you. If it were just him, it would be manageable, but more alarmingly, Louisa recognized the deep, resonant voice that followed. Black, so this is where you've been hiding. I've been looking for you. Oh no. The professor was still awake, facing Snape's icy, dagger-like gaze. Louisa felt her heart skip a beat. Professor, why are you out patrolling with Filch at this hour? Truly, your dedication is commendable. Nasty little creature, it's you. Isn't it? After all these years, you remain as loathsome as ever. Just look at your greasy, disheveled appearance. Don't frighten the children at night. Sirius shot a contemptuous glance at Snape, filled with disdain and loathing. The former rivals were face to face again, and all he could think of was how he wished to either obliterate him with words or physically restrain him. Are you serious? You dare to malign my revered Professor Snape? I shouldn't have taken you in, fed you, and cleaned you up. Louisa's facial muscles twitched as she barely processed the situation. Before Snape could retort, she swiftly drew her wand and cast a stunning spell at Sirius, sending him crashing to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. Snape instinctively tightened his grip on his wand, his gaze fixed on Louisa as she confronted Sirius, a mixture of confusion and intrigue crossing his features. Professor, this man has gone too far. He insulted you, Louisa pleaded, her eyes sparkling with righteous indignation as she regarded Snape, the esteemed leader of Slytherin, noble and inviolable. Snape's lips twitched as he glanced at the fallen Sirius and then at the semi-conscious, squat figure of Peter, unable to articulate his thoughts. I'm not in league with him, Professor. Louisa quickly clarified, her amber eyes shining with earnestness as she pointed at Peter, who appeared to be regaining consciousness. Professor, I stumbled upon this oddity on the Marauder's map. It turns out he's Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, whom Black refers to as Wormtail. He has been chasing this rat while hurling accusations of treachery, and it seems he is indeed the one who betrayed Harry's parents. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression shifted. The pain of Lily's death etched in his features. He approached Peter and kicked the unconscious rat, his voice cold and cutting. Stop playing dead, Wormtail. Peter, now partially aware but severely restricted in movement, hung his head in terror, glancing at Louisa, then up at Snape's fearsome gaze, shrinking into a quivering ball, resembling a grotesque, rotund rat man, his voice trembling as he pleaded for mercy. Severus, please spare me. Remember, I never assisted James and Sirius in bullying you. He was once merely a bystander, not a bully. Is that truly you? Although phrased as a question, Snape's tone was imbued with unwavering certainty. The thought that this cowardly Wormtail's fear of death and betrayal led to Lily's tragic demise at the hands of Voldemort's Avada Kedavra curse pierced his heart with excruciating pain. Observing the professor's pallid complexion and slightly off-kilter demeanor, Lusha interjected just in time. Professor, this wretched rat is quite cunning. We should promptly capture him and deliver him to the Dementor. Before Wormtail could express his sheer horror and despair, Snape shot a glare at Lusha, who was still lingering to witness the spectacle, and admonished in a low voice. Immediately, return to your dormitory at once. Oh. Lusha cast a dejected glance at the still lifeless Sirius, silently offering a prayer for him. Amen. If you don't leave, you will be conscripted for 2 months of labor in the dungeons starting tomorrow. The venomous hiss of the snake-like voice struck Lusha's heart like a thunderclap, causing her face to pale as she hastily fled. She had no desire to peel off those slimy, repugnant slugs for the professor. As for Sirius, well, he should have known better than to defy my arrangements. A night devoid of dreams passed. Upon awakening, Lusha gazed into the mirror at the dark-haired girl reflected within. As exquisite and striking as ever, even barefaced, radiating a soft, ethereal beauty. However, the faint dark circles beneath her eyes marred her overall appearance, prompting Lusha to grimace at her reflection. She retrieved a vial of her homemade beauty elixir from the drawer and took a dose. Fortunately, she had prepared ample supplies in advance, making it quite timely for use. After brushing her teeth, washing her face, and applying a layer of toner, Lusha twisted open a rarely used honey-hued lipstick and applied a delicate coat. Glancing once more in the mirror, she felt rejuvenated. Looking nothing like the miscreant she was the previous night, simply perfect. Having tidied herself, Lusha stepped into the common room, where Draco leaned against the warm fireplace, animatedly conversing with Goyle and Crab, his face alight with vibrant hues. "Hey, dear Draco, good morning," Lusha smiled as she approached him, greeting his two lackeys as well. "What are you discussing?" "Lusha, you may not believe it, but that escaped prisoner from Azkaban, Black, is actually here at Hogwarts. Several teams from the Ministry of Magic have arrived and are currently in a heated confrontation in Dumbledore's office," Goyle exclaimed, standing up, his words tumbling out in a frenzy. According to Filch, he stumbled upon this fleeing Black during his rounds. Who would believe that nonsense? Does he have the guts to confront a fugitive? Indeed, it is said that the headmaster was present. He must have captured that scoundrel. Crab chimed in, expressing his disbelief that Filch possessed such capability, labeling him a notorious braggart. Draco shot them an annoyed glance, pulling Lusha closer to him, his handsome face creased with disdain for their baseless gossip. "I suspect Dumbledore is intent on shielding Black. The Ministry is utterly powerless against him. I cannot fathom his reasoning for harboring a fugitive at Hogwarts. Why concern ourselves with such matters? The truth will likely surface soon enough. With Dumbledore in charge, Hogwarts is safe. We should contemplate what to have for breakfast," Lusha said, grasping Draco's hand as they made their way toward the Great Hall, feeling a slight relief. It seemed that Professor Snape had not allowed personal grievances to drive him to annihilate Black. He had directly handed Sirius over to Dumbledore, effectively granting him a reprieve. With Dumbledore's wisdom and decisiveness, the truth surrounding Wormtail's betrayal of the Potters, which unjustly condemned Black, would soon be revealed. Excellent. Events were unfolding as she had anticipated. If all went well, Harry would soon have a loving godfather. Chapter 54, The Vampire's Kiss. Sirius's lingering presence did not dampen the young wizard's anticipation for Halloween. House elves remained fervently preparing the decorations and delicacies necessary for the festivities. With the swift retreat of the Dementors and the Ministry's fruitless efforts, the news of Sirius Black's wrongful imprisonment for 11 years and the true criminal, Peter Pettigrew, being revealed as the rat and subsequently kissed by a Dementor spread like wildfire throughout every corner of Hogwarts. "I'm sorry, Harry, I never expected that Scabbers would actually be," Ron muttered, slowly chewing on a hefty chicken leg, his usual appetite waning as he glanced at his best friend, feeling uneasy at the realization that his pet Scabbers was a despicable criminal. Harry's parents, they must have been betrayed by Pettigrew. Ron bit his lip and sighed heavily, knowing that everyone now knew his family had been harboring a criminal for years. His parents must be distraught. "It's not your fault. The villain was too cunning, right, Harry?" Hermione said seriously, looking at Harry, who appeared somewhat dazed. "Harry, what are you thinking?" Harry absent-mindedly mashed the boiled potatoes on his plate, unsure how to convey his tumultuous emotions to his two friends, muttering, "It feels like a dream. I've had dreams like this before, never imagining there would come a day when it would become reality. I am just..." "What?" Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. "I am just so excited." Harry could not contain a shriek, drawing the attention of fellow diners, yet he seemed oblivious to their stares, his emotions soaring like a roller coaster, filled with unparalleled exhilaration. "I have a godfather now. His name is Sirius Black. He said he desperately wants to live with me and make up for all the suffering I've endured. Oh my goodness, I can hardly believe he would say that. I have longed to escape the Dursleys." Ron, witnessing Harry's exuberance, felt genuine happiness for him, casting a glance at Malfoy, who was glaring from the opposite table, and patted Harry on the shoulder, chuckling. "Congratulations, Harry. Your godfather even bought you a rocket launcher. How impressive." Malfoy's face is practically green with envy. "It's hilarious." Hermione shot a disapproving look at Ron, who was shaking with laughter, and retorted, "You're being ridiculous. Be careful or Lusha might give you a whack." Ron rolled his eyes, shrugged, but refrained from further mocking Malfoy. Lusha Riddle was not someone he wished to provoke. Not only did Harry favor her, but even Hermione regarded her as a close confidant. He was certain that if he dared to utter a single disparaging remark about Lusha, he would be met with a severe lecture from both of his friends. "Oh well, never mind. Time to enjoy the chicken leg. It's delicious." At another green table, Malfoy was indeed rambling on about Harry Potter's rocket launcher and the unfolding events surrounding Sirius's exoneration. "It's just a broken broomstick. That loser is nothing special." Malfoy felt a twinge of jealousy, though he would never admit it. Regarding Sirius Black's doting affection for Harry, he inexplicably felt a pang of envy. If you want one, I could get you one. Lusha casually munched on her vegetable salad, smiling at Draco, thinking that compared to Harry, he was already quite fortunate and had no need for such jealousy. Draco shook his head vigorously, declaring, "No, I don't want that thing at all." "As you wish." Lusha, with indifference, continued to savor her meal, pondering how the Malfoy family's wealth could not purchase everything. It was merely a childish contest of precedence. Professor Lupin arrived late for his inaugural defense against the dark arts class, his demeanor radiating positivity. Likely buoyed by the stability of his new position and the comforting notion that his dear friend Sirius had been exonerated. With a gentle smile, Lupin surveyed the circle of students clad in green robes, introduced himself, and encouraged them. "Who wishes to go first? Fear not. Confront your inner trepidation and simply recite the banishing charm with a touch of humor." His warm gaze inadvertently fell upon Lusha, and he smiled at the dark-haired girl who had aided in Sirius's liberation, gently urging, "Lusha, would you like to give it a try?" For the first time, Lusha felt a surge of anxiety and hesitation. She was somewhat apprehensive, even fearful, of what might leap forth from the cabinet. Was it Voldemort's sinister, serpentine visage? The cold, bloodied corpse of Professor Snape? Or perhaps a scene from Draco and Astoria's wedding, exchanging rings? Sensing Lusha's unease, Draco firmly grasped her hand, silently inquiring with his eyes, "What troubles you? Are you afraid?" Noticing Lusha's pallor and her silence, Draco reassured her, "It's all an illusion. There's nothing to fear." "Lusha, how about you let Draco go first?" Lusha gently nudged Draco forward, smiling at Lupin, hoping for a brief respite to calm her racing heart. "Malfoy, you may proceed." Lupin nodded, signaling for Draco to step up for the test. The Boggart, a curious creature in the wizarding world, could delve into the depths of one's heart and manifest their deepest fears. Draco, feeling a lump in his throat, nervously whispered the unlocking charm. The cabinet creaked open with a resounding click, revealing a scene that left everyone, including the usually composed Professor Lupin, utterly astounded. There appeared Cedric, the broodingly handsome figure. With Lusha as his partner, the two entwined in a tender dance. Suddenly, Cedric leaned down, revealing elongated fangs, and with a passion-filled embrace, he executed the vampire's first bite, sealing their lips together in a fervent kiss. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of laughter, leaving Draco momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. Lusha, feeling a mix of annoyance and disbelief, pushed Draco away, prompting him to exclaim, "Boggart, Boggart," as the absurdity of the situation dawned upon him. Finally, the nightmare concludes. Did I truly witness such a shocking scene? Cedric transformed into a vampire and kissed Lusha? They do make a striking pair, but the neck-biting is somewhat alarming. I'm doubled over with laughter. Malfoy, you've outdone yourself. My face is about to split from smiling. Quiet down, please. Next student, if you will. Professor Lupin managed to contain his laughter, glancing at the embarrassed Malfoy and the fuming Lusha, taking a deep breath. Today's youth are indeed precocious. In the following rounds, the Boggarts continued to evoke varied reactions. Blaise was horrified to witness his mother giving birth to numerous siblings. Pansy found herself clad in a pristine wedding gown, being forcibly kissed by a grotesque, squat man with a pockmarked face. Daphne shrieked at the sight of a memorial portrait of a young girl hanging in the manor's grand hall. Many students recoiled at the chilling visage of Snape emerging from the shadows, his expression cold and menacing. Laughter and gasps filled the room. As students confronted their most harrowing fears, their faces pale as if they had lived through a waking nightmare. Your turn, Lusha. You are the last, Lupin called gently, seemingly puzzled by her reluctance, for she was a young woman of remarkable bravery. All right, Professor, I am ready. Lusha stepped forward with resolve, silently bolstering her courage, reminding herself that it was all an illusion. Even if Voldemort were to emerge, she could confront him with poise. Alohomora. The cabinet swung open once more, and Lusha's breath quickened with anxiety. Would it be Voldemort? Snape? A wedding scene? Instead, a stout woman with an Eastern countenance and shoulder-length hair stormed out, her honest features marred by lips as thick as sausages, delivering a barrage of sharp, scornful words directed at Lusha. You wretched harbinger of misfortune. You little vixen from the orphanage. Have you no shame? How dare you attempt to seduce my son, ensnaring him in your web? At your age, you should be focused on your studies, not luring men with your charms. You think I am unaware of your intentions? Pathetic. I did not. Be quiet. Boggart. Lusha fled the classroom, her heart aching as a tide of painful memories crashed over her. She had thought she had forgotten, that she had moved on from the years spent as Lusha Riddle. Yet, the recollection of her past as the Lonely by Lou resurfaced, and she felt the heart-wrenching pain that she believed she had long since buried. In her second year, a tender romance had barely begun to blossom before the harshness of reality extinguished it. The boy had pursued her relentlessly, professing his affection and desire to be with her. Lu recalled, with blushing shyness, telling him, "With the exams approaching, we must prioritize our studies. If you truly care for me, let us both strive to gain admission to our desired university." But the boy's mother, upon hearing rumors, had stormed into the classroom, berating her in front of their peers, hurling insults that cut deeply. It was not her fault that she was orphaned. The driver responsible was to blame. She had never seduced anyone nor coveted their home. Why should she endure such humiliation? Yet, no one believed her, and the boy cowered behind his mother, silent. The scornful gazes of her classmates, laced with disdain and veiled malice, pierced her soul. Had that incident not occurred, Lu might not have been lost in a daze, stepping into the path of a speeding black car that claimed her life. As Lusha sprinted toward her destination, she instinctively touched her face. Finding it damp with tears, she was crying, feeling utterly defeated. Climbing the steep spiral staircase, she reached the lofty astronomy tower, rumored to offer a view of the starry sky. It was said to provide solace during troubling times. "Who is there?" A soft, delicate voice broke through the silence. Lusha focused her gaze to reveal a familiar, dark-haired girl clad in blue Ravenclaw robes. "Padma, what are you doing here?" Lusha approached, astonished. "Ah, it's you, Lusha. You startled me." Padma, still trembling with residual anxiety, patted her chest and guided Lusha back to the spot she had just vacated. She keenly observed Lusha's slightly reddened eyes, her curiosity piqued. "Have you been crying, Lusha?" "Not at all," Lusha replied with a radiant smile, resolutely denying her tearful state. "Do not deceive me. Your eyes are puffy. Did you have a quarrel with Malfoy?" Padma speculated, though her sister Parvati's influence left her with a distinctly unfavorable impression of the arrogant Draco. Nevertheless, she refrained from meddling in Lusha's romantic affairs. Yet, given Malfoy's notorious temper and sharp tongue, Padma found it difficult not to suspect that Lusha may have been subjected to his bullying. "No, it has nothing to do with him. I just faced a boggart. You know how unsettling those creatures can be." Lusha shook her head, seemingly reluctant to delve further into the topic. "Whose red scarf is that?" she inquired, casting a glance at the scarf draped behind Padma, its hue unmistakably Gryffindor. Lusha moved closer to inspect it, prompting Padma to feel a surge of guilt and her cheeks to flush a shade of crimson. "Did you find it? Or is it from your crush?" Lusha teasingly reached for the somewhat worn crimson scarf, failing to notice any name embroidered on it. "Lusha, give it back," Padma exclaimed, blushing as she snatched the scarf back to her chest, her voice tinged with 7 parts embarrassment and 3 parts melancholy. "It belongs to George Weasley. I found it by chance and intended to return it, but I haven't found the opportunity." "Sister, is it really about not finding the opportunity? Or is it that you simply cannot bear to part with it? Do you like him? Don't you?" Lusha's expression was sly. She recalled that George had never been known to have a girlfriend, while his twin brother Fred had been involved with a Quidditch teammate named Angelina, who eventually ended up with George after Fred's unfortunate demise, both honoring his memory together. "There are too many girls who adore him. He is far too popular to notice someone like me. Besides, I am but a bookworm with such a dreary personality. He, being so humorous and vivacious, would undoubtedly prefer someone more outgoing and charming," Padma lamented, her head hung low as she sighed despondently. The pangs of unrequited love were indeed bittersweet. Yet she found herself unable to suppress her feelings. The first time she laid eyes on George Weasley, her heart raced with an unforgettable thrill. His vibrant spirit and radiant smile shone like a warm sun, and he had even defended her against a bully, showcasing both justice and bravery. Passionate, kind-hearted, cheerful, and handsome, there was no boy in the world more soothing and uplifting than George Weasley. "Fred, sister, are you completely overlooking the fact that I am one of the twins?" Chapter 56. Draco's heartache. Lusha gazed quietly at Padma's blushing profile, listening intently as she described the perfect boy of her affections with palpable emotion. The bitter and sweet essence of love intertwined, reminiscent of the tangy flavor of fermented yogurt. "Padma, you should really tell George how you feel. In my eyes, you are not only intelligent and sophisticated, but also gentle and understanding, and you are undeniably beautiful. No boy would dare reject such a lovely girl as you." Lusha fixed her earnest gaze upon Padma, encouraging her sincerely. In contrast to her sister Parvati's boldness and exuberance, Padma appeared shy and bashful. However, if she did not take the risk to confess, how would she ever discern George Weasley's feelings? Even if faced with rejection, she would have no regrets in the future. "Really? Lusha, I am a bit apprehensive." Padma's heart seemed to soften, her lower lip caught between her teeth in uncertainty. Just the thought of that fiery-haired handsome boy made her heart race uncontrollably, rendering her speechless. Of course, what better time to confess than on the approaching Halloween? Who knows? You might even share a dance together. Just imagine how romantic that would be. Lusha exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Padma's, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. Padma, be brave. And consider it merely a chance to make a new friend. Padma averted her gaze, knowing full well that it was undoubtedly Parvati who had informed Lusha of her feelings. It's not the same, but I think I will give it a try. Even if her confession failed, she should at least return George Weasley's scarf. And thank you, Lusha. Anytime. The two girls consoled each other, sharing their innermost thoughts, and Lusha felt her spirits lifting from the earlier gloom. After bidding farewell to Padma, Lusha reflected on her earlier hasty exit from the classroom, feeling a twinge of guilt. Although the lesson was nearing its conclusion, her embarrassing display had been witnessed by nearly all her classmates. Thankfully, the woman had spoken in Chinese, leaving the others with nothing but a jumbled foreign tongue. Lusha reassured herself that she had nothing to fear. It was not her fault, and she should have let it go long ago. Following Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts class, there were no subsequent lessons, and the break time was ample. Some students idly gossiped in the common room. Others rushed to the library to preview or review their textbooks, while some strolled leisurely down the corridors, embracing the languid atmosphere. Naturally, as Lusha ambled through the hallways, she could not escape the whispers surrounding Slytherin, such as Draco's boggart, his rumored entanglement with Cedric from Hufflepuff, or Pansy's claims of spotting her future husband, and the strange incident of being frightened by a plump woman, which allegedly left her in tears. Most of these tales were exaggerated and embellished, colored with vibrant details. Even the usually composed Slytherins could not resist the allure of gossip. Lusha, where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere. Draco approached, his brow furrowed in irritation as he seized Lusha's hand with such force that it caused her some discomfort, prompting her to frown slightly. Casting a glance around at the suddenly silent crowd, Draco shot a menacing glare, warning in a low, icy tone, "Get lost, if you dare to spread any more nonsense. Don't expect me to be polite." The two moved silently into the common room, where Pansy, who had been seated on the sofa lamenting to Daphne, caught sight of them. Just as she opened her mouth to hurl a mocking remark at Lusha, Draco's chilling glare silenced her. "Humph, let us go," Pansy snapped, dragging a reluctant Daphne away. As others sensed the tension, they too began to disperse, leaving the once boisterous common room in utter silence, with just the two of them standing awkwardly, unsure of how to break the ice. "What do you want to say?" Lusha asked, taking a seat in an armchair and casting a sidelong glance at the sullen Draco, her expression betraying her unease. What had him so upset? She wanted to confront him about the chaos he had conjured in her life, merely from watching a Muggle film, and how he had spun tales of her and Cedric. Did he truly care about her this much? Lusha sighed, having expected Draco's boggart to manifest as the Malfoys refusing a marriage proposal after all. "Why was that woman scolding you? Did you cry?" Draco softened his tone, drawing Lusha to sit beside him, gently brushing against her now nearly healed, slightly red eyes. His voice muffled, making it difficult to discern his true emotions. "I understand a bit of Chinese," Draco continued, successfully drawing Lusha's astonished gaze. "You understand? When did you learn Chinese?" Lusha was utterly taken aback. Was Draco truly so knowledgeable? "What kind of look is that? Aside from my native tongue, I possess a smattering of knowledge in French, German, and Chinese. From a tender age, my family meticulously prepared my linguistic education, a requisite refinement for the heir of the Malfoy lineage." Draco, with a flick of his hair, expressed his displeasure at Lusha's demeanor, pondering why he could not astonish her with his prowess. "Well, you've heard everything now." Lusha, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, exhaled softly, unwilling to engage further or offer explanations, as she was loath to broach that vexatious subject. "I'm sorry, Lusha." Draco suddenly leaned down, enveloping her in his warm embrace, his cheek brushing against her cool skin, his voice tinged with melancholy and reassurance. "In the time before I knew you, you must have endured much hardship and faced numerous injustices." Such poignant words? From a Malfoy? Lusha widened her eyes in astonishment, turning away from Draco's encroaching face, rudely interrupting, "Are you truly Draco Malfoy?" Draco, momentarily lost in his own somber thoughts, instantly bristled, his irritation manifesting as he pinched Lusha's face, a mix of anger and grievance etched upon his features. "All right, I was jesting. I am genuinely touched. Thank you, Draco. Thank you for not probing further and for being so perceptive, even to the point of feeling sympathy for me. Then you must accompany me to care of magical creatures." Draco seized the moment, perplexed as to why Lusha would choose to enroll in the whimsically erratic Professor Trelawney's divination class and the drearily tedious ancient runes course. "Absolutely not. I wish to attend divination." Lusha firmly swatted his hand away, resolutely declining. While she appreciated his concern, changing her interests was out of the question. Professor Trelawney's predictions were notably accurate, and Lusha was eager to discover what twists her future might hold. Due to differing elective courses, their class schedules diverged, and Draco strode confidently towards his Care of Magical Creatures class, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Lusha felt a nagging sensation that she had forgotten something important, yet she could not recall what it was. Before departing, she admonished Draco to temper his temper and avoid needless confrontations with Harry Potter, lest he become the subject of ridicule. Draco wrinkled his nose in discontent, huffing softly, leaving Lusha with a fading glimpse of his platinum blonde head. As Lusha meandered down the long corridor, her mind preoccupied with the elusive memory she had forgotten, she suddenly collided with a solid wall of flesh. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, instinctively stepping back. Raising her gaze, she encountered the strikingly handsome Cedric Diggory, who looked rather sheepish as he repeatedly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you." "Cedric? Oh, I'm fine. It was my fault for not watching where I was going." Lusha felt a tinge of embarrassment, recalling their entangled kiss with the boggart in defense against the dark arts class, wondering if Cedric had heard about it. Probably not, she hoped, as that would be exceedingly awkward. With a forced smile to dispel her discomfort, she casually asked, "It's been a while, Cedric. How have you been?" Cedric scratched the back of his head, looking somewhat flustered, as he hesitantly replied, "Are you and Malfoy doing well?" Lusha nodded, "Quite well, actually." Initially, she did not grasp his implication, but as she locked eyes with the tall, handsome Cedric, she felt her cheeks flush and her heart race, recalling that intimate kiss. "If you're referring to Draco's boggart, it was merely a misunderstanding. He has a tendency to overthink and conjure peculiar scenarios. If he offended you, I apologize on his behalf." Lusha steadied herself, speaking candidly, while Cedric appeared somewhat anxious, his handsome face flushed as he waved his hands dismissively. "I don't mind. I just think Malfoy isn't right for you." Cedric felt a bit embarrassed, realizing his words were rather abrupt. Although he felt a pang of melancholy upon hearing about Lusha and Malfoy's closeness, it did not border on jealousy. He had merely spoken his thoughts aloud. Surprised by his own candor, whether it stemmed from his feelings after learning about their ambiguous relationship or from the sheer beauty of the girl before him. "We're just good friends. As for compatibility, one must try before knowing," Lusha replied with a smile, unfazed by Cedric's bluntness. His gaze was sincere, his tone gentle, reminiscent of an older brother guiding a lost sister. "I'm sorry, but I must attend class. Goodbye, Cedric." "Goodbye." As Lusha walked away, Cedric let out a heavy sigh, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. He felt a twinge of regret for having approached her upon seeing her. "Hey, Cedric. You haven't developed a crush on that Riddle girl, have you?" Eric appeared from nowhere, slapping Cedric on the back, his voice low with surprise, then sighed regretfully. "Lusha Riddle is indeed a captivating girl. Calling her a temptress wouldn't be an exaggeration. It's a shame she has poor taste, falling for that arrogant Malfoy. I haven't. You're reading too much into it." Cedric pulled his friend along, unwilling to continue this awkward conversation. "Be careful, Cedric. Malfoy might take offense. I think Autumn Jean from Ravenclaw is quite lovely, though she pales in comparison to Riddle. She blushes whenever she sees you. Didn't she send you a love letter last time? That girl must be smitten with you." Cedric, exasperated, dragged along the incessantly chattering Eric, wishing to silence him. He cursed himself for taking a detour towards this direction when his history of magic classroom lay in the opposite direction. This divination class was primarily attended by Slytherin and Ravenclaw students, yet even so, the number of attendees remained sparse. A few students in green and blue robes were scattered throughout the classroom, gathered around the table with tea leaves and a crystal ball, whispering to one another. Their brows furrowed. "I can't see anything strange at all." Padma and Lusha sat side by side, their eyes fixed intently on the nearby crystal ball, which they spun. Yet no miraculous occurrence transpired. Bored, Lusha fiddled with the tea leaves in her porcelain cup, nodding in agreement as she muttered, "Sitting here feels utterly foolish. Nothing is happening. Had I known it would be so dull, I'd have preferred to observe Hagrid's magical creatures instead. At least Draco wouldn't sulk over it." "Don't move." As Lusha and Padma complained about their boredom, discussing Halloween costumes and potential dances, a shrill, neurotic voice suddenly startled them from behind, causing both girls to flinch and nearly topple their belongings. "Professor Trelawney, you nearly scared me to death." Lusha glared, annoyed, at Sybil Trelawney, wondering how the professor could glide in like a ghost without making a sound. Her attire was quite eccentric, exuding a somewhat disheveled, untidy aura. Her tousled silver-white hair erupted like a thunderstorm, while a warm-toned fringed headscarf adorned her forehead. Her large, sharp eyes were strikingly protruding, framed by oversized black spectacles, and her thin lips moved as if they were the mouth of a startled frog. At that very moment, Professor Trelawney was peering intently at Lusha through her crystal ball, murmuring incantations as if foretelling some ominous fate. "My dear, there is a dark blot of ink in your eye, slowly expanding into a raven, a harbinger of danger, foretelling misfortune and death." Lusha gazed at the crystal ball, seeing only a distorted outline of her face. Her pupils were a beautiful amber, veering slightly toward inky hues, but devoid of any raven shadow. Lusha, do not heed the professor's nonsense, Padma urged, leaning close to her ear. Parvati has mentioned that Professor Trelawney is notorious for predicting misfortune or death, and 8 out of 10 times, it leads to calamity. Yet look at us. We are all well, aren't we? Please, do not let her ruin your spirits. Lusha blinked her large eyes, filled with hopeful anticipation as she looked at Professor Trelawney. No one could resist her innocent charm, save for Snape. Well, let me see, Trelawney replied, intrigued by the rare student who remained amiable even after her ominous predictions. Her large eyes spun towards the crystal ball, then back to Lusha, mumbling some peculiar language. Approximately 3 minutes later, feeling a bit unnerved under Trelawney's intense gaze, she mysteriously declared, "Your fortune is quite prosperous." Lusha smiled pensively. This was undoubtedly a good omen. Chapter 58. Is he near death? Malfoy, he's close to death. As the divination class concluded, Lusha bid farewell to Padma when Goyle stumbled over, his face flushed and panting, speaking in a disjointed manner. He.S. lying in the infirmary. Demanding to see you. You must go at once. Lusha's heart, which had been racing, gradually calmed down. It was a relief to know he was all right. Having startled her significantly, she finally recalled the incident she had forgotten, which seemed to involve Draco provoking Buckbeak, the hippogriff, and receiving a fierce scratch in return. This boy, why couldn't he just behave? Lusha had no time to lament Draco's disobedience as she dashed towards the infirmary, Goyle's frantic shouts trailing behind her, drowned out by the sound of the wind and the gentle patter of rain. Upon her arrival at Draco's ward, Madame Pomfrey had already treated his wounds and admonished him not to move around too much before pushing her medicine cart out. Perhaps exasperated by the reckless antics of these children, which had left him battered and bruised, Madame Pomfrey merely sighed upon seeing Lusha burst in, lacking the spirit to scold or shoo her away. Lusha, you're all wet. Draco's pale face, framed by the white sheets, revealed his weak, breathless voice. He appeared momentarily startled upon her entrance, but then his expression transformed into unrestrained joy, his thin lips parting in surprise. Oh, it's raining. Lusha wiped the fine droplets from her face, cast a drying charm on herself, and pulled up a chair to sit beside Draco's bedside, holding his cool hand, feeling reluctant to scold him. Instead, she sighed in resignation. Can't you take better care of yourself? Looking at the heavily bandaged arm, Lusha felt a surge of frustration. Instead of anger, she found herself smirking. Look at you, soon to be a one-armed hero. Should I get you a divine eagle to accompany you? Draco bit his lip, his eyes wide with confusion as he replied, What do you mean? Lusha chuckled softly, rolling her eyes at him. Just teasing you. Draco protested with a slight whine. Lusha, I'm hurt. It's all that damned brute's fault. I'll tell my father. That oaf must be expelled. And I won't let the one who hurt me off the hook either. Lusha gently squeezed his hand, softening her voice to coax him. All right. Let us not dwell on that. The most important thing now is to recover. My hand really hurts, Draco pouted, his pale cheeks flushing, gazing at Lusha with an expectant glimmer in his eyes. Lusha wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a pang of discomfort, while internally exasperated. Draco, why don't you ever listen to advice? Didn't I tell you not to stir up trouble? My hand hurts so much, Lusha, the young master whined, his gray-blue eyes brimming with tears. Behave yourself from now on. The patient, relying on his uninjured arm, leaned closer to Lusha. Please, someone might see us. Lusha blushed, startled, as she pressed his restless hand back down, her gaze darting toward the half-open door, aware that anyone could walk in at any moment. Sure enough, there came a knock at the door, startling Lusha into sitting up straight. A tall man with platinum blonde hair strode in, nodding politely in her direction. His gaze fixed upon the frail Draco and his bandaged arm. His expression suddenly turned cold. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. I shall take my leave now. Understanding the situation, Lusha discreetly exited. On Halloween, since Draco had only recently removed his splint and was still in recovery, Lusha lacked the enthusiasm to dress up or dance, settling instead to keep him company in a corner of the ball, nibbling on small cakes and sipping sweet wine, watching the bizarre array of costumes drift by. My father has insisted that Hogwarts must provide an explanation. He will collaborate with other board members to lodge a complaint. Dumbledore cannot shield them any longer. Lusha responded with absent-minded MMHMS, her attention drifting from the Slytherin circle to the scene unfolding among Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. She caught a glimpse of Padma's blue silhouette flitting past, soon followed by George Weasley emerging behind her, his expression inscrutable. What is going on? Did he fail to confess his feelings? Hey, Lusha, are you even listening? Draco's incessant chatter finally registered as he noticed her distracted gaze, which had coincidentally met George Weasley's ambiguous look. That red-haired twin is so annoying. Draco huffed, dragging Lusha away to avoid the scrutiny. He muttered complaints under his breath. It's all that wretched brute's fault. Now I can't even wear my festive attire. And what about the outfit I prepared for you? Why aren't you wearing it? Lusha allowed him to pull her along, replying candidly, I'm just not in the mood. Hearing this, Draco's face lit up with a goofy grin. Noticing his silly joy, Lusha decided to bring up a cheerful topic, saying, tomorrow, we should be able to visit Hogsmeade. Right? Are you familiar with the place? Isn't it fascinating? The mention of Hogsmeade brought to Lusha's mind the Honeyduke's Candy Shop, the Three Broomsticks Inn, Zonko's Joke Shop, the Shrieking Shack, and the mysterious Hogshead Inn. Such delightful places. Absolutely fascinating. No wizard could possibly dislike it. Draco exclaimed. His enthusiasm ignited as he contemplated what he ought to do next. The following day, a group of young wizards, adorned with guardian permission slips, joyfully clustered together as they boarded the express train to Hogsmeade Village. Clad in warm, plush attire, their cherubic faces, though flushed by the biting cold wind, could not conceal their exuberance. Lusha, in particular, had donned a cozy brown jumpsuit, jauntily tilting an orange beret atop her head. Her softly curled long hair, meticulously arranged, cascaded gracefully down either side of her cheeks, accentuating her delicate, snow-white visage, which appeared exceptionally charming. Before long, they disembarked at the train's terminus, Hogsmeade Village, a delightful hamlet inhabited solely by wizards. Draco playfully tugged Lusha along as they frolicked through the snow-covered terrain, bursts of laughter ringing out like silver bells. Their vibrant boots crunched delightfully against the soft, limitless expanse of snow, producing a satisfying squeak with each step. How delightful it was. This snowy landscape was far more enjoyable than any ice rink. Lusha, exhilarated, exhaled a puff of frosty breath, twirled Draco around, and, with great honor, sent him tumbling into the snow. The two lay there, crooked and carefree, erupting into fits of laughter, resembling two delightful fools. Lusha had never anticipated her fondness for winter. The sight of the world cloaked in silver, the snowflakes dancing through the air, lightly settling on her cheeks, felt not cold, but rather sweet. A taste of joy. Come on, let's get you dry, Lusha urged, brushing the snow off Draco's clothes and playfully flicking the tiny snowflakes from his tousled hair. Their eyes met, his gray-blue orbs sparkling with mirth, reflecting her gentle face and uncontainable smile. You look truly lovely, Draco murmured, lost in admiration as he gazed at Lusha's face. His left hand instinctively rested on her shoulder, while his right gently caressed her exquisite cheek. From her brow to her eyes, down to her rosy, heart-shaped lips, every feature was perfection. You are quite handsome yourself, Draco, Lusha replied. It was not only Lusha who was captivating. The young man before her was equally enchanting. With the passage of time, Draco had shed his baby fat, standing tall and slender, almost resembling a walking mannequin. His features had grown more defined, and when he focused intently on someone, his eyes sparkled with the depths of the ocean sky, clear and pristine, capable of drowning someone in their tender autumnal gaze. I see my reflection in you. How foolishly I smile. Draco's clear pupils mirrored her image. Lusha beamed with genuine happiness. Not foolish at all. Quite adorable, Draco insisted, his gaze radiating warmth. After a moment of playful laughter, Lusha and Draco resumed their hand-in-hand stroll towards the nearby shops. The Duchess of Honey's candies are delightful. They must have released many new flavors recently. I've had Goyle queue up early, so he should have purchased them by now. Draco called out to the tall boy outside the candy shop, who was blissfully indulging in creamy toffees and chocolates. Goyle, over here. I need the things I asked you to buy. Goyle hurried over, handing Draco several jars of assorted candies before making an excuse to join Crab. Everyone was eager to enjoy their time in Hogsmeade, running and jumping about with unbridled joy. This one's orange-flavored. I remember you like that taste. Without hesitation, Draco popped a candy into Lusha's mouth, taking one for himself and grimacing slightly. It's passable, but not nearly as delicious as the ones my mother makes. Lusha paused, realizing Draco seemed to have not received the exquisite handmade sweets from Narcissa through Robert for some time. Was he upset? Shall I pick a gift for your mother? Lusha suggested after a moment's thought. My mother lacks for nothing. Her clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics are all high-end custom pieces. What could possibly be of value here? Draco pouted, displaying his disdain for the items available. Let me choose, then. No matter the quality, as long as it's from you, your mother will surely appreciate it. It's the thought that counts. Just then, they passed a boutique resembling a quaint little shop, and Lusha pulled Draco inside. Welcome to Nellie's boutique, handsome sir, lovely miss. Please, come in, greeted the plump shopkeeper with a warm smile, subtly assessing their attire as her eyes crinkled in delight. Lusha selected a light purple silk scarf for Narcissa and a finely crafted gray-blue tie for Lucius. This green ribbon suits you perfectly. It's just that the diamonds are a tad too small, Draco remarked, retrieving a green ribbon from the display case. His expression one of mild disdain at the tiny crystal embellishments. If the diamonds were larger, it would be too ostentatious. This is just right, Lusha replied, slightly bemused by Draco's taste. Well, it's acceptable, I suppose. The 3 small items cost Draco around 25 galleons, and he continued to complain about the lack of quality. Astonished at how inexpensive they were. What a situation for the Weasley family, with only a solitary galleon and the rest in sickles and nuts. Lusha caught a glimpse of the shop assistant's expression of regret as she wrapped the gifts, likely having never encountered such a lavish customer before. Draco contemplated visiting the 3 broomsticks for some butterbeer, but deemed the atmosphere too raucous and instead led Lusha down a shortcut to Madame Putafoot's tea house, a romantic rendezvous spot. Although there were many patrons, Draco had reserved a private room in advance, ensuring no interruptions. The slender, charming proprietress greeted them with a smile before discreetly withdrawing, casting Lusha a knowing glance filled with intrigue. What was that about? Lusha wondered, feeling slightly out of the loop. On the lace-trimmed small round table lay a honey-orange chocolate cream cake at the center, surrounded by a variety of confections, steaming tea, and honey water. Lusha glanced through the tasseled curtains separating the outer and inner rooms, and then looked back at the seemingly serious Draco, perplexed. Is today your birthday? Draco furrowed his brow, slightly annoyed. Why would my birthday be celebrated here? Then why such a grand affair? Lusha was taken aback. Lusha, even if I haven't said it, you should be able to sense my feelings, Draco said, biting his lip and gathering his courage. I have always liked you. Finally admitting it. What a relief. Draco exhaled, feeling lighter. Lusha propped her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Draco, who had finally found his voice. She had thought she would have to wait an eternity. Well, this is for you. I initially intended to buy you a plush cat to play with, thinking your big black dog might have wandered off. But since you mentioned that Shakima would get jealous and upset, I prepared this instead. Do you like it? Draco, his cheeks flushed, retrieved a small black velvet box trimmed in gold from his pocket. He opened it to reveal a platinum necklace adorned with a dainty green apple pendant. The apple, a soft green hue, sparkled with a translucent quality, suggesting it was carved from a fine gemstone, and was truly exquisite. How beautiful! I adore it. Rosa exclaimed. What girl doesn't adore exquisite jewelry, especially such a thoughtful gift? Thank you, Draco. She embraced him briefly, sensing a slight stiffness in his body, a hint of embarrassment. What a pure-hearted young master. Let me adorn you with it. Draco's heart raced with fervor. Rosa nodded, neither rejecting nor fully accepting, a subtle indication of her willingness. Overwhelmed with emotion, Draco slowly rose and positioned himself behind Rosa, fastening the necklace that symbolized his affection around her neck. The length was perfect, the green apple gemstone glimmering splendidly against her chest. Yet, in comparison to the resplendent emerald, Draco found Rosa's sweet smile to be infinitely more enchanting. Chapter 60. I'll make you pay. Harry emerged from the cellar of Honeydukes, draped in his invisibility cloak, carefully meandering toward less populated areas. This was made possible by the secret passageway provided by Sirius. Harry, you need not worry. Although we lack the Dursley-signed permission, I have already negotiated with Dumbledore regarding the guardianship change. It won't be long before we can live together, hopefully by Christmas, when we can enjoy turkey and pudding together. Sirius transformed into his human form, ruffling his tousled hair, and observed his godson's cautious demeanor, seemingly fearful of encountering Professor McGonagall, prompting a playful grin and reassurance. Thinking of the Dursleys' treatment of Harry filled Sirius with indignation. He despised their cowardice and their fearful, shrill demeanor. He also considered the Ministry's quiet scrutiny and distrust of him. With his fiery temper, he longed to teach that muggle a lesson. Harry, you must learn from your father. A fork will not cower like you do. Trust me, stand tall, and I will take you out in style. Sirius approached, playfully tousling Harry's already messy hair, evidently relishing the moment. For heaven's sake, Sirius, stop messing with my hair. It already looks like a bird's nest. Harry protested, dodging Sirius's playful hand, exasperation evident as he cradled his head. Sirius relentlessly chased after him, his radiant smile widening. Hold on, little fork, let me style you into something incredibly cool. You'll have a legion of admirers. Oh, I believe you not. Harry grimaced, gazing at Sirius's well-groomed yet still handsome visage, thinking, style doesn't matter. It's the face that counts. After wandering for some time, Harry noticed numerous girls casting awestruck or bashful glances at Sirius, far more than the attention he received himself. Ah, age does bring handsomeness. Harry mused, feeling the pressure of his godfather's charm. Just as he hesitated about seeking out Ron and Hermione, he heard Sirius exclaim in surprise, "Is that the Malfoy boy?" Following Sirius's gaze, Harry spotted a charming couple emerging from Madame Putafoot's, a handsome young man and a lovely young woman, both laughing as they conversed. Who else could it be but Malfoy and Rosa? Yet, Harry felt no surprise. Rosa and Malfoy had always been inseparable, particularly the insufferable Malfoy, who seemed to repel any male vying for Rosa's attention, his words sharp and cutting, a memory etched in Harry's mind. That must be Rosa beside Malfoy, that insufferable girl. I haven't settled scores with her yet. Sirius fumed, unable to forget the night he faced Wormtail when Rosa had knocked him down, leaving him in a most embarrassing position, by Merlin. That wretched girl even handed me over to the most loathsome of foes. Had it not been for the commotion that drew Remus and even Dumbledore to the scene, what good could he expect from his nemesis, Snape? Truly, like a lid to a pot. Sirius glared daggers at the jovial couple, ready to confront them. Sirius, please don't act impulsively. Harry, sensing the impending confrontation, quickly grasped Sirius's arm, his tone laced with exasperation. Don't be like that. Rosa helped you, even if some of her actions were misguided. Ultimately, she was the one who caught Wormtail. Honestly, we should be grateful to her. Without Rosa's assistance, the murderer of my parents might still be at large. Harry felt a swell of gratitude toward her. Sirius, are you perhaps smitten with that wretched girl? Sirius, though furious, was not oblivious. Ultimately, he was merely venting his frustrations. Yet, Harry's evasive gestures did not escape his notice, considering the boy was at the age of awakening feelings. And given Rosa Riddle's undeniable allure, Sirius found himself worrying, perhaps even feeling a twinge of jealousy. Harry, exceptionally beautiful girls can be unreliable, like Rosa Riddle, too formidable and cunning. Malfoy is merely infatuated, lost in a daze. As your godfather, I advise you to keep your eyes wide open. I believe Hermione is a far better choice. You seem to get along quite well, don't you? Sirius spoke earnestly, his gaze on Harry reminiscent of a shepherd concerned for a wayward lamb. Enough of this nonsense. Hermione and I are just friends. Harry grimaced, utterly speechless. Seizing the moment while Sirius's attention shifted to another topic, Harry tugged him in the opposite direction, determined to avoid any encounter with Malfoy and his companions, lest it lead to yet another futile dispute. At the elegant wizarding apparel store, Rosa exclaimed, Hermione, is that you? Pushing open the glass door, she spotted Hermione admiring herself in the mirror, clad in a striking red coat, still bearing its price tag. Remarkably, Ron was also present, albeit looking rather disheveled and bored, yet fortunately refraining from uttering any discouraging remarks. As expected, Hermione's beauty seemed to stir a sense of competition within Ron. Rosa, what a coincidence. Hermione beamed, glancing at Rosa, then noticing the aloof Draco trailing behind. Realizing this encounter might not be particularly pleasant. Huh? Weasley, are you here to purchase clothing? Draco remarked, observing Ron's eye roll with displeasure. Delivering his barbed inquiry. I assumed the contents of your pockets wouldn't suffice to cover even the cheapest item in this store. Only Draco Malfoy would so brazenly label another as impoverished. Malfoy, your family possesses plenty of things as vile and corrupt as dark magic. Ron shot back, his gaze toward Draco fiery, akin to that of a raging lion. You slanderer, red-haired freak. Do you wish to fight? Draco sneered, a cold smile curling his lips as he regarded Ron with a fierce glare, adopting a threatening posture. Who's afraid? I've longed to flatten you. The tension between the two adversaries escalated, both gripping their wands, prepared for a duel. Rosa inhaled deeply, casting Hermione a glance that conveyed a silent message to move ahead. She firmly grasped Draco, leading him away. All right, let us explore other places. Draco was visibly reluctant, his earlier good mood thoroughly soured by the insufferable Weasley's insults. In the omniscient perspective of Lucius, it is revealed that it cannot be deemed slanderous. Lucius Malfoy indeed harbors some unspeakable dark magical artifacts, such as the destroyed diary of Tom. Although Draco remains oblivious to this fact, it is an undeniable truth. What leaves Lucius speechless, however, is why the Weasley couple insists on discussing such matters in front of their children, perpetuating the animosity of one generation into the next. Chapter 61. The golden-haired one has been neutered. After concluding their sojourn in Hogsmeade, the students returned to Hogwarts Castle aboard the express train in great numbers. Lucius sensed that tranquility would be a fleeting notion, and indeed, it was not long before Hermione approached her, a visage clouded with concern, seeking assistance. It was utterly cruel. They were planning to execute Buckbeak. Lucius, hasn't Malfoy already recovered significantly? She implored. Hermione's sympathetic gaze bore into Lucius, yet her words caused Lucius to furrow her brow. Was she hoping for her to persuade Draco? A flicker of displeasure crossed Lucius's mind, although Draco's caustic tongue had instigated the issue. The fact remained that Buckbeak had indeed injured him. One cannot simply disregard the incident because his injury had healed without consequence. Hermione, I have always regarded you as a rational young lady, yet I find myself disheartened. Is a human life truly deemed less valuable than that of an animal? Lucius remarked coldly, her voice laced with indignation. I apologize, that was not my intention. I simply believe that Buckbeak did not act out of malice. Punishment is warranted, but why must it culminate in a death sentence? Hermione, realizing Draco's significant standing in Lucius's heart, expressed her contrition. She did indeed harbor an aversion towards Malfoy, perceiving him as arrogant and haughty. Yet, he had undeniably sustained severe injuries, witnessed by numerous onlookers, an unyielding reality. She merely felt that capital punishment was excessively severe. Indeed, Hermione, who possessed boundless sympathy and a desire for the liberation of house elves, could not fathom the impending demise of Buckbeak. I comprehend your sentiments, yet I shall not persuade Draco. Lucius sighed, observing Hermione's expression dimming. Considering her feelings, as well as the rarity of magical creatures, she ultimately resolved, Hermione, do you not possess a time-turner? A spark of realization ignited in Hermione's eyes as she grasped Lucius's implication. Are you suggesting? When conversing with an astute individual, there is no need for excessive elaboration. I beg your pardon, I have not uttered a word, Lucius replied, raising her hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. Her smile enigmatic as she turned to embrace her textbooks, gliding past Hermione, for Draco awaited her not far off. What were you discussing with Granger? Draco inquired perceptively, accepting the books Lucius held with casual curiosity. How to achieve silky, lustrous hair, Lucius retorted nonchalantly, as it was merely a topic of discourse amongst girls. What? Draco blinked in confusion, processing her words. Is that what you talked about? Granger must be dreadfully boring to waste your time on such trivialities. Besides, I doubt her hair could ever meet that standard. In stark contrast to his own Lucius, whose hair remained smooth and fragrant, a testament to her natural beauty despite minimal upkeep. Contemplating this, Draco playfully twirled a few strands of Lucius's hair, inhaling the delicate scent of magnolia, truly delightful. Have you changed your shampoo? I recall it was jasmine before. Draco inhaled the fragrance, his mood instantly brightening. Yes, I concocted a few bottles of potion-infused shampoo during my spare time. Jasmine, magnolia, lavender, green mint, and ice rose. I had Sakima deliver 2 bottles of the lavender-scented one to you. Did you receive them? Do you fancy the scent? Lucius suddenly recalled that Sakima had yet to return since flying out that morning. Surely she had not gone off to frolic instead of delivering the items? Oh, she must have left them in my dormitory. I have yet to open them, Draco recollected, recalling that Blaise had teased him, questioning whether Lucius had prepared him a heartfelt treat. While there were no sweets, the shampoo would now be under Lucius's purview, much to Draco's delight. How peculiar. Where has Sakima gone? Lucius mused, searching the Ollery for her, yet finding only Harry's Hedwig fluttering about the rooftop, seemingly engaged in playful antics. Upon spotting Lucius, Hedwig approached her, perching in her palm and gently pecking as if seeking a morsel. Fine, since Sakima has no appetite, you may have this. Lucius opened a large tin of fresh mouse meat, specially sold in the shop, not caught by the protagonist, placing it on the ground for Hedwig to indulge, while other resting owls eyed it hungrily, poised for a potential raid. After feeding Hedwig, Lucius returned to the common room to find Draco, expressing her bewilderment. It's quite strange. My Sakima has vanished. I wonder where she has gone to frolic. Draco cleared his throat, his face turning a shade of crimson, as if he had committed some misdeed. Stammering, well, I happened to see Sakima earlier with you and Robert in my dormitory. What? Surely Draco has not indulged them with additional treats. Lucius pondered, understanding the gluttonous nature of the golden eagle owl, particularly regarding food. Due to its master's affluent status, it rarely partook of the provisions offered in the Ollery, consistently feasting on various meat tins, and even turning its beak up at leftover bread and biscuits. This served as a poignant illustration of the adage, like master, like servant. May my Sakima not be led astray by that haughty, golden-haired creature, Lucius silently prayed. Though she had no shortage of funds to purchase meat tins, she simply detested a finicky pet. Ahem, Lucius, there's something I must report to you. Draco coughed again, fixing his gaze steadily upon Lucius. What is it? Why the hesitation? Lucius inquired, taken aback by Draco's overly serious and somewhat bashful demeanor. Well, I discovered that Robert has taken a liking to Sakima. What? Lucius's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind struggling to process the implications. Had that finicky golden-haired creature done something to her beloved Sakima? Surely it was not as she envisioned? Lucius frowned. When did they become so close? Draco's expression grew tense as he scrutinized Lucius's increasingly contorted features, stammering, I only noticed their budding friendship today. They were standing rather closely by my desk, and I initially thought it was merely a sign of camaraderie. But do not fret. My family's veterinarian has already had Robert neutered. Goodness, your veterinarian is quite ruthless. Lucius was left utterly speechless, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. The vet assured me that this would help him remain more docile. Draco hastily clarified, fearing that Lucius might misconstrue his intentions. Very well, Draco. Would you kindly ensure that all the essential meat tins for your owls are securely stowed away in your trunk? Lucius said with a forced smile. Ah, golden-haired creature. This is the consequence of your dalliance with my Sakima. Of course, I shall handle it immediately, Draco replied, prioritizing his standing over the absence of treats for his pet, choosing to ignore Robert's lamentations and dissatisfaction. Chapter 62. The lady has grown plump. Sakima had indeed gained weight, her expansion noticeable to the naked eye. Merlin's trousers. Just how much have you consumed? Lucius lamented. After just a few days apart, the lady has transformed into a plump creature. Lusha, in a huff, playfully flicked the training Sakima, who obediently stood by the edge of its iron cage, its round, glistening eyes reflecting a look of utter grievance. Robert is far too considerate. Is this truly my fault? Draco awkwardly interjected, extending his palm to gently peck at Sakima. Huh, you simply overlooked how slender it was before. Lusha shot Draco a warning glance, cautioning him against secretly feeding Sakima canned meat, while also keeping a close watch on her picky golden retriever, admonishing him not to flirt with other girls, especially her charming sister. With Christmas approaching, Lusha resolved to maintain a vigilant guard over Draco's Robert during this festive season. Simultaneously, a shocking piece of news erupted, sending ripples of terror through the ranks of young wizards. Ravenclaw's Charles Fellows narrowly escaped a werewolf's bite. According to the description provided by the gossiping badger, on a certain day, the diligent young eagle Charles impulsively knocked on Professor Lupin's office door, unleashing a scream that resonated like none he had uttered since birth. Who could have anticipated that a terrifying werewolf, with fearsome fangs bared, would invade the professor's sanctuary? Curiosity and fear gripped the listeners, their ears perked. The badger recounted that Professor Snape, fortuitously passing by, immediately drew his wand and engaged in a fierce battle with the werewolf for 300 rounds, ultimately rescuing the paralyzed Charles and delivering him to the hospital wing. And the werewolf? A tremor of uncertainty rippled through the crowd. Who knows? It was probably tossed into Azkaban by Professor Snape. Who would have thought that the Serpent King of Slytherin could be so brave? I am utterly smitten. After all, he is a master of the dark arts, more than capable of handling a werewolf. Now, that seems a bit excessive, someone chimed in. Regardless, the professor performed a monumental act of heroism. Poor Charles must have been terrified. Professor is magnificent. How could Hogwarts harbor a werewolf? What does Dumbledore have to say about this? It is utterly absurd. Fellows, are you all right? Hermione placed a comforting biscuit on the bedside table, gazing sympathetically at the pale boy, who clearly bore the marks of psychological distress. This boy was none other than the Ravenclaw who had previously visited Hermione with roses, intending to confess his feelings before being interrupted by Ron. I'm fine. Thank you, Granger. May I call you Hermione? Charles managed a grateful yet bashful smile. You seem to be taking liberties. Ron, standing beside Hermione like a wooden post, remarked coolly, his eyes bulging like a frog's. Ron, be quiet. Hermione shot him an exasperated glance, annoyed that he insisted on tagging along to witness the spectacle. Of course, Charles, she replied with an apologetic smile. Having received some insider information from Harry, she suspected that the werewolf was indeed Professor Lupin. Poor Professor. He hadn't even had the chance to retreat to the Shrieking Shack for safety when Charles stumbled upon him, nearly leading to a disastrous mistake. Dumbledore will provide you with an explanation, Hermione stated dully. Charles's parents have sent in a complaint letter, harshly criticizing Dumbledore for his negligence and inaction. Professor Lupin may not be able to remain at Hogwarts any longer. Sighing, Hermione acknowledged her own fear of werewolves but admitted to a fondness for the gentle Professor Lupin. Upon receiving the news, Lusha quickly knocked on Professor Snape's dungeon door. Knock, 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 accompanied by her rhythmic inquiry. Professor, are you there? It's Lusha. After a prolonged silence without any response, she mused. Ah, this is very much like Snape. He wouldn't bother to acknowledge me. Undeterred, Lusha persistently knocked, repeating, Professor, are you there? It's Lusha, resembling a parrot mimicking its owner. Perhaps irked by her incessant knocking, the dungeon door finally creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. Snape's deep, irritable voice rang out coldly. What do you want? Hearing the strength in his voice, Lusha paused momentarily. Professor, I heard you had a fierce battle with a werewolf. Were you injured? I brought plenty of medicinal herbs. She rummaged through her bag, revealing an array of costly supplies, all of which possessed excellent healing properties. While not as rare as Fox's phoenix tears, the snake's molted skin, crocodile tears, unicorn tail hair and claws, as well as the essential white herbs for crafting potent potions, were indeed top-notch ingredients. Not needed. Leave. He snapped. Are you truly sure? I smell blood, Lusha countered skeptically, unconsciously rubbing her sensitive nose. her little eyes peering curiously into the gap, yearning to glimpse the interior. The professor always bottled up his bitterness. How could he expect to thrive without a compassionate student? Are you a bloodhound? I think you should go find a bucket of slug slime to satiate your insatiable curiosity. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Lusha's expression shifted, hastily retreating, but leaving her assortment of medicinal herbs at the door. Ultimately, Lupin departed Hogwarts ahead of schedule. Lusha stood on the platform, watching him carry his suitcase, his solitary figure appearing particularly forlorn and thin, her emotions swirling in complexity. Given that her beloved Professor Snape had been injured, Lusha felt a tinge of resentment towards Remus Lupin, yet upon deeper reflection, she recognized him as a pitiable soul, rendering her unable to harbor true animosity. As a werewolf, Professor Lupin found himself unable to secure a foothold in the wizarding world, nor could he find stable employment in the Muggle realm, leading to a life of wandering and instability. Perhaps she should do something to help? Lusha pondered, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. On Christmas Day, she graciously declined Draco's enthusiastic invitation and made her way to Sirius's residence, number 12, Grimmauld Place, a grand, traditional house deliberately concealed in the heart of a Muggle town. It was ancient and magnificent, much like the illustrious history of the Black family. Little brat, you wrote to me specifically for that matter, didn't you? Sirius, dressed casually in Muggle attire, opened the door with a reluctant air, while Harry inside waved cheerfully at her. Lusha, I'm so glad we can spend Christmas together. Remus warmly greeted her. Hey, young lady, I didn't expect you to come here. Lusha smiled slightly at them, taking a seat on the soft couch closest to the fireplace, directly across from Harry. It's so cold outside. Let me warm up first, she said, removing her knitted gloves and rubbing her hands together. Observing Harry closely, she noted that he had donned a brand new outfit, as if celebrating the new year. His complexion healthy and rosy, brimming with vitality. Clearly, he was doing well. Don't be fooled by her. Sirius interjected. Lusha Riddle isn't here just to visit us. That little brat has come prepared to ask for something from my family. Sirius, seemingly unimpressed, appeared to disdain Lusha's gentle facade, adopting an air of superiority and aloofness, as if he alone were aware of her true motives. Just a fair transaction, Mr. Black. Lusha beamed, unfazed by Sirius's attitude. She was no saint, after all, and naturally sought to garner some interest in return. Chapter 63, Salazar's Relics. Creature, come forth. Sirius shouted impatiently, prompting an elderly house elf, swathed in black cloth, to appear with remarkable speed. Its pallid face bore a look of disdain as it cast a contemptuous glance at Harry and Remus, silently screaming within, "Vile intruders!" If Lady Walburga Black were to discover that such individuals had intruded upon her abode, one could only imagine the extent of her anguished outcry. Master Sirius, do you have any instructions for Creature? Despite his reluctance, the house elf's unwavering loyalty, etched into his very soul, compelled him to show utmost deference to the sole heir of the Black lineage, Sirius. Creature felt a twinge of confusion. Sirius harbored a profound disdain for him, much like Creature's aversion to Sirius's reckless defiance, which tarnished the family's honor. Aside from matters of household chores and cooking, Sirius rarely addressed him by name. Do you know this young lady? He inquired, gesturing toward the tea-sipping Louisa, her gaze fixed intently upon Creature. The more curious Sirius became about Louisa, the more he yearned to unravel her clandestine secrets. He found it hard to believe that a mere teenage which would be acquainted with such a stubborn and detestable house elf, especially one who had dutifully served the Black family for nearly a century. You are that person, Creature murmured, his bat-like ears twitching violently at a mere glance, his bulging eyes wide as if ready to burst like golf balls. A chill crept into Creature's heart, if his memory had not completely faded. The dark-haired girl only a few steps away bore a striking resemblance to a figure of dread. With similarly exquisite features, an air of noble aloofness, black hair, amber eyes, and a hint of a faint smile at the corners of her lips, she was undeniably formidable. Oh, who do you speak of? Creature, gripped by fear, fell silent. Amidst this almost surreal atmosphere, Louisa slowly rose, her eyes blinking at the astounded Creature. Hello, Creature. Perhaps you do not recognize me, but I know you. The most loyal servant of Regulus Black. Your heart beats forever for your young master. Louisa spoke softly, though Creature was filled with disdain and rejection at Harry's arrival. He was a creature of limited perspective, and Louisa did not harbor ill feelings toward him. Creature trembled as he heard the name of his most revered former master, his eyes brimming with tears, his mouth quivering in uncertainty. You have come to retrieve that item? Louisa nodded solemnly, stating with resolute clarity, yes, indeed. I seek to reclaim the locket, for it belongs to me. It was a legacy left to descendants by Salazar Slytherin, associated with the Gaunt family, and also belonged to Voldemort. Now, Louisa had resolved to recover it, especially since it had become a dangerous Horcrux, and she needed to minimize the risk involved. No, no, no. That belongs to Master Regulus. Creature suddenly shrieked, even leaping onto the table across from Louisa, his round, terrifying eyes glaring at her with fierce intensity. Louisa, weary of engaging with the obstinate house elf, shot Sirius a couple of pointed glances and curtly urged, please command him to hand over the item. This is our agreement. If he fails to comply, he will have to mate with the cat. Initially a jest, Louisa was unbothered by the notion of provoking Sirius. Silence. You truly are an unrestrained little wretch. Sirius exclaimed, exasperated, his handsome face contorted in frustration, under the weight of Louisa's piercing gaze. He had no choice but to issue a command for Creature to promptly deliver the locket, which was of no use to him anyway. With a whimper, Creature reluctantly tossed the locket into Louisa's hands before being dismissed by Sirius to prepare the meal in the kitchen. What is this? How did it end up with Regulus? Did you truly grow up in the Muggle world? Once calmed, Sirius sensed something peculiar, exchanging glances with Lupin. He could not shake the feeling that this young girl's maturity was incongruous with her actual age. Well, I must take my leave. Louisa merely smiled enigmatically. Feeling no need to answer questions, having secured the item, it would be prudent to depart swiftly. She had scarcely anticipated such ease. Oh yes, Sirius truly came through. Louisa, stay for a meal. Creature's cooking is exceptional. You will enjoy it, Harry implored, seemingly drawn by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen. Oh, no need for that, Harry. I almost forgot. Here is your Christmas gift. I believe you will adore it. And Professor Lupin, there is an old Chinese saying, once a teacher, forever a father. I hold you in great respect, and this letter, please read it thoroughly. I hope you will accept my offer of employment. My intentions are sincere. Without waiting for their reactions, Louisa uttered an unlocking charm and vanished, leaving two pieces of parchment, one large, one small, floating in the air behind her. What is this? Harry exclaimed in astonishment, watching the parchment hover in his palm, while Sirius leaned in closer, gasping at the familiar content. Isn't this the Marauder's map we created together? He exclaimed. How did it end up in that wretched girl's possession? After the initial shock, Sirius firmly clapped Harry on the shoulder, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. I recall the days when I and Prongs ruled every corner of Hogwarts with this map. How I long for those times. Nevertheless, it is now yours, Harry. Guard it well. It can accurately pinpoint the movements of everyone at Hogwarts. Harry nodded, solemnly securing the Marauder's map, his heart brimming with joy. He now possessed not only his father's invisibility cloak and a flying broomstick, but also the wondrous Marauder's map, and soon he would indulge in a delightful Christmas feast. He was simply ecstatic. Lupin, what is yours? Sirius and Harry simultaneously turned to regard the parchment in Lupin's hands. He appeared to have contemplated it for an extended period, his expression somewhat touched. Louisa has appointed me as her guardian, to manage her Muggle properties. It seems she is quite affluent. Sirius's mouth twisted in confusion, uncertain of what to say. She was indeed a peculiar girl. Lupin sighed, fully aware of the girl's true intentions. Louisa Riddle lacked for guardians or real estate managers. She merely sought to create a job for herself, along with a substantial salary. Remembering Louisa's parting words, once a teacher, forever a father, a rush of warmth surged through Lupin's heart. He rather liked this job. Chapter 64, Old Voldemort's First Love. The golden-edged locket box sat steadily on Louisa's bedside table, emanating an almost eerily mysterious glow under the soft light of the orange lamp. How beautiful! Such abundant magical energy. Louisa could not help but caress the locket box's intricately carved wave-like patterns, feeling the vibrant magical essence wash over her. It was lamentable that Marapi Gaunt had squandered such a precious artifact, selling it for a mere 10 galleons. One could only wonder how Salazar would feel if he knew. Should she dare to open it? It was said that only the heirs of Slytherin could unlock Salazar, Slytherin's relics. Louisa was eager to try, yet wary of the dark magic concealed within. After all, this was one of dear old Dad's Horcruxes. Would opening it bring forth something terrifying? Perhaps it would attempt to possess her. Lusha shook her head vigorously, desperately attempting to banish the terrifying thoughts that emerged in her mind, and redirected her contemplation towards Voldemort's current predicament. Was he now curled up in the Riddle house in Little Hangleton, clinging to life in a feeble state? Or had he found new vitality, as she speculated, concealed within the confines of the North Manor, biding his time? How could a dark wizard as cold and ruthless as Tom Riddle still possess the capacity for fatherhood? Did he ever love the woman who bore his offspring? Was it mere physical need, or did love play a part? Who was that woman, after all? A myriad of bizarre thoughts took root in her mind, and gradually, Lusha seemed to succumb to the seduction of Pandora's box, her hand slowly inching towards the edge of the pendant box's opening. A voice within her seemed to stir restlessly. Open it, quickly open it. The truth you seek lies within. With a crack, the box sprang open. From within poured forth a mist-like wisp, ethereal and pale. A small crystalline orb subsequently floated out, suspended before Lusha's eyes, emitting beams of peculiar light, as if alive, penetrating deep into her consciousness. A series of images, accompanied by sounds, began to unfold before her, akin to a cinematic projection, rendering Lusha too anxious to even blink. Scene 1. A golden-haired girl gazes upward, her small face illuminated by the brilliance of a tall boy adorned with the sorting hat. Her eyes sparkling with starry wonder as she murmurs, "Tom Riddle, he is truly handsome." The adolescent Tom Riddle stood tall, his features exquisitely refined, exuding a delicate beauty tinged with youthful innocence. His complexion was always pale, devoid of warmth, until the moment the sorting hat touched his hair, which elicited its shrill proclamation, "Slytherin." At that, the corners of his thin lips curled into the faintest of smiles, fleeting as it was. Only the wide-eyed girl was quick enough to capture it. Inessa Shafiq clenched her tiny fists, vowing earnestly in her heart, "Yes, I have made my decision. The dashing Tom shall unilaterally become my boyfriend." Scene 2. At the grand dining hall's table, Inessa turned in surprise at the sound of the exquisite youth calling her name. Her eyes playfully blinking as she exclaimed, "Riddle, were you calling me? Let us dine together." The boy responded with a gentle smile, one that could drown a person in warmth, yet upon closer inspection, it lacked sincerity and brimmed with calculation. "Inessa, could you do me a favor?" Tom Riddle spoke slowly, his tone deliberately nonchalant. "Of course, Tom, I would be delighted." Inessa beamed, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. For a fleeting moment, Tom Riddle appeared distracted. Merlin's socks. He found this foolish girl inexplicably endearing. Scene 3. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, under the mistletoe stood the pair of stunning young lovers. Tom Riddle and Inessa Shafiq. "I hear that couples must kiss beneath the mistletoe." Inessa, with the advantage of his height. Tom Riddle tousled the girl's soft golden locks, his voice husky, fixating dangerously on her already flushed cheeks. His slender fingers grazed her porcelain skin, hinting at the intimacy to come. Inessa gazed tremulously into the depths of his dark, glimmering eyes, their long lashes casting enchanting shadows in the moonlight, fluttering slightly. His lips descended upon hers, imposing a sense of irresistible pressure, a forceful claim. It was a tender yet inexperienced kiss, their first, with the moonlight as witness. Both hearts trembling uncontrollably. Scene 4. A sweet moment flashed by, and in the shadows around the corner, Inessa trembled, glaring at Tom Riddle, her voice tinged with anger. "What are you doing? He merely confessed his feelings, and I rejected him. There was no need for you to cast the Cruciatus curse on him. This is dark magic. And if discovered, you will be expelled. I was merely giving him a lesson he would never forget. My possessions are not to be coveted by anyone." Tom Riddle stepped closer, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips, his voice cold as a serpent's hiss, emanating a chilling menace. He forcefully pulled Inessa into his embrace, inhaling the unique fragrance of her hair, feeling a slight comfort in his heart. "Tom Riddle, am I merely your possession? I am not an object. I am a living being." Inessa protested desperately, pushing against his unyielding hold, yet unable to break free. "Do not move, my girl. I love you, and you belong only to me." Scene 5. In a lavish chamber, Tom Riddle held Inessa's hand, incessantly kissing her hair. Inessa tilted her head back, gazing at the man she had loved for so many years. He had transformed completely, no longer the youthful boy of yore, but a decisive man of considerable leadership. His features were impeccably handsome, his tall and statuesque form commanding. His eyes remained dark and luminous, yet they now held depths that concealed both clarity and gentleness. "Tom, do you truly love me?" Inessa felt an emptiness within, uncertainty gnawing at her heart. "What do you think, Inessa? You are adorably naive." Tom Riddle pulled her close, their bodies tightly pressed together, his warmth almost unbearable, as if he could ignite her into ashes at any moment. "My dear Inessa, I love you." His deep, husky voice whispered seductively in her ear, quickening her heartbeat, her cheeks flushing crimson. Inessa slightly closed her eyes, her hands twisting the hem of her garment, betraying her inner turmoil. In the next moment, Inessa felt her body lift, as Tom Riddle effortlessly swept her into his arms, carrying her towards the bed not far away. Scene 6. A torrential downpour raged outside, as Aurors patrolled the Ministry of Magic. In a dimly lit cabin, a beautiful woman with golden brown hair clutched her abdomen in agony, blood seeping beneath her. She felt herself slipping away. Life ebbed slowly from her, her hands hanging limply. In her final moments of consciousness, she heard the sound of the wooden door being violently kicked open. "Inessa!" It was Tom Riddle's urgent cry. He had finally arrived. Scene 7. At Malfoy Manor. Tom Riddle's eyes burned crimson as he gripped the collar of a tall man with platinum hair, shouting furiously. "What did you say? Repeat that." Abraxas Malfoy, filled with trepidation, trembled as he stammered, "Inissa Shafik, she is dead, devoid of any signs of life. Even the Philosopher's Stone would be powerless to revive her." Yet curiously, the fetus within her seems to cling to life, albeit faintly. To ensure its safe birth, it requires a vessel of considerable magical strength to nurture its soul. It may take decades before a matching soul fragment can resurrect her, and even that depends on luck. A profound silence enveloped them, each second stretching painfully, akin to hellish torment. Abraxas Malfoy, pale-faced, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, fearing for his own life. Realizing he had yet to impart his final words to his beloved son, Lucius. "Do as you say, Abrax." "Yes, my lord." With a resounding crack, the crystal orb shattered in the air, bursting into a swirling cloud of dust. Lusha shivered, instinctively retreating as she sensed an overwhelming wave of profoundly malevolent dark magic rushing towards her. Chapter 65, The Pendant Box. "Your soul is peculiar. Who are you?" A voice, hoarse like a serpent's hiss, resonated ominously, suffused with an inescapable chill and malevolence. Lusha recognized it as the soul of the Dark Lord Voldemort, clamoring for attention. "Answer me, stranger, how did you manage to open Slytherin's pendant box? You have pried into my secrets, even as a Horcrux." The fury and murderous intent of Voldemort were palpable to Lusha, who could almost hear him grinding his teeth in rage. "I apologize, I did not intend to pry." Lusha replied awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. She truly had no desire to delve into Voldemort's romantic history, though she was astonished to discover that even such a dark sorcerer had moments of infatuation. His youthful visage had indeed been quite pleasing. The girl named Inissa Shafik seemed foolishly sweet, her lovely face undoubtedly captivating enough to ensnare Tom Riddle's heart. She must surely be Lusha's biological mother. Many puzzling questions began to take on vague outlines, and Lusha boldly speculated that Tom Riddle must have genuinely cared for Inissa Shafik. Initially, he might have held some ulterior motives, but eventually, he fell helplessly in love, displaying an overwhelming possessiveness. Alas, beauty is often fleeting. Inissa was attacked for reasons unknown, and her unborn child would soon be lost. The true Lusha Riddle, nurtured within the vessel, came into the world, only to be sent to an orphanage after Voldemort's disappearance. Unfortunately, a high fever at the tender age of 8 claimed her life, a cruel twist for a magically protected little witch. The truth was singular. Lusha Riddle's soul was unstable, her life inherently fragile. Even attempting to defy fate, 8 years had been her limit. Lusha sighed, feeling a sudden wave of melancholy. "You may perish, voyeur." A brutal cacophony of violence surged forth, accompanied by a thick, sinister black mist, as if intent on transforming into the fangs of a serpent to tear her apart. "Begone." Lusha sidestepped, her expression turning icy as a blaze of icy blue flames erupted in her palm. The fire roared higher and higher, voraciously consuming the encroaching black mist, its intensity fierce enough to reduce the pendant box to mere ashes, which soon vanished from sight. What a pity, it still could not be preserved. Lusha grasped at the cool air, her emotions tangled. She felt a mix of lament for the doomed love between Tom and Inissa, alongside apprehension for the future. She was confident in her ability to protect herself, but what of Draco? The proud yet innocent little dragon would be forced into homelessness and prematurely branded as a Death Eater. His smile would gradually fade, replaced by fear and helplessness, as he was compelled to grow up bearing memories rife with bitterness and dread. This was not the future Lusha wished to witness. Draco's joyful countenance was the most delightful sight. That pure beauty was what she longed to cherish. Recalling the haughty Draco brought a smile to Lusha's face. Every thought of him filled her heart with sweet honey. What was Draco doing now? Was he busy transcribing the history of the Malfoy family in the library, or bantering with the ever-irreverent Orion Malfoy? He would surely be miffed that she had yet to present him with a Christmas gift. Seated at her desk, Lusha retrieved the most special Christmas present. It was the couple's ring Draco had gifted her, with her initials delicately engraved on its side. The platinum gleaming with a warm light, its exquisite quality and craftsmanship remarkable. Indeed, she cherished it dearly. Lusha took out a long-neglected paintbrush and happily began sketching her favorite chibi figures on paper. Her Christmas return gift was a finely crafted magical mirror, its inner side adorned with a charming self-portrait. The adorable chibi Draco and Lusha held hands, their expressions radiating sweetness and innocence. The platinum-haired boy with gray eyes, sporting a hint of baby fat, was the young master, while the girl with black hair, amber eyes, and a cute little fawn was Lusha. Lusha smiled. She would have the mirror delivered by breakfast tomorrow. Draco would surely love it. After a long wait, when Draco finally received the Christmas return gift, his expression initially fell when he saw the small mirror brought by Sakuma. He sulked inwardly, muttering, "Does Lusha think I'm some sort of softie?" Yet, Upon opening it to reveal the endearing sight of a boy and girl holding hands, he smiled like a kitten who had just pilfered a treat. At bedtime, he would tuck it under his pillow, glancing at the little dragon and little Lusha before drifting into a deep slumber. During potions class, he would sneak peeks, even finding Severus Snape's typically sour expression strangely endearing. This silly state of affairs persisted until he returned to school and encountered Lusha. She had changed slightly. Her thick, long curls were tied with a diamond-studded green ribbon, showcasing her increasingly lovely oval face, adorned with the couple's ring he had given her. "You look quite fresh. And I must say, I adore your gift," he remarked, pleased with himself for selecting a ring that suited her perfectly. Draco joyfully appraised Lusha, noting she appeared taller, her hair longer, and she wore a pair of mouse-shaped earrings. "These are Mickey Mouse, aren't they cool?" Lusha grinned, aware he might not appreciate her notion of cool. "I think a rose design would suit you better," Draco replied, suppressing his sharp tone. Lusha merely smiled nonchalantly, taking Draco's hand as they headed towards the common room, fortuitously encountering Astoria, who was eagerly searching for Lusha. "Lusha, I absolutely adore the Christmas gift you sent me," Astoria exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration, tinged with a hint of shyness. "I'm not as cute as you're drawing, am I?" Lusha, now dating Draco, had consciously distanced herself from Astoria, though the girl seemed fond of her, having sent her a card and candies for Christmas. "You are quite adorable, Astoria." "I am so glad you liked it," Lusha replied warmly. In the spirit of reciprocity, she had also drawn a chibi version of Astoria, capturing her essence beautifully. "What? You have one too? I thought such drawings were unique to me." Draco, observing Astoria, felt a pang of jealousy, suddenly realizing he was not the only special one. Clearing her throat, Lusha glanced at Astoria, then took Draco's hand and departed. "All right, Draco, your gift is the most special of all. It represents us both. If that displeases you, I promise to only draw for you in the future, all right?" Lusha chuckled helplessly. Chapter 66, Avada Kedavra. The calm before the storm often heralds an abundance of strangeness and chill. In the small town of Hangleton, buried beneath a blanket of snow, the usual hustle and bustle had vanished, with everyone nestled comfortably before warm hearths, exchanging pleasantries. The once magnificent Gunter Manor had succumbed to desolation, its tiles scattered and moss-covered. Even the resilient ivy and wild roses dared not approach this foreboding place. An eerie silence enveloped the area, as no one dared to draw near. Though today was an exception, if one were to step outside and cast a glance, they would be astonished to discover a statuesque blonde lady standing against the wind before the dilapidated entrance of the Gunter estate, clutching a small black stick with trembling hands. She murmured a few inaudible words, and the creaking door swung open, allowing her to enter with ease, her silhouette emanating a hint of trepidation. Undoubtedly, she was a witch. The winter snow fell in a chaotic flurry, the ground crackling beneath the paws of small creatures as time slipped by. The half-open door remained still for what felt like an eternity. At last, she had found it. The blonde lady tucked the ancient ring, resembling a black stone, into her sleeve's hidden pocket, exhaling a long breath, filled with a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. Within the old estate, no imminent danger awaited her. Yet the oppressive darkness of the surroundings was enough to unnerve the sheltered Lilith, who had never encountered true peril. Lilith Nate, having consumed an age-enhancing potion, was consumed by frustration. She could scarcely comprehend how she had descended to such depths, ever since she had caught the attention of the Lord at Hogwarts, culminating in her failure, and subsequently being returned to the Nate estate by her father. She had been forced to endure the presence of the mysterious man with a serpent-like visage. Her father, in a display of abject humility, had kissed the hem of the man's dark robes, a posture that filled her with an overwhelming mix of shame and contempt. Lilith found it incomprehensible that Voldemort, who appeared so feeble, with a voice that resonated with an unhealthy frailty, could inspire such fear in her father, compelling him to engage in such a disgraceful display of supplication. It was only after her emotional outbursts had inadvertently provoked the sensitive and proud lord that her father was struck down by a torturous curse, writhing on the ground in a grotesque plea for mercy. "Control your daughter, Royce. If her mother were not of the Shaffic lineage, she might still serve a purpose. Perhaps I would have sent this girl to meet Merlin by now." The voice was harsh and menacing, dripping with unmasked malice. Lilith's face turned pale, paralyzed by fear, and she dared not act out again, though fortunately, the threat did not seem to extend to her life, except for the occasional muttering, "Damn it, another inscrutable mind." From the Lord. From her father, Lilith learned that the Lord was unable to extract secrets from her. The last instance of such an occurrence had involved a certain lizard riddle. Perhaps it was because they were both women who had traversed time. This journey to retrieve the Horcrux ring from the small Hangleton Gunter estate marked Lilith's first task assigned by the Lord, who had promised a reward upon its successful completion. Old Nate, overwhelmed with gratitude, prostrated himself, believing the Lord held him and his daughter in high regard. With a mind slightly more lucid than her father's, Lilith internally cursed. I truly do not covet such adulation. Father, are you out of your mind? You appear as though you've been brainwashed by a cult. Strangely, Lilith began to envy Theodore, who was relishing his magical experiences at Hogwarts, and Lizard Riddle, who had ensnared the platinum-haired Malfoy. Although small Hangleton was not particularly large, it was a place of diverse characters. Leaving the Gunter estate, Lilith trudged through the snow towards the Riddle Manor, the ancestral home of the Lord's father. She was certainly not driven by mere curiosity to wander aimlessly. In addition to retrieving the ring, Lilith had a second task, to use the newly learned killing curse to eliminate a muggle or a wizard, thus proving her worthiness to become a Death Eater in training. The individual she was to target was known for their cruelty and vengeful nature. Lilith occasionally pondered whether her previous antagonism towards Lizard Riddle had offended the Lord, or if he truly valued the Nate family, yet she questioned why he did not resolve the matter himself. The convoluted thoughts of powerful figures always left one feeling apprehensive. Passing by a tavern with an ominous name, the Hanged Man, Lilith pursed her lips in disappointment, finding no other refuge nearby. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped her. The fire in the hearth crackled energetically. Scattered within were a handful of patrons who, upon noticing the striking blonde lady, brightened momentarily. However, under Lilith's displeased glare, the smitten men quickly averted their gazes, returning to their warm drinks and gossip. After consuming a bit of warming tea and a few rather stale sandwiches, Lilith did not linger. She strolled on, searching for a solitary muggle to target. Her heart torn between the repulsion and fear of such a criminal act and an exhilarating thrill of challenge. Amidst the long, snowy expanse, Lilith irritably shook the damp edge of her sleeve when suddenly, she heard a series of crunching sounds behind her, as if someone was tailing her. What do you have concealed? Bertha Jorkins, returning from a holiday in Albania and hoping to savor the countryside in winter, was prepared to enjoy her warm drink before reporting back to the Ministry of Magic. After all, she still had the Triwizard Tournament to attend to, and she could not afford further delays. However, the encounter with the unfamiliar blonde lady, coupled with the intense and unmistakable aura of dark magic emanating from her, compelled Bertha to remain vigilant. I don't understand what you are saying, Lilith responded, glancing back with a hint of panic. The woman before her appeared to be in her 30s, plump, with a sharp gaze. Judging by her peculiar robes, Lilith surmised she must be a witch, likely obscured by a confundus charm, which had rendered those around her oblivious to her oddity. Hand over the dark magical items you possess, Bertha Jorkins commanded, slowly drawing her wand. Lilith, quick-eyed, discreetly grasped her own small stick, her heart racing. Should she use the woman as a test subject? After all, it was she who approached her. She could not be blamed for being ruthless. Before Bertha could further coax her into compliance, Lilith seized the moment, her face betraying a smirk of impending triumph as she brandished her wand and shouted, Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light shot forth, aimed directly at Bertha Jorkins. However, in a split second, Lilith's spellcasting was less than proficient, particularly in terms of speed, even though she had initiated the attack. Faced with a mature witch possessing combat experience, Bertha instinctively dodged, swiftly retaliating with a disarming spell. Damn it, you intended to kill me. You wielded 3 unforgivable curses. You are a dark witch. I will cast you into Azkaban to join the Dementors. Bertha Jorkins seethed with fury, while Lilith's complexion turned ashen. Was this truly the end for her? Chapter 67. Inviting the wolf into the henhouse. Avada Kedavra. A green light shot from the other side, striking Bertha Jorkins squarely. Her body went rigid, collapsing to the ground, eyes wide in a haunting expression of shock that would not allow her to rest in death. Lilith, rise quickly. We must leave at once. Otherwise, those hound-like horrors will be upon us. Old Nate beckoned his daughter, relieved that he had kept a watchful eye, secretly tailing her. Otherwise, with Lilith's intellect and capabilities, she would not have been able to contend with an adult witch, potentially losing their prize and jeopardizing the Lord's plans, leading to irreparable consequences. Yes, father. Lilith exhaled a sigh of relief. The harrowing transition between life and death left her breathless. Should that woman cast her into Azkaban, her life would be irrevocably over, and the Knott family would once again find themselves under scrutiny. The world spun around her, and she felt as though her insides were being wrenched out. She was unaccustomed to the disorienting mode of travel known as apparition, and she crouched on the ground, retching uncontrollably. Behind her, her father, Old Knott, spoke in a detached tone. Deliver the items to the Lord promptly. Do not keep him waiting. A chill coursed through Lilith. Had she not just escaped death? Could she not catch her breath before confronting that serpent-faced monster? With heavy steps, she entered the main hall, where Voldemort lounged languidly against the back of a chair, clad in a flowing black robe. The house elf, Barty, trembled as he served him, and Voldemort appeared to be in a significantly better mood. Upon noticing Lilith's entrance, he barely lifted an eyelid, casting her a fleeting glance before commanding in his low, raspy voice, "The ring, hand it over." Maintaining a posture of utmost respect and humility, Lilith advanced cautiously, presenting the item with both hands and murmuring, "I have fulfilled my duty." As for any reward, she did not dare to utter a word. "Good girl, drink this," he said, pinching a transparent vial containing a liquid between his pale, emaciated fingers. Lilith's eyes widened in confusion. "Drink it. I wish to hear your true thoughts." It was a truth serum. Panic surged through her as she recoiled. She had no intention of consuming such a potion, for it would unearth all the secrets she harbored within her. "Do not make me repeat myself. The reward you deserve will be granted." The vial was tossed toward her, landing near her feet, as Voldemort wore a thin, cold smile, a contemptuous and chilling warning in his demeanor. Trembling, Lilith picked up the small bottle, uncorked it, tears brimming in her eyes. Should she succumb to the Avada Kedavra now, or await the whims of her captor for punishment or reward? A fool would choose the latter. Almost instinctively, she tilted her head back and gulped it down, coughing as the liquid went down the wrong way. Stealing a glance at Voldemort's unforgiving countenance, she found herself bowing her trembling form in utmost reverence. "What is it that you desire?" he inquired. "I wish to be Mrs. Malfoy." Lilith blurted out before hastily covering her mouth, desperately suppressing the unspoken continuation, "To spite Lucius Malfoy." Lucius Malfoy was, after all, the son of Lucius. Voldemort pondered for a moment, an inexplicable wave of sentiment washing over him. As a former key player among his most valued Death Eaters, the astute and affluent Malfoy was one of his favored young protégés, known for his keen intellect and efficient actions. "Indeed, my lord, his name is Draco Malfoy." Lilith found herself unable to restrain her tongue, feeling as though she were a marionette, compelled to respond to Voldemort's inquiries without any agency of her own. "Very well. A union between pure bloods is most welcome. Given the unwavering loyalty of the Knot family, I see no issue in facilitating this match." Voldemort, recognizing her recent accomplishments, was amenable to orchestrating a union between the two young souls. "My lord, I no longer hold any affection for Malfoy. I do not wish to marry him." Lilith interjected hastily, taking a few steps forward during a moment of silence from Voldemort. Her previous infatuation with Malfoy was a thing of the past. She merely sought to irritate her fellow countrymen. Yet, none dared defy the Dark Lord's commands. Voldemort's eyes narrowed dangerously, and suddenly, his enormous serpent, Nagini, slithered toward Lilith. Flicking its thick, crimson tongue, it hissed excitedly, as if to say, "Master, I am hungry. May I feast?" "No, no, I do not wish to be devoured by a snake," Lilith exclaimed, shaking her head in terror, her voice trembling. "I am willing, I am willing. I shall obey all of the Lord's arrangements, loyal unto death." Regret washed over her. She truly lamented the curiosity that led her into Professor Quirrell's office. The audacity of testing Voldemort, and the folly of inviting such a dangerous individual into her home. "Good girl, rise. Do not tarnish the reputation of Shafik," Voldemort admonished, lifting Lilith's tear-streaked face with a graceful hand, his crimson gaze assessing her features with disappointment, melancholy, and disdain, before firmly grasping her chin. "No more tears, it is unbecoming." Lilith suppressed the fiery ache in her jaw, startled by the pain, and replied hastily, "Yes, my lord." She dared not inquire why she, a Knot by name, must be reminded not to sully the Shafik legacy. Was it merely her imagination that Voldemort seemed particularly sensitive regarding the Shafik surname? Lucia's holiday had been quite fulfilling. A portion of her potion business had finally surfaced, buoyed by connections and recognition from government officials, leading to the expansion of several chain stores, providing her with invaluable experience in investment. Amid the housing boom, Lucia entrusted Lupin with significant authority, instructing him not to fret over expenditures, but rather to maximize profits from their investments. To this end, she even enrolled him in a prestigious financial course in the Muggle world and purchased a secluded private villa, complete with a flashy Ferrari, to help him navigate his transformation into a werewolf during the full moon, while simultaneously enhancing her own reputation. As the Quidditch World Cup approached, throngs of wizards emerged to celebrate this eagerly anticipated event. Lucia accepted Draco's invitation and strolled through the Malfoy's exclusive tent, delighted to see Draco brimming with vitality. Having not seen him for half of the summer, he had grown significantly taller, and his hair was gradually resembling Lucius's. However, the smiles on Lucius and Narcissa's faces seemed somewhat strained, their demeanor overly polite, their eyes watching every move they made with an air of suspicion. Lucia, mindful of Draco's parents, endeavored to maintain a perfect semblance of a refined lady, though it felt excruciatingly uncomfortable. Fortunately, the green grass tent was not far off, and Astoria warmly invited Lucia to her family's tent, mentioning that Pansy and Daphne were preoccupied playing magical card games in the Parkinson tent and would not be coming over for a while. What a thoughtful girl. Eager to avoid the complex gazes Narcissa occasionally cast her way, Lucia readily accepted, though she felt a twinge of guilt toward Draco, who seemed somewhat displeased. Darling, spend some time with your mother. She appears quite concerned about you, Lucia suggested subtly, guiding Draco into a corner, hoping to remind him. Lucius appeared busy, having spent only a brief time in the tent before hastily departing, while Narcissa seemed to have little interest in the other ladies. Her gaze fixed almost entirely upon her precious son and Lucia. Their watchful demeanor made it so that even holding hands felt like an act of secrecy for Lucia and Draco. I'm sorry, Lucia, my mother has been having nightmares lately, and she hasn't been well, Draco admitted, sensing Lucia's discomfort, and he hugged her apologetically, saying, enjoy your time with Leah. We must watch the World Cup together. Lucia nodded, kissing Draco's handsome right cheek as a gesture of reassurance before waving goodbye. She was quite curious to see whether the green grass tent was as lavish and eye-catching as the Malfoy tent. Chapter 68, Girls' Private Conversations. Welcome, Lucia. The tent of the green grass family exudes an air of rustic charm. Stepping inside feels akin to entering a quaint manor, complete with a kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. In the welcoming living room, a sofa lies horizontally, and the coffee table gleams with transparency, while a house elf enthusiastically presents an array of delightful pastries and cocoa. Unlike the opulence of the Malfoy estate, the interior of the tent is imbued with warmth and comfort. Surprisingly, the elder members of the Greengrass family are absent, as Blaise Zabini leisurely reclines against a purple satin sofa. Upon hearing a noise, he turns to see Livia and the others, greeting them with enthusiasm. Livia, you're back. It's been a while, Rusa. A peculiar sensation of being addressed by the male host washes over them. Rusa glances at Astoria with a hint of surprise. A blush creeps onto her cheeks as she playfully glares at Blaise, her reprimand soft and endearing. What are you still doing here? Be careful, or Daphne might come back and give you a toothy knockout. Oh, Blaise instinctively touches his front teeth. When did you two become so familiar? What is the story here? Rusa takes a seat on the opposite sofa, her expression one of playful skepticism. Blaise the notorious Flirt, and the delicate darling Livia. When did they start mingling? Rusa. That's not true. I haven tea. Astoria casts a sideways glance at Blaise, who rarely shows such a bashful demeanor. Though her words trail off, the implication is unmistakable. Blaise is clearly pursuing Astoria, albeit without success. The thought of Blaise's romantic escapades makes Rusa rub her temples. Is he being serious? My mother should be waking from her nap. I must return to check on her. Until tomorrow, Livia and Rusa. The trio falls into an uneasy silence. And in the midst of the awkward atmosphere, Blaise awkwardly scratches his nose and speaks up. No one urges him to stay. Rusa, filled with questions, remains oblivious to the subtle hint Blaise casts before leaving, which seems to convey, for the sake of our camaraderie, do me a favor and speak well of me. Of course, that is out of the question. Rusa, ever honest, states, well, Livia, if you feel this is a personal matter, I want to pry. After a moment of contemplation, Rusa continues, acknowledging that she and Astoria are not yet close enough for such discussions. Astoria shakes her head, her cheeks still flushed like ripened tomatoes, yet her response lacks any shyness. It's not a matter of privacy. It's just that Blaise is pursuing me. Daphne reacted quite vehemently. She even had a spat with Blaise. Everyone says he is a notorious playboy, sweet-talking his way through life, and one should never take him at face value. Rusa gazes at Astoria with an admiring eye, recognizing her beauty blossoming into a unique, youthful sweetness, reminiscent of a doll in a high-end cabinet, both demure and adorable, reflecting on the days leading up to the holiday. It seems she hasn't heard any gossip about Blaise lately. She had thought he might have turned over a new leaf, but it appears the crux of the matter lies here. I see. So how do you feel about it? Rusa winks at Livia, her curiosity piqued. Observing Blaise's free access to the Greengrass tent, Rusa deduces that Livia does not seem averse to his proximity. Rusa, may I ask you a question? Why do you like Draco Malfoy? Astoria hesitates slightly before posing her question, her tone somewhat bashful. I find it curious. You must know the Malfoy family's pureblood beliefs. His parents and Draco's behavior can seem quite immature. Considering how exceptional you are, why would you be drawn to someone so haughty and dismissive of muggles? To an outsider, this appears to be a romance destined for despair, lacking any foreseeable future. Rusa is taken aback by Astoria's shift in focus onto herself. The girl is far more mature and astute than Rusa had anticipated. Astoria's inquisitive demeanor does not suggest a deliberate change of topic. Perhaps her curiosity is simply insatiable? Oh, I believe it's a matter of personal preferences in choosing a partner. Indeed, Draco can be somewhat childish and irksome, but once you truly get to know him, you'll discover that his endearing qualities far outweigh the annoying ones. Rusa opens her heart with a smile, her spirits lifting at the mention of Draco. She reaches for a plush bear and hugs it tightly, continuing under Astoria's sparkling gaze. To be precise, the person I adore need not be noble or perfect. He may be arrogant and rude, but he must care for me wholeheartedly. If that is the case, then other issues become trivial. This is also the reason Rusa has evolved from a superficial infatuation based solely on looks to a desire to protect Draco and build a meaningful relationship with him, even willing to put forth effort for it. As for the Malfoy family's pure-blood beliefs, Rusa privately considers them utterly insignificant in the face of true love. Rusa, you are truly remarkable, and so very brave, Astoria says sincerely, her eyes brimming with a newfound clarity and joy. Now, shall I answer your question, Livia? Rusa gazes intently at Astoria, her smile now laced with relaxation and playful teasing. Oh, well, I don't actually dislike him. Blaise is quite amusing. He possesses a wonderful sense of humor, is a true gentleman, and is considerate. He knows many fascinating things, and after learning about my fondness for muggle hats, he not only refrained from mocking me, but even gifted me a beautifully adorned lace hat with an array of colorful flowers on Christmas. I was utterly astonished. As Astoria speaks, her pale, snow-like complexion flushes with excitement, her admiration unmistakable. But you must know he has had many girlfriends. Liking someone is a delightful experience, and Rusa hesitates to dampen her enthusiasm, yet some truths must be laid bare. Ah, I knew you would say that. Daphne said the same thing, and she even yelled at me. Astoria pouts, sighing in apparent frustration. Suddenly, a spark lights up her eyes as she muses aloud. Actually, I'm not as naive and sweet as Daphne suggests. We're all in Slytherin, even if you're a year below us. You've likely heard about Blaise's romantic escapades. He assured me that he would be faithful moving forward, that I would be his last girlfriend. And I'm eager to give it a try. I've never been in a relationship before. Rusa silently thinks. Of course, you're not naive. You're simply incredibly sweet. From the beginning, Rusa has believed Astoria to possess a high emotional intelligence, even surpassing that of her sister. Since you have your mind made up, then go ahead and give it a shot. Aside from his flirtatious nature, Blaise has many commendable qualities. If he remains unchangeable in his ways, simply kick him to the curb. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Astoria and Rusa exchange a glance, bursting into laughter, their voices bright and melodic, resonating with the rhythms of youth, echoing outside the tent as nothing more than a gentle chime. Having shared secrets meant for girls, the two young women gradually foster a unique friendship. Chapter 69, The Dark Mark. Just as Muggles fervently adore sports, wizards are equally enamored with Quidditch. Especially during the unprecedented Quidditch World Cup. The Malfoy family is affluent. Lucius enjoys a close friendship with Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, who has specifically reserved a first-class box with a splendid view, allowing Rusa to follow them without hindrance. Lucius, my old friend. Fudge, it has been a long time. Two cunning old foxes wore their signature smiles, warmly greeting one another, leading the unknowing observer to believe they were long-lost, dear friends. Minister Fudge, brimming with enthusiasm, cordially invited the Malfoy family to join him in his ministerial box. Draco cast a furtive glance at Louisa, proudly puffing out his chest. This must be young Master Malfoy, he thought. Indeed a fine specimen, a testament to the saying that a tiger begets no dog. Fudge adeptly flattered Lucius, lavishing praise upon Narcissa, who stood by his side, expressing his delight at encountering such a noble and graceful lady. Too kind, Minister Fudge, Narcissa replied, her demeanor as frosty as ice, offering a faint smile before redirecting her attention to her son. And this lovely young lady is. Her curious gaze scrutinized Louisa, assessing everything from her hair to her facial features, and even the quality of her attire and boots. All were astute individuals, and it was evident that Louisa did not quite fit into the Malfoy family's aura. Connolly Fudge, whether out of curiosity or a desire to gauge the Malfoy family's stance, seemed perplexed. Is it so unusual? Mr. Malfoy brought his son's classmate to watch the match, is it not? Louisa innocently smiled, effectively stifling Fudge's impending inquiries. Of course, it is permissible. Lucius is the most generous gentleman I have ever encountered. He has recently donated a substantial sum to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies. And I must say, no one is more ardently devoted to charitable causes than he. One could not help but wonder if such donations were made under duress. Fudge continued to chatter, while Draco's expression grew increasingly impatient. Father, Mother, we shall head to the box now. You may continue your conversation at your leisure. With Lucius's permission, Draco took Louisa's hand and led her toward the exclusive Malfoy box, just as the warm-up whistle for the match echoed through the air. The first to grace the field were the mascots of the Bulgarian national team, strikingly beautiful and rare vila. They swayed their supple waists, their silvery hair glimmering more brightly than the moonlight, with delicate, enchanting smiles adorning their youthful faces, dressed in matching pale blue high-waisted skirts, dancing gracefully and exuding an irresistible allure. Louisa was momentarily entranced. They were simply too beautiful. The villa seemed otherworldly, as if draped in a silvery sheen of moonlight, gliding through the ecstatic throngs. The men erupted in fervent cheers for their beauty, swaying their bodies with the enthusiasm of rock youths, gradually descending into a frenzy. Some, lacking in resolve, leapt from the stands, nearly breaking their necks in their excitement. Louisa turned her head to see Draco pointedly averting his gaze, as if fearful of appearing foolish. Internally, Draco was unsettled. His father had long warned him about the perilous charm of the villa, who possessed an innate allure. He was not only concerned about losing the Malfoy family's dignity, but also about being misunderstood and scorned by Louisa. "Do you think I am beautiful? Or are the villa more enchanting?" Louisa teased, lightly prodding Draco with her elbow, her heart fluttering with anticipation. "Without a doubt, you are far more beautiful," Draco replied, his face flushed, instinctively reaching to hold Louisa's hand. Do not be deceived by their current beauty. When angered, they transform into grotesque creatures with sharp beaks and scaly wings, utterly ghastly. Draco raised an eyebrow, his expression one of revulsion, as if he had witnessed such a transformation firsthand. "Well, beautiful things never last long," Louisa mused, furrowing her brow. After the villa's performance, the leprechauns of the Irish national team made their entrance, their three-leafed hats prompting a raucous cheer from the crowd. The match was intensely competitive, with Victor Crumb garnering the highest acclaim, soaring through the air like a majestic eagle, his sharp gaze fiercely pursuing the golden snitch. Louisa could almost hear Ron's jubilant voice. "Goodness, Crumb, you're incredible." Though Louisa could not comprehend the nuances of the match or appreciate the intricacies of Quidditch, she absent-mindedly unwrapped a milky lollipop, contemplating her own thoughts. The raucous atmosphere intensified as Draco alternated between jubilant cheers and exasperated shouts, his emotions echoing through the night. However, as the sky darkened, an ominous black mark suddenly appeared, instilling dread among the spectators. The dark mark, a skull emblazoned with a serpent, re-emerged, sending the crowd into a panic. Adults shouted angrily, while children cried in terror, their shrill voices mingling with the frantic calls of house elves. Draco's expression darkened as he seized Louisa's hand, hastening toward the Malfoy tent, his mutterings lost in the chaos of the night. "Draco, are you afraid?" Louisa inquired. "I am not afraid," my father said. Suddenly, Louisa halted, gripping Draco's hand tightly, her gaze fixed upon him, her eyes serious and earnest. "Do you know something?" Draco felt an inexplicable pang of guilt, stammering, "Louisa, you need not concern yourself. My father assured me we would be safe." Louisa fell silent, her mood suddenly somber. Was Voldemort truly returning? Surely Lucius must know something. Was he not one of the instigators of tonight's upheaval? As her thoughts spiraled, a shadowy figure darted through the darkness behind them, drawing nearer. Instinctively, Louisa drew her wand, casting a stupefying charm in the designated direction. Damn it! A coarse male voice erupted from the nearby bushes, and she knew her spell had struck true, illuminated by the glow from her wand's tip. Louisa focused her gaze and frowned at the sight of a remarkably handsome, yet unfamiliar face, wearing a fierce expression and locking eyes with her, as if poised to rend her apart in the next moment. "Who are you? Why did you ambush us? If my father finds out, he will surely have you thrown into Azkaban." Draco, drenched in cold sweat, felt his heart settle in the pit of his stomach as he glared at the man whose legs were bound, yet radiated hostility. "Lucius's son? Huh. Your father is merely a weather vane, swaying with the wind." The man cast a disdainful glance at Draco's iconic platinum hair, his eyes filled with scorn. "How dare you insult my father?" Draco seethed, his face flushed with anger, ready to confront the man, but Louisa restrained him from behind. "You foul girl. Your master summons you. I advise you to release me at once." "What if I refuse?" Louisa's gaze turned icy, her wand's tip pressing firmly against the man's throat, emanating a faint green glow. The bound man shivered, sensing an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Chapter 70. A father and daughter reunited. "Louisa, do you intend to eliminate him here? We will be discovered." Draco, regaining his composure, urgently grasped Louisa, his palms clammy with nervous sweat. The horrors of the ministry were not to be trifled with. If she were to truly kill this man, it would surely draw unwanted attention. He could not bear to witness Louisa being apprehended. "He wants to see you. You cannot kill me," the man snarled, his twisted face betraying a hint of desperation. "Your loud outcries may very well summon those hunting hounds, Mr. Barty." The mocking tone, elongated and dripping with sarcasm, wafted through the air behind Draco, who turned in shock. Whispering, "Father." Lucretia spun around to behold Lucius Malfoy sauntering toward them with an elegant gait, his grip on his wand tightening rather than loosening. Barty Crouch raised an eyebrow disdainfully, a sneer curling his lips as he barely acknowledged Lucius, his voice laced with contempt as he accused, "You traitor. The Dark Lord should never have placed his trust in your deceitful words." Lucius Malfoy's expression, typically aloof, displayed a flicker of irritation. He disregarded Barty's fury. His steely gray-blue eyes locked onto the visibly tense Lucretia. "Miss Lucretia, the Lord wishes to see you. I trust you will not put me in a difficult position." Indeed. Lucretia felt a cold smirk emerge within her. It appeared that Voldemort's followers had been summoned in secret, and he was already aware of her presence. What on earth is happening with Father? Lucretia has done nothing. Draco, either oblivious to the gravity of the situation or just beginning to grasp it, rarely witnessed such a solemn demeanor on his father's face. "You need not involve yourself in this matter, Draco." "Barty, take the young master back." Lucius's expression was stern. The blue ribbon entwined in his platinum hair fluttered in the night breeze, reminiscent of a butterfly struggling against its restraints. He ignored Draco's protests and coldly beckoned a house elf lurking in the shadows. "Father, you cannot treat me this way," Draco exclaimed, his face transforming with anger. Flames igniting in his eyes as he stepped forward, attempting to pull Lucretia along, but she deftly evaded him. "Draco, you should return. I believe Mr. Malfoy will not harm me." Lucretia inhaled deeply, mustering a forced smile for Draco, although she felt a twinge of anxiety. She was not one to flee in the face of adversity. After all, this day would come sooner or later. Draco cast a disappointed glance at Lucretia, forcibly pulled away by Barty, and in an instant, they vanished. Lucretia released a small sigh of relief. Lucius cast a freezing spell on Barty with his wand and gracefully extended a meticulously cared-for, pale hand toward Lucretia, his voice unexpectedly gentle. "Apparition, I shall take you there." "Lucius, you're breaking the rules. Taking this girl was a task assigned to me by the Dark Lord." Barty, now freed, rose and brushed off the debris from his clothes, indignantly protesting. A devoted follower of Voldemort, he had been imprisoned in Azkaban years ago due to his identity as a Death Eater and had only recently emerged from hiding. Having received a summons from Voldemort. "Clearly, she has no affection for you. Do not waste any more time, Barty Crouch, lest the Lord grows displeased." "I will apparate," Lucretia replied absent-mindedly. Lucius did not press further, merely casting a glance at the sullen Barty before stating coolly, "Destination, Malfoy Manor." A gust of wind swept by, and in an instant, the three of them vanished without a trace. Malfoy Manor, devoid of the opulent brightness of the Crouch estate, lay shrouded in darkness. Countless flickering candles illuminated the grand hall, casting a glow akin to daylight. Lucretia was compelled to move forward, her keen eyes spotting a gigantic serpent coiled gracefully in the doorway, its terrifying triangular head poised, as if anticipating something. "This must be Nagini." Hissing softly, Lucretia found herself locked in gaze with Nagini, who, with great excitement, drooled as it spoke. "They have returned," along with an unfamiliar young girl. Lucius and Barty had already hastened into the hall, respectfully reporting to Voldemort about the World Cup matters and the arrival of his guest. "Indeed, you speak Parseltongue," came a low, magnetic voice, imbued with an eerie sense of pressure. Lucretia bit her lip and stepped forward, while the elder Malfoy and Barty seemed to receive some unspoken command and retreated, the heavy door closing behind them. Voldemort's appearance was indeed as horrifying as Lucretia had envisioned. Bald, with snake-like crimson eyes, his nostrils mere pinpricks without any visible means of breathing, and his mouth, thin and parched like withered bark, moved as if a decaying specter were uttering incantations. "Lucretia, come closer. Let me examine you closely." His narrowed, icy red eyes focused on her, sending a shiver down her spine. Complying obediently, she stepped closer, striving to mask her trepidation. "Lucius informs me that your magical talent is the most exceptional in this year's Hogwarts. I am pleased to hear this, Lucretia. You may not yet be aware of your true lineage, but Riddle was my former surname." Lucretia widened her eyes, feigning disbelief. Yet, the chill of Voldemort's pale, claw-like fingers grazed her cheek, sending her heart racing as he casually caressed her, reminiscent of a serpent coiling around its prey. "You bear little resemblance to your mother. Yet you share a striking likeness with my younger self." "Heh, your frown does indeed echo that of Enid." Her brows were delicate and arched. "Much like yours, beautiful yet somewhat melancholic." Voldemort's eyes narrowed as he seemed to drift into a haunting memory, his deep gaze shimmering with fragments of starlight before dimming into a cold, tyrannical tone. "Alas, she has perished. How did she die?" Lucretia's curiosity surged, but an instant later, a searing pain gripped her throat. Voldemort's terrifying glare bore down on her, the pressure around her neck intensifying to the point of near suffocation. How did Enid die while you survived? His voice was as frigid as the depths of hell, compelling Lucretia to struggle instinctively for her wand. Forgive me, child, if I have hurt you. Suddenly, the grip loosened, and Lucretia fell heavily to the floor, her backside aching painfully, her face shifting between shades of blue and white. She glared coldly at Voldemort, feeling as though she had stumbled into the clutches of a deranged father. Their first meeting had devolved into such a scene. What do you want from me? Lucretia retreated a few steps, her spirits plummeting, though her earlier fear dissipated. Kill Harry Potter for me. Voldemort's countenance shifted as he commanded. Lucretia remained silent, firmly believing in her moral compass and genuinely reluctant to assist in his malevolent schemes. Do not fret, Lucretia. I will arrange for assistance at Hogwarts. During the Triwizard Tournament, you must attempt to eliminate Harry Potter. If you fail, I shall personally see to it that the boy meets his end. The inescapable weight of dark authority left Lucretia no room for refusal. She had once thought her power formidable, yet in the presence of the now potent Voldemort, unease tightened within her chest. Chapter 71, The Social Ball. Draco lay listlessly upon the soft expanse of his large bed, his eyes fixed vacantly on the ceiling above. His mind a tempest of chaotic thoughts preventing him from finding solace in sleep. He recalled Lucretia's anxious demeanor, his father's cold, haughty attitude, and the peculiar man named Barty Crouch. A haze of confusion enveloped his mind, as if a dark fog had settled in, obscuring his clarity. The frustration and helplessness coiled around his heart, buzzing like a swarm of bees, disrupting his thoughts. Until the early morning of the next day, Draco managed to doze off for a brief moment, only to be abruptly awakened by a rhythmic knocking on the door. Be quiet, I want to sleep, Draco shouted irritably, clutching his plush feather pillow in a desperate attempt to return to slumber. The knocking paused momentarily, then resumed with vigor, accompanied by the sharp voice of the house elf, Dobby. Master Draco, it is time to rise. Your father and mother are waiting for you in the parlor, as we have guests. What guests that require my presence? Draco grumbled, rolling over to rub his heavy-lidded eyes, stifling a large yawn, his voice hoarse and reminiscent of a duck in its adolescent croak. Dobby, come in. Dobby entered promptly, bowing respectfully in greeting, and deftly dressed Draco in the attire befitting a guest, a well-tailored gray-blue suit, black trousers, and a silver and white striped tie. Noble. Understated luxury, the perfect Malfoy style. How am I supposed to wear this? Where's my robe? Draco complained, tugging at the tie that felt uncomfortably tight, the remnants of sleep having vanished entirely. It was Madame's instruction. Today there is a ball at the manor, and many esteemed guests have arrived. She has arranged this fine suit for you, and you must also wear this watch. The parlor is filled with gentlemen and ladies eagerly awaiting your descent. Dobby chattered while efficiently polishing Draco's gleaming shoes. A ball. Oh, Merlin's foul socks. Draco exclaimed in bewilderment, wondering why he had not been informed sooner. Mother and father should have reminded me. Lucius. Son, I did it on purpose. Narcissa. I pretended to remember only this morning. Draco felt a pang of melancholy. Surely. They had not invited Louisa without informing him. After he was impeccably dressed, Draco sat moodily before the dressing mirror, allowing Dobby to style his hair, apply a touch of hair wax, and spritz him with perfume. After consuming a small vial of a revitalizing potion, the dark circles under his eyes gradually faded, though his lips remained somewhat pale. Draco, are you there? A knock echoed at the door, the voice sounding like Blaze. Draco instructed Dobby to open the door, taking up a quill to pen a letter to Louisa, hoping she could forgive his negligence. Additionally, he wished to inquire if she might wear the gown that Robert had sent over to dance with him at the manor. Otherwise, the ball would be quite regrettable. Draco, what are you writing? I hope it's not a letter to Louisa. If I'm not mistaken, I advise you against it. I overheard Uncle Lucius mention that all the guests invited are from pure-blood families, with only a few business acquaintances. Blaze stepped forward to glance at the letter, patting Draco's shoulder sympathetically, speaking candidly. Though somewhat harsh, this might help Draco to regain his clarity. While he acknowledged Louisa Riddle's excellence, he also realized that her lack of status rendered her an unsuitable invitation for the Malfoy family in the eyes of their guests. After all, how would they perceive their family otherwise? Talking about school romances was one thing, but pursuing marriage seemed far-fetched, at least in the eyes of Slytherin students. Draco's quill hesitated, his spirits dampening as he recalled his father's stern warning not to pry further after his return last night, assuring him that Louisa would be fine, yet failing to divulge any further details. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Lily's Nate is also here. Your mother seems rather warm towards her, Blaze suddenly recalled, frowning. What? What is that woman doing here? Wasn't she expelled from Hogwarts? A failed Slytherin has the audacity to come to Malfoy Manor? Why would my parents invite her? Draco's face flushed with indignation, wishing he could command Dobby to immediately pack Lily's and send her back. Well, Technically, Lily's has not been expelled from Hogwarts. It said she fell victim to a malevolent curse and needs time to recover at home. She is expected to return to school this year. The Malfoys and the Knott family maintain connections, so your father couldn't possibly have neglected to extend an invitation, Blaise explained rationally, even though he too held no fondness for Lily's. As a gentleman, however, he believed in offering a smile to a lovely young lady. Huh, how absurd, Draco scoffed, tugging at the corners of his mouth in disdain. Before long, Narcissa's gentle voice floated from outside the door. Draco, are you ready? At this, Draco finally rose, adjusting his attire, and stepped out alongside Blaise. My little dragon looks so handsome. Narcissa beamed at her son, who stood tall and refined. She stepped forward to envelop him in a warm embrace. Draco's cheeks flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he shot an annoyed glance at Blaise, who stood nearby, smirking at him. Once downstairs, Draco greeted familiar classmates, such as Goyle and the Crabbe sisters, with a smile. Naturally, he could not ignore Pansy, who was watching him eagerly. As for the strikingly adorned Lily's Nate, Draco turned a blind eye, choosing to disregard her entirely. Narcissa noted these small details and frowned slightly. Draco, which young lady do you wish to invite as your partner? Narcissa inquired softly, pulling her son aside. Her gaze drifted over the vivacious girls laughing and chatting in the dance hall, recalling Lucius's words from the previous night, her attention inadvertently settling on the obedient Lilies, who was indulging in tiramisu. Daphne, Draco replied absently, indifferent to who it was as long as it wasn't Louisa. Originally, he had intended to ask Astoria, being younger, gentle in nature, and on good terms with Louisa, making her an ideal choice. However, Blaise's gaze seemed particularly fixated on her, so he dismissed the thought. What do you think of Lily's Nate? She is both beautiful and well-mannered. Look at how many boys are vying for her attention. Your father thinks highly of her as well. Draco, it would do you no harm to heed your parents' guidance, Narcissa urged after considerable deliberation. Lucius would not mention the Knott girl without reason. There must be some significance behind it. And it would be advantageous for Draco to spend more time with her to nurture their relationship. Mother you! Draco exclaimed, astonished. When had she taken such a liking to a girl? His father had even expressed approval. What on earth was happening? I must still be dreaming. Casting a glance at Lily's, who wore an overly saccharine smile, Draco grimaced as though he had swallowed a rancid fly. Chapter 72. Discussions of Marriage. I do not wish to dance with Lily's Nate. If possible, I would prefer to return upstairs and resume my slumber. Draco slouched, speaking candidly. What is the point of a ball without Louisa's presence? Is that how you speak to your mother? Draco, what of your gentlemanly manners? If you have any sense left. You must not neglect Miss Knott today. Lucius approached, placing a hand firmly on Draco's shoulder, applying gentle pressure, his voice laced with a commanding authority that brooked no dissent. Father, the Malfoys have not fallen so low as to bow to the Knott name. Draco, in the throes of adolescence, often exhibited a rebellious streak, particularly when it came to matters of the heart. Although the Malfoy family held a keen appreciation for advantageous alliances, Draco felt little remorse in neglecting the insufferable Miss Knott, especially considering that his father had previously harbored a disdain for old Knott, even dismissing the frivolous Lilith not with scorn. Times had changed, and there were many things he did not yet comprehend. In due course, he would be enlightened. However, at present, he could not afford to indulge in the petulance of a spoiled heir, even if he held a disinclination towards that girl. It was unbecoming to directly disregard her. Such behavior lacked both gentlemanly decorum and rationality. At the very least, you must invite her to dance, Lucius admonished, firmly pressing his son's youthful shoulder. Lucius himself was troubled. Lord Voldemort appeared intent on orchestrating a union between the Malfoys and the Knotts. Though the specific motivations eluded him, he had probed Royce Knott, who seemed equally perplexed, merely expressing a sense of honor regarding the matter. It appeared that the issue lay with Lilith Knott herself. Did that girl truly aspire to marry into the Malfoy family? Lucius furrowed his brow, for he harbored no admiration for Lilith, a mere pretty face devoid of intellect and reason, unfit to assume the role of the next mistress of Malfoy Manor. Moreover, every time he beheld that girl, he was repulsed by memories of her mother, Elena Knott, that vain and audacious woman. Taking advantage of her beauty and the Shaffic pureblood name, Elena had once dared to administer a potent love potion to him, hoping to ascend to his bed, believing that maternal lineage would grant her privilege. Were it not for Lucius's steadfast will, he might have succumbed to her schemes at the last moment. He had used a stunning spell to incapacitate her and sought urgent assistance from his father, Abraxas Malfoy. To conspire against a Malfoy warranted severe retribution. Had his father not warned him against entangling with a woman of the Shaffic lineage, Lucius would have discreetly dealt with Elena. This affair was shrouded in secrecy. Aside from the Malfoy father and son duo and Elena Shaffic, scarcely anyone was aware of it. At the very least, Narcissa remained blissfully ignorant. or she would never have bestowed any favorable regard upon Lilith. Who could have anticipated that, having narrowly escaped a perilous fate, Elena would not cease her pursuits? Instead, she swiftly ensnared Royce Knott at a masquerade ball, and the two became inseparable. At that time, Lady Knott was languishing in illness, and upon catching wind of the developments, her condition worsened, leading to her untimely demise. The more Lucius contemplated this, the colder his demeanor became, as if encased in frost. "Draco, promise me you will acquiesce." "If only to dance," Narcissa urged, casting a wary glance at Lucius's grim visage, concerned that their son might face even graver reproach. "Very well, mother," Draco replied, biting his lip, reluctantly conceding as he trudged towards Lilith. Not far away stood Lilith, detached from the frolicsome antics of the other girls. The Greengrass sisters, Pansy and Daphne, were engrossed in merriment and paid her no mind, while unfamiliar faces and a few men, drawn by her beauty, attempted to engage her, but she held them in disdain. Contemplating whether to alleviate her ennui with a dance, Lilith was taken aback to see the dapper Draco approaching, an unexpected hint of a smile gracing his lips. Though somewhat forced, it was enough to astonish her. "Miss Knott, might I have the honor of a dance?" Draco inquired, lifting his eyelids in a gesture of genteel invitation, though his countenance remained frosty and his gaze avoided hers, betraying a lack of sincerity. "Quite handsome indeed," was Lilith's initial thought, swiftly followed by a sense of glee. Lord Voldemort's words carried weight. Even Lucius, who valued family above all, dared not defy them publicly, though her initial affection for Draco Malfoy had waned. Being invited to dance by the most illustrious Platinum Prince at the ball, while the other girls looked on with envious eyes, significantly stroked her vanity. As for Draco's demeanor, Lilith merely shrugged. His indifference, scorn, and dismissive attitude were anticipated, were they not? Most honored. Yet, Lilith did not retreat. She placed her delicate hand in Draco's, flashing a radiant smile. Internally, she grappled with her own discontent. Lilith was not the type to pursue someone who looked down upon her. However, she dared not defy Lord Voldemort's orders. Fear gripped her heart. She silently justified her actions. "Lusha, it is not my intention to usurp your place. It is your father who insists on thrusting a marriage upon me. I have already made my refusal clear. To refuse a second time might lead to dire consequences. So I shall endure." Both were young scions raised in the ways of etiquette, and their steps were not unfamiliar. As lively music enveloped them, they gracefully glided to the center of the dance floor, unwittingly becoming the focal point of all eyes. Lilith wore a stunning golden vintage gown that mirrored the brilliance of her hair, her cascading waves dancing with abandon. Her gradually blooming visage was enchanting, and her crystal-red dancing shoes glided across the floor, reminiscent of a resplendent crimson rose. At the banquet table, Royce Knott sipped a cocktail, observing the beautiful pair dancing with a smile. Casually glancing at Lucius, he remarked, "They certainly seem well matched, do they not, Lucius?" Lucius merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage. "I do not mean to boast, but Lilith and Elena were equally striking in their youth. She is truly an angel. At times, I gaze upon her and feel as if Elena still walks among us." Royce Knott rambled, perhaps buoyed by Voldemort's favor or the influence of the drink, oblivious to Lucius's increasingly frigid demeanor. "Royce, you have had too much to drink," Lucius interjected irritably. "Oh, not at all. I am simply overjoyed that the Lord holds Lilith in such high regard, even securing her a match with the esteemed Malfoy family. As a father, I am profoundly grateful." "Royce, they are still young. Far from the time for marriage discussions," Lucius replied, gazing at him with disdain, inwardly lamenting the prospect of aligning the Malfoy name with such a man. Chapter 73, Public Revenge. As the dance concluded, Draco finally sighed in relief. After dancing with Daphne and Pansy, he quietly excused himself from the dance floor, pouring himself a glass of fruit juice and sipping it. Though a sense of agitation still lingered within him, he pondered what Lusha might be doing at that moment. Did she think of him? Would she be upset? Meanwhile, Lusha received a letter from Astoria, detailing the events of the ball at Malfoy Manor and expressing surprise at Draco's dance with Lilith. The young girl's concern for her was evident, and Lusha, filled with gratitude, replied with a letter of her own, including a large bag of well-regarded Muggle snacks. Subsequently, Draco wrote to her, explaining the situation, which made her anxious, prompting Lusha to comfort him. The dynamics between men and women required trust, and she felt reassured about Draco. As the commencement of the Hogwarts school year drew near, Lusha made her way to Diagon Alley, where Draco awaited her at their designated ice cream shop. "Hi, Lusha. How have you been? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight." The saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and Draco felt this sentiment acutely. Aside from communicating via owl post, they had not seen each other since the Quidditch World Cup. For a young couple in the throes of romance, the waiting was undeniably a test of patience. Perhaps the heat has caused a loss of appetite, Luosha explained, breathless in Draco's embrace. You've lost weight too, she remarked, playfully pinching his pointed chin, dissatisfied with his apparent neglect of nourishment. I miss you, Draco declared warmly, cupping her face and showering her with kisses. As if he could never get enough, his heart swelling with contentment. After indulging in their affection for a while, they held hands and visited the robe shop. Realizing that with Draco's growth, a new robe fitting was necessary. They also made a stop at Flourish and Blots to procure the required textbooks for their 4th year, along with a few other items from their list. As their time together drew to a close, Draco gazed at Luosha with reluctance, inquiring about her meeting with his father and the assailant, his curiosity insatiable. Draco, do you truly wish to know? I fear you may not be able to bear it. Luosha sighed, her feelings towards Voldemort complex. She felt a mixture of sympathy for his tragic, unrequited love and trepidation regarding his unpredictable temperament. By blood, she was indeed Voldemort's daughter, and her existence bore an inscrutable significance. The original Luosha's spirit had been unstable, having met her fate early on. Yet by some twist of fate, she had arrived in this Harry Potter universe, acquiring what she could never have hoped for in her previous life. This was undoubtedly her fortune. Luosha genuinely wished to shield Draco from undue pressure. While she possessed remarkable abilities and resources, she was not yet powerful enough to confront Voldemort directly and protect those she cherished under her wings. I want to know. I am 14 now. I am a man. Draco insisted, his gaze fixed intently on Luosha, urging her to acknowledge his maturity, rather than viewing him as a mere boy. Luosha was visibly growing, and he did not want to remain stagnant, relying on her protection, as it would render him seemingly ineffectual. Then you must begin your studies in dark magic, such as the 3 unforgivable curses. Only then will I reveal the truth to you. Are you afraid? Luosha whispered in Draco's ear, sensing him shudder slightly before excitement and eagerness overtook him. If you are not afraid, then why should I be? I want to become strong, Draco replied, grasping Luosha's hand tightly, his gray-blue eyes shining with anticipation. Luosha pouted playfully, thinking that this little rascal had likely longed to learn dark magic. On the 1st of September, the weather was foggy. Luosha boarded the Hogwarts Express once more, and in the corridor while searching for a compartment, she encountered Lilith, whom she had not seen in ages. Their eyes met briefly, but no words were exchanged. There was little to say between them, since they could not muster the sentiment of 2 old friends reuniting. The encounter felt more like a mutual disdain or the indifference of strangers. Conversely, Ron and a few others from Gryffindor were quite incensed by Lilith's actions, dismissing her use of a soul-sucking curse as insufficient justification. Luosha had little interest in the matter and proceeded directly to join Draco in his compartment. This year's sorting ceremony proved to be quite entertaining, as the sorting hat sang a lively new tune repeatedly, only ceasing under Professor McGonagall's stern admonition. Luosha recalled one line, "Power-hungry Slytherins favor those ambitious youths." It was splendidly sung. True Slytherins have never been content with mediocrity. Dumbledore, adorned in his resplendent robe embellished with moons and stars, delivered a speech, solemnly announcing that Hogwarts would be hosting the Triwizard Tournament this year, eliciting cheers of excitement from the students at the 4 long tables. How splendid! Draco exclaimed, animatedly gesticulating. Shortly thereafter, the new defense against the dark arts professor made his entrance, a man with a bulging eye and a fearsome demeanor, nearly terrifying the timid first years. Mad-Eye Moody strode to the faculty table with an expressionless face, leaning on his cane as he took his seat with an air of arrogance. Luosha fixated on him, trying to ascertain whether this madman was indeed the real Moody or a disguised Barty Crouch Jr. Dumbledore is truly ingenious to have found such an eccentric character, Draco muttered, displeased, as he leaned closer to Luosha. It seemed that the general sentiment towards Moody was one of trepidation rather than welcome. Fortunately, Dumbledore continued discussing the Triwizard Tournament, outlining age restrictions. Only students aged 17 and older could participate, and announcing that the victor would receive 1,000 galleons as a reward. Reactions were mixed. Yet Luosha felt little about it, as she perceived this tournament as a trap set by Voldemort. Her thoughts were focused on how to extricate herself from the impending danger. In a moment of distraction, Luosha sensed a dark gaze from the high table landing upon her intermittently. Lifting her eyes, she noticed both the professors and Moody casting her a glance before quickly averting their gaze. Was it Professor Snape or Mad-Eye Moody? This uncertainty lingered in her mind throughout Moody's defense against the dark arts class. Miss Riddle, are you aware of the 3 unforgivable curses? Alastair Moody inquired, rapping his wand against Luosha's desk, his single eye glinting with a predatory intensity. This familiar malevolence reminded Luosha of what she had observed in Barty Crouch Jr.'s eyes. Indeed, Moody had been replaced. The Imperius Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse, Luosha replied, slightly turning her face away, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Excellent. Precisely correct. Now I will demonstrate one for you. Without hesitation, the imposter Moody aimed his wand at Lusha, a sinister glint of threat flickering in his eye. Ah, this fellow intends to take personal revenge. How petty. Chapter 74, Idle and Flirtation. What do you think you are doing? Draco screamed in terror, trembling as he fumbled for his wand. The false Moody's bulging eye shifted towards him with a malevolent smirk. Amidst the ensuing chaos, where other Slytherins floundered in panic, Lusha acutely recognized the malicious intent of the imposter. He was merely attempting to intimidate her, but aimed to target Draco, perhaps intending to transform him into a ferret in front of everyone, to humiliate him and mock Lucius. Disarm him. In a split second, as the false Moody prepared to torment Draco, Lusha sprang into action with remarkable speed and precision. With a sharp crack, Moody's hand trembled violently, his wand slipping from his grasp and landing on the floor, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. The imposter's eyes flared with disbelief and fury, his muscles quivering as the lines of anger etched deep grooves into his scarred face. You dare to attack a professor? It was the professor who initiated the attack. I was merely defending myself, Lusha declared, pulling Draco protectively beside her, her voice resolute, though inwardly, she wished she could cast an Avada Kedavra on him. Those who do not provoke me shall not incur my wrath. Yet, should one dare to offend me, retribution shall be swift, regardless of distance. Inflicting harm upon Draco beneath her very gaze was an affront to her sensibilities. With a flick of a wand, the atmosphere shifted, amidst a sharp intake of breath. The imposter Moody firmly grasped his wand. His wandless magic caused Louise's eyes to narrow in suspicion. Truly, he was a remarkable escapee from Azkaban, one of Voldemort's most esteemed followers. Young Barty Crouch certainly possessed formidable skills. He was no mere slacker. Miss Riddle, I must commend you. Your spells are quite impressive. The false Moody glared at Louisa with a menacing demeanor, though his initial irritation began to dissipate, for in Slytherin, prowess held greater value. He should have anticipated the girl's exceptional nature. At merely 14, her magical aptitude and abilities surpassed even his own illustrious youth. It was no wonder his master had tasked him with aiding her in completing this mission. I shall inform my father and have you expelled from Hogwarts. You are unworthy of being our professor. Draco's face turned ashen, his accusatory tone rife with barely contained rage. Little brat, let me be frank. Your father lacks the courage. The false Moody erupted into a raucous laughter, his terrifying demeanor sending shivers down the spines of the other students who dared not speak. Enough with the jest. Let us resume our lesson. With that, the false Moody's expression shifted as he retrieved 2 or 3 large black spiders from a box, positioning them deliberately close to Draco, casting both the Cruciatus and Killing Curses upon them in a chilling tone. Pay close attention, little one. Today, you shall have a practical lesson. Undoubtedly, this was intentional. Witnessing the spider's violent thrashing and silent suffering rendered Draco's complexion a sickly shade. Louisa squeezed his palm, offering a modicum of comfort, contemplating the necessity of training Draco sooner rather than later, for the situation was growing increasingly precarious, and her own strength was essential for safety. In stark contrast to the terror unfolding in Slytherin, many in Gryffindor found the spectacle amusing, particularly Ron, who watched with rapt attention. He believed that Draco's terrified, pallid visage only enhanced his appetite. Professor Moody has gone too far. One cannot intimidate students like this, Hermione muttered under her breath, her quill continuing its relentless pace. Harry nodded in agreement, recalling how startled he had been when the false Moody had aimed his wand at Louisa. The man was truly deranged. His actions not only eccentric, but also rather crude. Remus Lupin had been far more gentle and compassionate, but alas, he had been dismissed and was now working for Louisa. In the days that followed, the presence of the false Moody as the defense against the dark arts professor brought no peace. In private, Louisa would instruct Draco in various innovative spells within the room of requirement, particularly focusing on the 3 unforgivable curses and incantations to stabilize the mind, preventing a descent into murderous depravity. This was one of the advantages of having a golden touch. The wisdom of the past afforded them heightened learning efficiency and security. The false Moody's understanding of dark magic and his defensive capabilities began to gain unanimous recognition, as he indeed possessed considerable skill, compelling all students to engage in practical exercises, with a particular emphasis on Harry Potter's progress. Louisa and Draco's astonishingly rapid learning pace drew Moody's attention, who would often extol them in a tone that seemed to see through all oddities. Indeed, Riddle has an extraordinary talent for defense against the dark arts. Malfoy, your cunning is rivaled only by your father's. To the ears of outsiders, this sounded like a veiled mockery. Draco harbored a deep-seated loathing for the false Moody. Damn it. My father will not let this insufferable wretch off the hook. This tense and vexing atmosphere persisted until the arrival of the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang at Hogwarts. In the Great Hall, where the welcome ceremony was held, colorful banners hung high, with each of the 4 houses represented by their respective emblems: silver-green serpent, crimson lion, blue eagle, and yellow-black badger. The faces of the students were alight with fervor and anticipation as they gazed upon the newcomers. The first to enter was a female giantess, towering and resplendently garbed in a luxurious purple satin robe, exuding poise and grace. Dumbledore approached her warmly, greeting her with a kiss on the cheek and exclaiming, "Welcome, Madame Maxime." They shared a brief embrace, suggesting a familiarity. Behind Madame Maxime, her students appeared as graceful beauties, clad in light blue silk robes and stylish pointed hats, resembling a ballet troupe as they elegantly glided in, proud like a flock of white swans. Louisa noticed one of the leading beauties, who possessed flowing silver locks and an exquisite visage. Perhaps due to her overwhelming popularity, she bore a slight air of haughtiness. This must be Fleur Delacour, the Beauxbatons champion from the films, rumored to possess 1/4 Vila blood. No wonder she was so captivating. How beautiful! The boys of Hogwarts, seemingly unaccustomed to such beauty, gazed in awe, their eyes glimmering. Ron Weasley, in particular, appeared utterly mesmerized, oblivious to Hermione's darkening expression. Oh, the weakness of men in the face of beauty. Fortunately, Draco remained steadfast, his attention fixed not on Fleur, but on the Durmstrang representatives entering behind Beauxbatons. Karkaroff, clad in a striking black cloak, led the way, followed by a line of boys with crew cuts, headed by Victor Krum, the ground reverberating with the sound of their wands striking the floor. "It's Krum. I saw him at the Quidditch World Cup. He's an exceptional seeker," Draco whispered excitedly. The students from both delegations found their seats, with Beauxbatons nestled next to Gryffindor and Durmstrang adjacent to Slytherin. "Hello, beautiful lady, may I sit here?" Louisa, uninterested in the crew-cut boys, was engrossed in observing the Beauxbatons' beauties when a deep voice interrupted her thoughts. Victor Krum wore a gentle expression, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he regarded her. "What a lovely girl. Please, make yourself comfortable," Louisa replied with a glance, finding his smile more intimidating than his usual stoic demeanor, and turned her attention away once more. "What is your name, beautiful? May I know?" Krum, undeterred by her indifference, continued his overtures. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged knowing glances. Noticing Draco's expression darken, they shrank back slightly, embracing their bodies. Krum was quite bold, flirting with Draco's girl right before his eyes. A once-admired figure had now become an adversary. Chapter 75, Averse to Duel with a Dragon. Louisa Riddle. Louisa hesitated for a moment, then stated her name expressionlessly, realizing that if she did not speak, others would inevitably reveal it. Victor Krum. Krum's demeanor became more cordial, his hawk-like gaze appraising the beauty before him, marveling at the wonders of creation. Although the Beauxbatons girls accompanying Krum were undeniably stunning, particularly Fleur Delacour, a descendant of the Vila, there was an elusive quality that left him feeling somewhat unfulfilled, rendering his demeanor towards them rather indifferent. He never anticipated that his visit to Hogwarts would introduce him to such a striking beauty, whose visage and figure were beyond reproach. Yet her haughty demeanor and aloofness towards him only served to heighten his intrigue. This presented a challenge for Krum, who was accustomed to being the object of admiration. The allure of a mere infatuation paled in comparison to the beguiling, thorny rose of Slytherin. "Draco, let us switch places," Louisa declared, unable to endure Krum's overly aggressive gaze. With a frown, she rose to exchange seats with Draco, who similarly wore a displeased expression, simmering with indignation. "Louisa, Mr. Krum, it is exceedingly impolite to address a newly met lady by her first name." Draco interrupted Krum, his countenance darkening, flames of ire flickering in his eyes. This fellow, who had once been idolized, had now lost his charm in Draco's eyes. Krum, not lacking in perception, glanced between Draco and Louisa, a realization dawning upon him, prompting an awkward smile as he turned to converse with his teammates, feigning normalcy. Draco felt as though he had struck a soft pillow with a punch, frustration building within him. The sarcastic retorts he had withheld now had to be swallowed back as he accepted a cup of pumpkin juice offered by Louisa, downing it in one gulp, still seething with irritation. He resolved to channel his pent-up frustration into appetite, indulging himself further. Louisa watched in astonishment as Draco attacked his steak as if it were an adversary, his movements fluid and fierce. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione was lost in her meal, as the collective enthusiasm of the group gravitated towards the Beauxbatons' beauties. Ron, in a foolish display, was grinning vacantly at Fleur Delacour, resembling a naive simpleton. Harry, on the other hand, exhibited a modicum of normalcy, his cheeks slightly flushed as his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Louisa, only to meet the eyes of Cho Chang at the Ravenclaw table. The The young girl, with her delicate Eastern features, smiled politely and nodded at him, causing Harry's heart to race uncontrollably. "Oh, you two are truly pathetic." Hermione huffed, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Not only was Hermione in poor spirits, but Parvati and Lavender also wore frowns, inexplicably repulsed by the Beauxbatons girls, who flaunted their pretentious airs and artificial smiles, reeking of an overpowering perfume. What had these boys imbibed to become so enraptured? Was it merely the allure of beauty and a bit of dancing? Lavender scoffed dismissively, brushing her fingers across her own face, unconvinced of any inferiority. Uncultured simpletons. In my opinion, Louisa is far more beautiful than they are, and Cho could easily outshine many of them. What are those Beauxbatons girls flaunting about? Their eyes are practically rolling to the heavens. Parvati murmured in agreement, pinching her nose to shield herself from the cloying scent wafting from the Beauxbatons girls across the table. As the sumptuous feast was consumed with fervor, the golden plates and goblets vanished, leaving behind pristine white tablecloths adorned with festive daffodil centerpieces. Dumbledore ascended the dais with a smile, clearing his throat before announcing the most significant event, the commencement of the Triwizard Tournament. Once the judging panel gathered, Dumbledore addressed the eagerly anticipating students, solemnly outlining the rules of the competition as he opened a mysterious large wooden box with a flick of his wand. From within emerged a massive goblet, flames erupting in a dazzling display that captivated every curious eye. "Louisa, it is such a pity you are not yet 17. I am certain you would be the most likely contender for champion, a true pride of Slytherin," Blaise lamented with a sigh. Louisa merely smiled, harboring no desire to be deemed a champion of any sort. "I absolutely refuse. It is far too perilous," Draco interjected, despite his yearning for the spotlight and acclaim, wishing for Louisa to be adored and admired by all, even to shine in the Triwizard Tournament and gain recognition from their parents. Yet, the inherent dangers of such events and the knowledge of past fatalities dissuaded him from supporting the notion. In the days that followed, the fervor of selecting champions enveloped everyone, and Louisa noticed Professor Snape casting furtive glances in her direction, as if he had something to communicate. However, each time she sought him, the dungeon door remained resolutely shut, leaving her in silence and neglect. Perhaps she was merely overthinking it. After the Halloween feast, flames rose to the height of the candles, casting a radiant glow upon every face. Yet Louisa felt an ominous premonition. "Silence, please. The names of the 3 champions will soon be revealed." As the voice faded, the goblet of fire seemingly possessed a will of its own, spitting forth a charred piece of parchment. Durmstrang, Victor Krum, the applause erupted like thunder. As Karkaroff watched Krum with pride, his composure unwavering. Another parchment followed. Dumbledore opened it, reading, "Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour." Once again, it was the same pair. Louisa discreetly glanced at Harry in the Gryffindor ranks, her heart torn. The final name, Hogwarts. Simultaneously, 2 parchments shot forth into Dumbledore's hands, and the once smiling elders suddenly froze, casting a complex glance over the students. The champions from Hogwarts, Harry Potter, and Louisa Riddle. A profound silence enveloped the hall. With Madame Maxime and Karkaroff wearing expressions of dismay, it was utterly unfair for Hogwarts to possess 2 champions, an outright violation of the rules. "I did not submit my name," Harry exclaimed, panic-stricken and bewildered. "I refuse. I am not yet 17, Louisa declared, disregarding the curious or doubtful gazes cast her way. Her voice icy. By Merlin S. Socks, she truly did not wish to duel a dragon. Chapter 76, Family Alliances. Amidst the indignation led by Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, Dumbledore's confusion, Barty Crouch's unwavering adherence to the rules, and Professor Snape's characteristic sarcasm, the selection of champions for the Triwizard Tournament dragged on. Louisa and Harry were awkwardly summoned to the stage, exchanging glances as though they were mere spectacles for amusement. The sensation of being the focal point of ridicule was far from pleasant. Ultimately, Crouch's insistence on honoring the established rules led to Louisa and Harry being reluctantly included in the roster of champions. "I swear, I did not put my name in," Harry muttered in frustration, utterly vexed, as everyone seemed to believe he was seeking attention by deliberately breaking the rules. Even Ron regarded him with a strange, jealous gaze, which left Harry feeling profoundly upset. "I believe you, Harry. You are not the type to seek the spotlight." Lusha sighed, casting a glance of mingled pity and resignation towards Harry, for none understood the intricate web of schemes better than she did. "Thank you, Lusha. It's nothing," she replied. "I too am one of the highly controversial figures. I imagine everyone is speculating about the means by which we secured this fortunate opportunity." Lusha and Harry exchanged bittersweet smiles, sharing a moment of mutual empathy and melancholy. "Why didn't you inform me about the voting?" Just as Lusha settled into her seat, Draco leaned in with a sidelong glance, his expression fraught with grievance. "What? Do you think I cheated?" Lusha, already feeling out of sorts, was suddenly irked. While others might speculate about her, Draco's insinuation unsettled her deeply. She had never contemplated voting for herself. If you didn't cheat, then why does your name appear in the Goblet of Fire? Pansy scoffed, her voice sharp with derision. Clearly, someone has chosen to employ the same cunning and shameless tactics as Harry Potter, even fooling the old fool Dumbledore. Lusha dismissed her with indifference and turned her gaze back to Draco. I have no desire to be a champion, Draco. Trust me. I am equally troubled by this bizarre occurrence. Lusha articulated with conviction. Though she knew who was behind it all, she could not voice it. Draco bit his lip, remaining silent, turning his head away as if still nursing a grudge. Believe it or not, even a clay Buddha has its limits, Lusha retorted coldly, refusing to engage with him. If he lacked even this modicum of trust, she would be truly disheartened. In truth, I don't believe Lusha would resort to such tactics. There's simply no need, Blaise interjected, playing the peacemaker, though his motives were primarily to consider Draco's feelings. Clearly, he was envious of Lusha being chosen alongside Harry Potter as Hogwarts champions, but there was no need for such careless words that could sour their relations, as regret would only lead to further turmoil for him. One cannot judge by appearances. Seeming noble does not guarantee true nobility, Pansy remarked with a bitter undertone. Yet no one was willing to engage with her taunting. Compared to Gryffindor's singular Harry Potter, Lusha's selection was indeed a cause for celebration. Draco had long since regretted his words, stealing several glances at Lusha's back, his mouth moving as if struggling to find the right words to explain himself. As the gathering drew to a close, Crumb strode over, extending his hand towards Lusha with a smile. I've heard you're quite formidable. No wonder the goblet chose you. I look forward to discussing matters with you in the time to come. Do you not feel offended? As your opponent, I am. After all, not of the right age, Lusha replied, shaking his hand, somewhat surprised by Crumb's depth, realizing he was not merely a superficial admirer. Of course not. The goblet selects only the most outstanding students from the school, without question. In terms of talent, no one at Hogwarts can rival you, Crumb added. As a thought struck him, Mr. Potter, however, must be an anomaly. Lusha chose to ignore Draco, who was glaring at them, unable to suppress a smile. Very well. Let it be considered a compliment. Crumb did not appear to be a mere brute, for he did not underestimate women nor buy into the idea that she had employed some underhanded means, deliberately distancing herself from Draco. Lusha walked down the long corridor when Cedric approached her, offering his congratulations. Congratulations, Lusha. His handsome features were lit with sincere joy, his gray eyes deep and captivating. Thank you, but I believe you are the one who truly deserves this honor. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Cedric's face. Do not say that. The goblet does not err. Lusha understood well. No one desires to be overlooked as a champion of Hogwarts, not to mention the 1,000 Galleons prize. Being chosen by the goblet is indeed a tremendous honor and stroke of luck. This honor originally belonged to Cedric Diggory, who lost his young life for it. Perhaps one could say he turned misfortune into fortune. I'm sorry, Cedric. I must take my leave. While Cedric was free from the threat of death, Lusha bore the weight of the forthcoming challenges and the task Voldemort had assigned her, to kill Harry Potter. The pressure within her was immense. The atmosphere in Slytherin was relatively pleasant, with only a few expressing discontent or jealousy. Most classmates greeted Lusha with light-hearted congratulations. Lilith not even greeted her with an oddly cheerful smile, as if no unpleasantness had ever transpired between them. Lusha, I'm delighted you have become Slytherin's champion. Lilith's voice was as sweet as ever, causing Lusha to frown slightly. She coldly raised her chin. We don't seem to be that familiar, do we? Lilith showed no sign of anger, merely smirking as she approached Lusha. Amidst the odd gazes of onlookers, she leaned closer to Lusha's ear. You should know that he has returned. He is at my family's estate. Also, I must inform you that your father has decided to arrange a match between me and the Malfoy family, and I cannot refuse. Lusha's expression turned frosty, her brow arching as she scrutinized Lilith, striving to keep her emotions in check. Are you provoking me? Lilith shook her head, lowering her voice to sigh. Your prejudice against me runs too deep. I am not doing this willingly, but you know how the Dark Lord's words cannot be refused. So, you better prepare yourself. The thought of watching the one she cherished marry another woman must be unbearable. Initially, Lilith's unease faded, replaced by a sense of vindictive pleasure. This was her first successful retaliation against the setbacks she had faced at the hands of her peers, regardless of whom she married. She was no longer in control of her own fate. Lilith did not mind wielding her influence to irritate Lusha. Knowing full well Voldemort did not hold this newfound daughter in high esteem, Lusha stared intently into her eyes, as if attempting to peer into the depths of her soul. If Lilith was indeed truthful, then Voldemort's desire to unite the Malfoy and not families must carry significant implications. Given Lucius's shrewd nature, he would never dare to contradict Voldemort openly, But what of Draco? He remained an untested prince in a utopia. Would he be afraid? Would he yield? Would his honesty and obstinacy lead to his suffering? Lusha dared not ponder further. Instinctively, she touched her neck, the memory of Voldemort's manic grip still vivid. A bitter smile crept upon her lips. She could not reason with a madman. Chapter 77. A Fit of Temper. Draco was alarmed. He realized with clarity that Lusha was genuinely angry. This left him somewhat at a loss, as in Draco's limited understanding of romance. It was quite normal for girls to throw fits, easily remedied with small gifts, nothing to make a fuss over. However, Lusha seldom exhibited anger, even when displeased with him. She would quickly forgive. There was no girl more forgiving than Lusha. Yet this time, the apology letter and various novel gifts he had sent through Robert had all been summarily rejected. Since then, Lusha had scarcely smiled at him, even exchanging a few words with the deliberately flirtatious Crumb. Anyone with eyes could see Crumb was particularly attentive and warm towards Lusha, a fact well known to all. This stirred within Draco a profound sense of crisis. He could no longer endure the torturous distance and neglect. Lusha, we need to talk. Draco once again obstructed Lusha at the entrance of the library, casting a furtive glance around at the assorted expressions of onlookers before employing a touch of force to drag her into a secluded classroom. He cast a confundus charm and a silencing charm. What is it that you want? I have an abundance of homework to attend to. Although the champions of the Triwizard Tournament were exempt from the end-of-year assessments, they were still required to submit their assignments punctually. And Lusha had enrolled in quite an array of electives. She found herself unable to meet Draco's fervent gaze, feeling somewhat flustered. Just days prior, Mad-Eye Moody had come to probe her, delivering ambiguous remarks that implied Voldemort held significant expectations for her and that she must commit herself fully. Lusha, it has been many days since we last had a proper conversation. You haven't even called my name. I truly recognize my mistakes. I should not have doubted you or let my emotions run wild. Please, don't ignore me, Draco lamented, his usually proud demeanor overshadowed by a hint of gloom. I am no longer angry. I am merely overwhelmed with tasks, Lusha replied evasively, opting to maintain a distance from Draco during this period of looming crisis until she could ascertain Voldemort's intentions. Draco's brow furrowed at her words, his tone laced with reproach and an unmistakable undercurrent of suppressed anger. You lie. You haven't even worn the green ribbon I gave you. Lusha's once-tied hair cascaded down her shoulders, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, casting a soft glow that accentuated her dark tresses and fair skin. Her eyes sparkling like stars, a breathtaking sight. Is this your way of laying blame upon me? Lusha retorted, her demeanor unyielding as she met Draco's gaze with icy resolve, her voice devoid of its usual warmth and tenderness. No, I'm merely Draco's expression twisted in pain. He found it increasingly difficult to contain his fury. The sight of her in proximity to any other male ignited a tempest of jealousy within him. He took a few steps closer, yearning to envelop Lusha in his arms as he often did, resting his chin upon her soft hair and inhaling her familiar scent. I'm sorry, but I sense your emotions are rather unstable. We both need to take a moment to cool down, if that's all right, Lusha sighed, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over her. She did not wish to be cold, yet her mind was awash with confusion, leaving her little inclination to soothe Draco's tempestuous spirit. Ah, do you fancy that scarred head, or perhaps Diggory? Oh no, now there's a new contender, Crumb. I must say, Lusha, your allure is rather remarkable. Draco's frustrations erupted at her continued rejections, his voice turning frosty, reminiscent of the haughty, acerbic Malfoy of old, dripping with sarcasm. If you enjoy inflicting such wounds upon me, then I shall spare you my explanations. Lusha lowered her gaze to smooth the creases of her attire, choosing not to cast another glance at the furious Draco as she departed. In the days that followed, Lusha and Draco found themselves entrenched in a chilling silence. Robert, under the oppressive aura of his young master's icy demeanor and increasingly foul temper, dared not approach for affectionate moments with Shakima. The two innocent owls, caught in the crossfire, could only exchange glances filled with unspoken sorrow. Given that Draco was often found by the fireplace in the common room, Lusha utilized her free time either in the library studying or in her private dormitory reading. A series of knocks echoed at her green-painted door. Who could it be at this hour? Lusha, open the door. It's me, Leah, a familiar melodic voice called from outside. Astoria, come in and have a seat. Lusha welcomed her in, offering a selection of muggle treats and hot tea, smiling as she said, just a little something to nibble on. I know this is your favorite. Thank you, but I assure you, I am not here merely for the food. Astoria absent-mindedly took a bite of the crispy rice roll while scrutinizing Lusha's eyes, seemingly attempting to extract some insight from her calm demeanor. Have you truly fallen out with Malfoy? I heard Daphne and Blaise mention that you haven't spoken in days. Malfoy seems utterly despondent. He has been brooding, and even Goyle and Crabbe dare not approach him. There's a bit of misunderstanding, Lusha replied coolly, though she felt a pang of discomfort within. Honestly, I think you should give him some space. Malfoy is far too immature. To outsiders, it appears your temper is too accommodating. After all, it is the girl who should be pampered and indulged, Astoria pouted, being the cherished jewel of the Greengrass family. Her older sister Daphne's favorite, receiving abundant affection even after their mother's early passing. Thank you, Leah, Lusha spoke sincerely, appreciating that the young woman viewed the situation from her perspective, unlike certain individuals from Slytherin who deemed her ungrateful for losing a prospective suitor. When do you think you'll reconcile? Blaise is tormented every night. He.s. even contemplating requesting a new dormitory. You have no idea how much Malfoy puts him through. Astoria lamented, recalling Blaise's dark circles. She couldn't help but cast blame upon Malfoy. His childishness was exasperating, sulking and refusing to articulate his feelings, only to unleash his frustrations upon his girlfriend. Alas, poor Blaise, amen. Are you feeling sympathy for Zabini? Have you agreed to date him? Lusha deftly shifted the topic, eyeing Astoria with a teasing glint. Not yet. I'm still contemplating. Astoria blushed, her tone tinged with pride. During Blaise's pursuit of her affection, numerous admirers from other houses had expressed their interest, yet he had consistently rebuffed them, his focus solely on her. She relished the feeling of being cherished, akin to a little princess.